Good morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And we had an up and down weekend. Up for the most part, thanks to Calvin Sampson and the Cougs, thanks to LJ. LJ was just fantastic. I put out yesterday, and he's kind of, I don't know, I think his game is pretty similar. I put out yesterday that he gave me a Kemba Walker vibe the other night.
I never thought about that.
I mean, Kemba Walker carried Connecticut to a national championship.
Yeah, no, that's high praise, Kemba Walker.
Yeah,
for college basketball. Yeah,
and listen, you could make the argument. Kemba Walker played as well as anybody this weekend. I mean, Kemba Walker, LJ Cryer played as well as anybody this weekend.
Yeah, he was good.
I mean, his threes, 30 points. Hitting every free throw, he was fantastic. I don't know that there are many guys right now. If you go over the weekend, who was best? Cooper Flagg was great this weekend, but LJ Cryer might be in that starting five as far as the best over the weekend. He was just fantastic the other night with 30 points, and then you got contribution. I mean. I almost threw something through the TV when JoJo Tugler up 14. JoJo Tugler commits that stupid foul, flagrant, where they get, instead of possibly going up 16 or 17 with the ball, he comes down and just hit Ike with a shoulder. They get two free throws and the ball.
Right.
They hit the two free throws. They hit a three. Instead of a 16 or 17 point game, it's 9, and that changed everything. That, along with the half court pressure that they put on and the double teaming. I mean,
why in the world they got so passive at the end of that game? Houston they were just trying to get it past half court, and then they would pick up their dribble, which you just gave them a defender. The backcourt line, the midcourt line, you just gave basically Gonzaga defender, and it was just very strange to see Houston get so passive once they felt the lead slipping away. It really got tight. Now, the way they built the lead was really, really impressive, and then making some free throws at the end, as you mentioned, ended up being really, really critical. And they had a couple of defensive stops. They had a good defensive stop that, frankly, it really wasn't talked about on the broadcast, but there was a traveling that was just a massive traveling at the end of the game that was allowed to go on before the shot was blocked out of, blocked off.
He's running down the sideline.
He traveled badly, and it's almost like they just said, well, it's March Madness. Let him get a shot off, see if we get some madness. No, that's a travel. This should not even, the whistle should blow, and this place should be dead.
That was awful. Absolutely. He's walking with that ball, and then, well, it was great. I didn't see if you want to know the truth, Milos goes to the line to shoot two free throws. They needed those two free throws to cover. They had to have those two free throws, and with 2 seconds left in the game. I didn't see any foul, if you want to know the truth. It went up. Milos doesn't even get fouled. They called the foul with 2.1 left, and Milos hits those two free throws, and the Cougs win by 5. Boom, winner. Go take that ticket to the window. Because the Rockets win. The Cougs win and cover, and that's kind of a big deal, especially with the way that they had played. They letting Gonzaga. Listen, I'm gonna trap them. I'm gonna Purdue. If I'm Matt Painter, I'm going up and seeing what they do, because what I saw out of the Cougs with that half court trapping pressure, they couldn't handle it.
But you're acting like Kelvin Sampson's not going to have worked on that.
Well, he is going to work.
Yeah, that's not. You can try it if you want. You're going to get beat, and probably beat badly. That's not a real. I think Purdue is not a great matchup for Houston. I'm sorry, Houston's not a good matchup for Purdue. I think Houston's going to smother Purdue's guards. I think they're in some trouble. I was actually looking at going to Indianapolis and staying with a friend out there and going and watch, or my sister, and going and watching those games.
Is she your friend? Is your sister your friend?
Well, my sister, too? Yeah, we're
Is she your best friend?
No, she's a friend, but she's a
friend.
sister.
Your sister's a friend.
I can stay with my sister. I can stay with Ballard, but the flights are like 1,100. I'm like, I guess I'm not going because I have free tickets. I could go and sit really close to the action, but I'm not paying 11.
Wow, go! What's wrong?
I'm not.
You?
I don't have 1,100. If you buy me the ticket, I 100% will go.
Oh, use your miles.
Are you going to go? 100. I already used miles. It's $1,100, John. What's wrong with you? I don't have that kind of money to be throwing out $1,100.
Well, wait a minute. If you don't have to get a hotel room and you don't have to buy tickets,
still
$1,100 to go to 2 games there.
$1,100. I'd love to, but $1,100 is $1,100.
If you had to buy a hotel and the tickets, it would be
in this economy. I know that's why I wouldn't be going to the game. That's why I drive the games.
It's only $1,100. It's a deal.
It's only $1,100. That's still $1,100.
Well, yeah, for all of that. For all of that,
I agree with you. That'd be great. I don't have $1,100 to throw out there. My wife's going. I got kids going to college. My wife's going to the London Marathon.
That's true. That is true.
I mean, if anyone wants to donate miles to me, I need about 60,000 miles. I will go on with your miles. If you want to throw me some miles, John, I swear to God, I'll go. You want just a
free trip?
Huh?
Yeah. Do you just want a free trip? In other words.
Yeah.
You're going to get no hotel, no ticket cost.
That's right.
I mean,
yeah.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah, it's going to be a great deal.
Me.
No, I'll pay I'll pay a total of $500. I'm not paying $1,100.
Yeah, you want to
I'd
contribute
love to go to
this,
that too, but
to
it's
his
just
GoFundMe.
I got to do TV on Thursday. I just got too much crap going on. It's hard.
Well, you should contribute to
this. Just think about this though. This is the point. Cougar fans basically had to get their flights in advance. You can't wait because this is what happens. Like this is why the NCAA. This is why Solis told me. He bought the college football playoffs. This is a big problem for the college football playoffs. It's too expensive for people to travel to multiple games. It's just too expensive.
Well, except it was packed, but
because it's short term. No. It was no. He couldn't even get rid of his tickets for $50 a piece to the game before the national championship game. I mean the playoff games. I'm talking about going to all those games. He couldn't get rid of those tickets. Cost like $400 a piece. He couldn't get rid of them for $50 in Atlanta because Longhorn fans and it was common across the board. There's just too many games. And when you just find out where you're going and you only have about 5 days, well, anyone who's tried to book a flight late knows it's murder. Like the rates are sky high and everyone all of a sudden is in a big rush to get the same tickets. So that what happens with that dynamic pricing from airlines?
Wow.
Now, the good thing is, hotels don't go up. Like hotels, if I were to go to Tuscaloosa for a game, they will charge you $900 to $1,100 for a basic hotel. For anything, for the Alabama spring game this weekend, it's $900 for a day. $900 for a spring game because it's a small place. In Atlanta and Houston, we don't get crushed. There's a bunch of hotels, so we're okay. But he just said the tickets were like, oh my God, he could not get rid of tickets to the Atlanta game because everyone wanted to wait. And you're hoping you win that game, and then you'll spend your money to go to Dallas, which was a much easier, trip. But Cougar fans, I don't know if you noticed or not, John, there was a smaller pocket of Cougar fans there. Did you see the section that was all red? And that's not like there weren't Cougar fans in other sections, but primarily the Cougar section was one sliver. And
they said that Gonzaga had a bigger crowd. I think SIUE had a bigger crowd. Of course, that's our first appearance.
Yeah, and once again, this is going to be, and I'm sure the pricing on this flight is not just because it's close. I'm sure a lot of Cougar fans jumped on quickly and said, "Hey, let's go. Let's try to get tickets, a plane ticket." But I got to tell you something. It's worth keeping in mind. They're playing at Lucas Oil Field in Indiana. They're playing Purdue, which is right down the road. There's going to be a lot of Purdue fans who just simply get in the car and make the trip down there. So that's something to keep your eye on, is that Purdue fans are going to outnumber Houston fans. So it's going to be interesting to see, just how much they do, because you also have Tennessee fans and Kentucky fans. So we'll see what the travel looks like for all those teams. It's easier to drive there for those.
LA Johnny talking about $1,100. That's how much my lunch was. No, $1,100 if you've got a free ticket and no hotel is a great price.
It's a great price. Most people,
because you don't go to anything. Because I can tell you, going to an event, and especially a big event like this,
it's true.
It is going to be a lot more expensive than $1,100.
But the point is, that's why it's really not for everyone. Like, it's only for not for a lot of people to go to events like this. It's out of
you gotta want it bad.
Yeah, it's out of most people's price range for what they're comfortable paying. It's you got to save.
Yeah.
Most people need to save for stuff like that. It's not easy to just fire up $1,100. And frankly, $1,100, it would be more than that to go to this. Between flight, hotel, it would be because you want to stay for.
You don't have a hotel.
Potentially both games. There's going to be 2 games potentially that you need to see. So 3 days of hotel. Well, you could do maybe 2 days of hotel. Depends on the time.
Yeah, my point being, you don't have that though. So I mean, I
no, I don't. But I also don't have $1,100 just throw around. So. I mean, like I said, I know if you've got some money that if you think that's a great deal and you want to fire something my way, I will 100% take it.
Listen, we were starting to GoFundMe for you right now. It's the GoFundMe page is already up. Okay, send Lance to Indianapolis. Okay, to see the Cougs because he's got a hotel already. He's got the tickets already. He's ready to go. Okay, so send Lance to. Let's go. Dell, how much are you putting in? Dell, how much are you putting in?
He's on the phone answering a call. I will tell you, seeing that $1,158 ticket price on the plane. I can't get past that. I'm like, man, $1,158 for a plane ticket to Indianapolis.
Well, how about have you checked
usually
this
like
out?
$260.
Fly to Dallas, which won't be that much, and see what the Dallas to Indianapolis is.
Oh yeah,
because that's not going to be as expensive.
Yeah,
that's not going to be nearly as expensive.
I didn't think about that.
Go look at that.
I mean, it's only about 4 days in advance, so it is going to be more expensive. But I bet you're right. I bet you it's not as much.
No, I don't. We'll do that. We've got news of the week. We've got what did you learn this weekend in one sentence? I learned about LJ Cryer.
You didn't know about LJ Cryer?
I knew about him, but I didn't know that he was going to step up like that, and he did. He and Jawan. Jawan was 3 for 9 in the first half. I was going to text you guys and go, man, if Jawan doesn't start playing, this thing is going to be over, even though they had an 8-point lead. And sure enough, he came out, hit 4 of his first 5 in the second. He just said, watch this, Ike. Watch me go at you hard and continue to go at you. And Jawan was just fantastic in the second half, just fantastic. He ended up 9 for 18, so he was 6 for 9 in the second half and just dominated.
Yeah.
JoJo, in just 20 minutes, had 11 boards. He was great. It was, and Milos continues down. I talked about Milos versus Pettiford. Pettiford had himself a big game.
Well, Milos didn't do a whole lot now. He made two
didn't
big
do a whole
throws,
lot, but
he didn't do a whole lot.
I'll still take him.
Well, Wilson is the one who made some huge plays down the stretch. Although that is just that white undershirt with like words. It's not. It was the most random, wreckly looking thing I've ever seen in my life.
Who, Malik?
Yeah. It's like, dude, you're wearing like a regular white long sleeve shirt that has, you can see lettering. It's like, it's not even a plain white sleeve shirt. It was just like somebody, but he's also got a 41-inch vertical leap and went flying through the air for a rebound.
Oh my God.
Defense.
Well, he had an over the back, but he had a beautiful little layup drive along the baseline. That was his only basket of the game, but that was just huge at the time.
Yeah, you must have forgot I just got done paying $4,800 for a car, John.
Yeah, that's true.
That's multiple.
Fly to Louisville, only 2-hour drive to Indy. Fly to Louisville. See what Louisville is. 2-hour drive to Indy from there. Or Cincinnati. Cincinnati in a quick. It's a puddle jumper.
I just want a direct flight. Why am I doing all this?
Oh, but you don't want to pay $1,100. Do what you got to do to get there. You don't want to give it up.
I don't want to pay.
You don't want to. You don't want to work for it.
I just paid. Do you want to pay $5,000 for a car repair?
Do you want
to pay for my? Do you want to pay for my car insurance?
Don't tell me about car repairs. I had Frankie and JT. JT has totaled 3 cars.
When's the last time you had one?
Frankie destroyed all her cars.
When's the last time that was?
JT was just he just had another where he had to replace the whole. Who do you think paid for that? I mean,
wasn't that
a couple thousand?
Thing?
This happens all the time. No. It was an engine problem.
What is going on here?
I don't know.
Just are shaming each other back and forth about when's the last time you paid for this?
He's so mad
you don't
that I'm
want
not
it.
Going.
What's
I don't
going
have the
on
money
here?
To go.
The man,
go to the game.
He's like 1,100 grows on trees.
The man
doesn't grow on trees.
The man has decided he can't
afford
it.
I can't afford it.
That's all.
Great price.
He cannot afford
Great price.
How many DASPITs is that for you?
That's a lot of Daspits.
That's a lot of that.
Do I have one here?
Yeah,
Oh,
not
no.
a Daspit, but you got an underdog. How many underdogs? You know what? Just go hit a winner on underdog.
I know. That's really what you do. That's really what you do, because you take your money out whenever whenever you want. And that's true. All you got to do is hit an underdog. Now, you have lots of opportunities. Didn't do as well this weekend. It was close. It was close several times. It was very, very close. Very close. But underdog fantasy it's so much fun, because all these tournament games, I mean, there are so many statistics. And I had one the other day that, I thought I had an easy winner in these two teams. And Emmanuel Sharp didn't hit a 3-pointer in the second half. I just needed one, Emmanuel. But, that's how it goes. That's how it goes. And so while I'm watching the games, I'm playing along with them. Yeah, bracket schmack it. Big deal. You're watching the brackets. You're filling in brackets. Who cares? How about you actually get some instant gratification by picking higher or lower, and picking the right side of higher or lower based on your information on the game, your knowledge of the game. It's really that simple. And my friends over at Underdog Fantasy make it even easier to make money, because they're going to give you up to $1,000 in bonus credits and a free pick when you sign up using promo code Lance with your first deposit. That's Underdog Fantasy. Download the app, use promo code Lance. You are going to be set to go. And on top of that, you have a chance to win real money on multiple sports. Baseball starting up, that's available too. So make sure that you check them out for yourself. Underdog Fantasy. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Go to inspgambling.org.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, Rockets win one and lose one this weekend. Jalen kind of back to his old trick. Not great this weekend. Jalen was 11 for 35 in the two games against Miami and Denver. 11 for 35 ain't great. He did 11 free throws, but he is not shooting great. Fred had an unbelievable game on Friday, 13 of 17 with 37 points, and then he followed that up yesterday with a 2 for 12. A little consistency would be good. A little consistency out of the guys. That would be great. That was not their best Denver team. No Jokic, and man, holy crap. It seemed like every shot that Jamal Murray took was, he's hitting fadeaway threes, and I know he's good. He's just really good. He carried them. And then DeAndre Jordan with an alley-oop behind the back dunk I'm like, oh my goodness, we're getting DeAndre Jordan right now. Michael Porter was good. Aaron Gordon was good. That's a good basketball team right there. Rockets still with a 1-game lead. They're in the 2-hole still, and they got a 1-game lead over Denver. They're 9-1 over that. It ended a 9-game win streak. Played pretty good, although you didn't play any playoff teams really in anyone of consequence. And as soon as you did, you got beat, and you got beat at home, and it was pretty convincing for the most part. And that was without Jokic.
Right.
That's scary.
That's one that you almost felt like. I wonder if Houston took the foot off the gas a little bit when they found out Jokic wasn't there, because they did not play like a team that thought, let's go pound this team by 15 points and get out of here. It was a Sunday getaway game. Felt like a baseball, like the Astros always played lousy on getaway games. That's what it felt like for the Rockets, only they weren't sitting a bunch of players or anything. They couldn't beat a team that they had outmanned. And it's been a great little run against some lesser teams, but they're beating the teams they're supposed to. But you would like to see them play a little more consistently, but it's not going to happen in one season. But you're at home against that Denver team. That's when you got to win. And that has an impact on your seeding. Like, you really needed to get that. There's no reason to come out flat in that game. You can't come out flat in that one. That one you've got to have some, you've got to have some urgency in a game like that, because you're trying to hang on to number 2. You're trying to hang on to the top 4, and these are games you really can't afford to lose. Not when you have the advantages you have.
No. 20 games over 500 with 10 to play. You got Atlanta at home on Tuesday. And then Utah, at Phoenix, at the Lakers.
You're 1 up on Denver. I don't know how the tiebreaker works on that one, actually. I got to check and see. But you're 1 up on Denver. You're 2 up on the Lakers. Memphis, you're 2.5 up on, which is pretty good. Well, yeah. And then you got Golden State. Now, Memphis is a 5 seed. You don't want to fall below the Lakers, who are 2 games out. You don't want to fall out of the top 4. So, for me, I'd like to see them be 2 and avoid Oklahoma City as long as they can. Although, frankly, if let's just say it's the play-in. Let's say 2 ends up taking on. Well, I still like their chances a lot against Minnesota Timberwolves. But Minnesota's not that far off. But let's say they play the Minnesota Timberwolves. Have you paid attention to what James Harden's been doing with the Clippers?
Yeah,
James is playing great right now.
Yeah,
the Clippers are playing good basketball.
Did you see him? He had a move, and he had a layup, and he went around and he grabbed his head. Did you see that? I was like, I am so good. I am just amazing how good I am.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, he had that. I think, I'm not sure if it was this weekend, I think, but I was like, well, James seems to be rejuvenated. Seems to be a bit.
Well, he's at home. I'm sure he loves.
Yeah.
Is this true? The Cougs gave up 49 points in the second half in 20 minutes.
Yeah, probably.
That is scary.
Yeah,
49
to
in
46.
the second half.
Yeah, 49 to 46. Well, they came with a furious run there. It was, and after, well, they got a lot of buckets after hitting that half
For
court
being
trap.
a good defensive team, you cannot allow 49 points in 20 minutes.
Well, part of it was they couldn't do anything offensively, and they were stifled because
turning it over.
Turning it over. That was, I mean, and any team, if you're listen, when the Cougs were making baskets, the Gonzaga couldn't do anything because you got into your half court set. A lot of Gonzaga in the second half was, trapping, getting the ball, and having early offense against the Cougs that weren't back. So, and Ike was just incredible hitting 3-pointers. I was like, oh, you let that guy take 3-point? No, well, maybe not.
So
Battle started to get hot too, and that they started to hit their threes, and the Cougs weren't closing out on them.
Yeah, and that's been something that's something that pops up. I feel like more than I've seen with other Cougar teams is they don't get their rotations sometimes, and they don't get their closeouts because their rotations are off. And that's something I'm really not used to seeing from Houston defenses. That's the one thing that bothers me about this unit is I feel like that's why I asked Jeremy Branham the other day, where does this Houston team, as he calls the games? So since you've been calling Kelvin Sampson games, where does this team stack up offensively and defensively, the units? Because I feel like defensively, there's just something. I mean, they'll give you the blues, they'll get after you, but I think once the ball starts moving around the perimeter, they do get lost sometimes, and that's something that against a good shooting team, you certainly don't want to happen. But Gonzaga scored 49 in the second half because they had so few in the first half. And that's a testament to the defense. They allowed only 27 in the first half. Now, who was it? It was Bell, right? I think it's Bell. I have never in my life seen this in college basketball, and I probably have rarely seen it, if ever, in the pros. And I'm going to say it now so I can explain what it is. Let me see. Not Nimhard. No, it was Battle. It was Battle. Not Bell. Battle. Khalif Battle. So did anything stand out to you in the last minute of that game? Did you notice anything unusual statistically at the end of that game?
No.
Okay. So Khalif Battle went to the free throw line with 2 free throws. And he made them both. Then they fouled LJ Cryer, and he made them both. Mm-hmm. What's unusual, which I have never in my life seen in my entire life of watching college basketball, this may be the first time it's ever happened for 2 players who play a regular amount of basketball. A 93% free throw shooter made 2 free throws. In college basketball, 93%. That's like Steph Curry numbers. Followed by a 90% free throw shooter immediately. They went back-to-back 90% free throw shooters from the free throw line. I have never seen that in my life. First of all, college basketball has been notorious in the past for having bad free throw, questionable, shaky free throw shooting. I've never seen 2 90% free throw shooters make free throws back-to-back. First of all, you don't see it very often. It's very rare to see it. And you definitely don't see it back-to-back in the same game where guys are making free throws. I will say the shooting players are much better shooters now than they ever have been in any generation. They're just better open shooters. And I actually am surprised at, of course, then you watch the Rockets and they can't hit the broadside of a barn from the free throw line.
Well, you're right. You don't. I mean,
when's the last time you've seen a 90% free throw shooter?
I didn't realize LJ was a 90% free throw
shooter. Something we talked about earlier this year, and I think at the time he was 89%. He's 90, and Khalif Battle is a 93% free throw shooter. 93.9.
I mean, if you go look, there won't be. I'll bet you there aren't 10 90% free throw shooters in all of college.
I bet you there's less. And I bet you historically it's never happened where those guys have gone back-to-back 90% free throw shooters because it's just such a rarity for a player in the NBA to be at 90%. How many NBA players do you think are shooting 90% from the free throw line now?
Okay, I'm getting it right now. Here are
I'm curious. I think maybe 4.
There are, I said it, 10, right? Okay.
Are you looking at college or pro?
College. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Exactly 10.
Now, how many of those
And
are they all? Do they shoot like? Are they regular players or any of those with 4 for 4 for their?
no, they all got at least 87 free throws.
Okay, yeah, that's incredible. That's what I'm saying. College basketball. I mean, the shooting right now, we've got to really
at least 92 attempts.
Yeah,
80,
no, that's
90,
that's
yeah.
plenty.
Yeah.
That's plenty. And that's my point is college basketball is filled with some really good shooters. To shoot 90% from the free throw line is very, very difficult. To have that many college players doing it, that's pretty incredible, man. Those guys can shoot it. And LJ Cryer and Khalif Battle to have them back to back like that. What a weapon it is to have LJ Cryer, your best player with the ball in his hands late in the game at 90%. That is a huge advantage.
Well, the problem with this list are it's this year. It's Wade Taylor. It's R.J. Davis. It's
Wade Taylor. Wade Taylor doesn't even shoot 40% from the field, and he shoots over 90% from the free throw line.
Khalif Battle. Maybe
does he
LJ
lead the nation?
You know what? LJ didn't qualify. He didn't have enough. LJ's not on this list.
LJ
doesn't go to the line that much. That's one of the things. Is
wait. Really? He played over 30 games.
I know, but how many
do you have to have to qualify? If you shoot 3 a game, wow, he must really be lower than I thought.
Yeah, well, it's 90. Let's see. I will bring that up for you right now. His stats: LJ Cryer, free throws. He averages just 2.6 a game. He had just 2.6 a game. Free throw percentage 91.3%.
I'd like to see him go to the hole and get fouled a little more than at 90%.
Yeah, he had 92 free throws. 92 free throws.
Well, but I'd like to see him up at like a 4 game if you're shooting at that percentage.
Yeah, for whatever reason, he's not on the list. After an 8 for 8, he's now 91.3%. Weird stuff. That should be in News of the Weird. 8:32, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 still ahead. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? That is going to be coming your way in about 13 minutes right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So get your What Did You Learn This Weekend in One Sentence ready. Brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. Oh, Game Day Men's Health. Let's talk a little bit about Game Day Men's Health. I love me some Game Day Men's Health. I love what they do for me. I love how I feel. I'm sleeping great. I feel great. I don't know. I feel rejuvenated. I really do. I feel rejuvenated. I was stuck in doing the same routine with the testosterone treatments that I was getting at other place. I'd go in, I'd get my shot, you go back, and it was just I just didn't feel great. I feel as good, I think, as I've felt, and I don't know how long. I really do, and in large part because of the program that Game Day Men's Health has me on. I love taking the testosterone pills. You can do that. It's easy. They send them to you. It can't be easier than that. You can get your testosterone shots at Game Day Men's Health, or they can give you, and you can do it yourself at home. You don't have to go in every week. Or you can get pellets that are time released, and over a 6-month period, it will time release in your body. Listen, it's just different. They have a game plan for you to feel better, to look better, to lose weight, to gain muscle, whatever it is that your goal is. They have got the peptide or the program that's going to get you to where you want. A free consultation. The other guys don't have that. Labs in every site. It's great. Game Day Men's Health is just different. I love it. I've been doing testosterone for a while, and I love Game Day Men's Health. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Tell them you heard it right here.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, the final roster has not been announced yet, but Jonathan Singleton will not be on it. No Jonathan Singleton. DeCenzo had himself a really, really nice spring, and he looks like he is about to make the club. If he's not going to be playing every day, though, the thought is he's not going to be, and that's the same with Cam Smith. It's coming down to a couple of spots with 4 or 5 guys possible. Montero makes the roster. That's $11 million that you gotta play. That's just it's terrible. The bullpen is all set. Brian King made the bullpen. You got 3 lefties in it. So that's
a departure from what it's been.
Yep, absolutely. And Jose Altuve is going to be playing left field for some reason. For some reason, that continues. For whatever reason, that will continue into the regular season. I'm not sure why, but it is. But there's nothing we can do about it. We will get the final roster soon, and we will bring that to you probably sometime throughout the day today. Trent Brown. The Texans go out and get Trent Brown to add to this collection. I don't want to call it mishmash, but it certainly seems like you're just throwing a bunch of stuff up against the wall.
100%.
Trent Brown has
mishmash is a good word
for it. He played 3 games in 2024 for Cincinnati, and he didn't play at all last year. A 7th-round pick out of Florida to San Francisco.
Yeah,
he started a lot of football games.
He got a good paycheck from, I think it was it Oak? No, it was New England. He got paid in New England. By Nick, actually, wasn't it? 21? No. Was Nick already over here? Nick was over here, wasn't he? By 21?
I don't remember.
Well, because he was here for the 22 draft. So, yeah, Nick was the one who brought him over. Nick would have been the one who brought him over, I think. I got to think about it. But regardless, he got paid by New England, and then, only played 9 games his first. He missed time. He misses time due to injury. He doesn't play a lot of games. He's always been a really big guy. He's an enormous person. He's listed at 6'8", 380. He's a really, really big player. He's played tackle and guard, believe it or not. Actually, you know what? No, he's only played tackle in the pros. He played guard in college some while he was at Florida, and the knock on him was always that he runs out of gas and he has durability issues, and it's kind of still the same issue, but he made a Pro Bowl in 2019. But yeah, you're right. I mean, this is mishmash. This is just, hey, let's take guys who have starting experience and just throw them all in camp and see what happens.
Yeah, it is. It's just, I hope Popovich is a great coach, and Nick Caley, it's just awesome.
Well, Nick Caley's got good plays. I hope Popovich has the good blocking schemes.
Yeah, I hope he doesn't have the crappy blocking.
Yeah, I hope he doesn't have the bad technique. Bad techniques that he's going to teach.
Yeah, hopefully it's a good techniques that Popovich he was holding back. Popovich was holding him back.
I hope Popovich was disgusted by what he saw last year. It was like, God,
I hope
if
so.
I were the head coach, I would do things totally. If the O-line coach, I would do things totally different. I hope he said that to his wife at home. You wouldn't believe what Strausser did today. Disgusting. I hope he was having those comments at home, which means that we don't have to worry at all about anything that happened last year, because he was not really a part of it. I mean, he was the assistant O-line coach, but that doesn't mean that he believed in everything.
Yeah. He must have gone in. I mean, obviously he interviewed for the job, and he had to tell him what he thought about the way the things went down last year. He had to have been. I hope he's disgusted with what went down. If he goes into the interview with D'Amico, listen, I thought we did a good job. What did you think? I thought I think we're on the right track here. No, he had to go. Man,
thank God. Thank God you got rid of him.
Awful. Well, I don't understand why he was doing this and this and this. If I do it, I'm going to do it. I hope so. I hope so anyway.
But I mean, Cam Robinson, Trent Brown, what they've basically done is they've just added some competition. And they're basically telling Blake Fisher, this isn't your job. Like, you got to earn this job. So,
okay, at what point is Blake Fisher starting this year?
First week.
Is he?
There's a chance Cam Robinson could get that job, actually. I think Cam Robinson could end up being the starter.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Well, I think Trent Brown and Cam Robinson are probably the favorites.
I would say not Trent Brown, I don't think. I mean, Trent's getting older. He's getting slower. He didn't move great in the first place, and he can't stay healthy.
What is he, 31 for a tackle? That's nothing.
He's 31. That's old when you're 380 pounds.
Well,
he doesn't move well.
Yeah, but a lot less tread off the tire. He hasn't played since 2024.
No, it's because there's so much tread off his tire. When you carry that much weight on your joints, that's a lot of tread coming off that tire.
Yeah, he played 3 games. That's all. He actually hasn't played much since 23.
Yeah, because he's not in shape.
23.
Because he can't move because he's too heavy. So I'm saying I wouldn't get too excited about the Trent Brown thing.
We don't have great.
Cam Robinson's the guy that probably is going to. We'll see if Trent even makes the team. I wouldn't be surprised if Trent Brown didn't make the team. Cam Robinson, though, could end up being, Blake Fisher could roll back he could end up back at the swing tackle spot, which might be the best option for the Texans. We'll see. We'll see what happens in camp. Now you got Laken Tomlinson and Ed Ingram battling with, I guess, Juice Scruggs and draft pick.
I saw a projection. Well, I mean, it's somebody who was following the team, whatever. Cam at left, Titus at left guard. Patterson at center.
Juice
Tomlinson at the right guard, and Trent Brown at the right tackle.
I don't see that.
Well, it's either that or Blake Fisher.
Yeah, I could see that, but I also think that Juice would play ahead of Patterson.
I don't know. Juice might.
You might as well cut Juice if he can't beat Patterson out. He was the second round pick. Like, what are you doing paying?
We got to break it here because we got What Did You Learn This Weekend in One Sentence, brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. What did you learn this weekend? It doesn't have to be anything sports related. It could be non-sports related. Those are a lot of times the most fun. What did you learn this weekend? You get one sentence to tell us next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776. Right now, though, Lance got a little All-State Siding and Windows.
All-State Windows and Siding is the website, allstatewindowsandsiding.com. And what makes them so good is that they really, really respond to you as a consumer and someone who listens to ESPN 97.5, 92.5. They've got big discounts going on right now. 30% off each window with minimum 10 windows, $2,500 off a complete siding job. But this is the great thing. After that, you say, hey, I'm an ESPN 97.5 listener. You're going to get even more discount. So you get special discounts just for being an ESPN 97.5 listener. There's no way around it. Like, you're going to get the hookup. The best part is that it's 0% financing, no payments for 12 full months. So if you want to get that paid off over the course of 12 months, you're going to get, you're going to have the opportunity to pay it as you go and make payments with no interest. And so get everything that you're looking for right now and pay it as you go along. Maybe you have some money coming after the tax season. Maybe you got a bonus coming during the summer. I don't know how it works. Maybe you have a bonus coming during Christmas every single year. You say, you know what? Let me get what I need right now before the summer comes in. We'll lower that energy bill with the energy efficiency of brand new windows. We're going to make our house look great. And we're going to do it all with products that are made right here in the state of Texas. Great windows for Texas weather. It's allstatewindowsandsiding.com. That's allstatewindowsandsiding.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, get in here.
Slow start.
713-780-3776. 713-78. Let's go. There's some callers in here. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence?
A lot of people are out and about right now. The weather was great this week. You're out having crawfish. You're out at parties. You're out at a friend's. You went out drinking. You went out watching games. You had tournament stuff. You had Rocket stuff. I learned this weekend that Mike White, the director and writer, creator, and director of White Lotus, has got to be stopped.
What did he do? Well, you can't tell us. Dell, what did he do?
I thought you didn't want to know. He did something that he had been pointing to all year, and even still, it was awful. Like, everyone knew something like this might happen from the very first episode.
It hits different when it happens.
And then when it happens,
okay.
Yeah, it's
Is it a must-watch?
It depends on how you feel about depravity. I don't know. If you don't like depravity, then no.
You're not going to like it.
Yes, you're not going to like it.
You're not going to like it.
Okay. I'm not going to.
It involves Arnold Schwarzenegger's son.
I don't want to.
Also known as Maria Shriver's son.
You said your one sentence. That's it. You said your one sentence.
Well, it's not like the
I learned that at the end of season 2 of Colin from Accounts, I felt terrible for Gordo. That's what I learned.
Who's Gordo again?
Gordo owns the brewery.
Oh, yeah. I did. I know.
Yeah.
I know. How about whenever her friends are all in the brewery? Oh, God.
Oh, yeah. It was terrible.
And he's trying to be cool, and they're a-hole. Oh.
Yeah.
I was just.
That was bad.
That's the Ricky Gervais stuff. It was like, I can't watch this.
That was cringy. There's no question. Dal, did you learn anything this weekend?
Well, I might have just learned that this weekend destroyed everyone's phones because, look at that. People are actually calling in, but not much. Now I'm trying to think, what did I learn? I learned that at least for a second round game, LJ Cryer is him. I did.
Yeah.
He is him.
I was going to keep going, but only one sentence.
Okay. He's got to answer phones.
Yeah.
713-780-3776.
The Chalks are chalking right now.
Yeah, the Chalks are chalking. There's no question. That's what I told you before the tournament. I've got all chalk.
I'm all chalked up, too.
I didn't have Arkansas. You made me take St. John's. You were talking up to Johnny so hard.
Patino. You took him because of the Italian.
No, I took him.
You can't trust an Italian in basketball.
The Johnnies are so good. I like the Johnnies. I like them.
He got beat by another basketball Italian.
I know. The Italians. How was this Italian on violence? That never happened.
I mean, I'm trusting in the SEC. Like, I thought Chris Beard as a dog against UNC was a joke, an absolute joke. Then he's a dog again against Iowa State, stealing with Ole Miss.
All right, let's get it going. 713-780-3776. Julian, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
I learned that the rodeo employees are not very smart and let CJ Stroud, the fake one, in for free.
Oh.
Yeah, the CJ Stroud lookalike got in the rodeo for free. Took a picture with Tank Dell, too.
Did he really?
Yeah.
That guy is tricky. He looks a little older, though, but he is kind of a tricky lookalike. But, yeah, some rodeo employees are not as smart as you would hope.
Oh, man, I didn't see that he got him for free. Good on him. That's finessing the game.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, if you can trick someone into believing, if you go total face-off on them and you trick somebody into believing you're C.J. Stroud, then good for you.
But this whole thing is back to your thoughts about they don't love you, they don't know you. Why do you care how much money they make? Why would I let CJ Stroud in for free?
CJ Stroud? Because
why would I care?
Why do restaurants and bars give free things to the most?
Because they might mention the guy might mention the restaurant on social media. What's the rodeo benefit?
They've been doing it before social media, though, Del. It's always this thing where the more money you have, the more free stuff you get.
Yeah, that's the truth.
And then poor people have to stay with their salaries for the rest of their lives.
Yeah, you're not giving it. Why would you give something to somebody you don't know that's poor? No, you're going to give it to CJ.
Give it to rich people.
Yeah, give it to CJ. CJ. Oh,
CJ
look,
needs
CJ's
help.
here. Come on in,
CJ needs to get into the rodeo for free.
Yeah, CJ, here, we don't want you to pay this $20 ticket.
You don't have to, but he shouldn't. It's below him to pay for that.
Yeah.
ticket.
I mean, he's going to have $60 million a year in a couple of years.
Yeah. I mean, it's below him.
He'll never remember this interaction between you and him.
You know what? I just made the rodeo better by walking in, except I'm not really
But it
CJ.
wasn't CJ. It was a CJ fake.
They deserved it because it wasn't even him.
Let's get these callers in.
Let's go. Tom, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
Morning, gentlemen. I learned when your girl gets free tickets to an event and says, let's you and my kids all go, the smart move is to offer to pay for parking, not concessions.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Concessions.
Well, Tom, she gave you the tickets. Pick up both. Come on.
Well, what are the tickets for?
Yeah, it depends.
I
It's
don't
something
know.
you're enjoying.
I mean,
It's for the kids, so
Depends.
probably not.
Well, I mean, what's the end game here? What's the end
Well,
game?
yeah, there's a lot of questions that need to be answered here before I'm paying concessions and parking.
Do you think he's gone with this woman and the kids and she hasn't done that already?
Parking's probably
You think she's invited? You think she's let him meet the kids before then?
Oh, yeah.
You don't know.
What is
this? That's not usually how that goes.
There's a lot of questions on this.
Hey,
Have
meet
you
my
met
kids.
Granny's kids?
You mean her grandkids? Sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Have you met Granny's grandkids?
Sure, I met the grandkids.
Oh,
sure.
I don't know how this is going to happen in one sentence.
All right.
Let's get PD.
Go. Who's next?
PD.
PD, you get one sentence,
up,
PD.
All right, one sentence to
PD,
tell us what did you
get
learn
one
this weekend?
sentence.
Don't meet a girl off the Facebook dating app that just got out of prison for distributing.
That's your one sentence.
That you get one sentence. All right. Don't
You know what? I just kind of always assumed that.
I didn't have to learn that. It
No.
just felt like assumed information.
I'm trying to stay away from girls just released from prison.
Well,
That's
I
my
mean,
motto.
but also,
well, John, what about the thing? How
but
hot is she?
also, John, there's going to be.
Well, there is that.
Yeah.
There is that.
Like if she's
But
like
she's also
mug,
listen,
what if she's a
Del,
mug shouty?
There's
Yeah,
also
what if she's a mugshot?
Isn't there a graph crazy and hot?
Sometimes.
Isn't
What
there
about
crazy?
crazy and what happens in the bed? Some people like crazy.
Well,
The point
right,
is, but if she's a mug shouty, then maybe you're down with her
Okay.
being in prison.
You got to find out what
Del.
you got to ask for
prison-
papers. Where are your papers? I need to see what your case is.
Papers.
I don't know that I've ever had a prison releasee. I don't know if I've ever had a.
I'm pretty sure you have.
Wouldn't you
I don't
know?
think
Wouldn't
I
that be
have.
part of their
You'd
story?
know.
That'd be part of their story.
Yeah.
I
That
just
would
got
be
out.
absolute-
I mean, I'm just trying to live my life a different way now.
PD, I could see PD doing that though. Okay.
Yeah.
And you learned a lesson.
Who's next?
That's it. The people The people didn't have a great day today.
People
The
had a
people are
bad
terrible
weekend.
today.
People had a bad
Bad
weekend.
People did have a bad week.
Too much crawfish.
But they did it. Lance said they had crawfish and they were busy.
They had to. My son Sebastian went and got crawfish. So other people must have if he did.
What about the?
Oh,
Was the
well,
good kind
the
or the
reason
bad
that
kind?
you don't have the reason you don't have $1,100 for a flight is because he got crawfish. Okay, crawfish is it's $12 a pound now.
Actually,
It's freaking ridiculous.
shout out to Henry, Ethan's dad for paying for that. So he had to.
Oh God, thank you, Henry.
And they had some kind of nachos, so they probably didn't even have that. They probably said, "Is this crawfish too spicy?"
Do you think those crabfish?
Ooh, it's too spicy.
Crawfish nachos.
No, but that would be delicious.
No.
Mhm.
Good
Crawfish
Lord,
nacho.
no.
If you have crawfish tails, that'd be delicious. But crawfish
don't
tails
know
go
about
with
that.
anything. With some
I don't
nice
know.
Chinese or Vietnamese
Oh,
crawfish.
not
It's
those.
delicious.
He's not looking for those. You know, John.
John, you know how that
He'd be
goes. You get some nice,
excommunicated.
delicious Vietnamese crawfish on some food. That's what everyone loves. He can't hear. He can't.
No,
hear.
I can hear. I'm not putting crawfish on my nachos. I'm just not.
What if they're
I'm just
Vietnamese
not.
crawfish?
I'm reading Aaron Wilson right
Well, we
now.
got
I just
one
learned.
more. Do we want to get to
All
the
right,
one
one
more?
more. Go ahead.
Let's get to JP before we wrap it up. What's
All right,
up,
go ahead.
JP?
Good morning, guys. I learned this weekend during our first T-ball game, despite all the wide-eyed good luck over the last few weeks, coaching 4 and 5 T-ball ain't so bad. Go Braves.
Oh, all right.
Had good
ain't so
experience
bad.
coaching the kids.
Yeah, it's not
Yeah.
great.
That's a great experience. It's not easy.
You're just
4
hurting
and 5-year-olds.
cats. It's not easy.
Yep. It's exactly what it is.
It's nothing like
very difficult.
even your kids playing you don't even have to coach. Even playing it is like, oh, this is tough.
Yeah, it's hard to watch. It's hard to watch. All right, Ton.
That's why there's so many styrofoam
today.
cups.
Thank you, Game Day Men's Health, for sponsoring What Have You Learned This Weekend in one sentence. Y'all were terrible. I'm disgusted with all of you.
Really piss poor. D minus for most of you.
You're all on probation as of right now. As of right now, you're all on probation with that terrible effort that you put out today. 713-780-3776. We get back to Cougs basketball on the other side. Right now, though, we got John Daspit.
Well, Daspit Law Firm is here to make your dreams come true. And if your dream is making sure that all your medical bills are paid off, that your time missed from work is going to be compensated for, that's a pretty small dream. It's a dream of just hoping that you can survive in many cases. You got people who are living paycheck to paycheck. Can you imagine getting smashed while you're out on the roadway by somebody who was driving recklessly, or an 18-wheeler smashes you against the side, embankment, and your car is crushed and you guys are sent to the hospital and you get broken bones, and it can be really, really bad. Some tragic things, loss of life and refinery blasts. There's all kinds of things that happen where John Daspit has to step in and make sure that, number one, your hospital bills get paid. Number two, well, first of all, number one, you go to the hospital, you get the treatment you need, you get the x-rays and the MRIs and CAT scans and everything you need to make sure you determine what's going on. Then you got to get treated and help. Then those bills have to get paid. What about the time you're going to miss from work because you can't even walk, or you got a broken back, or, whatever it can be. And John sees these cases all the time. This stuff really happens. And people are terrified because they don't know how they're going to keep their home and how they're going to feed their family because someone else has made a huge, mistake or been negligent. And now you don't have this opportunity to take care of your family. John Daspit's going to make it right. I promise you, he'll be fighting for you every step of the way. He is going to get you a very good settlement so that you can pay off all your bills. You can get compensated for the pain and suffering that you have to go for, because in many cases, it's going to last you a lifetime. So that's something that has to be accounted for. John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. Go to daspitlaw.com or call 713-CALL NOW.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Cougs went down. Let's hear from Kelvin Sampson. It's interesting because there wasn't, like you said, Lance, there weren't a lot of Coug fans there. So I wonder if it wasn't a little bit maddening for him. I don't want to say maddening for him, but maybe, this is 6 straight Sweet 16s for him. And maybe you got a little first and second round fatigue if you're a Coug fan.
People are maybe saving their money up for the big games. Could
well be, but you got a big enough fan base that you can. I mean, other teams travel. It's always been the same with the Cougs. It's not. They're not as fervent about their basketball team or their football team as they could and maybe should be. You got a great program here, and other schools they support their team, and the Cougs, the Coug fans just didn't really show up for this one. But I think maybe that's in the back of his mind when you hear Kelvin Sampson after the game. Here's what he had to say about his 6th straight Sweet 16.
I appreciate it more. I think as you get older, you realize that this is not easy. And I told our fans, I hope they never get so pompous and arrogant that they think this is a God-given right. It's hard to do this. It's hard to win a game. Forget in the tournament, in the regular season. We started a year off 4-3. And the good thing is that we knew exactly where we needed to go. But you can't put your season in a old VHS machine and hit fast forward. You have to hit play.
I love it. He's like a Buddhist monk, but only with a lot more attitude. Mm-hmm. He's just dropping knowledge on you all the time, but also he's willing to chew on you. John, who did Houston beat on Saturday?
It was Gonzaga, and I'm not going to mispronounce it.
They beat Gonzaga.
Right.
Because do we have that audio, Del?
Maybe for later.
No, not for yeah,
okay. Relax. Just relax.
Yeah. Kelvin Sampson was asked a question, and he didn't like the way somebody pronounced Gonzaga.
He said Gonzaga.
So that clip came out moments after Sam. Hey, what video do you want us to use in like Sean sends or what? Or I think in this case Michael did. It was me talking about the next game, and it was for me Gonzaga. I said like 5 times.
That's what I say.
And then I see that I get home, take my customary nap, and I see a clip of Kelvin Sampson going, "Hey, that's not how you say it. It's like just like when people call me Kevin.
It's Kelvin, not Kevin." My mom always said, "Don't you let them call you Kelvin."
I was like, "Oh no." I was like, it is Gonzaga because we say Zags. That's one of their nicknames. Besides Bulldogs. So
you
should
don't
know.
say Zogs.
No, you say Zags. So we should know better.
Well,
I didn't.
Yeah, he was up there. He knows. And he was like, when I'm, he laid into that dude. So you got that for Ship Talk later?
We'll have it later, yeah.
Okay. He's got that'll be in Ship Talk. You got to hang around and listen for that. Yeah, you do not want to mispronounce something. Might be a little bit of first and second round fatigue for Coug fans. Might be a little bit of that. I'll be interested to see. Like you said, it's an expensive trip up there. If you're going to fly up to Indianapolis, you would think that the airline would give people, okay, you're Houston, you guys all got to fly up here. Oh, you got to.
You think they're going to give them a break?
No. Well, Purdue people are just driving them. Listen, Purdue people are going to dominate that place.
Dominate. Over Kentucky, of course, they'll be there for one game, but still, you'll be able to get cheap tickets in the second game. Honestly, the play would be to fly up there for the second game because the tickets are going to be a lot cheaper.
Yeah.
Because Purdue people are going to have to dump tickets.
You still got to pay that price, though. I mean,
yeah. The flight is the flight.
The flight's you can do it a one-day deal. You can actually do it maybe with no hotel, if depending on when they go. Now the Cougs are playing the late game on Friday. I mean, again with the late game on Friday.
How late?
Again, they're 9 o'clock. They're the late game Friday night. That's terrible. What are we doing?
Tickets are for this right now. Houston Cougars basketball. Let's see. Right now,
at this point,
Lucas Oil Stadium. I'm just looking at stuff.
Oh, you're looking at the prices.
A seat gig. You could go to anywhere. They may even have tickets available in the primary market instead of secondary market as well. If you want 2 tickets, $595
for both tickets
per ticket.
Per event.
Per ticket, $595 per ticket, and these are not great seats.
But you get 2 tickets. You get 2 games.
Yeah, you get 2 games.
Yeah, you get 2 games.
You get 2 games. Yeah, the tickets are expensive right now.
Yeah.
That's what stupid SEC teams going
bro.
there.
That's what it is.
Well, it's all, you know what? It's also Purdue fans going and gobbling up those tickets.
Yeah.
And then, you know what? No, you're right. I bet this is, it's all sessions. It's all sessions. You're right. Yeah, that's what you meant. All sessions. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get actually 4 games.
Because you have to, if your team loses, you have to dump. And what happens, because I've been in a stadium when it happens, when the other team's losing, they will, and I've seen this at Final Four when I've been in Final Fours, they walk up hey, I got 2 right here, and people are buying them off of you in the stadium, buying tickets for the next game because you can't use them because your team got beat.
Well, but the funny thing is everybody that's in the stadium has all session too. So why would I buy your ticket when I've already got mine? Unless you know somebody that will want to come. You're not buying it in the stadium.
Okay, so for the game, it's $207.
Yeah.
But now you're pretty far away in these seats, but it's not as it's a little far away. Your upper deck. But you know what? I know that stadium actually. It's actually not bad. These seats are not terrible. Lucas Oil actually is pretty close to the field.
Yeah, I sat at NRG and kind of far away. It's still fun. It's still great. It's still and there's monitors that you can watch, but you're there. You're there. Man, they're gonna have you know what? The Cougs are gonna have a road game. You want to know the truth?
Oh yeah.
It's going to be predominantly Purdue fans. It's going, but you know what doesn't bother the Cougs? Playing on the road. How about an undefeated road, a Big 12 road run they had this year?
Well, look, Houston can get after your guards. They can really put a lot of pressure on. They can really put a lot of pressure on ball handlers up front. They just don't give you a break. They fight over screens. I think Purdue is in for something that they have not really been a part of. The Big Ten the Big Ten does not prepare them for what they're about to see from an athletic standpoint and from from a ball challenging standpoint. As soon as you cross half court, it's on, and you're not going to get a break. And I think that's the big advantage here for Houston. Now, I will say, I'm cheering for Kentucky because I think Tennessee is a rough matchup for the Cougs just because they're kind of they play similar to the Cougs, and they're a grinding team. And if you're not a good shooting team, I mean, they're one of the best defensive. I think they're the best in the nation, John, in terms of 3-point defense. So, you got your hands full. The SEC is showing up so far. You had A&M get beat. A&M, how about A&M tricking that game off in the second round? Oh my gosh. They were ahead on Michigan, and all of a sudden they just fell apart in the last 7 minutes of that one. Ole Miss is through. You have Tennessee's through. Kentucky is through. Florida's through. Auburn's through. Alabama's through. Vanderbilt covered. I guess that's all I can say on that one. Who else am I missing here, John? I mean, Texas is out. A&M is out. I mean, there was only 14 SEC teams.
They got 7. Half their teams advanced.
Okay, half the teams advanced. Yeah,
half their teams advanced.
How many do you have in a Final Four?
How many do I have left? I don't know. I
have Michigan State there. Michigan State's not getting there. I put Michigan State in the Final Four. They're not getting in the Final Four.
No, they don't look great. You were off on the Purdue 3-point defense.
No, Tennessee, I said.
Oh, Tennessee is 3rd in the country.
Tennessee is nasty. And that's why I said I want Kentucky to beat Tennessee. But Purdue, I don't think Purdue.
I was hoping UCLA because UCLA gave them a game for a lot of it.
Well, Purdue, I don't think Purdue matches up well with Houston.
No. Tennessee, yeah, Rick Barnes has got them playing. Michigan State's the best 3-point defense in the country, followed by San Francisco and then Tennessee. And Houston is 25th in the country in 3-point defense. I think you know what? The Cougs are one of the better 3-point shooting teams in the country percentage-wise. They're pretty good.
Are they? 40%?
30%, yeah.
What are they, 39 or 40?
Is second in the country any good?
Wait. No.
What worries me.
Wait. No, not in 3-point shooting.
Percentage, yes.
University of Houston is second in the country?
Second in the country, yeah. They're 39.84 right now, which is second in the country.
Holy crap.
Yeah. And what they don't take, they're not, they only had 733 attempts, which of the best, only Yale has fewer. I mean, everybody has taken more than them. The Cougs, they pounded down low to Juwan and Tugler and Malik and guy. They go down. They like to get the ball down low. They took 733. Like Bradley led the country at 39.93. They shot 869 3-point attempts. So the Cougs are way behind. But that's okay. I think they take good shots, which is a lot more important, and especially when you're good at it. The problem is you're in a big stadium now.
That's super impressive with Houston. I mean, for a Kelvin Sampson team, which we always joke about, they can't. Like I knew where they were shooting. I knew it was 39. I had no idea that's. I would have figured the number was in the 42%, 43% range for top. Like no team shoot over 40%. No team shoots 40% or higher from the 3-point line this year. I would have thought it would have been higher. Yeah.
The Cougs are number 1 in defense in the country at 58.4 points per game, and they're number 2 in 3-point percentage. That's a good combination. That's a really good combination, and that's why I think this is his best team.
You know, John, Houston is not terrible at 3-point makes though. I mean, they're not in terms of BYU is number 1. They're Mad Bombers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. They are 21st in the NCAA in 3-point makes. That's damn good for a Kelvin Sampson team.
Well,
and second 3-point percentage.
Right.
And they've got a free throw shooter in the 90% range. This is a different Kelvin Sampson, John. This is not your mom's Kelvin Sampson.
I've been telling you.
This is why you're excited about it.
Team.
I feel like it's not the best defensive team, but you know what?
Except they lead the nation in defense.
They're up there.
No, they're number 1.
Does it feel like the best Kelvin Sampson team to you? It really does.
I've been saying it. I think.
No, I know, but I'm just asking. Does it feel like it to you when you watch them? Did you feel like when you watched them play Gonzaga? Did you feel like that's the best Cougar team?
Yes, they were up by 12, 14 points. Yes, most of the game. They never trailed in this game. Gonzaga's a really good basketball team.
They are.
And they never trailed.
I mean, they were an 8 seed, but yes, they're a good team.
That's a good program. They underplay. Listen, they had some injuries too, and they underperformed this year. That was a good basketball team that they played.
Well, I mean, Houston's healthy, so that's something you can never say in the tournament. And right now, they're healthy.
Yep.
Do you think that does Jaywan showing any signs of not being 100%? I feel like he looks normal.
No, I didn't think so in the first half. I thought he was rusty in the first half, but in the second half, he just looked like.
Well, I mean, physically, he looks fine.
No, he didn't. I didn't see anything. Yeah. Did you? I didn't see anything. Look, it's going to be if Tennessee and Houston goes through. Tennessee is 10th in the country, 8th in the country in defense. Tennessee's great at the 3-point defense. The Cougs are number 1 in the country in defense. They're number 2 in 3-point percentage.
Tennessee and Houston are. It will be a bloodbath.
What a war!
It'll be a bloodbath.
Yeah, that's going to be a.
And
great
then 2 veteran coaches with a ton of wins. Like that's going to be an absolute bloodbath that those 2 teams score.
I love that. You know what? It ain't going to be easy to get there, but guess what? It ain't supposed to be. That's going to be fun. 713-780-3776. We're talking about HRP right now. HRP.net. 281-880-6525 or HRP.net. How's your business doing? Are you finding along the way as you grow? Are you finding that, you know what? There's some glitches along the way. Man, this payroll thing is getting out of control. Man, this HR, we actually have to pay attention to it. We need We need to teach our people. We're having some HR issues now. As we grow, you're going to get more people that you have to employ. Maybe, I don't know, and then you're not going to be able to vet as well or whatever the case may be. But HRP can do all of that for you. HRP can do your taxes because that's going to be a pain. Do you know the Affordable Care Act? No, they do. Do you know the payroll? No, they do. I mean, to me, this is a no-brainer. We'll let them come and give you a free consultation as to how they can save you money. And then if you're with an admin company right now, chances are you're using their benefits packages. And guess who wins on that one? The admin company. So you're looking for a great way to have a more a leaner business, to have more money in the bottom line. HRP, let them look at your business and tell you what's going on. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right. This is a quick segment because Dell has got Ship Talk coming up in about, we'll see, 6-7 minutes here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
How about that women's
I don't know.
tournament?
Dell is
hey, I like how you haven't mentioned one time. How come you're not talking about the women's tournament? You talked about it last year. let's talk about some of these great games going on.
Yeah, let's talk about Juju Watkins and Jaden Daniels in the crowd.
Okay, we will talk. That's not a game. That was an event that happened.
Yeah. Yes.
We'll get to that, but I don't know what's happening in college basketball because no one's really covering women's basketball.
And she seemed really excited to be by
Okay, so all right, since y'all don't want to talk women's college basketball.
You could have brought it up before.
Let's talk about the most important thing that happened is Jaden Daniels' mom is the most controlling woman in the world.
Well,
and we
that
already
was
knew
an
that.
old.
We already knew that from when
clip.
he was
at
Arizona
she showed
State.
up at the game and
She
sat
showed up
between the two of them.
You didn't see it, John?
No, all I saw was Juju next to him.
Oh, I mean, those two looked like they had something going. And then shortly thereafter, the mom comes in and she makes Juju move. She sits between them. She gives Juju some attitude, and clearly Juju's not happy. The mom is being sassy. The mom looks into the camera and points or something.
Of course, Jaden Daniels isn't happy because
she's getting C blocks.
Okay. So the internet, for some reason,
Juju's cute.
Tried to convince everyone that they're cousins.
They're not cousins.
But I don't believe that there's any real evidence of that. They weren't smiling together like they're cousins.
Like how many like first cousin, second cousin?
They're not any
well, they're
cousins.
both California kids, I think, right? Where's Jaden Daniels from? I think he's from Southern California. So I think
he went to Arizona.
I
don't
don't think second cousins is going to fly in Southern California. Maybe if he was originally from Baton Rouge, maybe he could get away with that. But no, I don't think you can go, hey, we're second cousins. That's all right, right?
Well, second or third cousin is fine.
No,
it's
not
the first cousin.
I think it all depends.
They're not cousins.
They're not.
It doesn't matter. Don't watch White Lotus, John.
Well, that's not cousins.
No.
I think the area of the country determines whether people think that's all right or not. I don't think Southern California thinks second cousins is all right.
They're not cousins anyway. But the bottom line is the mom absolutely went into Operation Shutdown. Now, she is well known for being. Remember, she had some attitude at the Heisman ceremony when the dad was there. Also,
well, not only that, there was an interview with her about.
Yes,
it was last year about him having what about keeping him. What's the most dangerous thing for him in the NFL? And she said the women.
Yeah, no.
What?
His mom is the helicopter mom of all. She's his agent. They said whenever they went from I heard about interviews, she was a huge turnoff for some teams and interviews.
Well, let's hear from her herself on the thing that John referenced.
Okay.
Now that Jaden is getting ready to take this next big step, what concerns you the most?
Girls. Them girls. Some girl out here. She's got a Jaden Daniels wall, and her mama said, hey, honey, you're going to be the one who's going to go get him. And I know that sounds crazy, but I guarantee there's someone out there who's trying to get their hooks into Jaden Daniels.
Now, she's not wrong.
So thank God he got a mama like me, because it ain't happening.
I bet she did say something like that.
Now, she's not wrong. However, Juju Watkins probably isn't that hooks in. She's going to be a great WNBA player. And by the way, the salaries will escalate by the
She's going to make $62,000 a year.
She's got sponsorship deals. Relax.
Yeah,
congratulations.
Relax.
She'll make 5 times that with
$62,000. Way to get it.
She's going to be
70. First of all, it's $78,000.
She's going to have her own signature shoe. She'll have a deal. She'll be fine.
She already has her own signature.
Yeah, she won't be getting after.
She's going to be making
money.
Marketing wise. She'll make more in marketing than he will for his rookie contract, probably his first year.
Yeah, but guess who's going to make more money? I mean,
well, that's fine, but she's not one of these. She's not who Jaden's mom is talking about. But Jaden's mom is acting like she is.
Well,
you got to let your baby go. Let that man grow up. Quit treating him like a little baby. I was embarrassed for Jaden Daniels. I was legitimately I felt embarrassed for him. The helicopter dad stuff with Kevin Murray and Kyler Murray is famous. David Carr and his dad was out of control. His mom is, I'm taking over I'm your agent now. She was in rooms when they did interviews and stuff. It's too much. Mom, you got to let that man go.
Cut that umbilical cord, Ma.
Oh, my gosh. And Juju is cute. That's who you want your son. That's who you want your son to date.
No, not he ain't dating nobody. Poor Jaden, man.
Well, he doesn't have to date anyone.
He ain't doing nothing. Mom's probably living with them.
Well, then he's
Got
got
on
to
a
figure that
chastity
out.
belt
He's got to
somewhere.
figure that out.
You
I mean,
know what?
Can you unlock my chastity belt? I gotta pee.
now who's embarrassing him? You or her?
Oh,
Matt.
I'm saying maybe she does have a chastity
Unlock
belt on
his
him,
chastity belt.
so he can pee.
What he needs
Weaknesses, chastity belt affects mobility. Did you write that up?
Well, I mean, if I had to write it now, I didn't realize weaknesses. He's going to be back. No, don't say it.
Nope.
Don't say
Nope,
it.
nope, nope. You know what he needs to
so
do?
Close.
What he needs to do is get here April 24th through the 27th so he can get to the Chevron Championship and find one of them girls. They're making some money. They're
Minji
making
Lee.
money.
What's her name? The one that likes me?
That was
Nicole?
Minji Lee.
No,
Minji,
the professional
Minji
golfer
Lee.
I sat next to.
She doesn't like you.
Now, I also found out
You annoyed
I think,
her.
I think she, as John said, other team, but still.
Wow.
What is that?
I never said that. I never said
thought you
anything
did.
like
John,
that.
did you say that?
I never said anything like that.
I thought you did.
I'm pretty sure I never, ever,
What's her name
ever said
again?
that. I don't know what
So
her
you
preferences
falsely
are.
accused him.
I don't know what her pronouns are.
Well, that's a different team. So you falsely accused him of saying.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure John said that.
No, I think
No,
John did say that. That sounds like something he would say, Dell.
Yes,
No,
it is, but I don't think he said it. At least not to me. He didn't say it.
Well, all I know is the Chevron Championship is going on April 24th through the 27th. Okay, that is it's right at a month away. To get your tickets now, let's go. Yeah, it actually starts a month from today, April 24th. So let's go. Get your tickets at thechevronchampionship.com. It is the stars are all going to be here. All the best players are going to be all the best. It's the first major of the year. It is an unbelievable venue. Love, love, love the Nicholas course at the club at Carlton Woods. If you've never been there, Dad, if you're a girl dad and you want your daughter to see the competition at the highest level with and access to I'm telling you, you got access to the players where you can walk along the ropes. You can see them. You can be up close with them. Your girls will love it. Boys as well. I mean, you're seeing the competition at the highest level. They're really, really, really good. So if you're looking for that kind of competition and you're looking for that kind of access as well, you can't get that close at other events. You can get that close at the Chevron Championship, thechevronchampionship.com, thechevronchampionship.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
It's that time of the week where Dell takes over the show. Ship Talk. Who was throwing it around this weekend? Dell? Okay. I've got to, while we have a little bit of time, we've got East River 9 that we're going to be at on Thursday. We want you all to come on out and hang out with us. Houston Open Week. So let's go. Let's go get on over here. Oh, no, is it? No, Houston Open Week isn't this week.
This Thursday, right?
Oh, it's this Thursday. That's right.
Are you're coming back?
I am coming back.
Oh, you're barely at. What'd you just go to LA for? To just pay some taxes and then come back?
Yeah, that's all. I just came over to pay a few taxes, and then I'm going to leave.
Hey, guys, where the tax collectors coming? The Bible literally was set in Los Angeles. Tax collectors all over the place.
I got to be back for East River 9. So here I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be at East River. We're gonna be at East River 9 on Thursday, and for Houston. For the Houston Open Week, and let's go. Let's have we want everybody to come on out there and hang out with us. That's going to be fun. So,
give Gavin what is Gavin's, but give God what is God's.
Well, I
think that's
Jesus
what it said in
that.
the Bible.
I don't think that's what Jesus said.
By the way, I'm getting tired of Dan Hurley. I'm over Dan Hurley.
You want to hear from him now?
Yeah. You know what? Dan Hurley was a fun little story last year. Now he's just turning into a spiteful a-hole.
Well, They're two different Dan Hurleys. The one that's very emotional and introspective at the podium or at the dais, talking about his team, about how things could have gone a different way. And then there's this one. Now, this is in a tunnel, so the audio's not great. So I will tell you what he said, but this is coming off the floor after their close loss to Florida yesterday. Dan Hurley had some thoughts for Baylor.
I hope they don't do that to you, Baylor.
He said, I hope they don't F you like they F'd us. I hope they don't do that to you, Baylor. I hope they don't do that to you.
Yeah.
I imagine in reference to the referees. Didn't like a call or two in the game. Florida and UConn played a great game. Florida makes a Sweet 16.
Yeah, that was a tight one. UConn came back and made it a game. UConn is an 8. Listen, the 8 seeds were pretty damn good this year. The 8-9.
You mean the two-time defending national champion who had won, 13 straight tournament games?
Yeah. Gonzaga is an 8 seed. Arkansas is a 10 seed because how bad they started, but they've been playing great the last month and a half. So, I mean, there were some, even though most of the chalk advanced, it was mostly all chalk, it wasn't easy. That second round game was a beast for these teams, a beast. So, yeah, Florida had its hands full. Tennessee had its hands full. The Cougs had its hands full. It was a good weekend. And Dan Hurley, Dan Hurley is so.
He thinks he's the main character every single time he's on. Like anywhere any room he's in, he's got all that main character energy. Instead of just like it doesn't always have to be about you, Dan Hurley. It's always everyone's trying to screw him, and like Dan Hurley is becoming hard to deal with. He's way over the top.
Yeah. What's next, Dale?
Well, we got a coach at home who we don't have those type of issues with. He was very complimentary of Gonzaga throughout the week, or at least a couple of days as they got going. But he also didn't take kindly to mispronunciations of that great school's name. Here's Kelvin Sampson checking a reporter after the game, or before the game, excuse me.
If I could sneak in, didn't you try to get a game with Gonzaga in 2021? Gonzaga.
It always burns me up when people say that. You know, it's like calling me Kevin. My name is not Kevin. My mother used to say, people would see my name and say, "Hey, Kevin," and she would say, "Don't let people call you Kevin. Your name is Kelvin. Make sure they pronounce your name right." So that's why my antennas go up with that. Same with Gonzaga. They were our neighbors. It's not Spokane and it's not Gonzaga. It's Gonzaga and it's Spokane. Go ahead.
the neighbor's thing is he used to coach at Washington State.
Yeah.
So he's very familiar with the state of Washington. And
right.
Don't get that name wrong.
Boy,
His or theirs.
And you want to talk about a love fest with.
He loves himself some Mark Few, and Mark Few loves him.
Mark Few.
They love each other.
Pardon me?
I said he loves himself some Mark Few, and Mark Few loves him. They love each other.
He sure does. That whole weekend was, oh my God,
Yeah.
they just love each other.
Unfortunately, they had to play against each other. I'm sure they would have preferred not to.
There.
Right. I rarely warn people and throw like disclaimers out, but for people who don't want to be disgusted, this is a time to turn away. This is Chipper Jones confirming how disgusting Greg Maddux actually was.
Oh no!
But we need to straighten something out. We were talking about all these legendary pranks, and I was talking about, some of the stuff he did back in the day. And he said, that's all lies. None of that is true. And it's just stories that have been made up over the years.
People like to make stuff up as time goes by.
No, we're telling the truth, and he's a friggin' liar.
Yeah.
He came in after playing golf one day and didn't take a shower. The sanitary sock bin was right there next to him. And he took out a sock and wiped his ass with it, threw it back in the sanitary sock bin, and waited for somebody to pick it up. We used to wear these thin white socks under our stirrups and whatnot. And sure enough, it was me. One day I came in and I put the sock on, and I had a bacon strip all the way up my shin from Greg Maddux.
Good Lord. A bacon strip.
Oh, what about when he's in the shower and he goes up to, I don't know, and he's saying they're in the shower and he's next to some guy and he's like, hey, man, you are great. It is so great. He's patting him on the back. You are the best guy. And the whole time he's peeing on his leg.
Yeah. They say Greg Maddux, he does it in hot tubs. Like Greg Maddux, the professor, the one who I idolized in a way. I just thought he was incredible. Just the mentality, how he could literally get in a hitter's head and outthink them. He could win with lesser stuff. Then I come to find out several years later, I started finding this out like 5 or 6 years later. The story started coming out. Greg Maddux was a pig.
Mm-hmm.
Greg Maddux was disgusting. He wasn't the professor. I'm Greg Maddux, the professor, the thinking man's pitcher. But I'll also bacon strip your leg, and I'll also pee on you.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, that's not it. There's a lot more where that came from. If you dig around on Greg Maddux stuff, and Greg Maddux for sure did it, because everyone who played with them, they all say, oh yeah, he 100% did this stuff.
Yeah. What else, Del?
Well, our final one is a prominent NBA coach's ex-wife addressing a rumor. I won't mention the name of the player in question because we've learned over the last month or so that unsubstantiated rumors can lead to lawsuits. So I'm not going to name names. But the woman in question is Nikki Spoelstra. She, the ex of Eric Spoelstra, coach of the Heat, who the Rockets saw just recently, took to social media to address rumors about her sleeping with the current Heat player. Yes.
What?
Yes. I'm not going to name the player because I don't know what's real or what's not, but she went to social media, so at least she's addressing. It's not him. It's not him. So this is Nikki Spoelstra, the ex of Eric, addressing those rumors.
Storytelling. So while all of you guys are entertaining yourselves with fabricated nonsense, I already talked to the girlfriend. I already talked to the mom, and the three of us are over here rolling our eyes at all you knuckleheads. Oh my gosh. And the reel that I posted about women in male-dominated fields, about dating men under 25 because they're more easily manipulated, it's a joke, you guys, because hello, women in male-dominated fields. Everybody needs to relax. Let's leave that can of worms right where I left it. Here's the deal. You're not allowed to come to my page calling me names. You're just not. I know what.
So that particular reference to women in male-dominated fields apparently was confirming the rumors to people. You can find it on the internet. I'm not going to mention the guy's name, but he is a current player in the Heat, and he
hates when you kill his dog.
I don't know that reference.
John Wick.
You can make that assumption if you want, but there are multiple young players on the team.
That's one of them is supposedly that.
Yeah. So.
Well.
She took to She wanted to deny the rumors. She is not sleeping with a current player.
Yeah.
That her current
She's
ex-husband
16
coaches.
years younger than Eric Spoelstra.
Yes, I think she might have been a dancer.
Yeah, she was. She was a Heat dancer.
I think she was a Heat cheerleader.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
She sounds like she's got a little Midwest in her.
I don't know where she's from, but I know he met her when they were both
Midwest
down
is kind
there.
of rough. They'll
Yeah.
smoke a cigarette and drink a beer now.
And you never know who they're going to go after. So
Midwest blondes they hit different now.
Happening there. Yeah.
They'll punch too.
There's
you see
rumors
girl fights, the
all over
Midwest
place.
girls will ball up the fist and get active.
There's rumors all over the place, even in Austin, about stuff like
that.
That's it. That's all. That's all I'm
Why
gonna
you
say.
got to throw stuff like that out there?
I didn't throw nothing out there.
Then what does that have to do with Eric Spoelstra?
Eric Spoelstra might be from Austin. You don't know.
He's not. We
You
know
don't know?
that. No, we do know because he's been a public figure for a long time. We know he's not from Austin.
No one knows. No one knows.
He's from the Pacific Northwest. We know.
All right. We got a break. Right now, we got to talk about Chastang Ford. We got to talk about the best truck month. Here's the deal. 2024's got to go. Beat it, 2024. We don't need you no more. We don't want you no more. We don't want you around here no more. So what we're going to do is we're going to give all kinds of money off on these 2024s. I mean, we're going to give, right now, $6,500 cash back plus Chastang discounts. The Super Duty, that's for the F-150s, the 2024s. The Super Duty, $3,000 cash back plus Chastang discounts. No dealer add-ons, no extra fees. Truck month is all about getting you the best deal that they possibly can. The other dealerships are going to say, yeah, we'll give you, oh, look, we got this off, and we're going to give this much off and that much off. And then, oh, you need nitrogen in your tires. You need this protection package that protects nothing. Boop, 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 nothing. They're making up fees, and you're paying for it. Stop already. Stop getting ripped off. Go to ChastangFord.com because they ain't doing that. They ain't no extra fees, no dealer add-ons, real deals, real trucks, real savings. ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN. You didn't put in Rick Pitino in that, though. That was interesting, his decision. RJ Luis was 3 for 17. He was the Big East Player of the Year.
He sucked.
He sucked.
He went lower than.
He sucked, but he kept him out for the last 6-7 minutes of the game. That might have been able to make a difference. Yeah, he was not good. There's no question.
He wasn't making any difference. But Rick,
yeah, listen. You rode this guy to the Big East title. You rode this guy into the tournament, and I know he didn't have it. He didn't have it the other day, but I don't know if I would have just decided he's done. We can't have him on the floor.
He must have said something.
No, he was just terrible.
No, I know he was terrible, but to not get in at all, even though he was bad. And Rick Pitino was asked, which obviously it's a legitimate question. You got one of the top players in the conference, and
the top player.
Well, the way he played, I hate to say the top player.
No, he was the Big East Player of the Year.
No, but he sucked.
He was bad.
I didn't watch him a whole lot. What I saw, he looks like he's terrible. And also, if you had higher than on points, you hate that guy. So screw him. But he looked awful to me. Big 10 basketball. I mean, Big East basketball is awful. That's what I came away with.
Yeah.
This weekend. If you play in the Northeast, you are terrible.
Did you happen to put money on the
No,
young
I'm
man?
just saying he's terrible.
You are going very hard at
Well, he's
this
awful.
guy.
He shouldn't have played. And you know what?
He shouldn't
I'm
have
with
played.
Rick. Don't even play him. I'm with Rick Pitino.
You started it by going he went under something. So is this clouding lower than? So is this clouding your opinion of the young man?
It's 3 of 17. It's 3 of 17.
Understand he was bad, but now you can't even acknowledge that he was the biggest player of the year.
You know what you're doing here.
I'm asking you a
No,
question.
you know what you're doing.
You seem to
Next question.
You seem to be biased in your thoughts.
Well, I know this much. Whenever I watched Rick Pitino and he was asked about why he pulled him out, Rick Pitino got mad. Rick Pitino just thought you were absolutely stupid for even asking that. How could you?
Well, no. Rick Pitino even said it. He said, "I'm not going to blast.
Doing.
You know why he didn't play.
You know
I'm
why
not going to blast my player.
I'm not doing this."
Yeah.
You know the answer to that question.
Well, let's hear from Pitino. Let's see if he says Luis sucked like Lance.
Well, you have to read between the lines.
Roger Rubin from Newsday. Rick, you had RJ on the bench, for a pretty long stretch at the end. Was that just because he just wasn't making them, or was there something more to it?
Played 30 minutes. It's a long time.
So he was tired?
No, played 30 minutes, and I went with other people. You already know the answers, Roger. You're asking leading questions. You already know it. So don't ask leading questions. You already know why he didn't play. Okay. Right here in the middle.
Yeah, and then he went on to say, "I'm not going to blast my player."
Yeah, but you know why he didn't play. He played 30 minutes, Roger. You already know the answer to that question.
And that was, the way to go about it.
That was a legit question. He's like, is it just because he wasn't making him, or is there something else? That was a legit question.
I guess. I mean,
he obviously said, is it just because he wasn't making them, or is there something else? I mean, Big East Player of the Year, no matter how terrible he was, he didn't play at the end of the game. Would LJ Cryer sit out for 6-7 minutes? Is that what happened with LJ?
If he was 3 for 17, maybe.
Yeah.
Kelvin would keep him out for the rest of the game in the tournament.
If he had played 30 minutes already and he was 3 for 17, there's a possibility you're not going to shoot me out of this game.
Sampson
no.
Keeping his best player in.
Kelvin would have benched him, but
not
but
the
LJ
last
wasn't
6 minutes.
LJ wasn't Player of the Year. Kelvin ain't afraid. When JoJo pulled that stunt where he with the intentional foul. He get over here and sit down. Get over here and sit down. He put him back in. As a matter of fact, he was pissed at Emmanuel Sharp at one point too, and he get over here and said, "Oh,
ain't nobody sitting for 7 minutes straight at the end of the game." Though.
If you can get up 17 shots in 30 minutes and be 3 for 17, I wouldn't just say. I would just say you're shooting poorly.
I didn't think those questions were. I didn't think that. And there was another guy who asked kind of the same question follow up because, I mean, the announcers on TV, everyone, it was.
Yeah.
Like, wow, we know he's bad. We know he's having a terrible game, but kind of surprising he doesn't get back on the floor at all. I didn't think that was a bad question that Roger.
Well, it wasn't
I thought
a bad
Roger
question,
asked a legitimate question.
Well, yeah, I know it wasn't a bad question. I don't think Pitino's saying it was. He said, "You know the answer, and then I'm not going to blast my player."
You're not going to get the answer.
He
out
didn't
of me.
say blast player until the second question.
Well, but that's what he meant. Yeah, I know. But he said, "You know the answer." Why?
No, I don't think Roger did.
He's pretty much saying, Roger, you're smarter than that. You know why?
But
he's
I don't
not
think
playing.
Roger did.
He's 3 of 17.
Roger
That's
wanted
why
to
he's
know
not
if it
playing.
was, he said it was just because the misses, or was there something else? Maybe Roger, like everyone else, thought, was there something that happened? Is there something we didn't know why he didn't get back in the game? I was wondering why he didn't get back, and we needed to try to get some garbage threes going.
Here we
at the
go.
end of
There
that
it is.
game.
If you are a fan of,
well, not garbage threes, we needed to close the gap.
we heard what you said.
We needed to close the gap with 3 threes.
Oh,
If you're a fan of St. John's and you're watching him go 3 for 17 in 30 minutes, you don't want him playing at that point. You don't want him shooting the ball
I don't
anymore.
know.
No one
I
else
don't know.
was any good.
I don't know. You watched him all year. He was your best player.
Sure, but the game is the game. Who cares what happened weeks ago? If he's shooting you out of a game and he's
you're
not
mad
knocking
at
down
him,
shots,
you're cussing him, but you still want your best players in the game.
well, the experience of watching a guy go 3 for 17 in a
Yeah.
college basketball game, I'm not sure you want him
James Harden.
shooting.
We've seen it before. James Harden has had those games before.
Well,
But
and
we
then
didn't want
James Harden
James
was
out of
pulled
games.
from the Clippers game, and they won.
I didn't want James out of games. I wanted James has played in elimination games a billion times and played like that. And no one, and he didn't get pulled out forever.
Well, that's the NBA. College coaches have more control, and he could do that.
Yeah, he can do that. Congratulations. Bye, St. John's. Eliminated.
He cost you money. There it is. They were going to.
That's why.
Yeah,
St. John's. He was in their Final Four. I think you had. Did you have win it at all?
They're in my bracket. They weren't Final Four, but they were in Elite 8 in my bracket for the station. I'm at the top of me and Dell are tied for first for the station. Yeah.
I just let AI take care of that.
You did?
I like move some picks around for things I didn't like, but I didn't try. I just
I am basically AI at this point.
Pick the games.
Because I pick my own games, and
I didn't
basically
at all.
our picks.
Where is that? Where is it? The standings.
I have not even
What's
looked at
your name in it, John?
Huh?
What's your name?
Mine is John Granato.
That's how you signed up?
I think so, yeah.
All right, I'll tell you.
We're tied, or are you ahead of me?
We're tied.
I have not checked.
No, see, it really matters to you.
It does not at all.
Yeah, I haven't checked either. Don't really.
See, it really matters to you.
I just did it because
I just hate it that you're in first and I'm not.
I think I'm in first.
Because you're a hater, that's why.
Unless Joe, you could all. I know Do is Del Olaleye. That's the only way I knew it was Del.
Because I got the email from Todd right before. Hey, well, everyone did. Hey, make sure you. I was like, okay. I guess I got to do this, so I did it. Thanks for updating me, Lance. Hope I beat you.
Yeah,
because you
leaderboard.
tried.
You mean you
didn't.
hope a computer beats me?
Yeah. Well, I beat you, particularly because I moved a couple, and I have Houston winning a national title.
Wait a minute. Never mind. I'm in 88th place. I must have lost.
You suck. Where am I?
Out of 600.
How did he go from first to 80?
No. I first out of the station, not the whole.
Oh, the station. Okay.
Yeah, not the whole.
Okay, yeah.
Wait a minute. So where are the rest of us?
Wait, John Granato is fourth out of everyone.
Thank you.
I'm kidding.
He's
You're not.
kidding.
No.
I'm 40. I'm 47th. No, wait a minute. I don't know what this is.
Hopefully the computer lost for you too. You don't. Now that you already said it's the computer, you don't get any.
I don't want credit, but you brought it up.
I'm not going to get any.
I still have all my Final Four teams.
I've got. I think I lost one.
Cougs, Florida.
Where's John Granati? Johnny Granati. If he's ahead of me,
Michigan
I'm not going to.
State. I got them all. Shout out to me.
There's Bearman Greg. I recognize that name.
Well, while you're doing that, we got to go to break.
I'm going to talk. Right now, am going to talk about Houston Powder Cutters. Robin's coming in this week. We're going to cut some spots, as a matter of fact, and she told you what she can do for you. I heard a spot earlier today, and I want to reiterate. If you are this is the time of year that if you are an HOA and you want to take care of your pool, all of your pool chairs and tables, because around the pool, chances are they're going to get rusty. They're not going to be great. You want to redo it instead of buying new. The homeowners ain't going to want you to be buying new stuff. What they want you to do is powder coat it and make sure that it stays looking great. They don't want shoddy furniture out there, and they don't want to pay for new furniture. So what you do is you send it to Houston Powder Coaters. Houston Powder Coaters will pick it up, and make it look great and then send it back. But it's going to get so busy when the pools are open, the kids are out of school. Now is the time to send it because there is a process and it takes some time. So if you're an HOA or if you've got to do it by your own pool, before the kids are out of school, you want this done. You got to have this done so that they have all of that. You want to sit in a nice chair as opposed while you're watching the kids in the swimming pool, or your teenagers want to be out by the pool with some nice pool equipment and nice chairs. Well, you need Houston Powder Coaters. Anything that's metal, Houston Powder Coaters is here for you. You need it powder coated. There's one place to go. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell Robin you heard it right here. Pick up and delivery absolutely free. Houston Powder Coaters. Where are you guys fighting this? All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A reminder, we're at East River 9 on Thursday, all the shows. We want you guys to come on out and hang out with us. And Paul and the Killer Bees are going to be at Wild West Brew Fest on Friday, Typhoon, Texas, 555 Katy Fort Bend Road, Katy, Texas. So let's go. The Wild West Brew Fest at Typhoon, Texas. So let's go. Get on out there. Those of you in Katy, we're out there with you. Let's go.
All right,
hang out with them.
Tournament bracket. Mapes is in 5th amongst everyone.
Mapes
is in 5th. You're in 372nd place.
Me?
Yep. Paul Gallant, I'm in tied for 88th. Paul Gallant is 564th out of 607. And then
now there are a lot of people tied because it's measured by current points. So I have 47th. I have 47. The leader has 57 points. The leader has the name I Need a Nurse in here, and they have 57 points. and
that's not good.
No, so it counts the number of wins you have in each round. So you could be in 104th place, but you could have the same amount of points as someone like 70th.
So there's there's JJ Branham, who is in 61st place, but he's got 50 points. Then there's not Jeremy Branham, who is tied with me with 49 points. tied for 88th place, which is basically like being tied for 74th. But so I don't know if he's, because sometimes people say not, and they're really that person. So I don't know who that is. I was looking for Joel Blank, and as I search Blank, and all it says is Blanky Cries. And that one's in 23rd place. So I don't know if that's Joel or somebody just trying to mess with Joel.
Well, whatever. 372nd is the best place, I think. I'm going to make a charge, an unbelievable charge coming up.
Do you have all your Final Four teams still?
I have no idea. I don't know who I picked.
Well, having all four of them gives you a shot.
He has Houston winning.
So he's still alive there.
Yeah, he's still alive in his Final Four. He had, let's see. He had Alabama, Houston, Auburn, Florida, still alive. Chalky, Milwaukee.
Uh-huh. That's right. Let's go. You steered me wrong on St. John's. That's why
it was just a little trick trying to get you to eliminate yourself.
372nd place. That's why. I got all my Final Fours, and all my Final Fours are going to get there. So let's talk about the Rockets. Dell, we got a little Ime talk. He was none too pleased. Let's hear the rebounding and the transition. First of all, no Nikola Jokic last night, but it didn't matter to them. They just, DeAndre Jordan actually made a difference for him. I think he had 5. He was 5 of 7, which is pretty good. That's not a bad little backup plan that you got DeAndre Jordan. But the Rockets they played sloppy. They just were not good. They didn't shoot well. After Fred VanVleet had a great game, 37 points, and then he was just meh. He was terrible. He wasn't even good yesterday. Here's Ime talking about getting dominated and rebounding and transition.
Yeah, we got dominated in those two areas, rebounding and transition. Fast break points. We end up 16-10 offensive rebounds, but they converted. We were only 3 for 14, and they were 7 for 13, so they doubled our points there, and then 14-0 transition. Areas we expect to do much better in, obviously, but a poorly played game overall. I think very average first 2 quarters, and it's tied at halftime. So you're looking at that as a positive. We didn't play really good at all. And then obviously a terrible third quarter, and get yourself back in it in the fourth with the average quarter at best. So some positives to take from that we have a layup with about 1 minute and 51 seconds left to be a 2-point game that we miss. And with that being said, how poorly we played overall, it's a good sign.
Still in second place. They got a game lead over Denver for second place in the West. But they're 9-1 over their last 10. They did beat a lot of really crappy teams.
Well, but you needed to do that to push yourself up, right? To push yourself ahead. Yeah. That's what you did to create your cushion. And now you have to maintain your cushion.
Right. Now they've got Atlanta. And, that's not going to be easy. Atlanta's in the 7 hole, and they're coming in here tomorrow night. Atlanta's in the 7 hole in the East, and they want to get into they want to get out of the play-in, and they want to get into the playoffs. So they're going to be playing hard. They're not playing. Listen, you just got to play better than you did last night. I don't know what the deal was. The Hawks have won 3 in a row now. They're 7-3 in their last 10, so they're playing some pretty good basketball.
Johnny. So the Rockets have played Denver twice. They have a win, 128, 108.
Right.
They have a loss. They got one more April 13th that's going to be the head-to-head.
Mm-hmm.
That could end up being a big one.
That should be huge.
You know what game it is? Game number 82, the last game of the year.
Ooh, that could mean something.
Yeah. It's at Denver. No. It's at Houston.
Nice.
That could end up being a really, really big game against the LA Lakers, just in case you run into them. You got 2 left with the Lakers. You beat them the first one, but Lakers are a team that you could, that could end up being a tiebreaker situation there. You got 3 games total against them. You have beaten them once. March 31st on a week, you got the Lakers in LA, and then April 11th, which is game 81. You've got the Lakers in LA. So game 81 is against the Lakers. Game 82 is against the Nuggets.
And this is the Nuggets 82. It's Sunday the 13th. That's after a West Coast swing. Golden State, at the Clippers, and at the Lakers.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
that ain't
buddy.
going to be easy. That ain't going to be easy.
Well, yeah, and at least you've got a little bit of time. Like Golden State is April 6th, and then you don't play again until April 9th. So you have some time off, and then you play again April 11th, and then you play April 13th. So at least none of them are back-to-back games. But what we're saying is there could be some – not only is there going to be seeding potentially, there's going to be the head-to-head tiebreakers. So, well, your last two games, and, actually all four of those teams that you mentioned will be in the playoffs, probably at least in play-in situations with the Clippers. So this is going to be a big deal coming down the stretch. Like, that's why you got to start really cranking up every win that you can get. You're going to have to start piling on.
Yeah,
any slappy, you got to beat them. You got to take them out.
It was good to that stretch, the way that they played. They didn't play great basketball. They certainly didn't look good against the 76ers. They didn't look good against the Bulls, but they won those games. They were able to come back, bounce back, and win those games, and that's awfully important. They've got Utah. They got Atlanta, Utah. They got the Lakers
at Phoenix.
They got to take care of that business as well because they're not good.
It's going to be a challenge. It's going to be a challenge. Like you really can't lose to the Hawks and the Jazz. The Hawks and Jazz have to go down. You got to take those teams out because you got Oklahoma City coming up April 4th, and we already know that they, you're at home, but we know that's going to be a tough one. You're 1-3 against them so far this year. And then you're at Phoenix, and you've beaten Phoenix twice this year, but can you make it three? Can you beat them all three times? I mean, it'd be nice, but at least you have the Jazz twice. So you've lost to the Jazz in your only game. You got to win the next two. There's really no choice. You got to win the next two against Jazz. You got to beat the Hawks. Those three. You need to beat the Lakers in one of them. That gets you to that. There's 4 wins right there. I'm not going to count the Oklahoma City game as a win necessarily. You may split out with the Lakers. You really need that Denver game too. You need to split out your Western Conference run. You need to go no worse than 2-2.
I'm going to be here in LA April 11th, so I think I'm going to go to that Laker game.
Do not wear your Laker gear.
I'm wearing my red, brother.
Okay.
If I die that night, then
what if people scream cheater at you?
No, I was
cheater. The
Rockets didn't cheat nothing.
Big trap. Altuve sucks. Those are F Altuve.
Why are they doing that for the Rockets game?
Because they know you're a Houston fan.
Thank you.
Did you see the good news?
They will know it.
By the way, did you see the good news from Jim Bowden?
Jim
Bowden says, according to Astros GM
Yeah.
Dana Brown, they've not made their final decision, but all indications are that rookie Cam Smith will be the starting right fielder on opening day. None of this Super Two or what's it called? Super.
Yeah.
What's the name?
Super Tuesday.
Not Super Tuesday.
Well, no.
But they're not going to delay him in the minor leagues. They're putting their best lineup out there. And if having Altuve out in left field is about having your best offensive lineup in there, then Cam Smith's got to make this team. If that's what we're doing, the best lineup, then let's go ahead and get Cam Smith out in the field right away. Now, you've got 2 non-outfielders in the outfield, if that's the scenario. How much does that bother you? Typically, most baseball fans are all about offense. They don't care about, I shouldn't say most, a good percentage care about what's the best lineup you can put out there. The hardcore baseball fans care a lot about defense. I always err on the side of offense, but I recognize it's easy to do that until you have errors on the field. And then you're like, oh, defense is important.
Yeah.
Altuve in left and Cam Smith in right. How much does that bother you to have non-outfielders in the outfield in 2 spots potentially?
And then you got a puss arm in center. God. I mean, Jake.
Well, it depends on who's in center.
Jake is a good glove, but he's He's not a stick, and he doesn't have an arm. I mean,
well, what about
gracious.
Chaz?
Huh?
Why can't Chaz play center field?
Well, I guess he could.
Yeah. Why are we just handing it to
got-
Jake Myers, who's been ineffective for like 3 years?
You got a little fella in left, you got a pudgy guy in center, and you got a rookie in right. Okay? I mean, doesn't sound great to me. Okay? I don't know. Does Joe Espada bring Chaz Puddin every day? I don't know.
I just want to see whoever your best is in the outfield. Depending on how they utilize Dubon.
Yeah, but they play Jake. They like Jake. For whatever
How long
reason,
are you going to keep liking Jake?
Well, how long are you going to like Chaz? Chaz was the one that was on double secret probation this
Jake
spring.
has a career OPS of 662 in 4 years. Like, how long are we going to do this? We like Jake stuff is really played out by now.
We're doing it again. So just so you know.
Nah, not for long. You can't have an OPS of 662 and stay out there long. Last year, he had 513 plate appearances.
Really?
That is a joke. I mean, he had an OPS of 646. What are we doing? An on-base percentage of 286, slugging of 360. You just can't do that. Jake just cannot have that many plate appearances this year. It's not possible. You've seen who he is. You know exactly who Jake Myers is. There's no reason to keep rolling him out there. 117 strikeouts and 461 at-bats. What are you doing? There's no reason to play him that much. Play Dubon more.
Absolutely.
And Altuve at second, and then Jordan in left.
Well, Dubon is at second. Well, unless Brandon Rogers is going to be at second and Dubon can play center. That might be your best lineup.
Yeah.
That might be your best lineup.
Yeah. Anything with Jake out and Dubon in your lineup just got better.
Yep.
And you know what? I would go ahead and say your defense got better.
Yep. Dubon in center is better. He doesn't have a huge arm either, but
No.
at least it's better than Jake's. Jake's is terrible. That's terrible. All right, we got to break it here. Time to talk about what it means to be a Texas homeowner. I'll tell you what it means. It means you're paying taxes, okay? Oh, there's no income. There's no state income tax. Yeah, that's great, except that the property taxes in Houston and in Texas are ridiculous. It's ridiculous, okay? When it comes to paying property tax, Ownwell believes you should only pay what's fair. And you could sign up in 3 minutes. Then you don't have to do anything. Ownwell does it all. And now you don't pay them unless you save. So you save. And listen, 86% of Ownwell's customers receive a reduction, with the average customer saving $1,100. Over $1,100. And it could be more, could be less, could be more. But the average saving. So that just tells you that the government is wrong about how much they're charging you on property taxes 86% of the time. That means that you need to fight it. Don't fight it yourself. They have cutting-edge technology, and they beat them. They just beat them 86% of the time. That's a big, big, big win. And so the deadline to protest is May 15th. You can save money in your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes. Start your protest today at ownwell.com. OWNWELL.com. That's ownwell.com. spots of his together.
You are listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here with us, hurry up. Get in here and hang out with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Did you guys see the high school girls basketball coach that pulled the girl's hair?
Saw that.
Did you see? Yeah. He got fired.
Yeah.
He got
probably going to happen. You just grabbed a girl by the ponytail and yanked it, and her teammate stood up for her.
While they were in line. I guess she was crying.
watching the end of the game, I think.
She was crying, and I don't know. I thought that they were in some kind of a whatever. And he went up behind her. He didn't like that. I don't know what she was doing, but she was, but she kind of moved away from him. And then another girl said something, and he told her to shut up. And then he got fired.
And he got in that girl's face too. And the girl was actually protecting her teammate.
Yeah,
got her face, like, good for her. He claimed that the girl said a cuss word at him or said something to him. I don't know. That's what I saw online. I don't know, but there's really no place for that. There's no question that guy was gone. It is the New York Class D state championship game.
And they had, I guess they were losing, or it was the end of the game or whatever.
Yeah.
And he wait a minute. He was in the championship game and he got fired. Oh,
well,
man.
yeah, he yanked the girl by the hair. He yanked a high school girl by the hair.
I mean,
pretty much that's it. You're going to be good with him if he did that to your daughter?
By our face mask.
You're going to be good. And let me ask you, if somebody did that to your daughter, you good with it?
I'd say,
I'm probably not okay with that.
No, I would have said, what did she say?
Nah, you're putting your hands on my daughter's hair and pulling her hair. You're not going to, I already know you're not going to let him do that to your daughter. I would hope you wouldn't.
Wait, what did she say? What'd she do?
Nah,
Okay.
you wouldn't do that. That guy's got to go. Got to go. Get your old ass out of here. Gotta go.
I'm looking at Jaden's mom. I'm sitting in between. I didn't see this part. I saw the earlier part. I never watched this long into it. And she was like, oh, no.
He was a Hall of Fame coach, by the way, too.
He is?
Jim Zulo. He's now apologized for pulling her hair. I deeply regret my behavior following the loss to LaFargaville Friday night in the Class D state championship game. I want to offer my sincerest apologies. Ad blocker.
Well,
just got in the middle of it.
Woody Hayes was a Hall of Fame coach too, and he got
in the 70s.
Beat it.
That was only 56 years ago.
Yeah, that's all right. She's
a little while back. And as a coach, under no circumstances is it acceptable to put my hands on a player, and I'm truly sorry. I wish I could have those moments back. I'm grateful for the opportunity to have coached girls basketball. And I mean, can you stop hitting me with these pop-ups?
You need a different ad blocker.
I know. I'm grateful for the opportunity to coach these girls. A difficult time for my family. I'm super proud of every one of these young women, especially that girl whose hair I yanked.
He did not put that in the statement.
I know each one of them will go on to do great things, and I wish them well.
And I bet you she never wears a high pony again.
He's 8. That's what you got out of it. High pony's too easy to pull.
Did he put that in a statement?
The high pony is too easy to pull, is what you got out of that.
I mean, if you can't trust your coach, don't wear a high pony. If you can't trust him not to get physical with you, don't wear the high pony.
He's 81 years old.
Like if she had a different haircut or a different hairstyle, there's no hair to grab. But he saw that as a handle, I guess. So look, you need to pay attention.
So you think she should never wear?
No, I think she should wear whatever she likes. I just think that
maybe the high pony is not going to be the choice before the next state championship game
until she can trust that coach again, or a new coach. That coach saw that as an opportunity. Like if she's wearing a different hairstyle, he probably doesn't yank on her hair because he just saw that thing. Oh, that's a handle for me to grab. Yeah. I'm not condoning. I just know.
Get your ass
that
over
was
here.
He saw an opportunity and he took it.
So
unfortunately.
Have you watched Derek Queen's game winner against Colorado State?
Yeah. Yes, the controversy where there was a travel or not.
He walked, bro.
I didn't even notice that. Did he walk?
I've seen some people say that first one was a gather step. It's the whole James Harden thing.
Oh,
but
here comes the gather step.
Was the gather step was the first of 4.
Dude, the gather step crew is unbearable. And I don't know how I get on these. I probably watched them, and so now it's in my algorithm. Somehow I get caught in these stupid videos where, is this a travel or no? And it's somebody doing some ridiculous stuff. And I always try to go back and see, was it actually a travel? And then it invariably turns into, quote unquote, old heads saying everything's a travel. And then you got Gen Z saying, those are gather steps. That's totally legal. Some of them are like, gather step, bro, you can't take 4 steps. There's just no such thing as a gather step where you can take 4 steps. What are y'all talking about? Most of the time it is travel, to be honest with you. I'm an old head, but that's fine. The rules are still the rules. They've tried to change the rules without the rules being changed.
Yeah.
Like the gather step basically allows you to do anything you want. Do you have so I sent you the audio. I sent it to you on email, Dale. Derek Queen was the guy who made the little running jumper to beat Colorado State. I had Colorado State in moving on in my brackets. That wasn't great, but I got beat with that one. It was a cool moment for Maryland. And they were asking him, they said, hey, Derek, man, what is it about your coach? You guys listen to that guy so much. What is it about him?
Willard's someone who basketball players listen to, and what has he meant to you guys in the short time he's been with you?
First, he do pay us the money, and then so we got to listen to him, and we all trust him because he's like a player coach, and then he want nothing but the best for us, and he just he coaches hard. He talked to us other than basketball.
You could have just stopped
always there
after
and
the
just want
first
us to
thing.
win.
He paid us the money, so we have to play for him. We have to listen to him.
If Derek had started with all the stuff he ended with, and then and by the way, he paid us the money as a joke, and everyone's like, Derek, you're so funny. But
Derek led with the truth.
Yeah, he led with
he
the truth.
pays us money.
The truth. Yeah,
pays us money. We got to listen to him now.
And
until we hit the portal.
Someone, well, possibly, someone showed a picture of Kevin Willard's reaction off because you couldn't see it in the video. He's just got his head in his hands. By the way, this comes maybe less than 24 hours after Willard was railing against his program, at least Maryland, the administration, for not supporting the program. He's talking about how their NIL wasn't at the level it should be, and how they need a new practice facility, and he needs the arena to be branded with whatever company so more money can come in. Less than 24 hours after talking about how much money they don't have, his best player, at least the hero of the night, was like, yeah, he paid us. That's why we're here.
He pays us. That's a man. He signs the checks.
Yeah. Willard apparently is considering signing a contract extension, but he wants all these things in writing. He wants promises from Maryland that they're going to go all in on NIL and other stuff to make sure the program can compete at the highest level.
Well, let's face it, Maryland's a basketball program. I mean, and that's how you're going to compete, and you're going to get guys. That kid's a freshman, and he can't be more naive and more honest. He told the absolute truth. That man pays us the money. That's why. That's it. And you can. And then, blah, 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 blah,
yeah.
blah.
He's a coach's coach, player's coach.
He's a player's coach.
Does a dance. He dances.
We like that, yeah. Baloney. He pays us the money. That's why.
He pays us.
That's how I would be. I'd be Derek Queen, okay?
Yeah,
walking,
but coaches can pay you the money, and you still don't have to listen if you want to go somewhere else. You can still get your money and then just leave and go get more money.
Yeah, you can go get money elsewhere.
He was a big
Or
recruit
you know
for
what?
them.
Or
He's a Maryland kid from Baltimore, so
yeah, he's from Baltimore.
He was probably going to go there. You know who doesn't say that out loud? Kelvin Sampson's guy.
No.
He pays us the money. I'm here. I listen to him just because he pays us the money.
Oh God. Can you imagine?
No, I don't even want to talk about
Kelvin's head would explode.
it. It makes me nervous just thinking about it.
It'd be worse than if you.
And
said
they say
Gonzaga
Kelvin
to him.
totally like Kelvin's not. When John Dassett was doing stuff with University of Houston with NIL deals, you know, the coaches can't be involved. The coach couldn't be involved, but Kelvin was like, he understood. And I think we actually asked him this on the air, if I remember correctly, John. He understood that this was part of it. Like he doesn't love it, but he understands. And he's not one of these guys who's just fighting tooth and nail against.
No, but
everything.
he also told us if that's your prime. If that's your prime goal, then you're out of here.
Yeah.
You're not here. You're not part for. You're not for
and
this
there
program.
is a difference. Like you can, like these kids are. It's inside the law. I mean, it's inside the rules now that they can get paid, and you know, hopefully there's some standards set up in the future. But that's all perfectly fine that these guys get paid. That's all perfectly fine. That's the way it's set up now. However, there is a difference between the guys who are only there trying to collect money and make as much as they can, and the guys who want to play and win at a high level and also understand that they're getting paid too. Like there are two very different types of people. I guess in the real world, same thing can be said.
Yeah.
You have people who do it for the money like Dell, and you have grinders like me and you who are Hall of Famers.
Excuse me?
That's true. That's true.
What money do I do it for?
You do it for that giant check.
And adulation, you got a whole thing of chicken tenders from Trill Burger. I only got half of a Trill
That wasn't
tender and a
adulation.
third of the burger.
You
You and
told-
Sam grabbed the whole thing.
No, you said, "Hey, come in there and get it," and I grabbed it, or John did. So I grabbed what I was told to grab. They didn't bring it specifically for me. What are
It
you
was
talking
like Trill
about?
Burgers never even
Lance
came
wanted
up
the whole
with
thing.
my plate.
What?
Del, just so you know, he was very disappointed when you.
Well, you told me to come in. I wasn't coming in. You're like, "Hey, Del, come here and grab this."
I worked really hard to get us that food, and then
Blame your partner.
Sam goes, "Can I get this whole hamburger?" I guess.
Blame John for that. Not the Sam thing. That's you.
It's
You
like
just-
the
I'm just a man
intern
of the
took the
people. I'm
burger
trying to
from me this time.
I'm trying to
not an
share with
intern.
my coworkers. Lance wanted the whole damn thing.
Well,
No, I cut. What are you talking about? I went and got a knife so I could cut it for you. I cut it into a third and got half of a tender, and then the interns came and took my burgers from me.
The only person he's more upset about with now, at least today, is the dude from Rutgers. Was it St. John's? Excuse me, St. John's and Sam, because you took his burger. These are the two
Right.
people he's upset with.
Yeah, Ruiz.
RJ Luis.
That guy was literally terrible.
Yeah.
They were calling him Lewis on the broadcast.
Oh, is it Lewis? Okay.
Yeah, they were calling him Lewis on the broadcast. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776.
Oh, yeah, I guess it is.
RJ Lewis.
I guess it is Lewis.
Yeah. It's spelled Luis, though. Time to talk about a guy, Jim Fiume, from New York, but he made his way down here, couldn't get here fast enough, and has been here ever since. Going on 40 years that he's had Gulf Coast windows. So here's the deal with Jim Fiume. He's always wanted quality. He's always wanted to have he said, I'm not starting a business here, and I'm going to give you a crappy product, and we're going to try to just make as much money as we possibly can off of you. We're going to give you, we're not going to pay attention to service. We're not going to pay attention to details, installation, warranties. We're going to have a crappy, no, none of that. None of that. What he's going to do, he's going to get you the best window in the market. What he's going to do is going to get you the best door in the market. What he's going to do is going to put it in, and he's going to make sure that it's flawlessly put in. He's going to make sure that you have the best experience with him and Gulf Coast Windows. That's how you win the Pinnacle Award. That's how you're the best in show. That's how you are the leader in the industry, because you do all of those things. And Jim Fiume's been doing it. You think he hasn't seen every window possibility, every door possibility? He's seen it all. And when you see his showroom and you see the product that he's got, you're going to go, wow, Gulf Coast Windows is the only way. The only window. It is awesome. It is awesome. It is an awesome window. Go find out for yourself. You're replacing your windows or you're building a home, put in Gulf Coast Windows. GulfCoastWindows.com. GulfCoastWindows.com. 713-849-5454. Get a free consultation at GulfCoastWindows.com.
purposes, including quality assurance, training, and record keeping. The information you provide will be used for our business purposes, including assessing your application, providing you with quotes, and providing you products and services. For more information, please go to www.statefarm.com/privacy. Good morning, State Farm Schaumburg Agency. This is Carrie. Can I help you?
Hi, Carrie. This is John Granato. I got a call from you guys.
Oh, let me take a look and see who that was.
Ashley? Was it Ashley?
Oh, all right. It might have been. Let's see here.
Do you have someone named Charlotte there?
We do.
Is she around? Because she was dealing with it too.
I believe so. 1 second here. Let me see if she's on the phone. Hey, 1 second. Let me get you over to her. Get discounts you deserve for better ways to save on car insurance. Talk to us today to set up an appointment. There, we can take a detailed look at your current auto insurance. It could mean immediate discounts, which can lead to bigger savings with auto insurance from State Farm.
Zadok, Del.
You're listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
You missed Zadok again, Dell. Oh, well. 713-780-3776. Hurry and get in. So this weekend, we had the Cougs. That's the top story. We had the Rockets winning and losing. We had Trent Brown being added. We have the possibility that Cam Smith going to make the opening day roster. There are a couple of spots left, and we'll see whether or not Cam Smith is one of those guys. They released John Singleton. Van Way is not on the roster, the reliever, who apparently was pitching pretty well, but he's not going to be up with the big club. Ort and Whitley are going to be start as injured players, but it won't be long. Dana Brown said before they're available, so they might be up pretty soon. You got 3 lefties in the bullpen right now, so that is something that they haven't had before. Anything else that's major that we missed?
There was a UFC card in London, nothing major. Oh, this is huge. This is a huge story, actually. An American runner returned to the big stage after a much-debated 4-year doping ban and won a silver medal in the 3,000. Her name is Shelby Houlihan. Have you heard about her, John?
No.
Well, Shelby Houlihan is the U.S. record holder in the 1,500 meters and former record holder in the 5,000. And which is that unusual? Because those are 2 very different distances.
Yeah.
Is it normal for 1,500 and 5,000 to be the same record holder?
Know.
She can run forever. And I maybe know why. She sat out the Paris Olympics because she tested positive for a performance-enhancing drug. That's bad, right? Did you want to know what happened?
Yeah.
Well, she claimed that she ate a burrito from a food truck that was tainted. The 32-year-old runner said she was flooded with a range of emotions after her second-place finish. In the lead-up to the Olympic trials in 21, Houlihan revealed she had tested positive for nandrolone and claimed it came from a tainted pork burrito she bought from a Mexican food truck. Now, before you crap on this, don't forget that we had Dwayne Brown, who had steak in Mexico, and the NFL even said, yeah, he's probably right.
Yeah. No. I believe her now. since
she had nandrolone in a pork
immediately
burrito.
she remembered that pork burrito. Went right to the pork burrito card.
She went right to. She goes, "Did you?" Now it is a little weird. Like, you tested positive. I know exactly what it was. Pork burrito, Mexican food truck. That's what it was. Well, what was a little strange, though, is because Houlihan's case divided the track and field anti-doping world, mainly because many elements of it were similar to the no-fault cases that often result in athletes receiving little or no penalty. So there have been a lot of instances where this kind of thing has brought on little to no penalty. She got a 4-year doping ban.
Wow.
It was prosecuted by the International Athletics Integrity Unit, received no such leniency, and was forced to spend the prime of her career on the sideline.
And then she came back and finished second.
For eating, has she just stuck with
she's
Chipotle? They spend all that money in advertising on Chipotle, and you see those people making everything every day on the grill. None of it has a bunch of nandrolone in it.
Well, hopefully not.
That, I mean, God forbid.
You don't know.
Well, hopefully they don't test you if you do, because you could just be eating a lot of pork burritos there and just say, why am I running so fast? Why am I recovering so well?
You think that pork burritos make you run fast?
I didn't before this, but I do now. But you got to buy them off a Mexican food truck, according to that girl.
Right. She immediately
Houlihan.
went to the Mexican food truck.
She immediately said, Mexican pork burrito, Mexican food truck. I know exactly where this nandrolone came from. And they're like,
it says in the ingredients on the Mexican food right there, pork burrito.
May
It's
contain
got rice
nandrolone.
and beans and pork and mandrolone.
Do not consume this if you're an Olympic athlete.
No, it had all the ingredients. Mandrolone was 4th, so it was a heavy dose of it.
May cause sweating, diarrhea, vomiting, thoughts of suicide.
Can you ask for extra?
And also, extra nandrolone on the side?
Like if you're not an
a little
Olympic
mandrolone
athlete,
on the side.
if you're not an Olympic athlete who won't get tested, can you ask for extra in the burrito?
Well, yeah, it's an upcharge.
Oh, it's like if I want fresh jalapenos and
it's
my
like
or double meat. If you want double meat,
if you want almond milk, if you want to be, if you want
almond
California?
milk, you can get a tiny bit of almond milk you can get a tiny bit of almond milk. By the way, it takes like a gallon of water to produce one almond. They say it's one of the worst things. That's the ironic thing. It takes so much water to grow almonds that everyone who's that does it for an environmental, for a environmental or vegetarian or whatever, where you don't want regular milk or I'll just take almond milk. Yeah, that sucks up a lot of water. Just making one almond. You sure you don't want to stay with soy? Nah, it tastes bad. I don't mind almond milk. I've had it. You get used to it. Oat milk.
What about oat milk? How much water does oat take?
I don't think a whole lot. I don't.
Okay, there you go. Let's go oat milk.
Yeah, it tastes bad.
Soy's terrible. No, oat milk
soy is
good.
terrible.
Oat milk is good. And we're trying to save the cows' teats, I guess. I don't know. Why don't we want cow milk? I forget.
Some people don't like
because
it comes from a cow.
It is.
What do you mean?
Well,
what's the matter with cows?
They don't think the cows
Why
are
don't
treated
you
well.
drink horse milk? Why don't you drink horse milk? Fair question.
I didn't know.
Why don't you drink pig milk?
What are you about to say? You didn't know
pigs?
horses produce milk? Of course they do.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's horse milk. I mean, you need to be intentional now. Oh, I'd want to see where it came from.
What do you mean?
I want to see the milking process.
Okay.
I want to make sure that everything's on the level.
You want to make sure it's actual milk. Is what
Make
you're
sure
saying.
that I'm not being pranked.
Well, I don't want anyone around me who's going to prank.
We eat pigs. Why? But we don't drink pig milk. For some reason, we're okay
Why
with like
cow. Have we figured out that cow's the cleanliest of all of them? The milks. Why do we drink cow milk?
It's so funny, and I'm here too. Like, a big cold glass of milk.
I love it.
To this day, I love it. If you tell me, like, what about mother's milk? I would hate to take. Thank God my mom gave me formula. What about if we did it from this cow? Oh, that is delicious. Doesn't make a lot of sense.
No. Well,
but I mean, I'm not going back now.
Do you
Too
want
late
pig,
now.
You want pig milk?
I don't want pig milk. I don't want goat milk. Goat cheese is okay.
People do that, goat milk. Which is the next acceptable animal you would drink milk from after cow?
It's just not one. That's the crazy thing is there's not an
cow's
animal.
Got the giant udders, and you can.
What does that matter?
You ever see a cow being milked? It's really pretty gross.
Of course, it's all gross. Or they put the machine on. I think they just use a machine now.
Well, when we were kids and we saw it at a farm one
production.
time and it was like, oh, and the guy, I remember, never forget, I think we were in second grade, and the farmer where we took a trip outside, I don't even know where we were. He grabbed an udder and was shooting it into a dog's mouth. We were looking at it like, whoa!
Into a dog's mouth?
Yeah, he's like, he had his little farm dog there, and he's like, here, have some of this.
I mean, I went to,
and that milk just went.
I mean,
get
I went
any
to
healthier?
a
that
petting
dog?
zoo, and they shot into a bucket. Hey, anybody want to try this? Like, nah, I'm good. I don't want that warm milk. But I'd never seen it shot into another animal's mouth
No,
before.
I'll never forget that.
Anyway,
that is
never forget it
great.
anyway.
Never forget that anyway.
Were you
By the way, I
scarred
got to
for
go to
milk?
Gilbert's. I'm
But
just
you
going to tell
didn't
you.
scar you for life.
You're
good.
You know what? Maybe I go to Gilbert's today.
Okay.
I got an article to finish.
You got food?
I got 3 write-ups. Yeah,
Gotta bring food.
I have to come with some food.
Yeah,
I'm
you
gonna
gotta
bring
get
him.
that
I'm
steak.
gonna bring him a burger.
Oh no!
Oh, from that cow.
Oh no! He ain't having that.
I'll bring him Whataburger.
He's like, you think he won't eat a burger, John?
French
he'll-
fry. I
no,
bet he'll
but-
eat a hamburger.
But he's gonna be like, okay, come tomorrow with my steak.
Yeah, I'm taking a big chance. Like
Yeah.
fries,
He might.
fries and Dr. Pepper, I know are good. If I come with the cheeseburger from
No,
Whataburger,
I don't think he likes cheese. He doesn't like cheese on it.
Are
Don't
you
get
sure?
cheese. Yes, I'm positive. Positive.
Why are you positive?
Because I remember when he was at Nick's place and he ordered a burger, and I said, Gilbert, you want cheese on it? And somebody said, Chinese people, they don't eat cheese.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's
And I was
right.
like,
Okay.
Why don't Chinese people eat cheese?
Well, I'm trying to think. I've had a lot of Chinese dishes before.
There's
I've
no
never
cheese
had
in it.
cheese in them.
Now I had
No.
Kung Pao with some grated Parmesan over at one time. That was delicious.
Did it
They
come
put
with
it or
it?
you did?
I'm kidding.
Oh.
I had mozzarella over some
Yeah, sprinkle some
Mugu Gai pan with mozzarella over the
yeah,
top.
It was chicken fried rice with
Oh,
Gouda.
man,
Yeah,
chicken
exactly.
fried-
They
Yeah.
don't do cheese.
with
No,
Gouda. No.
No, they don't.
Yeah. So no, do not do cheese. Oh, then it would have been a catastrophe.
Because they're like, milk from a cow? Disgusting. And they're probably right.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
probably.
give me the biggest glass you've got, ice cold.
What about Craig DeSurf? Does he eat cheese?
Yeah, I'd have to think so. It's a source of protein. I'd have to think Craig does eat cheese. Yeah, he does. More than likely. I know Craig is busy with a lot of things other than cheese eating. He's busy trying to sell cars to you. And but do it in a way that is fun for you. Like the car buying experience, it's a lot of fun to get a new car. Once you've got one, you love the smell, you love the way it feels. We always drive a little slower in a new car. Like, oh, this handles great. You love all the new features. And I tell you what, the tech now in these cars is incredible. If you haven't had a new car since 2000, even 2021, you're going to be blown away by what you get to experience in these new cars now. It's really pretty incredible what the tech is like. But the way they handle, and I'm driving the Buick Enclave, handles incredible. It is a larger sized SUV, but the one that's lowered, it's not, the great big ones. And I'm getting better gas mileage. I have great safety features, and the tech inside is awesome, which I love. Sound system's outstanding. They've got purchase deals going on right now with APR finance rates that are low on a variety of Chevrolet vehicles, for example, that are out there, and Buicks. But they also have the GMC Sierra pickup truck with great dealer cash back options for you if you're looking for a pickup truck. So, I mean, whether it's a Chevy or a Buick or a GMC, there's great offers going on right now and programs going on right now for all three of those makes. And Craig DeSurf wants you to come out and experience it for yourself. Head on out to Angleton or just start the car buying experience online at Gulf Coast Chevrolet Buick GMC.com. You can see their entire new inventory, stock of new inventory, and you can look at pre-owned vehicles as well that are vetted and ready for you. It's Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. Head on down to Angleton and experience the difference for yourself. Zadig Jewelers, the spot when it comes to hitting that home run this year. And Zadig Jewelers has been the jeweler of Houston, unofficial, but I've made it official for several decades. I mean, they're unbelievable. The location is great. It's at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. When you walk inside, you're immediately blown away. It can be a little intimidating at first, 28,000 square feet. I mean, there's cases all over the place, but it's much easier once you meet with someone who is there, who knows exactly what it is you're looking for. Their expertise in that field of diamond pendants or bracelets or watches or earrings or diamond engagement rings is second to none. And they really take you through the process of the designers, of the styles, of the types, of the precious metals, of the cuts of diamonds, everything in between. They'll work exactly with your budget to make sure that it's something you can afford. And when you get a gift from Zadig Jewelers, you are going to make her so happy, or you're going to make yourself so happy if you're getting yourself a watch, for example. It's Zadig Jewelers, ZADOK.com, Zadig Jewelers, 1801 Post Oak Boulevard.
Well, it's really weird. Apparently, a woman was told she couldn't take her dog on a flight. So, Okay, so you can't go home because you're going to miss your flight, right? But you can't bring the dog on the flight. What do? What would you do in that situation?
Well, if you can't bring your dog on a flight,
Yeah.
I guess you sneak it in your purse. I don't know. What did she do?
She went and drowned it in the Orlando airport bathroom.
Wow, that's not. I didn't have the Michael Vick solution on my bingo card.
Is that the worst person?
That is terrible.
She brought her dog with, thought she could bring it on the plane. They said no, so she drowned it. That's a
wow. That is the worst. That is terrible. I don't think I'll hear a worse story today.
That's the worst.
Except for that kid shooting from St. John's.
Oh,
RJ Luis or whatever. That was the worst story I've heard all day.
Well, okay. Hey, apparently there's a new zombie deer disease. Apparently it's contagious. It's a fatal illness in deer, elk, and moose. And experts say it takes hold in the U.S. and reach other countries. It's not affected humans yet, but the risk is growing. Do you want zombie deer disease?
So what can you give me more? Maybe can you give me more intel on what
Apparently
it does?
it's killing deer and moose and elk.
Yeah, but what does it make them do?
Neurodegenerative
But are we
disorder.
going to turn into zombies?
Yes, we turn into zombies.
All right. Well, I don't want it, but I want to see one person get it.
No,
I don't want to see that. We've already got measles here now. We're bringing the measles and polio back. I don't want to bring back zombies.
Zombie deer disease.
No more zombies.
It's called that. The symptoms include drooling, emaciation, disorientation, a vacant staring glaze, and a lack of fear of people.
Well, that's my kids. All of that.
Well, I don't know if that's your.
Not emaciation, but the rest of them.
Apparently, a runaway truck wheel injured 4 SDA Academy, Seventh-day Adventist Academy students, and the witnesses needed counseling. If you see someone getting hit by a tire, do you think you need counseling?
Okay, I will tell you this. Have you ever seen those videos where the tires come off and they start rolling down?
Yeah.
Like they can do some damage. I've seen those things, and I realized I had no idea how dangerous they were.
Oh, no, you can get messed up.
Oh, my guess are those kids got jacked up.
Yeah.
If they needed counseling, I got a feeling we had some faces get splattered.
Well, they're not the ones that needed counseling. It's the people who saw it that needed the counseling.
It depends. If you see faces get splattered, it could be kind of rough.
Yeah.
I don't know how bad the accidents were. Did you see somebody's arm get broken in half?
I didn't see anything.
I mean,
didn't see any of
I'm
it,
Gen Z, so I'm not getting counseling probably, but
yeah, probably not.
But probably I would need to if I saw somebody's face get splattered, and they got killed. Did anyone get killed in it?
I'm a boomer. I want to see the video of it. So
don't worry, it'll show up on your timeline at some point.
At some point, we're done. The Olaleye Show is next.
Olaleye.
Same thing.
No, it was,
next.
but now it's different.
Well, it's kind of the same thing. Okay, you can't change your name, Tony Dorsett.
Yes,
Joe
I can.
Theismann. Joe Theismann.
If I'm,
you ain't Joe. You ain't going for the Heisman.
No, I'm just honoring my heritage. That's all.
Okay. Your mama called you Olaleye. I'm gonna call you Olaleye.
She didn't call me that. She just called me by my first name. Because she
Hey,
didn't want to
no,
butcher.
she-
She
when
didn't
you
want to
were
butcher
bad-
it either.
Delvin Aloysius Olaleye. Get over here.
Aloysius. Who did
Aloysius.
Did Amon-Ra St. Brown's dad name me Aloysius? What are you talking about?
I don't know what your middle name is. It seems like that's what it would be. That's all I'm saying. Time for me to talk about my man Scott McGrath over at McGrath Pest Control. Scott McGrath he's kick ass, bro. He going to kill. Now, 2 things are coming up here. This is a termite season. I don't know if they have a season or whatever, but it's starting to get warm. And if you are buying or selling a home, or if you suspect that there might be some termites at your house, if you kept wood around your house, don't do that. If there's wood outside of your house, chances are the termites could come up and they can get inside the home and they can really destroy your home. You need termite protection. That's our guy, Scott McGrath. He can detect. He can find it, and he can work on it. He can kill them bugs. You know what else he kills? Mosquitoes. So if you're going to be outside a lot this spring and summer, which you are, if the kids are out there, you got a pool, or you like to barbecue, you like to eat outside, can't do it. Not with the mosquitoes. Well, we got the mosquito murdering system from McGrath Pest Control. We loved it. It was incredible. It works. It's awesome. You don't have any mosquitoes. We like to be outside. We loved it. And Scott McGrath, he is kick-ass with this as well. It is, listen, you got any bugs whatsoever, stop already. You're gross. Do not have bugs in your home. McGrathPestControl.com. That's McGrathPestControl.com.
Welcome to the show. As we get going, let's remind you that Sean is the producer for the show, and he's back. And not only is he back, he returns as one of the top guys, or top people, excuse me, in our Bracket Madness Challenge. Number 5 from Mapes Madness. Mapes Madness is number 5. So an expert here. So if you got college basketball questions, call in and ask Sean. He'll get you squared away for the Sweet 16. as we had that solidified last night. And we also have some news regarding Sean's favorite program. They have confirmed that they're firing Rodney Terry, and they've made a hire. And so we'll talk about that at some point today as well. Okay, so I was watching the most important game of the weekend for me, at least, Gonzaga. Remember to say Gonzaga. I said Gonzaga several times in a social video. Not great if we care about pronunciations of teams from the state of Washington. But the game itself was one where it kind of played out how I thought it might early, where the Zags didn't shoot the ball well from three. They had not shot the ball well from three against tournament teams outside of a game early in the year against Baylor. But for the most part, they had struggled against the tournament teams. They played St. Mary's 3 times, played Kentucky, and they played UCLA. They lost 4 of those games. They actually beat St. Mary's in the tournament final, conference tournament final, going 1 for 15. So I thought that would play out. Just better athletes, better defenses. They wouldn't get those shots up. And hell, they're not a great 3-point shooting team, period, but they were great against Georgia. And starting off 3 for 12, you're like, did my research feel pretty good? And then they caught fire. I think they finished making 6 out of 8 or so, something like that. And it kept them in the game. And to think about that game as a whole, from LJ Cryer being the answer for the Cougs anytime they needed a shot, helped them get out to a good lead early, to JoJo Tugler. That flagrant foul could have been one of those. Remember when JoJo Tugler committed a flagrant foul and the Cougs lost the second round game? They were up by 14 with the ball. It felt like one of those for a little bit, because immediately afterwards, besides 2 free throws, they knocked down a 3, and then the Cougs don't score on the next possession, I believe, and then Gonzaga scores again. So they go from up 14 with the ball to up 7, but they held the lead until it got pretty late and they decided to sit on it a little bit. This was even before Gonzaga started pressuring them and trying to trap them. The Cougs kind of stopped playing offense. They were running clock, and that set them up for the passivity that the traps and the pressures and Gonzaga pulled, and it led to the comeback. Credit the Zags, maybe underseeded as an 8 seed, and they certainly played like a team who could have made an Elite 8 and certainly could have made a Sweet 16 down the stretch. They did almost everything right, except for Battle getting caught in the corner and having a shot blocked. Other than that, they played a perfect last 4 minutes to stay in the game, but it was not enough. The Cougs lead was big enough to hold on. So they're in another Sweet 16, and I think I talked about it last week, to enjoy what this team is. And sure, you want to win a national title. You've kind of been on the doorstep for a while. Of course, the first step is making that Final Four, but that game, which turned from, okay, this feels pretty good, to, oh no, I can't believe we're about to blow this, to hanging on and winning. Those are the moments you should be taking in and saying, this is why I root for this basketball team. There have been some disappointments brought on by injury, but the team as a whole generally is going to provide you with moments in March. And now they're in the Sweet 16 again. And we'll hear from Kelvin Sampson here shortly about what that means. He wants to implore people who root for this team to understand what it means to get to this point and appreciate it. He doesn't want you to become pompous. In fact, he uses that word. Kelvin Sampson on getting to another Sweet 16.
I appreciate it more. I think as you get older, you realize that this is not easy. And I told our fans, I hope they never get so pompous and arrogant that they think this is a God-given right. It's hard to do this. It's hard to win a game. Forget in the tournament, in the regular season. We started the year off 4-3. And the good thing is that we knew exactly where we needed to go. But you can't put your season in a old VHS machine and hit fast forward. You have to hit play.
That's right, everyone. I know the goal is to go win a title, but you actually have to take the steps, and he's telling you. And some of the stuff that coaches say is trite, but when you are a college program who can consistently tell your fans, we're going to be in that second weekend, that is an accomplishment, and the fans should, I think, at least enjoy it, because you never know. You never know what happens when you get to this point in the tournament, and they're going to be pretty much playing a road game in their next game. It's a late game on Friday. They play Purdue in Indianapolis. It's not the greatest draw in the world for the Cougs. They are the furthest distance away of all the teams in the regional. Their campus to Indianapolis, just a product of how the sites are set up. Because you know what? A couple years ago, they had a shot to play in the Final Four at home, but they lost in the Sweet 16. So no one would have been complaining then. Of course, as a number 1 seed, it kind of sucks to have to play what people are going to call a road game against Purdue. But I don't think the Cougs mind. They'll go out there and play hard and play their best. I don't think the Purdue crowd in Lucas Oil Field is going to matter very much to them.
Half of it, Lucas, because they're playing it in like half of the field.
Yeah, half of it. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, what's new? The NCAA trying to rig it against U of A. What else is new?
Jamal Shed. They pulled the injury card on him. Last year. They did that on purpose.
Yep.
All the things. Another obstacle in the way that they have to overcome. And they, at least at this point in the tournament, always, it feels like under Kelvin Sampson, overcome that first weekend. Now it's the next step. Haven't been to a Final Four in a little bit since they lost to Baylor during the COVID year, or at least the year right after COVID hit. They got a real shot. LJ Cryer was great. That's one of those performances where you're like, okay, that's what it means to have a guy who's been around so damn long that nothing's going to matter to him. And shot after shot, the mid-range jumpers, knocking down threes. It was the performance that kind of kept Gonzaga at bay, even with their run. So there it is. Cougs to the Sweet 16, and we will see what happens in Indy. No predictions now. I'm not afraid of Purdue, though.
Whoa.
Do I see a Zach Edey out there? No, I ain't afraid. I ain't afraid of them.
Don't get too.
I said I'm not
afraid.
Don't get
too pompous.
I acknowledged what happened was an accomplishment on Saturday. I'm not pompous. I'm just saying I'm not fearful. That's all. I wasn't afraid of Gonzaga, and if they hadn't shot remarkably well in the second half, my lack of fear would have been correct. It did get a little tight though.
There was some fear.
Yeah, there was some fear late.
When you're like, hey, Cougs, let's score a buck in the last 4 minutes.
At some point,
let's
make
a two.
When you're trying to hold a team off and that haven't scored a field goal in 4 minutes and counting thing starts to pop up in a game, it's like, oh no. Yeah, I knew it was going poorly, but this is evidence on my screen of how poorly this is going.
College basketball broadcasters love the 0 field goals with the running clock of like 6 minutes. Wait, it's been a quarter of this half, and
they have not made a field goal. It's one
There's
of
only 40 minutes in this game. They haven't made a field goal for 8 of them.
It's one of the tried and true things that pops up, and they love it. They love referencing it. The graphics people love putting it up, and it's like a kick in the teeth if you're rooting for the team.
It's always when the other team is making a run.
Yeah,
and you're like, yeah, we know.
Yeah,
we know.
Thanks for defining my misery. I get. Yes, it says 4. It's felt like 30, and with timeouts, who knows how actually long it was. So they win though, and the cliche "survive and advance" certainly held true on Saturday night. And another late game. They're going to be playing really late. I think it's right around 9 o'clock our time when that tips off. It is what it is.
What about the kids?
On a Friday?
No. But what about the kids?
What about them? You know what Michael Jordan says about them kids?
I know. Apparently the NCAA says it too.
You mean the college kids? Or I thought you meant Coug fans who are kids.
Oh, them too.
Oh. You meant the college kids?
Yeah.
What about them?
They got finals.
It's Friday night. What do they
got to
do?
study.
What would they be doing on a Friday night if they weren't playing basketball? They would not be studying.
Yeah.
Nah.
No, Tugler will be in those books.
Hey, Tugler. Appreciate you, man. In fact, we're going to hear from Emmanuel Sharp when we come back. Has some nice words for Tugler. Could you not commit a game-changing mistake against Purdue? A potential game-changing mistake, because, as I said, the Cougs actually, after a drop below double digits, actually built the lead back up until the final stretch. So it did not particularly kill them. It was just, oh, man, where the hell did that come from? But they found a way. So we'll hear from Emmanuel Sharp about JoJo Tugler and what he means to that team, which was very nice words considering he might have been known for that awful foul, except his teammates along with him were able to pull it out. So we'll hear from Emmanuel Sharp. We'll hear from Ime Udoka as well. The Rockets split the weekend. As Vernon Maxwell says, they got their revenge on MGK. That's his nickname for Tyler Hero. Unfortunately, Jamal Murray isn't Tyler Hero, and he has something to say about that big matchup last night that did not feature Jokic. So we're just getting started here on the show. If you want to get in on anything, you can, 713-780-3776. The Texans have signed another offensive lineman who isn't good, but hey, just throwing bodies at the problem to see if they can fix it. And we do have word, at least initially, about some Astros who are on the team, some that aren't. And of course, the most important player to a lot of you, according to Jim Bowden, will be on the team, but that isn't official as yet. So a lot to get to here as we're just getting started. We will be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Before we get to more tournament stuff and Rockets stuff, at least on the court, the Rockets owner, Tillman Fertitta, looks like he's going to resign from being CEO of Landry's when he becomes the U.S. ambassador to Italy. So I'll ask you, Sean, tougher job, ambassador to Italy or CEO of Landry's. I'm not really sure what he's going to do as the ambassador to Italy. I mean, maybe he just meets with Italian politicians and the Italian delegation. I'm not sure what he's going to offer as far as the American perspective about what's going on in Italy, but that apparently is his role. Doesn't that mean you get stationed over there too? So is Tillman not going to be able to go to playoff games?
I'm sure he can.
Will he be able to fly back and go to playoff games? What if some important international thing happens in Italy and it's during the first round of the playoffs? Does he shirk his responsibilities as ambassador to come root on his Rockets?
Well, I typed in Italy current events on Google and then went to the news part. I'll be honest.
Nothing going on over there?
Nothing major.
If there's some US Italy confrontation, not necessarily a war, but confrontation about some policy, he better not be sitting courtside when it's Rockets Wolves in the first round. You took on the responsibility. You got to do the job.
I'll just say when you type in Italy current events, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the 10 that pop up that are from like August of 2024.
I mean, if you're
maybe this is more about Google's search, how the search works, but doesn't seem like there's a ton of like super pressing stuff.
I mean, if you're going to be given that title, Italy's probably not a bad spot. There's not a lot going on.
Top 10.
Like, don't send me into a war-torn country where there's actual things to be done. I don't want to have to speak to a country about getting hostages out of a certain place.
No. Or places that we have like a testy relationship with.
I don't need to talk to North Korea.
Yeah.
Or China, or at this point, Canada. The ambassador to Canada may have a tougher job than the ambassador to Italy. Yeah. Whatever it might be.
I hope Vince Carter figures it out.
Yeah. Whatever it is, Italy's probably not a bad spot. So you know what? Now I'm reconsidering it. He's probably going to have plenty of time to get over here to watch Rockets game. I don't remember Woody Johnson watching the Jets in person, even though I wasn't really checking up on him. He might have been in the building for most of their home games. I just did not know.
But what was he watching?
I mean, it was bad football.
We're talking about, Rockets are going to be playing playoff games in 3 weeks. Like, come on.
It's true. It's true.
One of the headlines, this is from a week ago. Earthquakes in Naples. Is it safe to travel to southern Italy?
If they're earthquakes, I would say maybe no or yes. What's the infrastructure like in Italy? That's the knowledge I need to have. But if Americans get in trouble over there, is Tillman Fertitta going to talk with the Italian government about helping out Americans? Like, if there's some type of broke down palace situation in Italy for a couple of Americans, like, how would Tillman have handled the Brittany Griner situation in Russia? Would he have been on the ball, or would he be like, she shouldn't have done what she did? Not even gonna. I got to know these things.
The thing is, he won't have to because he's doing Italy, not Russia.
I know he's doing Italy, but if
I
travel to Italy,
yes, but
and I do something really stupid and get myself in trouble, can I depend on Tillman Fertitta? To keep me out of trouble and get me back home.
Knock over the hat of the Pope or whatever.
Isn't the Vatican its own country?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
It's
I don't know how am I going to
less than a square mile.
Yeah, how am I going to? It's like Washington D.C. Just a separate place altogether, even though it's not that big. I don't know if I can trust the man if I'm the one in trouble over there.
Really, you're worried he's going to be like?
He might be too busy.
I was looking at Aaron Holiday's road home splits. And,
I don't know. He's got so many things to worry about.
Also, Bubba Gump, we're adding a new menu item.
This is why he has to step down.
Oh, yeah, that's why.
This is why he won't step down from running the Rockets. He does, although he probably isn't doing the day-to-day stuff anyway. He's got a son for that.
He's like, you don't have to CC me on a lot of these emails.
Yeah, but he's taken his hand off the wheel of Landry's to help our country in relations with Italy. If he opens up a Bubba Gump in Italy, we riot.
It's corruption.
Yeah. Oh, would that be so surprising? If a government had corruption. So there it is.
The Italian government.
If you guys notice a drop off in your service at Landry's or the food in general, now you know why. Because Tillman's got other things to worry about. He might have been
the
worried.
Rockets traded for Bradley Beal. What the hell just happened?
He's lost his mind. He's lost his mind. So there it is. I mean, we will see how that affects us. Probably not at all. Just be aware. Tillman's going to have your back in Italy if you cause trouble over there.
He was ordering veal parmesan. People thought he meant I want veal.
Yeah. And and because he's living over there, the accent will pop up and people will get confused.
Oh, yeah.
Veal or Beal.
What if he comes back like someone who studied abroad and he has like a heavy Italian accent? Like he talks like one of the guys from the home country in The Godfather.
It's the only thing I'm looking for. It's the only thing I'm hoping for, honestly, to come out of this. I don't think much else will come out of it.
Starts talking like Vito Corleone.
But if he has to come back over here for his end of the year availability, presser, exit meeting, however the season goes, I want him to sound like he was trying to romance what was her name? Apollonia. I want him to sound like that coming back.
And you asked me the day after my team gets eliminated from the playoffs.
I don't need a raspy voice.
Oh, okay.
I just want that sing-songy way that they always put on Italians in movies. I need that.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
You want the Kevin Durant.
It always sounds like they're singing a song as opposed to talking. If we get that out of him going over there, great. Speaking of his Rockets, they drop a game last night to the Jamal Murray led Nuggets. No Jokic. He was unavailable. Apparently, he'll be back for their homestand. Rockets had a chance to win the season series. I think go up 3.5 games on them in the what was it 2.5? Either way, they had a chance to take a nice lead over them and the rest of the Western teams that are chasing them, and they didn't get it done. It was a tough third quarter. Jamal Murray went for 15 of his 32 in that quarter. The Nuggets, after being tied with the Rockets after the break, outscored them by 17 in that quarter. And the Rockets made it close. The Nuggets, much like the Cougs, had trouble dealing with pressure down the stretch. They did lose the Jamal Murray minutes early in the quarter. And then even when he came back, the offense was ineffective. He did get to the foul line. Jalen Green was playing pretty good defense on him. Jamal Murray drew a foul to give the Nuggets a 5-point lead after he made a couple free throws, and that was pretty much the breathing room they needed. So that's a disappointing loss for the Rockets. You have what many people consider the best player in the world not playing in the game, and you allow Jamal Murray, who has played better and better since, you would say, his Olympic failure. He was not good in the Olympics for Canada. He has improved steadily since that point, and that's the guy the Laker fans and the Lakers team remembers from the playoffs. He would rip their heart out. He did it several times in the fourth quarter of their last series. This time it happened in the third, and of course, as I said, he made a couple big free throws. So the Rockets at times were dominant on the boards. There's a couple possessions late in the third quarter as they were getting blown out at that point where they created multiple opportunities, and then even at the free throw line, it's rare you on two consecutive free throw, not attempts, but the free throw. It was a couple different times where had two free throws, they missed the first, and then they would miss the second, and they would force a foul or they would get an offensive rebound to start another possession. That happened a couple times back to back. They just really could not convert. So we'll hear from Ime Udoka here on that. The lack of transition points and the fact that even when they did get offensive rebounds, they did not convert those into points.
Yeah, I mean, we got dominated in those two areas, rebounding and transition, fast break points. I mean, we end up 16-10 offensive rebounds, but they converted. We were only 3 for 14, and they were 7 for 13, so they doubled our points there, and then 14-0 transition. Areas we expect to do much better in, obviously, but a poorly played game overall. I think very average first two quarters, and it's tied at halftime. So you're looking at that as a positive. We didn't play really good at all. And then obviously a terrible third quarter, and get yourself back in it in the fourth with the average quarter at best. So some positives to take from that we have a layup with about a minute and 51 seconds left to be a 2-point game that we miss. And with that being said, how poorly we played overall, it's a good sign.
So more complimentary than you might have thought. Didn't play well. We're still in it. And, of course, the unsaid thing is, well, they didn't have the best player in the world. So maybe, just maybe, as well as DeAndre Jordan played filling in, just maybe if they had Jokic, how poorly you played would have turned it into a giant blowout as opposed to a game you fought back in. So I'm gonna throw this at you, Sean, to see if we can actually talk about this and be normal about it, and also acknowledge what's going on. Are we allowed to assess now that we're 72 games into the season that Jalen Green has maybe just incrementally improved as opposed to what people were suggesting because he went on another like 15 to 20 game stretch of being great? Now that we are 10 games away from the regular season being over, and not one of those things where in his last 82 games, we know there's a whole summer between the stretches, because, part of why a season of 82 is a good measuring stick is it takes into account the ebbs and flows, wearing down, and credit to him for always playing. That's one of his greatest strengths. He will always be available, but that's part of how you judge a guy. How is he over the 82 in a season, not the 82 when there's a summer in between? But now that we are 72 games in, is it fair to say he's fine? He scored 30 last night, got to the free throw line 14 times. That's a rarity for him. Went 8 for 22, didn't shoot the ball well from the field or for three, but the free throw line helped him out. What we're at, kind of what we might expect from him, for about a 42% shooter, shooting better from three than he has in his career, 35%, and just over 21 points per game. He's fine.
Why do you hate Jalen Green?
I don't hate Jalen.
You hate Jalen Green.
I hate the conversation around him.
You hate him
because
I was waiting. I wasn't sure when you said, "Can we have a discussion and be normal about it?" Got excited because I thought you were gonna say something about Şengün, and I was gonna say, "Why do you hate Alperen Şengün?"
Either way, you got your question.
Win.
Either way,
yeah.
I mean, the Şengün triple double is it's one of those triple double. Okay, sure. Sure.
Why do you hate Alperen?
There it
Şengün?
is. I gave it to you. See, look at me. He's got a triple double. Yes, that is a stat.
Can't believe you called him a fake all-star.
I did not say that. But how did he get there? How did he get to that triple double? I watched the game. I watched the misses from the free throw line, the misses overall, the incessant throwing his head back, asking for calls. I saw all of that too. And this is a regular season game. Do you think you're gonna get any of that in the playoffs? It's been a great year all around for the Rockets. I do think at some point they're gonna have to realize that stuff's not happening.
Yeah. No,
the begging, the asking, the hoping that calls are going to go your way. If they're not happening now, guess what? Guess what's going to happen? So you might as well just run back on defense. The Şengün head back, arms out. What happened? Where's my call thing? Was a little tiresome last night. I will say that. It was over and over again in a game where I would say you weren't playing well enough to get those calls, at least not on the offensive end.
Yeah, I think it is something where it is like nothing's going my way, and so he especially leans more into the foul baiting stuff and the like looking for a call stuff.
The season started with him talking about he created a move to get more fouls.
Yeah,
that's how the season began. So a guy got taught. He was mentioned one of the coaches taught him a move where he can get to the foul line more. All right, man.
But I think there's a difference between like trying to
draw fouls,
and then the like looking at the ref as the play's going on with your arms out. And I think he does more of the second thing when things are going wrong, where there's like panic there. And this team's definitely going to lose like game 4 of a series just because they're looking for calls the entire time. Maybe game 2. They're going to lose a game in the series where it's like the things are going wrong and they are looking for it's the Şengün looking for a call thing. Jalen Green gets hit and thinks it's a foul, slow to get back. Like there's just going to be that game where, Fred VanVleet's jumping into people on 3-pointers and nothing's getting called and they're going to lose by 25.
We know what
that's just going to happen.
We know in this town what the whistle is like when it changes in the playoffs for your best player, how that changed for him.
Mm-hmm.
That has to get cleaned up. As great as this season has been, they need to make that adjustment right now. Stop asking for it. It's been proven over 72. You're not getting them for whatever reason. Maybe you think you don't have a great whistle. We know certain teams have a good whistle. The Lakers have an elite whistle when it comes to what they get as opposed to what their opponents get. You got to cut that out. They got to figure it out and Ime's talked about playing through that stuff. stop whining. Of course, in the middle of a game, he's going to ask for calls too. That's just how it works. But they've got, I don't know if you can figure it out in the next 10 games, but once the playoffs hit, it's going to get even worse if they don't adjust. Might as well start that adjustment right now. We'll hear from Ime because maybe part of it is inexperience for them. We'll hear his take on what happened last night. Was it due to an experience or the Nuggets experience or just sloppiness? We'll hear from the Rockets coach once again when we come back. So it turned into an overall team issue as opposed to me hating on Jalen Green as you thought it would. But once again, through 72 games, maybe we're just okay saying he's a fine player. He's a fine player. Not great, not elite, maybe not even good. He's fine. He's good enough for this team right now. Right?
Mr. Right now?
That's
Mr. Right?
Was that reasonable to say? Or is
Yeah,
that too much?
I mean, his numbers are very similar than they were last year, whereas disappointing. It's just he's 2% better from the 3-point line. 1% better for his career. So he's a 35% 3-point shooter this year, 34 for his career, 33 last season. Like you said, total field goal percentage, literally the exact same. And he scores 2 points more per game. I mean, I don't know.
And that's because he's shooting
same amount of assists, one less or half a less rebound. Like it is remarkably similar how his years have been.
So he's shooting more threes. He's making about maybe half of one more than he did last year.
He's shooting one more 3 per game and making half of it.
Yeah, and that accounts for the extra uptick in points, which it's cool. He's cool. That's all I can say. Because I don't think he's bad. I just don't think he is what people think he is when he goes on one of his hot runs. The season will tell, and so far the season has told. He's pretty much, at least numbers-wise, the same guy we've seen over the last couple of years. Okay. You know, it is different. It's spring, and you know where you go to get a great car with spring savings? Monument Chevrolet. You can check them out at monumentchevrolet.com. When I say check them out, I mean all the vehicles. You can check out the entire inventory. And, of course, you want to check out those vehicles in person and talk to the great people at Monument Chevrolet. Go off to Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. So once you get out there, once you've made the choice on a vehicle, you might run into Sammy, their salesperson of the week. He's very personable. He is a Spanish speaker, so if you'd rather do business in Spanish, he can help you. But all the people out there are great. And that is not just a sales staff, but the people who work in parts and in service. So if you have a vehicle and you want to take it there, you're going to meet people who are going to treat you like family. And that's beyond the buying process, which is sometimes can be arduous. If you are someone who hasn't bought a car before or knows that buying cars can be a little tricky, they're going to walk you through the process and make it as easy for you as possible, because once you step foot on that lot, you are family to them, and they want you to be family for as long as you're out there. MonumentChevrolet.com is a website. They're off of Beltway 8 and 225 in Pasadena. And the spring savings are this. Off on the Chevy Silverado 1500, you get employee pricing. So you get to pay what the employees pay when they want one of those great trucks. So go to the website, check them out, and all they have to offer. And remember this, Chevrolet, together let's drive.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Willie P, I see you. If you want to talk about the U.S. trash performances over the weekend, we can do that. I do want to get to these tweets before we get to him. If you want to get in, you can. 713-780-3776. I haven't given out our Twitter handles in a while. If you want to tweet Sean, you can. Sean A. Mapes, who currently is 5th in our bracket madness. So tweet him all your basketball questions, at least college basketball questions. And of course, I am at Delv2. So Dream Shake says this: Don't let Homer Rockets fans fool you. Jalen Green has not improved, in my opinion. Same guy, maybe more effort on the defensive end, but that is all. And Art says Ime needs to tell Alprin to stop. Asking him and him asking the bench to review every play is ridiculous. You can take the boy out of Europe, but can't take the Euro out of the boy. I wouldn't say that's unique to European players, although Luka is a prime offender as well. It happens. I think the Rockets in general, and maybe it's because we watch them all the time. You know, if I watch more Pistons basketball, they might complain all the time, too.
I was going to say, this is just what happens when you watch one team.
Yes, when you watch them nearly 70 games a year at this point this season, you see a lot of their kind of their ticks and their habits. And the habit is right now to ask for a call all the time. Got to get over that with the playoffs coming up. As a young player, hopefully that improves. Let's get to Willie P here. What's up, Willie P?
Hey, good morning, Dale. How you doing, man?
I'm good. How are you?
You know, I could be better. You know, the weekend was ruined by the U.S. men's national team. Although I did get to see my dad play college basketball at University of Maryland, so it was cool to watch his alma mater, hit that game winner last night versus Colorado State. But besides that, let's talk about Mauricio Berhalter, or we can call him Greg Pochettino. I don't know what you want to call him, but good grief, damn it, man. What are we doing? I mean, did anybody look at that Canada lineup? I mean, did anybody look at that Panama lineup? This is outrageous. We've got a World Cup coming up in a year, just over a year, and this is what we're doing. This is what we're doing for real. I get it. It was a cute story with Patrick Agamanyang, whatever, out there. I mean, he had, 4 or 5 chances. He could have won that game single-handedly by himself, and he didn't. I mean, we have got to get these players out of the MLS and get them into Europe, or we will always get the same results over and over again, and it's just disgusting, man. And then they got the Gold Cup this summer, and we got the Confederations Cup. Like, I'm not gonna lie, it's tough to watch Mexico win yesterday. I'm like, I take Raul Jimenez over any of the strikers U.S. got right now. Even Balogun, who's injured. It's just trash. They need to do better. I'm sorry. I'm glad I got the vent. Also, shout out to La Salsa, my favorite Willie rider. You guys have a great day. Sean A. Mates, what it do, baby?
If you missed it, and a lot of you probably did with the tournament going on, the U.S. lost their third place match to Canada yesterday. They lost 2-1 in the Nations League. The game before, they lost to Panama. So in this window where they bring the players in, it's the international window, which simply means, unless you're like an MLS, a lot of the big leagues around the world, they allow their players, if they're called in, to go play for their nation without it affecting them in league. They don't miss time like the big leagues in Europe have this break. So the U.S. called in some of their best. Of course, you heard Willie P say they played some MLS players, and it didn't go well. I can't find myself to care. It doesn't look good. We heard Willie P mention the Gold Cup. That's their next opportunity to get together and have an extended camp and try to figure some things out. But it's really about how we get to the World Cup and what we look like. And you always want to win, particularly in CONCACAF where you think you should dominate. I can't work up the emotion. I've seen them win Nations League and it mean nothing in the World Cup or even the Copa America that was played here. I'd rather win, but I'm not that sad about losing. as evidenced by me not watching a minute of yesterday's game. Couldn't find myself to care. Couldn't make myself care.
Them playing it in the middle of the first and second round of the NCAA tournament. Good job.
I don't know when you put it, seeing as how it is this international window. So
but good job. I mean, good job losing when no one in America cares.
It's Friday news. No, who cares? No one cares.
Yeah.
Yes, it's barely a story.
It's
Pochettino, the new manager, says, yes, we would rather win, but he doesn't feel pessimistic. Look, just get him ready for 2026. And if you have a good run there, no one's going to care about losing to Panama again. And Landon Donovan took to Twitter to talk about, I've heard about all this talent. Look, basketball, it's not just basketball where the old guys have something to say. It's all the sports, and soccer not immune. And he went to Twitter to talk about, hey, we hear about all this talent, but passion means more than talent. So if you don't want to play for the shirt and dig in, don't take the call up. We'll get someone else. Okay. I'm sure if I go through all of Landon Donovan and U.S. performances, they are all stellar.
Yeah.
They never lost a game they shouldn't have lost, right?
They probably always beat Panama every single time. Probably not a Panama loss in the 2000s.
Never went to Trinidad and Tobago and put on a poor performance.
Nope.
Never happened before. There's so many things going on in terms of, do we have too many guys who aren't really like U.S. guys because they could be dual citizenship. They could be playing for England, like our best left back. I don't think he played. Anthony Robinson spent his entire life in England. He has an English accent, but he plays for the U.S. So it's stuff like that pisses off some of the old guard where they're not true Americans, stuff like that. It started under Klinsmann and it's still going now, and guys still haven't gotten over it.
It is an interesting, I guess it's not really debate, but an interesting conversation of the way to get better players is to, let's just say, flip some commitments to hit the recruiting trail on some of these guys who could not play for England or Germany. Anthony Robinson probably could play for
at this point. Maybe not when he first decided, but now likely.
And then, hey, if you want to play in a World Cup, you're basically your only chance is to do it for the U.S. And so you are getting better. But I do think there is a little something, like 5% truth to the Landon Donovan. Now, how talented these guys are, that's sour grapes. But the actually care, because if you or I just for whatever reason got drafted to play for some other country, we would care less than if it was for America.
So we can put it to you like this: my father, Nigerian, but I grew up here. I played youth soccer, obviously never good enough to reach those levels. But if it came down to it, and for whatever reason I could not play for the U.S. for whatever reason, and Nigeria came calling, I think to myself, how would I feel hearing the Nigerian national anthem as opposed to the U.S. national anthem, putting on that jersey? Plenty of guys have done it in this situation where they choose one because this is the one that's given the opportunity. Yeah. And you would say they put in max effort, at least they would tell you that. But there's always that little thing in people's minds. Well, was this really your first choice?
Yeah, they're not going to be crying in the locker room.
Yeah. Is it affecting you the same, or is it a chance to play in the World Cup and that's why you're playing for them?
And these guys, they also have professional careers, and so playing in a World Cup or playing on a bigger stage on a national team, having that opportunity can advance your actual career.
Yes, it's the Gershon Yabusele scenario.
Exactly.
The current Sixer who was out of the NBA showed out for France and got an NBA contract from the Sixers.
I was thinking James Rodriguez, or James.
Yeah,
James. Yeah, from Colombia.
Who wound up playing for the best clubs in the world and kind of flaming out.
Wasn't good for any of them.
Yeah.
He was good one summer.
But he was a star for the Colombian national team, and it turned that into a career playing for what, Real?
Yes, Real. And then I also think Bayern Munich also took a chance. So he was it's like a former first round pick getting passed around for 5 years where every GM is taking a chance on him. But I mean, I would think that that's what some of these guys are thinking when they do play in some of these now not Nations League or whatever, but in some of these tournaments where it is hey, this is my chance to, if I score 2 goals in 3 matches, I might be playing for Real Madrid next year.
Yeah, think of it as a high school football player going to a camp.
Yeah, it's like a showcase.
Yeah. These tournaments, even if they're not the World Cup, can be showcases for future earnings. And of course, if you play in a World Cup, that's always on your resume, and guys want to do that. And like I said, there's a question about, are they passionate enough? If they didn't grow up on the streets of insert random U.S. city, and you were actually, also actually spent most of your time in London.
They're not from Smallville.
There's only one person from Smallville that we care about, Lana Lang. But because Superman's not from Smallville, somebody's from Krypton.
He's someone who naturalized citizens. He could play for the Kryptonian team.
Exactly. And when he hears that U.S.
He wouldn't even
national
make the
anthem,
roster.
yeah, Kryptonian's solid football club.
Athletes everywhere.
Exactly. So there it is. It was not a great couple of matches for the U.S. national team. It'll go by the wayside. The pundits, mostly the former players, will be very upset. We do this thing over and over again, and then of course we will either delude ourselves about what could happen in the World Cup or be dead on, just depending on which side of the coin you're in. Or excuse me, you're on. But whatever. Nations League over. Good luck in the Gold Cup. All right, that wraps up hour one for us. We will actually come back with that Ime Udoka sound, talking about will inexperience be a problem for them, or was it something else, particularly last night against the Nuggets, who could be a matchup for them if the Rockets fall further down in the standings. Only a game up on the Nuggets, could have gone up 3, but only a game up on them now. We'll get to hour 2 when we come back. Welcome to hour 2 of the show. Let's get to Ime on last night's game. The Nuggets come into Houston, dominate the third quarter, and hold off the Rockets to win in a game that might have decided, certainly would have decided the tiebreaker, but the Rockets may have gotten enough distance with the Nuggets, including the tiebreaker, to at least say, okay, we're going to be ahead of them when it comes down to it. The Rockets only have 10 games to go. That was a big one last night. They dropped it without Jokic on the Nuggets, and it hurt. Here's Ime on a question that was asked about, was it the inexperience of the Rockets or something else?
I mean, I don't know if it was as much as their experience as us being sloppy and not taking advantage of some things. It did feel like a very sloppy first half. And even late in the game, we had some opportunities in transition. We don't convert there. And so felt like we were even until that third quarter, and then obviously worked our way back into it in the fourth. But just overall too sloppy, not crisp enough, taking advantage of opportunities. And then the shooting didn't help in the second half, from 3 or free throw, missing 12 free throws.
That is beyond the complaining that I mentioned earlier. The free throw shooting is a bit of concern. And the main culprit is Alfred Sengun. It's been late and close when he misses them. It's been free throws that could put a game away that he's missed. And he's going to be a guy they lean on. There was a game against the Sixers where he did not play until they needed a rebound, and he played, and then he helped dominate the overtime. So the playoffs, as the great, now washed, and according to Jimmy Butler, what did he say? Unhinged Pat Riley used to say, the playoffs tell. The playoffs tell you about your guys. So that's why, as the show has talked about, why I'm so excited about watching them. We're going to find out quite a bit about these guys, because it feels like no matter who they play, they're going to see a team who has at least done it before. Unless somehow, I'm trying to think of what the team would be. I guess the Clippers, if they play the Clippers, no, they have James and they have Kawhi. But that team as a whole hasn't done much together.
Yeah, they'll have Kawhi Leonard for 3 games.
For a game and a half.
Yeah, and then he'll try to tough it out for one, and then be shut down for the season.
Look at you saying Kawhi would try to tough it out.
Oh, yeah.
Look at you.
What am I talking
What are you talking about?
I'm sorry. I confused him with someone else.
Yes, if he has
confused him with with Joel Embiid.
Yes. well
Joel Embiid, give him credit.
He will try.
He will try to tough it out.
He will let you know how hurt he is.
Yes. And
he'll
then
make you very aware.
And then it'll be at the detriment of the team, and they'll lose.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, really... Maybe Memphis. If they play Memphis, that's another one where you just go like, okay.
Yeah, I mean, they've had a little downturn because of injuries and, of course, Ja's issues, but they were at points very early, like in Ja's tenure, a 2 seed.
But they're up next.
Yeah, they're the next team, and of course, things haven't particularly gone their way, but they haven't gone anywhere. Now health has returned to them, so whoever they face, it will be either a disadvantage or it'll just be, hey, a team much like themselves, and we'll see how they play. But a guy on their staff who, at least Raheel Ramzanali, who joined us on Thursday, wanted to be the head coach of Texas, is Royal Ivy. Texas went in a different direction. They went with the Xavier coach.
Yeah, they're not old boys club like Raheel is.
Hire Royal Ivy would be an old boys club move.
He went to school when I was there? Hire him. I don't know if that's true.
I don't know the time frame for those two. I just know that Raheel would have nothing to do with the hiring process. I do know that.
I don't know. I don't know how much he donates.
Well, I know he works. He's one of the preeminent MMA play-by-play man. He works for Fury.
Yeah.
Of course, he does CityCast. I just don't know how far that money goes in terms of helping to hire the next Texas head basketball coach.
I will not be pocket watching.
I'll pocket watch. I'm taking guesses. And I'm going to say he's not a big booster, if he's a booster at all. But whoever decided Sean Miller was the right choice, they got their way. Sean Miller's the new coach at Texas. There were other names mentioned at points. People thought, hey, Will Wade hadn't signed that deal with the Wolfpack. Maybe he's going to go to Texas. But Texas had their man.
Bill Self.
Yeah.
That was one.
That's the height of delusion, I think.
Yeah, it was just like a message board. Like, they have contacted Bill Self.
And what did Bill Self say
in
return? Where do you?
I remember playing you guys. We beat you all the time. Click.
Yeah, SEC. Whatever. I don't have to do that. Why would I enter a tougher conference? All right, I'm dealing with the Cougs already. You think I want to enter the conference with the best regular season in college basketball history? No, I'm good. I'll just stay here and hopefully gain ground on the Cougs, who have at this point surpassed us. So no Bill Self. You do get Sean Miller, who has told Xavier, appreciate you helping me with the glow up. You told me to get a beard, and I got one.
Start a podcast.
Got a new haircut. Look how good I look. I used to just be a mustache guy, but now I got the beard, a fresher cut, and I'm back on the Power 4 level. So he gets the Texas job. And, of course, the question is, do you feel like Del Conte made the right hire?
Who knows? Time will tell.
That's the proper answer.
Who
knows?
Especially with basketball. Like, basketball is, so much different than hiring in football, where basketball, it is we'll kind of see. He'll probably have a lot of really good years. He'll probably have a lot of really bad years, and then he'll get fired. That's kind of how it goes. If you look at his resume, I mean, I think he's made his last 12 years of being a coach, because he had to sit out a year between Arizona and going back to Xavier. I think it's 7 Sweet 16s in the last 12 years for Sean Miller. That would be the most consistent stretch of basketball for Texas in its history. So I think that he's a good coach, but a lot of good coaches have gone to UT and not succeeded there. So we'll see. Or had more success elsewhere.
UT, a coach-killing program?
I guess so. I mean, the one I will say, actually, really, it's just Rick Barnes and Chris Beard, but he got
did that
fired for other reasons. Yeah. Shaka Smart, he's the same guy. Losing to a 10 seed. It's just same guy.
He is what he is.
He hasn't made a Sweet 16 in a decade. What are we doing, guys?
Yeah, we're living off the VCU stuff. He's like Jalen Green. He's a fine coach.
Yeah.
The VCU run was Jalen's March.
Yeah.
Last March, not this March. He's not been good this March.
And give Jalen Green credit. I mean, he at least had this year's January, and he's had other stretches for Shaka Smart.
Shaka Smart.
One run.
He made a Sweet 16 last year in the Final Four run in his second year as a head coach with VCU.
Yeah.
But other than that, it's been a lot of round of 64s, round of 32.
And losing to terrible seeds.
Yeah. He is a coach who will get you to the tournament. And that's pretty much the only thing you can guarantee right now with him.
Yeah. So, I don't know. Sean Miller, step in the right direction. Because, you look at his resume versus, Rodney Terry's resume, you are,
not even close.
You're okay, so Rodney Terry's the interim that got hired. So, we'll see. I mean, all of this matters is, NIL budget and stuff. And whether Sean Miller is willing to pay guys to play basketball, which there's no evidence that he's willing to.
He takes a stand. He took a stand. He didn't take a stand when it was illegal. He's going to take a stand now when it's legal. Hey, I learned my lesson. No, Sean, we swear you can do it now.
No. This is how they got me last time.
Someone
I'm
told
not going back to Xavier again.
How many times will Xavier take back Sean Miller?
At least one more.
You think?
In 2032 when he gets fired from the Texas job.
There are probably some people at Xavier the first time around who deluded themselves into thinking he would never leave. But when he left, you could get, okay, he's going to Arizona.
Yeah,
Sean was
Arizona.
Good. Sean was good
replacing Lute Olson.
Yeah, Sean was good for us. He's going to Arizona. That's actually something that says something about us that we're pretty good.
Yeah.
That Arizona will come take our coach. Now, after he's left you, and he's come back to you in disgrace, and you take him back to clean up his reputation.
3 years.
I'm sure he told you. I'm not going to go back and listen to any pressers, but I would not. I wouldn't be surprised if he at some point he said how much he loved Xavier, and it's the only place I want to be.
It's home.
It's home. I'm sure he did say home at some point. Well, temporary home. It's like a foster home. Not your forever home.
It's an apartment. Let's be honest.
Xavier was a foster. What Xavier didn't know, they thought they were the permanent. It was like if a dog was able to choose where they got to live. Xavier thought it was a forever home. Nope, you're my foster, and now I'm out. The question will be, will Texas give the pet back at some point? Because it's not what I wanted.
I mean, I don't think this is being pessimistic. Where chances are he's going to end his time at Texas getting fired.
Yeah, the very few people who get to call their shots at these type of programs.
Maybe in 25 years, he, after a crazy run, the greatest run of Texas basketball ever, then he either right before the season or in the middle of the season says, the landscape of college basketball has changed
because
too much.
Because you can no longer pay players anymore.
Yeah.
That's how it changed. All right.
Now
enough.
I can't pay guys.
Yeah, we can't pay guys
I'm outta
anymore. This is not what I signed up for. I'm out. So there it is. Texas has their guy, an established coach with a little stink on him. But Xavier helped them clean that up.
I mean, the stink was paying DeAndre Ayton. That was the stink.
I think you mean dominating.
Yes, and they were a 3 seed or whatever in that tournament.
The stink was
lost to a 14 seed Buffalo team.
Don't say that.
Sorry. I mean, he does have a good tournament record.
He just happened to have
Outside of
the
that.
number 1 overall pick on his roster and lose to Buffalo.
He shouldn't have been the number 1 pick. That should have been Luka. Blame the Suns for that.
I can only go by what happened. And what happened was he had the number 1 overall pick and lost to Buffalo.
Don't love it.
It's not great, but it happened a long time ago.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah. The
Don't worry
FBI wiretap story really tanked that season.
That's right.
Don't ask why though.
Why there was a need?
Wiretap.
Why there was a need for an FBI wiretap? Don't ask why. But hey, you got your man. We'll see how it goes.
Like his name,
of course.
That's good.
And
spells it the right way.
The only thing you can take from it is the resume says he's better than Rodney Terry.
Yeah,
and he'll win a tournament game or two, and that's what you're looking for right now.
Yeah. That really is like all. And this is like very, whatever. This is having small time goals. I really just want to make Sweet 16s pretty regularly.
Get into the second weekend is pretty cool.
Yeah, that's all.
Having that full week first, of course, all the drama and stress. Obviously, if they're close games, all the drama and stress of getting through that first weekend, and then you have that whole 4 or 5 days to go. You know what? We're a Sweet 16 team.
Yeah,
we can take it. You can watch all the highlight videos of the first weekend, all the compilations, all the sound bites from all your players, and then you get ready. You start to ramp up for the Thursday or Friday game and see if you can get to the Elite Eight.
I mean, he's made 4 Elite Eights as a coach. I don't know how far in history I have to go back to 4 Texas Elite Eights. Like, it might actually be till TJ Ford.
Well, you had one recently.
2 years ago. Mm-hmm. Before that, 2008. Okay. One with LaMarcus Aldridge. And then I think one with TJ Ford, where they made a Final Four. Sean Miller. Just do that. Do what you did from 2006, 2007 Xavier to 2018 Arizona. What happened after that? I don't know.
Yeah, whatever. All you want to do is be able to be in sniffing distance of a Final Four trip. That's all.
I'm not asking for Final Fours. There's been one Final Four in Texas basketball history. I don't. That's absurd.
I just want to have the chance
just
to play on Saturday, Sunday, the second weekend.
I just want to be where Arkansas is right now.
Well, it's not a bad spot to be in. First year under John Calipari, already in a Sweet 16 from a 10 seed.
I would like to not be a 10 seed. I will say that. But
that means, well,
beggars can't be choosers.
You're in the SEC. You may be forced to have a 10 seed.
Oh, yeah. They're the 7th best team in the SEC, so they're a 10 seed.
Correct. The team here in our city, a 1 seed, and they're playing Purdue for a chance to go to the Elite Eight. That game's on a Friday, late night Friday. Go Cougs is all I can say about that. I said Cougs a lot, not go Cougs, over the 2 days you were here. Michael Carroll, like Pavlov's dog, threw up the Coug sign over and over again. Cougar Paul over and over again. No matter how many times I said it, when I said it, it always went up. It's just this thing.
Was that a pander move to Michael, or?
No, I was just talking about Cougar basketball, and every time I did, the pause went up. There it is, just like you did there. That was the reaction.
Well, I just did it to show it.
No, I know, but that's how it went.
Okay.
That's how it went. Okay, when we come back, there's a lot of talk about the Texans' offensive line, and they signed Trent Brown, but there's a lot of talk about them and let's just say their willingness to be photographed. Well, they're not the only team in town who's in on that. We'll talk about that when we come back. But first, Sean's going to tell you about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. And right now is the best time to get in on the action. You got college basketball on during the weekends. We just had a big weekend of college basketball. And you got the MLB season starting up, baseball right around the corner on Thursday, opening day. You got basketball on every night, the professional game. If you want to get involved, you can do it on Prize Picks, and you can mix and match. In a time like this is the best time to get some mixing, some matching. So a little basketball here, a little baseball over there, maybe some golf if you're feeling frisky. You can do it on Prize Picks. All you have to do is download the Prize Pick app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks. Get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even have to win to make that money. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, run your game.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Do you follow any Rockets on Instagram?
No.
I didn't suspect you would. It's not my bag either. I think I follow some teams, other people of interest, but no actual athletes at all, except for like a rugby player who used to come to the station and promote his team, the SaberCats.
Yeah, but someone you've
I've met
personally.
Sam
Yeah.
Windsor, who used to play for the SaberCats.
Yeah, my stance on it is, hey, like for LeBron or someone, it's like, hey, if he says anything
Someone
or posts anything
I'll see
noteworthy, it'll come my way.
I don't need to follow. Yes, exactly. Missing out on all those Taco Tuesday drops, apparently.
I wasn't, because they would get reposted.
Very true. Very true. But you didn't get them instantaneously, Sean.
I know. I had to wait like 2
30
hours
seconds,
for 'em,
whatever, for someone to immediately grab them and post them. Well, you're missing out on what the Rockets are doing. Yeah, Texans and their O-line got criticized for being, let's say, conscious of the cameras and dressing for them and making sure they could pose for photos. Where the Rockets, several of them have personal photographers. Dylan Brooks has one. Tari Eason has one. Jalen Green has one. Alperen Sengun has one. That's a lot of your core 7. I don't know what Reed Shepherd has. Maybe he has to play more games before he can hire one. But for whatever reason, that tracks for the NBA. It's not. I imagine it wouldn't bother people as much, despite like the image of the Rockets being, Fred VanVleet has one, by the way, too. Beyond the fact that, or beyond the whole hard charging, we play D, we're aggressive.
Yeah.
We also like to look good in photos, which doesn't shock me.
So do you think they all each have their own?
Well, couples share.
I was going to say, because there's no need for 15 different
guys,
personal photographers.
As they walk in every
guys,
day.
Get your money, whatever. But also, I feel like you need one or two.
Well,
and then the actual team photographer.
It's more than that. It's more than one or two. Alperen has a personal one who
probably one of his boys from Turkey.
No, it's not.
Oh,
he did not know who to reach out to, so he had someone do it, and they picked someone. An agency found someone for him. It's not Dylan Brooks. His boy from Canada is his personal photographer. Okay. Fred VanVleet, I'm not sure if his is from Canada too.
His boy from Wichita.
Yeah, I don't know it, but
from Wichita State.
That guy's pumping up the story. G League champion, NBA champion, undrafted, all that stuff.
1 for 8.
Oh,
that doesn't get posted.
No, they allow the team photographers to do like what happens on the court. They're about
who's the picture. My favorite thing in the politics behind who's the picture when the team has to post the final score after a loss.
Let's look at what they did last night. Alperen had a triple.
Can't actually post whoever had the worst game.
Alperen had a triple double, and by the way, stories from Danielle Lerner. She covers the Rockets for the Chronicle. You can find it. It's like, oh, okay. All these guys have tried to cultivate an image that they want you to see on Instagram. I thought maybe you just allow the team photographer to take your photo walking and you post it to the gram. No, several of them have people for that. So when they're walking in and the team account will post whatever drip one of the guys is in there walking in. Trust me, there are like 5 other people waiting for their guy to take the photo, and that'll go on their personal social media.
Most of those guys don't really surprise me just by like what we've learned, and especially the last 3 years and the first 3 years for most of these guys on the Rockets, where they're really bad. So all you had to do is learn about like, hey, they're really into fashion or whatever it is. And so like I knew that Sengun liked to dress. I knew that Jalen Green liked to dress. The surprising ones are, and I knew Dylan Brooks also from his Memphis days, where you'd be like, can't believe this guy's a goon and he's wearing that on the way into
which might say, not really a goon, maybe just an agitator.
And then you go, oh wait, he's from Toronto. Got it.
Okay.
But Fred VanVleet and Tari Eason having one. Those are surprising because I'm like, I don't think of Fred VanVleet as the I'm trying to be more than just a basketball player. I'm trying to be.
He's got a story to tell. I just told you the story that needs to be told we all know.
But I thought that was more of a blue collar, never give up on your dreams, kid. You can be 5'10" and a point guard making $40 million a year.
That's got to be documented for people to know. You can't just.
But I don't need pictures of him walking into the arena.
You don't think you do?
Maybe I do. Hey, you know what? Let me see his Instagram.
Just look at his latest and see if
it's good enough. He might earn himself a follow.
Unlikely. The guy they chose to represent the team after the loss on the hey, we lost. Here's the final score was Dylan Brooks.
Oof.
He had the best game. I mean, Jalen went for 30, but it was on 8 for 22. Dylan was 8 for 12, 5 of 8 from 3. Helped keep them in it. 21 points. That's a good choice. Alperen triple. You got to be very conscious of what actually happened in the game to not use your triple-double guy as the picture. Yeah. Because you know what's going to happen. If they threw Alperen on there, yeah, he was 6 for 15. Who cares? He was 6 for 15. I think maybe the admin's like, I don't need that. I don't need people talking about what his actual stats were. Give me the guy who you can't fight. Efficient, knockdown jumpers, 20+, plays his customary aggressive, agitating defense. Put Dylan Brooks on there. And probably from the team account that picture came from, not from his personal photographer.
Yeah. I'm looking at Fred VanVleet.
Are you looking at anything that would make you follow him?
No, absolutely nothing. Actually, I don't even think there's really anything that I would say necessitates you paying a personal photographer.
You think Fred's not getting his money's worth?
I don't really think so. I mean, they're fine pictures, but one of them is just a picture, like a still image from a post-game interview where they crop out Vanessa, and it's in black and white.
I know why they do it, but she can't be in the
I can
photo.
see her hand.
Okay.
And just says, and the caption is steady, and then a dice or a die, a single die.
Yeah, I'm looking at all these. Hey.
Damn, I love this bleep.
630
burning heart emoji.
I hope the 630,000+ followers enjoy Fred VanVleet's content, as that's the music that was playing under one of his highlights from this big game.
I looked at one of his stories. He was hanging out with Chad Ochocinco 47 minutes ago.
Well, the initial story is from his big game in Miami. And
okay. So he's still milking that. Okay.
22 hours ago. So you can still have it up.
Okay. I thought because the Chad Johnson one was from like 40 minutes ago.
Yeah. A lot of the more recent ones are from, at least he posted like 50 minutes ago or so, but still from his time in Miami.
Yeah. Trying to hide that stinker.
What? No stats, no videos from last night's game. Just videos from your time in Miami or pictures from your time in Miami. Chad Ochocinco, as you mentioned. So there it is. Your favorite Rockets. All, for the most part, have personal photographers. No Steven Adams. I didn't see him in the story.
So not my personal favorite Rocket.
Yeah, the guy you love the most, just getting rebounds, setting screens. No personal photographer.
Breaking up fights.
Yes, he is.
Merely by just towering over whoever is the aggressor.
Yeah, watching Steven Adams is pretty interesting because no one tries him. It's mostly because Steven Adams gives off the energy beyond the fact, okay, he's pretty big, you're not going to win this one, that he's not interested in any of that. He's not stepping to you. He's like, all right, buddy. It's pretty much like a tap. All right, man, let's go.
Yeah.
Like Russell Westbrook, former teammate, I think it was on a dunk, slapped Steven Adams in the head. Steven Adams just kind of gave him a look. Not wrestling, trying nothing. Just keep going. Nothing's happening here. It's not a bad way to go through life on the NBA court. No one tries anything with you. No one thinks you want to try, so they don't even bother you. You just go about your day playing basketball and being a silent enforcer. It feels like, for the most part. So he was good. I mean, Steven Adams' stats will tell you he's good on Twitter, but Steven Adams has been better than I thought he would be. That's one of those acquisitions you can credit them for having the foresight.
Yeah.
And will the double bigs become more of a thing in the playoffs? That will likely be matchup dependent, as Ime has talked about. But when they're on the court together, you don't get rebounds against the Rockets.
Yeah. Basically, since Adams has been healthy, because most of the first part of the season was just kind of maintenance, and you'd see him for 12 minutes or here and there. And it was always like, well, long game. We're bringing him back slowly. And I was a little worried that I was like, are we just not going to ever have this guy? And then in the playoffs, it's backup center Jock Landale time. And luckily, as of right now, that doesn't seem to be the plan. And yeah, of the last few weeks, throwing out even the single big, even when he's the only big on the court, he's been really awesome.
You pair those two at a time with Ahmed and his ability. Like, Ahmed won't even really go for a rebound. He'll just slap the ball out of your hand while you're going up for it. It'll go off the backboard, and then usually one of his teammates will get it.
Then Tari Eason is there.
It's kind of uncanny that the fact that it feels like he's just aggressively slapping the ball out of guys' hands while they have it above their heads, and it winds up in the hands of another Rocket. It just creates so many more opportunities for them. Unfortunately, last night they didn't make enough shots, as you may talk about. The shooting kind of held them back, particularly from the backcourt. Jalen and Fred did not have a good night, so don't think their personal photographers will be taking shots from last night's game. Well, Jalen probably had a good dunk or two that they might be able to use. Okay, we got a couple more segments to go before we're done. If you want to get in, you can, 713-780-3776. We'll get to some Astros because they have made some decisions on players who will be on the roster and others who won't. I don't know that the Cam Smith news is broken quite yet, although Jim Bowden thinks he will be on that roster. So we'll talk about that when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Take it or leave it, but Fangraphs has a prediction. No team in the AL will win more than 90 games. That lofty spot in all of baseball is reserved for the Braves and the Dodgers. Dodgers at 98, Braves with 94. The Astros, according to Fangraphs, I think we've talked about this. It might not have been specifically Fangraphs. Maybe it was. That division race in the AL West is going to be tight. They have the Astros and Rangers tied at 84 wins in second place behind the Mariners at 85. So that kind of tracks with everything I've seen so far. People expect this to be one of those down-the-wire races. We'll lean Astros because until they prove otherwise, I'm going to take them. A couple guys who won't be available. Well, one guy who won't be and one guy who will be. Two guys, names you're very familiar with. One is John Singleton. He lost plenty of weight. He said it was the best shape he's been in his career. Didn't help him hit the baseball any. He was not good in spring, and that results in him not making the roster. A guy who feels like was destined to make this roster because of the salary he commands is Rafael Montero. He's back for another year. You guys ready for more? Not necessarily for Montero himself, but all the conversations about Montero to continue. I just hope he's good for the obvious reason that it helps the Astros. The other one is so this conversation can end. Like the Jeff Bagwell signing Montero, that happened now 3 years ago.
It's the last year.
Yes, either way, right? But since it is the last year,
or he balls out,
or he's great, yeah. But I prefer that he has a good year to stop the conversation. I do hope it goes the other way where, you want to give Jeff his credit? See?
The Rafael Montero apology form.
It really would be the Jeff Bagwell apology form. Everyone was crushing Jeff. He just had the foresight to know it would take a couple years for Montero to be great again.
I will say what hurts the Jeff Bagwell apology tour is the fact that there's no way that Jose Abreu makes people go, you know
That's
what?
true.
We're too fast to judge.
It's tough because
he can only go one for two in the last year of their contracts, which have for the previous 2 years for each of them have been disastrous. Year one for both weren't disastrous.
Yeah, yes, they weren't.
Year two definitely disastrous.
And you'll give year three disastrous for Abreu because he's not even around. But Montero has
improvement off of last year.
It's better than the alternative, him being around.
Yeah.
But Montero has a chance to silence all of Jeff Bagwell's critics, not even his own. Can he get people off Jeff Bagwell's back for a year? A guy that Jeff Bagwell may have liked, but won't get credit for acquiring.
I'm doing with this for Bagwell's haters, not even my own.
Not even mine.
Of which there are many.
He goes, I'm strong enough.
I can handle it.
The worst part about this is, the hate that Jeff's getting. That's how Montero operates. It's not even about me. It's about how people are going after a guy who believed in me. But a guy that Jeff Bagwell did not trade for, maybe he thought they should have. But this one goes under Dana Brown's resume, or on his resume, positive or negatively. And right now, very positive is Cam Smith. And James wants to talk about him. What's up, James?
Hey, guys. Yes, I want to get to Cam. What's up, Del? But I have to throw something in on y'all's conversation right now. I don't care if he throws a sub-2 ERA. They are not going to save Bagwell. Abreu debacle, the however many millions of dollars we lost on him last year and the crap show that he put out there the year before, no way.
Okay.
And I love Bagwell. I'm Houston born and raised, man. Bagwell Biggio at heart. Anyway, so I just really wanted to get y'all's opinion and help segue into Cam Smith is I know the clock starts, and I know that's been a big speculation on if he's going to make the roster and why. But as outfield needy as we are, I think there's something real in baseball that bringing guys up too early, putting up too much pressure on their shoulders and things like that really help or really hurt their development in their career. But I think we're good enough to where he doesn't have to put that weight on him. I'm still still optimistic with this roster. It's still a championship breed, and what's going on in Houston with the coaching staff and everybody else in the locker room. Do y'all share in my opinion that he adds value to the roster from day one and is a viable piece to help us win the division? And I'll hang up and listen.
The question will be, and this came out maybe a week and a half ago or so, how many of those at-bats are translatable? Because if he's going to hit like he did in spring, of course. But the stat that Chandler Rome put out was he was hitting against, and this was, like I said, a week and a half ago, he's had more at-bats. He was hitting against less than double-A pitching. If you combine all the pitchers he had faced, they averaged out to be less than a double-A pitcher. So can we take that into the season? The Astros apparently are. I mentioned Jim Bowden, former GM, now baseball analyst, is saying everything is leading to Cam Smith being on the roster. And if you go by what the local guys are saying, they're not going to keep Cam Smith on here to get at bats here and there. If he's on the roster, he's going to start. He's going to play a lot. So does he add value? They're devoid of pop in the outfield. Well, at least from established outfielders. Altuve's out there. There's pop there. And of course, we've done the whole, is he good defensive? Is he going to be average defensively? Is he going to be a disaster? Whatever. We've talked about that. It hasn't been great. We'll see what the season brings. I think he has value. If he is even, let's say he's a quarter of the guy we've seen in spring. Because a quarter of the guy we've seen in spring is still a good baseball player. Still a good bat. I don't expect greatness. I expect better than the alternatives. And I think that's where the Astros are leaning. I know baseball people concern themselves with starting the clock. I don't care about that. Can he play and can he help? You can deal with all that stuff. I know it's real. I know it's not. I know it's something they think about, but it's not something I care about.
They're not going to re-sign him anyway. Who cares?
There's a point that maybe that's why you don't want to start the clock, because you're going to have him for a short amount of time. You're never going to bring him back.
Yes, but you also need to win your division this year. More than you have to worry about 6 years from now.
Yes. We don't know what he's going to be, although you read a Chandler Rome article and people are talking about him being the next 60 home run guy. Not this year, but eventually.
Yeah. So I think that was Dubon.
So yeah, Dubon's all in on Cam Smith.
5 of them.
Yeah.
It's like Judge, Stanton. I don't even know who else of like active guys.
Oh, active guys. I mean, Mauricio, please calm down, please, with that. But either way, that's the positivity coming from inside the camp about Cam Smith, from the coaches to the players. He has done all he can do, and it looks like because the Astros are devoid of talent in the outfield and how great he's been, he's going to play and start. Now, the question is, how bad would it have to be for them to go, oops, this was a mistake? Will he get the same leeway that Bregman got? Bregman started 1 for 32.
I was going to say Bregman.
Can he be as bad as Bregman?
No.
And remain up? No? Why not? They are more desperate than they were, right? When did Bregman come up?
2016.
So it was in the middle
of September or August, September.
So it was the season after they made the playoffs.
Yes,
and
it
was also the season they could never beat the Rangers, so they weren't going to make the playoffs.
Yeah, they're hanging around in the division, but they weren't.
But the Rangers dominated them that year, I believe. So that kept them out of the playoffs. In fact, they were better against the rest of the league than the Rangers were.
Yes.
It's just that the Rangers kicked their ass, so the Rangers made the playoffs. Early in the year, I can't imagine him being as bad as Bregman was. That was terrible. Considering
1 for 30 is so.
1 for 32. Considering all the hype, people were like, "Okay,
that's like 6 games of one hit." Like, I don't know if he definitely wouldn't start 6 straight games if he goes 1 for 30 to start things off. If it's a stretch in the middle,
they might.
Like if he starts whatever, just to keep using 30. If he starts 10 for 30 and then goes 1 for 30. And then, like, maybe they still give him some leeway. But if he just starts it like Bregman did, like, nah.
Yeah, and it'll be about his mental fortitude. If they see that that's getting to him, he's not taking the same approach.
Yeah, he's also a guy who barely played in Double-A.
Yeah, he doesn't have.
If he comes up and stinks, you know what the thought process is? Maybe you should try Double-A before throwing him into the major.
Considering the numbers would say he wasn't even beating up on Double-A pitching when he was great in spring.
Yeah.
It's an experiment, one they're kind of forced into by the moves they've made or the ones they haven't made, but he's made it a viable experiment. We'll just see how it plays out. We haven't gotten that word yet, but the expectation is Cam Smith will be on the roster and likely starting in right field with Jake Myers in center and Altuve, maybe Dubon in center. I don't know what they're gonna do there.
Yeah.
But it feels like Jake Myers has been cemented in center field for whatever reason.
Mm-hmm.
Again, Dana Brown,
So.
he's done all he can.
Well, I mean,
Dana Brown said before last year that Jake Myers was a center fielder, and we're like, why? And he got all the plate appearances, so they weren't wrong about him playing in the outfield.
I mean, this is a team that's starting.
Dana Brown wasn't wrong about it.
This is a team that's starting a second baseman in left field and a third baseman who's had 5 at bats at Double-A in right field. Like, I don't want to also get a center fielder too on top of his plate because God knows where he would find this guy. But it'd be, hey, congratulations, John Singleton, you made the roster. You're playing
Not
center
even.
field.
He throw Ort in center.
Yeah. Two-way Ort.
Yeah. And you think you laid it out. We got to go to break here. Think about the construction of this roster. Forget about Altuve's legendary status. You've never played outfield before. Go out there at 30 plus years old. Hey, we just acquired you for a star right fielder. You've never played outfield before. You go out there and we'll see how it goes. And we'll have a bad offensive center fielder and one with a bad arm. But at least he can go run down balls. That's our outfield. And we think it's the right way to move.
Hey, Dana, did you try to sign any outfielder?
Nah, we're still waiting on Bregman, even though we weren't really in on Bregman. We would tell people we were, but we weren't really. We like what we did. Brendan Rodgers, bring in another infielder.
We're moving Altuve in case we sign Bregman. So yeah, that's why we're moving him. And then Bregman doesn't sign. We're still moving him for Brendan Rodgers this time. Huh? Everyone likes this.
It's better the sell we did it for Bregman. Don't start with the Brendan Rodgers as a sell. That's a bad way to go about it. As much as we're making fun of him, he chose the right way of going about it.
Okay, it's whoever wins the competition in spring between Rodgers and Guillorme.
That's a bad sell. Know your audience. Don't sell it that way.
It could be Luis Guillorme. We don't know.
Once again,
meritocracy.
They seem poorly constructed.
I do wonder why this team couldn't sign a $5 million per year outfielder. Just to have a guy who can play outfield.
Think if Cam Smith wasn't doing what he was doing. Where would they be?
Chaz McCormick.
Oh, that feels
hero
good.
of the 2022 playoff run.
Chaz and Jake and Altuve in the outfield. Cool. At least Cam Smith has delivered hope that this might not work out. That this might work out.
Yeah.
And even what does work out mean for a rookie right fielder who's never done it before? What does even work out mean?
Hit 20 home runs.
Yeah, we're just gonna put 20 home runs on him.
That is what people that. That's the thought process, is that you'll be a good enough hitter that doesn't matter that you haven't played right field before.
That is the Astros approach,
and
he's been better in right than Altuve has been by a wide margin.
He's caught baseballs.
He's made plays in foul territory.
He's been able, with his feet moving and with his feet standing still.
There have been no viral mistakes by Cam Smith so far. Credit
even if the guy's tagging up, he still catches it. It's crazy.
And what Sean is referencing is what Espada said last week. The common thread for Altuve's issues were him trying to get the ball in quickly because he didn't want people to run on him when they were tagging up from third. Yeah, I'd just have you catch the ball first. You work on that other stuff later. Let's perfect catching the baseball. And he'll have 120 starts to do that. Hopefully he gets it done before we get into the summer. All right, we got one more segment to go before we wrap it up. Paul Gallant is up next, but we will be back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
We got a couple of minutes to go before we're out of here. Trent Brown signs for the Texans. So that's Trent Brown, Laken Tomlinson, Ed Ingram, and why am I blanking on this guy's name now? Oh, Cam Robinson. Those are your 4 acquisitions on the offensive line. So the Texans have attacked the position much in the same way they did the defensive interior last go round, where it's like Mario Edwards, Tim Settle, of course, Nico Autry was a big name, and his season was short circuited by a drug suspension, PEDs, and also he was okay last year. Probably didn't give them what they wanted, but this is what this feels like. We're just going to grab bodies and see what works. Unfortunately, the difference is the Texans have Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson on that defensive front. So no matter how poor the evaluation was of some of those defenders, and actually those guys did pretty well. Folu Fatukasi, throw him in there as well. Folu Fatukasi. They had 2 bookends who can get it done, and the rest of those guys were okay. They don't have really anyone you can trust, but they're trying. Maybe it gives them the opportunity not to be so offensive line focused once the draft rolls around. Do they have any high-end talent on that roster right now? You could guess Blake Fisher because he was a day 2 pick. But other than that, got to go back to that word I used last offseason. Bunch of Jags. But I don't want you to see that as a pejorative. It's just simply what the acronym says. Just another guy. They're just guys.
I mean, it is a pejorative.
Yeah, but I'm not trying to insult them. I'm just saying.
It's like I love it. We have a bunch of Jags.
I know, but when you hear Jag, it makes you think bad player. I'm not saying they're bad players.
Yeah,
although they were bad players last year. I'm just saying they're just dudes. There's no plus players that they've acquired yet. They're just gathering enough guys that whether they make the roster or not, you're going to try to raise the floor of what was not a good room last year.
Yeah, you're hoping that 1 or 2 of these guys can be like playable.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is they tried that with corner, and luckily they drafted a good one, or it would have been Okudah and Henderson.
Yeah.
And neither one of them was playable. One guy didn't make it out of camp. So maybe the draft is how you go again to mitigate the risk of just taking guys on that no one really wanted. I mean, the Patriots, who were desperate for offensive line help, were like, you know what, Cam Robinson, you got bad football character, and you allowed the most pressures of any lineman last year. We'll pass. We're desperate, but we'll pass. Texans were like, we'll give you.
Yeah, we're more desperate.
We're desperate too, but more than you apparently, because we're going to give you not a bad deal for a guy who was on the market with not much interest. So Trent Brown in. He's big, massive, has some injury issues, didn't play a lot. Does that make you feel better?
No.
Hit in the draft is what I'll say. Hit in the draft. I don't care if it's the first round or the second round. Find someone in the draft that you can start right away. That wraps it up for us. Paul Gallant is up next, followed by the Killer Bees. We got a busy week. We're going to be at East River 9, the entire station. Then on the next day, where are we? Not us, but
I forgot where they are because I'll be here.
Oh yeah, because you will be producing both days. You won't be engineering. So if it ain't affecting John, he ain't paying attention. Sean ain't paying attention. It's in an email. I'll read it tomorrow or something. I forgot. All right. Since we're done for the day, what does that mean?
We did it!
We did do it. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show on this Monday, March 24th, 2025. I am Paul Gallant, and this, he said as he popped yet another Ricola into his mouth, is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. You know how to get aboard. You can call in on the HR&P listener line, 713-780-3776 to call to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. We got Sean Mapes behind the glass. We are back in studio today after a couple of shows on the road. We'll have some shows on the road this week. Thursday, we're going to East River 9. Looking forward to watching more March Madness out and about at one of our favorite stomping grounds. Sean, I'm going to need a little something a little special because, as expected, our beloved Cougs took care of business not once, but twice to open up the NCAA tournament. ARS. Who the hell is that? It's the mother-loving Cougars. Again. COUGARS. Who the F is that? It's the mother-loving Cougars. That's right, guys. The number one seed in our hearts, third technically number one seed in the tournament, Cougs. They hung on for dear life to an 81-76 victory over Gonzaga on Saturday. Watch that game out at Kirby Ice House to advance to their sixth straight Sweet 16. I'm going back and forth on how I should feel about this one because did that game not feel as easy as possible until the very, very end? Truly, I thought, given how well LJ Cryer was shooting, what do you have, 30? And given how easy it was for Juwan Roberts underneath, I watched that game against a Gonzaga team that at least is coached by Mark Few and knows what they're doing out there. With how easy those first 30 or so minutes of that game were, I really thought to myself, this is the year. Cryer is bombing away from outside. He cannot be stopped. Every single time it felt like the Bulldogs got a sniff of life. Splash. Cryer made him cry. Then, Juwan Roberts just driving the lane, and he was putting together some of the more impressive moves underneath the hoop I've seen in a while, and he seemed to be automatic. And then the end of the game happened. And I don't want to rain on the parade too much because they're on to the Sweet 16, which is where, for our Cougs, the first round of the NCAA tournament begins. Their sixth straight Sweet 16 appearance. But at the very end, the pressure that the Bulldogs put on them has me a little bit nervous. I can't be the only one who feels that way because the end of that game, oh God, it got very stressful. I was holding on to my above average sized donk, holding on to my butt for dear life. And of course, the Cougs ultimately won that one. But I do wonder if that's the blueprint to stopping the Cougs in the tournament. You want to chime in? You can. 713-780-3776 to call to text. Sean Mapes, your thoughts on a game where it looked like the Cougs were going to run away with it. And then all of a sudden, the Zags started playing some really impressive full court pressure defense, forcing traps. And then the Cougs didn't know what they were doing with their hands.
Yeah, it was a classic game where, like you said, like the first 30 minutes, you're just like, okay, they're doing a good job keeping them at arm's length. Basically, at that point of the tournament, what 90% of the tournament games had been so far this year, where they normally higher seeded team gets up 7 to 9 points
and then
just kind of keeps them there and then wins. Pretty, lack of drama, except Houston this time, they decided, let's not score for the last 5 minutes of this game. That was a meltdown that it is a college basketball style meltdown. Like teams do this a lot, but it was so weird to see this team do this, I guess, especially I forgot who threw the pass, but it was like with a minute left, the cross court, like they're trapped at half court on one side, throw it like cross court and it gets deflected.
Barely deflected by a Zags player.
Yeah, but it was like, oh my God. I think it was it Uzan that threw it?
I think so.
That you're just like, what the hell are you doing? Like, why would you think that would work?
Their brains broke. And, I'm happy they advanced, but their brains broke. They were doing the thing that we bitch and moan about when you dribble past half court and you're like, oh yeah, I just needed to get past half court. No, you need to keep dribbling. You gotta run away from the traps. And the Cougs did this thing where they would cross half court and then they would just stop. It's like, what are you, me? Without a left hand dribbling past half court in a pickup game? Like, come on. We don't stop. Keep moving. Keep passing. And I don't know what it was that Mark Few and the Zags, who again, well coached, they've been in this tournament to the Sweet 16. This is the first year in 9 years, I think, that they didn't advance to the Sweet 16. Like, it's a good team. It's well coached. But geez, that was a lot. So I'm happy about the victory. They played Purdue, the latest game in round 2 on Friday night.
Yeah, Friday at like 9:30.
Ugh, gross. I think this is the time that the Duke game was last year too. Wasn't the Duke game?
The Duke game was late. I don't know if it was this late, but it was late.
I think it lent itself to certain very loud sports talk radio callers, perhaps drunkenly thinking that if they turned their ankle like Jamal Shed did, they could actually play on it. But we don't talk about that anymore. It was a big win. I love what I'm seeing from LJ Cryer. He's definitely their best player. What a performance. 6 of 11 from outside. I loved what I saw from Juwan Roberts underneath. I did not know that he had that in his bag. Like some of the stuff he was doing, some of the moves and shots he was making, they were high difficulty shots that he was shooting from, like not just under the basket, but he was basically like flicking it at the basket as if he was playing beer pong or something like that. And these weird like hooked roundabouts. Those were impressive things to see. But I need them to not all of a sudden forget who they are in the last 5 minutes of the game.
They can't do that. Maybe they can do that against Purdue, but they definitely can't do it against would it be Alabama or BYU next? Like that. You can't get away doing that for so long. And it is a Gonzaga team that, like you said, well coached. Obviously, like they have good players on there, but it's not at the level that they should be challenging the Cougs the way that they challenged them the last 5 minutes.
Good news is probably Kelvin Sampson sees that, and they're going to have a hard week of practice.
Yeah, it's a little bit of like a win where you're like, okay, good. They can lay into them.
Because they've won a million games in a row. I mean, what is this? 23, 24 games in a row, it feels like at this point in time. It's a lot. 15th consecutive. Same thing. You know?
I was going to say, there was like an early Texas Tech game that they lost.
Right. It's been a while, and it was against Texas Tech. So they advance. You want to weigh in on the Cougs, 713-780-3776 to call to text. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Purdue beat McNeese State, and that student manager, Amir Khan, who's making 6 figures, kill me. Nope, just kill me. Some dorky little chubbo student manager who has a cool boombox is making 6 figures. I will bitch and moan about that. Yeah, I'm jealous. I'm a hater. I want what he has. I hate you. I don't even know your guts. And I hate you, sir.
Yeah, that one, I feel like he's a symptom of there are no true Cinderellas in this tournament. Where it's like, we're really pumping the gas on this kid who, again, his team did not make the Sweet 16. They were the first team eliminated in the second round. Like, it was like the shortest lived 15 minutes of fame that you can have.
Got 6 figures out of it.
Didn't
even have to join an OnlyFans.
That has to be like tax write-off stuff for Buffalo Wild Wings, right? Like, how is it even possible that he's worth 6 figures when his team loses? His team that he's not even on, he's the student manager for, loses like before 2 p.m. on Saturday.
Because
it's tax write-off.
God hates us all. Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay. Well, it's a tax write-off. Okay.
I'm assuming. At least Jack Golke, like, he made those shots.
Yes. I'm sorry, student manager getting a 6-figure NIL deal,
and then during the game, he was sitting in the stands. Like, he wasn't
even a student manager.
No, he wasn't like getting towels or whatever.
It was a rough first couple of rounds of the NCAA tournament. I have it by the numbers, just how rough it was. Why has it been rather disappointing outside of what our beloved Cougs did? A recap of everything else that went down in the tournament over the weekend. It's the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Stick around.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Cougs will play Purdue in the Sweet 16 Friday night. It's been a rather disappointing NCAA tournament. We noticed that after round one. For those not paying attention, the average margin of victory in round one was 16.7 points, the highest ever. 10 wins were by 25 points plus, also the most ever. No 13 seed, 14 seed, 15 seed, or 16 seed in the second round for the first time since 2017, and just the sixth time since the tournament expanded in 1985. And on top of that, we didn't even get a buzzer beater in the first round. The closest thing we had was UC San Diego chucking up a prayer, opened to tie things against Michigan. They missed. Also, in the, I guess that would have been round. Nope, that was round one. We also saw a very, very, very underwhelming, very sad, very pathetic final shot by who? It was against Baylor, right? Mississippi State, Baylor.
Baylor.
They had a chance at that, but they airballed the bejesus out of it. So that was it in round one. Well, here's round two. We did get a buzzer beater, Maryland over Colorado State, and we did have 3 one-score games. But it was an average margin of victory of 9.375 points. And the seeds remaining, 4 1 seeds, 3 2 seeds, 2 3 seeds, 3 4 seeds, a 5 2 6s, and a 10. Arkansas is the lowest remaining seed.
Cinderella.
They're coached by John Calipari.
And they have, I think they have a couple NBA prospects on their team.
Correct. Because John Calipari's coaching. I'm just assuming that they have a bunch of NBA prospects there. All the schools left are Power 5, or I guess Power 4. 7 SEC teams are left. Auburn, Ole Miss, shout out to Chris Beard, Florida, Arkansas, Tennessee, Kentucky, and Alabama. The Big 12 has 4 teams left. The Cougs, Texas Tech, who ended Drake, BYU hanging around, played the Cougs in the championship. They beat Wisconsin 91-89. Arizona topped Oregon 87-83. So 4 Big 12 teams, 4 Big 10 teams, Michigan, Michigan State, Maryland, and Purdue, and Duke. It's the 4 biggest conferences. It's close to chalk. Not quite chalk, but it's damn close to chalk. And not a lot of buzzer beaters either. 100% fair to say it was disappointing. And as someone who dumps on everything all the time, I definitely enjoyed a lot of the NCAA tournament over the weekend, but it was a dud relative to other years.
Yeah, it was a lot of like, oh, this one could be interesting. Like it's a lot of that where you're hoping for something. Even like the BYU Wisconsin game that was happening basically at the same time as Cougs and Zags, where that was another one where it was a shot to win it, but it was an air ball. Like it was a baseline mid-range air ball, like where you're just like, what is this? And so, yeah, it's a tough year. A lot of the previews and stuff was that it was going to be a top heavy year, but even if it's top heavy, like I get all the 1s and 3 of the 2s making it in, but that we don't get like a 4 seed clipped by a 13 or something like that.
Yeah,
that's what really kind of that's what kind of really throws into focus. That's like, wow, the only double-digit seed that we have in the Sweet 16 is like the 7th best SEC team.
Right. Coached by John Calipari. They upset St. John's. I guess that's the most significant victory of the weekend.
Yeah.
John Calipari in Arkansas beat St. John's 75-66. Cal is 17-13 all time against Rick Pitino, including the NBA. 14-10 in college.
I do like that they included the NBA in that stat.
I'm not going to lie, Sean. I was annoyed that they included that because I was like, wait, now I have to look this up on my own.
Yeah.
Why can't we just have the college scores? Because no one thinks about John Calipari and Rick Pitino in the NBA. They both suck.
The Nets Celtics
matchups. The 2 garbage. Like they were terrible in the NBA for what it's worth. Very good college basketball coaches. Terrible in the NBA. That game was rather ticky-tack with all the fouls, but that's really the biggest upset of the first 2 weekends of play. A St. John's team that probably overachieved this year under Rick Pitino and lost to Arkansas, who has John Calipari-style players.
Yes, and they combined to shoot 9% from the 3-point line.
Yeah.
They shot like 2 for 20.
Oof, yeah. It wasn't the best game. I believe I was watching that game as I went into the Brooks and Dunn concert, the second to last concert of the rodeo. Phew. I'm so glad it's over. I had a lot of fun, but I'm so glad it's over. Especially the last 2 days because it was just so crowded walking around. I was hanging out with some girls and they're like, let's go to the hideout. So we're walking across the entirety of the carnival grounds through thousands and thousands and thousands of people only to get to this place, which has a line that's a good football field long. And then this girl who wanted to go so badly, even though I said the line's going to be terrible,
and we got to go across the carnival, and we're going to have to walk through people, and it's going to be terrible. It's going to be like going to Mordor. At least at the end of that, those guys got to go to like fake Hobbit heaven.
But no, we went through this only to turn around and go all the way back. We didn't have no Eagles flying us out. What?
The Eagles didn't pick you up?
No Eagles flying us out. It would have been great. We get there, and this girl's like, oh, I don't want to go now. And we were like, yes, we knew you wouldn't want to go. You knew you wouldn't want to go, Bridget. Gosh. Anyway, what was I talking about? Oh, the NCAA tournament. It's largely been disappointing. But some of the other big things that took place, UConn's three-peat done. Florida topped UConn.
That was a decent game.
77-75 it was. Walter Clayton, Florida's point guard. He's pretty awesome. And after the game, Dan Hurley wasn't so thrilled. Dan Hurley, he's an angry fellow from time to time. He's the villain that college basketball needs. He's what's Bill Murray's character name in Kingpin?
Oh,
okay.
McCracken. All of his character names. I'm just like, that's Bill Murray.
I think it's McCracken. But, I mean, that's what Dan Hurley is. He's a fantastic heel for college basketball. And after the game's done, right away, like he has not even left the arena yet, right away on the way out, he starts talking some trash. Dumping on the refs. Hey, hope you guys don't get screwed over, Baylor. Hope you guys don't get screwed over. Does the audio play? It was kind of faint.
Well, I know he says they bleeped us, and I haven't got a chance to bleep the.
I figured. See, it's one of those things where Hurley, he is who he is. It's fun to see a guy go down, but you wanted a guy to go down a little bit later. That was the fun upset I was hoping for, even though I cannot stand UConn, was a victory over Florida right there. So you can keep the three-peat going and you get a little more Dan Hurley in our lives. But didn't end up happening. Other noteworthy things in the tournament. Damn it, Aggies. Aggies. I need you to stop Aggieing. Whoop. I need you to stop doing that. 10-point lead? 14 to play? Michigan's best player's first name is Vladislav? Some random Russian who's not fighting against the Ukrainians is randomly kicking your ass?
By the way, that's the guy who we talked about earlier in this season that proposed to his girlfriend after a loss.
Oh. Well, good for him.
Yeah, after a loss.
I had no idea his first name was Vladislav. And I was like, did this guy just like escape conscriptions in either Russia or Ukraine to go play basketball at Michigan? He's a draft dodger. This one, just kidding. But the Aggies, come on. And also, sort of like with the Cougs, they just forgot how to play.
I was gonna say that was the game where like the team doesn't recover and end up winning. Like they actually just melt down.
They completely melt, and it was 14 minutes of melting down. And I was watching it in with a bunch of Aggies, and they were all like, "This always happens to us. Of course, this happens to us." And I was like, "Oh God." I feel for the Aggies. But they keep on Aggieing. So outside of that, again, largely underwhelming first and second round of the tournament. But our beloved Cougs are still alive. You got a lot of Power 5 conference teams left. In fact, all Power 5 conference teams, 7 SEC teams, 4 Big 12, 4 Big 10, Duke. So hopefully the next round will deliver a little bit more. But this one was rough. And even though things have largely gone chalk, all brackets imperfect, which I do like that. If that it's one thing for that, chubby fella, Amir Khan, to get 6 figures as a manager, even though he's not even working during the game. But it's another thing for somebody to get a perfect bracket during a year like this. I would have been very upset about it.
You want him to earn it a little bit?
I did. I have 2 friends who have been doing very well. One of them is she has devised a system, and basically she made picks based off of what men were expected to pick. So she looked up online and saw that a majority of men are picking Duke to win the whole thing. She made multiple brackets for the same group and 2 of them were like in the top 3. And I'm like, are you serious? I thought putting no thought into it was how it works, but no, this girl put a lot of
I
thought
don't even
into
know
it.
how you look up that data.
I don't either. I don't either. And love her. She's blonde. Would never have guessed this entirely because of the color of her hair. Would never have guessed she was capable of all this. Another one of my buddies was in the 99th percentile. So when things started to not necessarily go his way yesterday, I may or may not have been trolling him. I've really been a hater these last couple of days. I'm not gonna lie. I hate Amir Khan. I'm hating on the tournament. I'm a little bit jealous. So everyone got brought down to my level. So I like that. I like that kind of thing. Anyway, guys, you can jump in on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text. And Todd the Show asks, can you register as a manager to stay in school longer? I would.
I saw a story, and this might have been a joke. This might have been just people on the internet having a laugh, because there's a lot of time to think of this joke because they got blown out so bad, that Amir Khan is leaving McNeese with Will Wade to go to NC State.
The dream is dead.
He's hitting the portal for student managers as well.
Oof. I didn't know that existed. I mean, this is the first I think ever, right?
Again, this might be a joke that he's leaving with the coach, but we'll see.
If it's not a joke, I'm just gonna be sad and bitter with my life, my failures, and my shortcomings.
Hopefully he doesn't get a scholarship. All right. Hopefully he has to pay his own way.
Yeah.
Use some of that B-dubs money to pay your way.
Yeah, exactly. Though that would be funny if they like revoke his scholarship. It's like, hey, this money you're getting, yeah, this is now what you're going to use as your scholarship to go to this university, to hang out with Will Wade a little bit more. I'm Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Another comment that this isn't nice. The student manager says James feels very Make-A-Wish kid. Hey, he doesn't look like that. He doesn't look like he's dying, and he doesn't look like he's special needs or anything like that. He's just an unassuming fellow, and I'm jealous of him. But good for him. He's got that, and I'll never have it. He is the most famous student manager in college basketball history. Period. Up next, the Astros are closer and closer to opening day. It's Thursday, and they made some roster cutdowns, but that's not the big news coming out of Astros camp this weekend. It's what they are not doing before the end of this season. We'll talk about it next. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 to call, to text. Couple of different texts. Someone texts in, hey, what about my Red Raiders? That's true. Texas Tech did advance. We apologize for the omission. They look pretty good themselves. Very, very easy victory for the Red Raiders to advance to the Sweet 16. They took down, in case you missed it, Drake, who also had a fun little run. But I don't know if you're a Cinderella seed as an 11 seed. Very summary dispatching. 77-64, they beat him, and then Drake lost their head coach. Ben McCollum's going to Iowa, and Sean Miller, Xavier's head coach, took out Texas in the NCAA tournament's play-in game. They are hiring Sean Miller away from the team who knocked him out. They're firing Rodney Terry. So there you go. Happy with that hire, Sean? You got a guy from Xavier coming in?
Pretty good. Pretty good. He has more 30-win seasons in his personal history than Texas basketball does.
And Xavier, if I'm not mistaken, one of those teams, always a little scrappy. Always a little scrappy.
Yeah, I mean, he's gotten 2 Xavier stints.
Yeah.
Because in the middle, he was coaching Arizona.
Forgot about that.
Yeah. And so, yeah, he's made 4 Elite Eights. Like, this guy's good. This guy's good. Hopefully, I don't know. Let's get a couple runs in.
Yes.
That's all I'm asking for, really. It's just like a couple. Right,
That's it.
Give me a couple Elite Eights.
That's it. I mean, it's Texas. It should happen. But, hey.
It doesn't.
Hey, it doesn't. You're right. At the very least, listen, the Aggies are out in round 2. So you got that going for you. From the 409, I'm dreaming of a UH versus Texas Tech championship. That would be sick. Because we didn't get it in the Big 12 title. We should have, and that's Tech's fault. That is on you, Tech. You guys effed that one up. Come on. What are we doing here? You can't lose to Arizona. Can't lose to Arizona.
No, can't do that.
Although, hey, to Arizona's credit, they're still alive too. I mean, pretty good showing by the Big 12 to this point.
Yeah.
4 teams left: the Cougs, Texas Tech, BYU, and Arizona. Baylor, thanks for trying. Duke is a wagon. Yeah, you had no chance of that one.
That was a real, okay, so Duke is for real.
Duke is scary.
Duke is really for real.
Yes,
okay, got it.
For sure.
Especially playing right after Florida, who's kind of the popular. I think they are the most popular tournament winner pick. Has a good game with UConn. Gets pushed by UConn.
Yeah.
And the next game it's just okay, so I have 2 free hours here while they finish up beating the hell out of Baylor. Okay, cool.
From the 832, 12 p.m. and Paul is already hating on someone doing better than him. Such a bitter man. But see, here's the thing. Here's the difference. And I'm going to turn this into a flex. How many people would admit that they're jealous of some portly student manager? I am. I'm admitting it. I'm not too ashamed to admit it. The people who are annoyed with him online, that's how they all feel. But they won't actually say, I'm annoyed that some chubby guy who's just walking around with a boombox is going to get 6 figures. Yeah. It's less effort than DJ Khaled,
It
is. Who puts very little effort into anything just based off of the way that he has people carry him around and the way that he brags about how he doesn't please his lady, which I think is an indictment on him as a man. But hey, it's fine. It's fine. I'm a bitter person, but I at least admit I'm a bitter person. You can never accuse me of dishonesty. You can't. I'm like George Washington, except for a hater. Imagine if George Washington was getting bitter during the Revolutionary Wars. Why are we giving all the frogs this credit, huh? This is me. I led us through the winter at Valley Forge. That would be me as George Washington. F the French. Get out of here. Go have a revolution.
You know what? We're going to war with you now.
Yeah, we're taking you on. Just a nice little Game of Thrones backstabbing. From the 414, can't wait for Amir Khan to become a 97.5, 92.5 producer after college. Well,
hey,
we'd take him gladly.
Yeah.
We would.
You free on weekends?
Yeah.
Amir Khan.
That would be funny. It's the bullpen. Brian McDonald.
Amir Khan. Next on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Hey, the Houston Astros are closer and closer to opening day. Some cuts were made. John Singleton, bye-bye. It seems the best shape of his life, not enough to get him a roster spot. We'll see if he clears waivers and if he accepts a minor league role with the Astros. Ben Gamel, cut. Luis Guillorme didn't make the opening day roster, which is good news for Brendan Rodgers, who the Astros signed as a second baseman, won a Gold Glove with the Colorado Rockies. Rodgers might be your second baseman. Rafael Montero made the team. That's noteworthy. There are some injuries going on with the Astros bullpen, so that might be a part of it. I think Forrest Whitley probably going to start injured list, but did throw 95 off of a flat surface for what that's worth.
Isn't Ort also out?
Caleb Ward also out. You're right, Sean. And they have 2 roster spots available for seemingly 3 guys. So we're going to at least have one fun prospect on the Astros to open up the year. Chandler Rome believes 2 roster spots for 3 guys: Cam Smith, Zach DeZenzo, and Cooper Hummel. Hummel's apparently had a very good spring. So I don't know what that puts the percentage chance at Cam Smith making the opening day roster. But to me, this all pales in comparison to the big news that we heard, courtesy of Brian McTaggart. Framber Valdez, Astros opening day starter, said this on Friday. He has not been approached about an extension and likely hits free agency at the season's end. This is a tricky one, right? On one hand, Framber statistically is one of the top 5 pitchers in baseball over the last couple of years. Durability, ERA. He has been incredibly consistent since he shook off that World Series against the Braves. For the most part. There, of course, are the occasional, what is he thinking? But if you take a look at the body of work, he has been incredibly consistent and relatively durable compared to most other starters in baseball over that stretch. Is this another person you can afford to let walk? Because it's very doubtful that the Astros trade Framber Valdez at the trade deadline while he's still on the books, barring some sort of absolutely disastrous season. On the other hand, you have his what is he doing moments, which happen. Sometimes they happen in the playoffs. Recently, the last couple of years, he has been very disappointing in the playoffs, specifically the last 2 seasons, no matter what he's been in the regular season along the way. Can you really afford to let this one walk? Especially when you realize that the Astros have a lot of salary leaving the books after this season's done. Are you going to let this guy walk, or is this something that the Astros actually come back to the table and try to get a deal done with? It's definitely not a good sign that this is where things are at this moment in time, that he hasn't even been approached about an extension. If you are the Astros and you want to keep this guy around, you'd probably already have done it, at least if it was some sort of a serious offer. So are they going to do like they did with Alex Bregman, where they feign interest and respect everything that the guy has done here, but don't actually put together a serious offer for him? I think it's on the table. This is one of those ones where I'm glad I don't have to make the decision. I think I would make it happen, though. I mean, the problem that you have right now, all this depth that you have from a pitching perspective, all your guys are hurt. You know, I mean, Christian Javier, where does he start the year? 60-day IL. Luis Garcia just had a setback. Conceptually, you have an incredible amount of pitching depth, but Lance McCullers, we finally saw him for the first time in a while last week. How long is that going to last, you know? Hate to say it like that. And then you got this guy who, of all the pitchers with this Astros barber surgeon medical staff that seemingly has guys losing their Tommy Johns once a week, and I'm exaggerating a lot here, but this guy's been a model of consistency. Is there some way that you can keep him around at least on some sort of short-term deal that makes sense? Can you do something for 3 years, 4 years? Is it possible to bring him back for a couple, especially considering you will have more money to play with after this coming season? They definitely have to think about it. I hope that this is not a period. This Framber Valdez saying on Friday that he has not been approached about an extension and that he'll likely hit free agency at season's end. I really hope that some conversations are had between now and the end of the regular season, because this is a guy that no matter how crazy he gets is going to be really hard to replace.
I don't think there's any chance he comes back.
I'm having a hard time seeing it too. He's left-handed, as Todd the Show brings up.
It's also here's a guy who signed this past offseason. Are you prepared to give Framber Valdez Max Fried money? 8 years, $218 million?
No.
How about Blake Snell money? 5 years, 182.
Oh, damn, that's how much that is.
Yeah, like this is just like, it's not realistic that the Astros are going to sign Framber Valdez to this kind of money.
Can they do the little,
that's why I don't even think they're going to feign interest. They're just going to be like, yeah, come on.
Well, can they do the wink, wink, nudge, nudge? Hey, remember all the times we wore the jersey you wanted? Hey, remember those times? Hey, the wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Hey, like, listen, like, you understand how grateful you are to be here. They'll pull one of those, like, how grateful you should be. Honestly, I hope they do pull it though. I mean, he's from the Dominican Republic.
Yeah. So, hey, we signed you for like, wasn't like $5,000.
Probably like $3.
You had to try out in the dark with like car headlights so you could see the play.
I think there might have been Ronel Blanco, but honestly, all these stories sound exactly the same.
They all got signed for a ham sandwich.
Yes, pretty much.
and are grateful. Yeah, I mean, Framber going to be 32 at the start of next season.
I hate the, you know what? You're saying all the right things to talk me out of it, but is it worth the overpay considering some of the guys that you have overpaid over the last couple of years? It's hard to find a lefty like that. I do think there's a very good chance that by the end of the year, Hunter Brown is your ace. Now, I know his last outing, not so great.
He's working on stuff.
Yeah, of course, he probably said that.
Anytime anyone's bad in spring training, hey, he's working. Oh man, I'm not gonna be able to say that anymore until.
Yeah, that's it. This was it.
Damn it. Maybe some rehab starts.
Saturday, if he had thrown 15 balls and 12 strikes at a certain point in his performance on Saturday, but, and perhaps this was a glitch, but per Chandler Rome, either the radar gun at the ballpark is a little hot, or Hunter Brown just threw 103 miles per hour in his final Grapefruit League start. You decide.
I don't think he threw 103 miles per hour. 103 is so fast.
I mean, if he threw 103 miles per hour, ace immediately.
But he only did it once. That's the thing.
No, that's enough. That's enough. You can hit 103. That's enough. It's over. Hashtag Diesel.
Okay.
I want to believe that's so bad, but I also haven't taken that with a grain of salt. I think it probably is. The Seltzer ballpark radar gun is a little hot. It's a little hot. Little hot. Anyway, guys, you want to jump in, 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Can the Astros afford to let Framber Valdez walk? That's on the table. Also, Amen Thompson continues to prove to everybody he's already a star with something he did over the weekend. Stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Cougs are on to the Sweet 16 for the 6th straight year, and the Astros have not approached Framber Valdez about an extension. If you want to weigh in on those two stories on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. As far as Framber goes on the Twitch, King of Twitch says, Framber has the best spin I've seen in a long-ass time. It's not replicable. Replicable? I don't know. Whatever. You get what I'm trying to say. Emulatable.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Replaceable. That works too. Sorry. King of Twitch, you confused me there. I'm just reading what I see on the computer screen. If he ever figures out how to not be a head case, he's a Cy Young winner. Will that ever happen? I don't know. If you've listened to me in this time slot long enough, when I was doing the show with Joe, who, by the way, still works at the station, saw him in the hallway on the way in. He's asking me, hey, Paul, how's your black lung going? And I said, it's fine. I'm only coughing a little bit now. Oh, well, that was a real cough there. You would know that I already believe Amin Thompson is a star. There's something about him. His explosiveness, his second to none athleticism. When he's on a basketball court, he just looks different than everybody else out there. And considering he is a very raw, undeveloped player from an offensive perspective, and this is just his second year, the fact that he jumps off the screen athletically compared to so many different players, to me, that means he's already a star. But we got to add something else to the repertoire. For those who remember a rather inconsequential late December game between the Rockets and Heat, you'd know that Amin Thompson got ejected and suspended for 2 games for body slamming Tyler Hero. After the game, Tyler Hero, who played well in that game, got very cocky and had this to say.
You and Thompson exchanging words. How did it all really kind of spark off there?
Just some 2 competitors going at it, playing basketball.
And then it got a little out of hand. It's not every single night that you have all of those texts and all of those ejections. Was it building to that, or was it just a standard physical game that just had one of those igniting moments?
Just a physical game. I guess that's what happens when someone's scoring, throwing dimes, doing the whole thing. So I get mad too.
A great player hears a comment like that and tucks it away and remembers there's a pettiness to the all-time greats in every sport that, in the eyes of many, you'd consider to be psychopathic. But if you could take something like that and put it in the back of your mind, what happens when you play that guy again? So Friday night, Amin Thompson went up against Tyler Hero. And it's a shame that this game took place on Friday and not yesterday, because I might have let off with this. But on Friday, Amin Thompson literally bullied Tyler Hero. Go to Clutch Fans, their Twitter profile, their X profile. It is just highlight after highlight after highlight after highlight of Amin Thompson cooking Tyler Hero in every which way he could, stealing the ball from him. He had 7 steals on Friday. Most of them were from Tyler Hero. He was driving coast to coast through Tyler Hero. This was like Tom Brady when somebody talked trash against him, specifically going out of his way to target one player and just shove it up his you-know-what. I was so impressed by Amin Thompson and that performance. Here's the stat line in a plus 20 performance. 18 points, 8 of 14 from the field, 9 boards, 5 assists, 7 steals, and a block. And just 1 foul along the way. Honestly, I kind of want a little more shovey. We had talked about that on Friday. I want a little bit of fisticuffs, a little football in my basketball. Nope, Amen Thompson didn't play that. Instead, Amen Thompson just kicked Tyler Hero's ass up and down the court. And then after the game, the cherry on top, it's very clear this game was personal for Thompson.
You told me this morning at shoot-around you had a little bit of extra motivation since the scuffle with Tyler Hero last time. How would you assess your performance tonight against Hero?
I mean, I thought Fred really, set the tone on him. And then, my plays to guard him, I mean, he wasn't doing the thing. So this time, yeah.
He wasn't doing the thing this time, Very clearly, he took it personally. And the fact that he kicked Tyler Hero's ass while taking it personally, it's another sign this guy's the star of the Houston Rockets. And I get it. Jalen Green still got upside. He's young. And Alperen Şengün is huge and can do so many things with the basketball. But I think somebody who puts that in the back of his mind only to absolutely expose a player who he got into a back and forth with, a shoving match with months ago, to perform like that all these months later and single-handedly take it to Tyler Hero like that, it's a great sign. I love it. There's not many players that have that, like, I want to kill you energy. And I'm not sure if Thompson's quite that far. He's not like Isaiah Stewart, I want to kill you. But, like, this is, I see this guy out here. I am going to embarrass him. Like, that's what Michael Jordan would do. That's what Larry Bird would do. And again, extreme comparisons. But if you have that in your golf bag, I think it's a great sign. So that excited me on Friday to see Amen Thompson do that.
Yeah, it's one of those like small test kind of things of like, okay, he does have some MFer in him because you have to be a little bit of like that to be truly great. And it was a rewarding performance in his first game back from injury too. So he was like, I'm coming back tonight. I'm coming back tonight to do this to that guy.
Hashtag built different.
Yeah, he is built different.
Arms folded in front of your chest.
Is he built for this?
For real, built for this. Kind of want him to see if he can play outfield for the Astros.
Probably could.
So everyone else is trying it.
It's tall enough.
He's definitely tall enough. Hey, Cam Smith apparently had a catch that had a 5% catch probability. Now, there's no way to know this, but Michael Schwab said it, so I'm just going to roll with it. Just going to roll with it. What's funny is, like, couldn't even catch it on the camera. It's one of those things where the camera zooms over and then there is Cam Smith like running underneath it. But apparently it was a 5% catch probability for a catch that he easily made on the run.
There we go. Change your probabilities.
Mm-hmm.
You got Cam Smith patrolling the right field.
He's taking it personally while listening to Bob Marley. And Amen Thompson's taking it personally, thinking about vengeance at all times.
He is vengeance.
Ooh, yeah. Is he going to learn to be more than vengeance like Batman, or is he just going to stay vengeance? I kind of hope he just stays vengeance.
at least one more Heat Rockets game.
Mm-hmm.
Be vengeance.
Sean Mapes behind the glass on Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call. To text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Stick around. The most interactive sports talk show in Houston. You want to jump in, you know how to do it. You can also do it on YouTube at ESPN Houston or on Twitch at ESPN 975. On the table for today, the Cougs won against the Zags on Saturday, but it was a game that was very close down the stretch and has me a little bit concerned about the Cougs going all the way through the tournament. Just a little bit, really, what we saw from them in round one and what we saw for the most part from them against the Zags until the last 5 minutes was really impressive. But the last 5 to 10 minutes or so, things got a little bit dicey. And you got to wonder if that is a blueprint trapping the Cougs out of nowhere that could ultimately spell their doom. We shall see. Both LJ Cryer and Juwan Roberts were so freaking good on Saturday. Also makes you wonder if that's possible again. Do you have to take a step back after you have a performance where you score 30 if you're LJ Cryer and you're just hitting everything from outside? And consider he was going up against a pretty respectable big. Who's the big for the Zag, Sean? The guy's pretty good.
I forgot.
But yeah, he's got a funky last name. And he had what?
Oh, Graham Ike.
Yeah, Ike. He had 27 points in that one. And okay, it's not like Ike was on him every single time underneath, but Juwan Roberts looked like one of the best offensive post players in the country.
Oh, and that is something that like this Cougs team has, where you do have you can throw it down to Roberts, and he can, in most matchups, he can at least find a decent offense there. But then on the other hand, you also have LJ Cryer who can hit the tough shots that kind of need to be hit, that need to be taken and need to be hit. And if there's other games where Uzan looks like he's the best offensive player.
Sharp.
And then you get Emmanuel Sharp hitting shots. And so that is kind of why we think this team has all the makings to win the championship, that you need to have different pitches. You need to have different guys. It can't always be a Kimball Walker title where one guy just puts the entire team on his back. The reason we talk about Kimball Walker like we do is because he's like one of the only guys that can do that. Shabazz Napier too, maybe, although he had help. But it's just all on LJ Cryer. It's all on our leading guard. Like that's not successful.
Right.
You need the Juwan Roberts, you need the Emmanuel Sharps to make this thing happen.
And you need the defense that you have. And really, until those last 5 minutes, it wasn't just that Cryer was hitting every shot and that Roberts was also phenomenal underneath. It was that whenever the Zags did something, Houston would answer right back. It was just super demoralizing. Whenever I think Gonzaga thought that they were about to make a run, immediate answer by someone on the Cougs. And then the last couple of minutes of the game happened. So I still feel great about the Cougs. If it's ever going to happen, it is this year. I strongly believe that. I think everything, barring an injury, is working in their favor right now. Also, Purdue, historically, chokes in the tournament. I like that matchup. But they just got to be able to get over the brain freeze that comes when someone starts throwing a trap at you all of a sudden. Because they never adapted to it, and they started playing different. They started playing, I thought, too conservatively, and luckily it didn't bite them.
Yeah, that to me is like, and it's not just U of H that this happens to, but it was a great example of when a team is up and they're getting pressed, like they are trying to make like the perfect play way too much of like they are trying to go absolutely like, we are not going to turn this ball over. Like I am just going to get across half court and then I'll look for someone to pass to. And then you get across half court. For some reason, they always pick up their dribble and stop. And then now you're trapped. So it is a little bit of like you're trying to play too conservatively in that situation where it's like, no, actually, sometimes you just need you need someone who will just make the play. And I feel like that they got too into like, let's try to run clock on this offense because they didn't score. Like whatever their plan was, whatever they were thinking didn't work. They won by the skin of their teeth. And I think that too many teams and too many players just kind of get in their own heads when they're trying to play with a lead.
You got to keep dribbling, first off.
That too.
Get past midcourt. No, you got to keep dribbling. You know, the shot clock doesn't just get to the end if you cross the midcourt logo.
You're not going to be able to pivot and not get the ball taken away from you long enough.
There's probably going to be 20 seconds. You can't just stand there for 20 seconds. It really did get to a point where they were clearly just trying to shave clock. No, you got to be a little aggressive, you know, throw it underneath and try to get to the foul line or something like that. Make them extend the game that way.
Yeah.
You can't extending the game by like just continuing to dribble and not being aggressive at all. Like that's soccer stuff. And that's how our god awful soccer team keeps on losing to schlub countries that like we're about to annex, like both Panama and Canada. We lost to both of those teams in this tournament that we run like in a couple of days. I can't believe how many losses we're taking to Canada in sports. You know, we're doing all this flexing. Our president's talking trash and our sports teams can't even back it up. What the hell? What's up? What's up with that? We lost to Canada in soccer. Do they even know how to play? Serious question. Do they have grass? It's still frozen this time of year. It's March. It's still frozen up there.
They're playing for their freedom.
That is true. They are playing for their freedom, but my God, how are we so bad at soccer? It's ridiculous. I get that we don't care about it. I only care about it when we're bad at it. Like if we were to be good, I'd be like, all right, we'll World Cup, whatever. But when we lose, it's frustrating, you know? For the 8-3-2, that tall dude for the Zags, EK, he was having his way with the Cougs in the second half. For having the top defense, they had no answer for him. That's true. There are very few players like that, though.
Yeah, I was going to say the size that
He
you
was
had
big.
to deal with. Like there's not really anyone on Purdue who's like.
Yeah, there's no
like
Zach
EK.
Edey anymore.
Yeah.
Is that guy going to the pros? Because he looked like a pro player.
Probably.
He looked like
I
a pro
think
player.
he was.
Yeah, he was pretty good.
I've heard of him before last night or
Okay.
Saturday's game.
Okay, good.
So I assume he's going to the pros.
I had neither, and I was like, yeah, this guy's really good, and I don't know what you're supposed to do with him outside of hard foul him, try to knock him out of the game. You know, like it's the Mighty Ducks. When Jack Riley, who's the coach of the bad guy team in the Mighty Ducks, the Hawks, I think they were the good guys, honestly. Gordon Bombay was a loser and couldn't cut it. Like imagine you miss a penalty shot in a tie game going into overtime and you let that linger with you for life. And then you become a DUI, alcoholic, booze bag lawyer and stuff. But anyway, like the Hawks in that movie, they were sending goons after people. They were sending a message. And a lot of people think that's not cool when you're doing it with elementary school players. But watching that movie growing up, I thought it was cool. I was like, yeah, the Hawks don't F around. I wanted to be a Hawk. I wanted to be a cowboy in Little Giants. I thought the Little Giants, you know, coached by Rick Moranis, I don't want to play for them. No, nerds. No, I'm a cowboy. I was rooting for the Cowboys in that movie. I'm not kidding. Oh, they're using all these cheap tactics, like faking, like having rabies to win. Yeah. Oh, wow.
Well,
Look at those. We're the Giants.
Annexation of
Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Trump would have been proud of that play. Sean Mapes behind the glass on Paul Gallant. 713-780-3776 to call. To text on YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 97.5. The Texans' last free agency move was on Friday when they signed a tackle, Trent Brown, who used to be good. This guy also used to be good. Are you buying the fluff around this ex-Houston Texan? Stick around. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Got something to say to Paul?
Paul Gallant, what the hell is wrong with you?
All I hear from you is negative about this person, negative about that person. Come on, dude.
Join the conversation by dialing or texting the HRNP listener line. Now back to the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Paul Gallant.
The rodeo wrapped up yesterday, and we have some breaking news. This is a riot. It even involves a helicopter in chase. There are several cows running loose on I-45 in Spring. Just a couple of cows that are roaming through the median of the highway and just taking off on a joyride.
Didn't this rodeo season start with?
It started with the cow that got on
I
the
was gonna
loose.
say some sort of
Right out-
bovine on the run.
Yeah. I love it. This has been the rodeo of bovine on the run. I think the prize steer went for $649,000.
Yeah,
which
just beat me out.
Yeah, I almost had it.
Second highest bid.
I almost
Story of
had
my
it.
life.
I actually bet $1 on it, and they
You
said
had the first bid.
They said you are a poor embarrassment, and we hate you, and we're ashamed that you're on the poultry auction committee. And to that I said, "Oh, I'm sorry. I thought $1 might get it. You know, you got to start low to win big." That's what Warren Buffett would say, probably, right? So, yeah, there's some cows running loose on I-45. Hell yeah, I love it. Run to freedom! Run to freedom! You know who else is free? Stephon Diggs. He's what you call a free agent. Yes, played for the Houston Texans last year. He visited the New England Patriots, and he hasn't signed a new contract. But in a report written by ESPN Patriots beat reporter Mike Reese, things are looking really good for Stephon Diggs. Here's the write-up. Quote, free agent wide receiver Stephon Diggs visited the Patriots last week, and although he left without a contract, he also reportedly left a favorable impression about how he's coming along in his recovery from a torn ACL. Diggs is running full speed, getting more comfortable cutting and changing direction, and is ahead of schedule in rehabbing from surgery per Mike Reese. Just 5 months ago, Diggs tore his ACL while playing for the Texans in a Week 8 game against the Colts. Up to that point in the 2024 year, he had 47 catches for 496 yards, 3 touchdowns through 8 games. The real question is if NFL teams believe Diggs, who turns 32 during the 2025 season, can come all the way back from his torn ACL and play at the high level he previously did. I love seeing the story because Stephon Diggs, for all of the criticism that he got outside of Houston, came into Houston, bought in, wasn't bigger than the team, even though given the lack of pelts on the wall in the Texans locker room, he could have been one of those guys. He could have been, I guess, a little bit more Laramie Tunsil-esque, not necessarily one of the guys. And not to say Laramie Tunsil wasn't friendly and chatty with his teammates. It just felt like Laramie Tunsil was always about Laramie Tunsil. But Stephon Diggs always felt like somebody willing to take a Tank Dell under his wing to help out with Nico Collins. He was very well liked in his 1 year here. I know some people are going to read this report and you're going to think to yourself, yeah, the Patriots are interested. All right, well, they're desperate for a wide receiver, but the Texans should be interested too. And I'm just going to tell you to pause, hit the brakes. I don't want to call Mike Reese's credibility into question, but I think that a lot of the NFL newsbreakers these days are doing favors for agents. I mean, just read all of this. Why would Mike Reese know this? Is Mike Reese watching Stephon Diggs at practice? Is Mike Reese watching Stephon Diggs' private workout with the Patriots? Doubtful. That doesn't happen, even with insiders. Like for a tryout, you're going to get to witness that. So when you see somebody report, Diggs is running full speed, getting more comfortable cutting and changing direction, and ahead of schedule and rehabbing from surgery. Sorry to throw a little shade at NFL reporters, but I see that and I see someone doing a favor for an agent. I see that and I think to myself, oh, yeah, I'll scratch your back, you scratch mine. And now Mike Reese might be the first to know if Stephon Diggs signs with the Patriots, he might be the first to get the heads up. Just think about it. Is Stephon Diggs, who I guess is represented by SMAC Entertainment, not really 100% sure who they are, but is it possible that this is what that story is? I think it's very likely that that's what the story is. That an agent is saying, hey, he looks really good out there. And I know there's already a couple of people who are saying, oh, Texans, I think should think about bringing it back. Who do they have at wide receiver? But I'm looking at Diggs right now. I'm very skeptical he'll ever be the same guy again, and I'm not biting at all on this story. Can't do it. Can't do it. You want to jump in? 713-780-3776 is how you call in. It's how you text in. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. Grinding on Coffee and Whiskey asks, should I even ask about the hat you got on there, Paulie? Yeah, it's a Cougars hat. How is this so hard to understand? Guys, I am the biggest Houston Cougar fan in the city. Paul, you didn't even go to the University of Houston. Exactly. Making me the biggest Cougs fan in the city. A lot of people who go to UH, their first school is Texas or Texas A&M when it comes to sports. You know who my favorite school is? And I didn't even go there? The University of Houston. I'm not from here, and I didn't go here. I went to a basketball school that's also a prestigious school, Syracuse University. And you know what I did? I turned my back on them. You know what happens whenever those greedy bastards who got tons of money in tuition from me, you know what happens whenever they call me from the 315? Blocked. I get one call a year. Blocked. BLOCK. Do not call this. Do not call me. I don't make a lot of money, but if I did, you know where I'd be putting my extra money? I wouldn't be investing in my children's future. I wouldn't be looking at buying a home. I have a condo. Why would I? I'd be looking at putting my money into Cougs NIL. Yeah, I'm a regular Tillman Fertitta. Yeah, you heard it from me. And that's why I'm wearing this Cougar hat. You have a problem with it? Well, back off, bucko. Okay? 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. So you want to weigh in on the Cougs, you can. You also can talk about Framber Valdez. The Astros have not reached out to Framber about a contract extension. We also touched on how Amen Thompson's performance against Tyler Hero on Friday is the sign of a star. The fact that he can compartmentalize some BS that the two got into with one another back in December, and then the next time that he plays against Tyler Hero, like almost 3 months later, just unleashes hell on him. I think that's awesome. Other things to dive into on today's show, and we will talk about the late George Foreman. That was a bummer to see on Saturday that George Foreman had passed away at age 76. Of course, from Houston boxer who was one of the greatest to ever fight. I learned something over the weekend. I learned about a Kroger on West Gray, courtesy of, on Instagram, Cron.com. It's the
Which
fake,
one is this?
It's
Okay.
not the Houston Chronicle. It's the fake Houston Chronicle that has a similar looking logo to the Houston Chronicle and may or may not be guilty of, I don't know, what would the word be? Misleading.
Yeah, some light using another more reputable paper's name to get lumped in with that one.
I think the Houston Chronicle could sue them. I that's nothing against the fine people at Cron. I think the Houston Chronicle could sue them, though. I think they would have a case in court because it is a little bit confusing. I literally thought when I first moved down here that Cron.com was the Houston Chronicle. No, two different things. But I learned about this from Cron Instagram post. There is a Kroger known as MILF Kroger.
Wait, which one is this?
The Kroger on West Gray in River Oaks.
I've been to this one.
Is called MILF Kroger. Okay, well, listen, for those who don't know, MILF,
not a typo for milk.
It's not a typo for milk, right? This is not the milk Kroger. It's the MILF Kroger. This also might be called Hot Mom Kroger if we're being politically correct. Generally, that means that there's a lot of older women who are very attractive there. Sean, you've been to, as it's called, MILF Kroger.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's my home Kroger, but I have been there.
You've been there. Okay. Are the rumors true?
It's a nice area of town, Paul.
It's a nice area of town?
It's a nice area.
Are you saying some of the people living in River Oaks might be, I don't know, living in River Oaks because they're with somebody who's financially stable who can support them? And then since this Kroger is the nearest one, they shop here?
There could be a couple of strong, independent, powerful women.
Powerful, independent women
that
who
find themselves in that situation where, yes, maybe they are the Anna Nicole Smith to that other guy.
Well, she was really young, though, wasn't she?
Yes, she was young.
Seasoned. We're talking about seasoned, strong, powerful, independent women with wisdom. All sorts of wisdom. Well, okay.
There's a Panera across the street, too. Same deal in the Panera.
The exterior of this store apparently got a facelift. Ooh, that's interesting. Facelifts at MILF Kroger. I might have to go here now because my mom says I'm running out of options.
Swing by, see what's up.
Yeah, I mean, why not? Why not? But I had never heard of this before, but apparently there's a Kroger called MILF Kroger. Someone on the Twitch, Mr. Poodles123 says it's officially known as Cougar Kroger. Yeah, why isn't the Cron doing that? Cougar Kroger makes a whole lot more sense.
Gets confusing with U of H.
He also says the Kroger on Cullen is Combat Kroger.
Speaking of U of H.
Speaking of George Foreman, I was raised in that area. If I'm not mistaken. He was molded by Combat Kroger. That's
why he was a great fighter.
Became one of the greatest boxers ever. And that's why he was that's why he wanted to, create the George Foreman grill.
Yeah, so you don't have to venture out.
I gotta say, I can't go back to Kroger. I think Kroger on the inside, like no matter what this says, how this is Cougar Kroger, no matter what this says, I'm sorry. I'm not turning my back on HEB for a Kroger. Can't do it.
I think that's fair.
You can't go. Once you go into an HEB, you can't go back. Imagine leaving the state and going to like the third world grocery stores of Seattle where everything's like boarded up. And you need to go get somebody to unlock I'm not even kidding. You have to, if you want apples, they have to unlock like the padlocks, because they don't want anyone. They don't want any street rats stealing their apples. Their words, not mine. I would never call the less fortunate than us street rats. But in Aladdin,
yeah, that's what they also called Aladdin. Aladdin was a street rat. People forget.
Street rats. I don't buy that.
Before he lied his way to the throne.
He did lie his way to the throne. And honestly, if we learned anything from the movie Aladdin, it's that lying to get into girls' pants almost works.
Almost
works.
It can get you very far.
If only they'd look closer. All right, I'll stop.
Also, you shouldn't have a pet monkey. He makes having a pet monkey seem way easier than it is.
It helps you steal, too.
It helps with the street rat activity.
Right. Yes. So no street rat activities at HEBs. HEB,
or at Cougar Kroger.
I've yet to. Well, but here's the thing. Like, I've seen sketch Krogers. I have yet to see a sketch HEB.
Do you think that the Kroger that's like literally across the street from River Oaks is going to be sketchy?
It would be funny if it was.
You think all these hot moms are going to the scary Kroger?
They're looking for a ruffian. They're looking for a ruffian street rat. They get a little taste of the action on this side. Anyway, guys, it's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. We talk about sports occasionally. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. Stick around. Before we get into some football, some people are sending recommendations, grocery stores I should visit. Perhaps this is the one HEB that's not as HEB as the other HEBs, if you get my drift. The HEB on Scott and Old Spanish Trail. Is that one, as the kids say, sus? Or is it bussin'? Is it bussin' with, I don't know, Cougar Kroger vibes? Old MILF Kroger, as Cron.com calls it. Not me.
Not you. No. That one, I don't know. Can't say. Haven't been. But I mean, that one doesn't have a write-up in it about in the not
Doesn't.
Houston Chronicle in Cron. Yeah, so I don't know.
I'm so glad I do not have to. Old Spanish Trail, anything around NRG Stadium, I'm good. I don't need to see anything around NRG Stadium for a couple months. The rodeo was fun. Now it's over.
Yeah.
Now I rest.
You don't miss it? Okay.
It was a good time. I was really impressed by Brooks and Dunn. That Parker McCollum fella, he's pretty good. Zach Top, Post Malone. It was a good time. I had a really good time at the rodeo this year, and I'm glad I'm on a committee, and we'll see what happens next year. Now I learned the ins and outs a little bit, you know? We'll talk about some of the things I learned at rodeo before the end of the show.
Not a rookie anymore.
Not a rookie. Now I'm a sophomore. Hell yeah. Aaron Rodgers, former Jets quarterback, former Packers quarterback, spent 6 hours at the Steelers facility on Friday. And it seems it's a safe bet that he will sign with the Pittsburgh Steelers. He's just going to take his time, as Silver Foxes do. It's tough to commit when you're a Silver Fox. Just ask my dad. It's tough, you know? To give somebody a ring one more time, to shoot for another ring. I am curious as to how long it'll take, but if you're the Steelers, this makes so much more sense than the few options who are left, one of which is named Russell Wilson.
Yeah. You gotta improve off of Russell Wilson. I think we saw about where you tap out with Russell Wilson at quarterback in 2025.
Yeah, it's not very far. And look,
and this is better than like, hey, Jackson Dart, let's see what he's got, or one of these second round, because they're not going to be in position to get Shedeur.
So. No, they got no shot on that front. Also, around the National Football League, if you were hoping the Texans would sign Chris Godwin, well, he's staying with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. There was a team, supposedly, that kept writing him blank checks. I'm curious as to who that team was. I doubt it was the Houston Texans. I think it was the New England Patriots, who are getting a little crazy at wide receiver to the point where they're bringing in Stephon Diggs, and then the local Patriots beat writer is putting out the puffiest puff piece that's ever been written about Diggs 5.5 months after his ACL surgery being at full speed. Seems like a reach.
Yeah, I think from everything that I've seen from like the, I guess, fallout from free agency, or like the reaction was that the Patriots were offering huge money to everyone because they still have a ton of cap space left.
Yeah.
And they were kind of having to pay a little bit of what the Rockets had to deal with in the summer of 2023, a little bit of the loser tax with, hey, Milton Williams, do you want to come be a Patriot? We'll have to pay you $28 million to make it happen, though. And they, to their credit, they did, but it didn't work with Godwin. And it really hasn't worked with the receiver yet, right? They haven't signed a guy.
No, to this point,
no.
There's no one off the top of my head I know. Yeah.
First, difference maker, though. I'm sure they've signed a guy.
First former difference maker. I'm really wondering what they're doing on that front. And we'll see if they draft the wide receiver. The Texans have been bringing in a bunch of rookie wide receiver prospects for interviews and workouts. So it definitely seems like that's something they're sniffing around come draft time. Jameis Winston is a New York Giant. Ooh, that'll be fun. Jameis Winston in the Big Apple. This is more of a Jets move. The Jets would typically sign some goofball like this hoping that it would give them a little bit of a fun angle to cover as opposed to constantly laughing at them. Now we're laughing with Jameis as opposed to laughing at the Jets. I doubt Jameis Winston will get to play that often. I imagine he's the backup quarterback for whoever they end up either drafting or, I don't know, maybe there's Russell Wilson, who's apparently someone they're sniffing around on. But it's nice that we can finally put to rest the biggest cartoon in the history of the NFL, Tommy DeVito, as your backup quarterback. Tommy Cutlets, as called by many because he happened to be Italian and playing in New York, was one of the more ridiculous stories in recent NFL history. At the very least, Jameis Winston is a respectable backup. Tommy DeVito was not even respectable in college. It was ridiculous that the Giants milked that cheesy-ass storyline literally as much as they did.
I think that DeVito is a big-time Jets. That's a Jets sign him in 2 years kind of move. Remember him?
Farewell tour.
I think DeVito did get re-signed, but I think he got re-signed at like the minimal or like a practice squad kind of thing with the Giants.
Can't have two big name backup quarterbacks like this.
No, you can't.
A lot of distractions between Jameis Winston and all his goofiness, and now podcasting probably on the side.
Yeah,
and Tommy DeVito and all his.
There's going to be some social media antics at training camp, I imagine.
I would think so. Can't wait. The Jacksonville Jaguars have not resigned any of their free agents. They're the only team that did not resign one of their free agents. They're all gone.
I mean,
is that good or bad?
I think it depends how good you are.
You do have a new GM who looks like he's my child. No, seriously. Their GM, what's his name? James Gladstone, who I think is only 3 years younger than me.
Yeah.
Looks at least 15 years younger than me. I could be his papa. I got a lot of silver right now.
He does look like he's in the like rotor or not Rotary Club, but like the robotics club in high school.
Yeah.
He has a very
robotics club.
He has a very like Miss T said that we could use this classroom. You mind if we try to sign Eric Murray?
Hey, Liam, can you sign my permission slip? I need a hall pass so I can go get a soda on the second floor at the Jaguars facility. I don't know why I sound like Morty from Rick and Morty.
Yeah, it's Morty-ish.
But it's partially due to the fact of my facial hair, the way it grows in. I don't know. I don't know, Liam. I don't know, Liam.
Now it's now it's Tony Romo.
Tony Romo mixed with Morty, yeah. I don't know. Oh, geez. Oh, my facial hair. I'm trying to grow a mustache, and there's like a couple of stubbles up top, and oh, geez. Oh, geez, Liam. I don't know. I don't look like I know what I'm doing. And I didn't resign any of our free agents. I forgot to do it. Like, you could actually say that that's why Liam, James Gladstone let everyone walk.
Or all these guys stink. We don't know. Because they were Jags last year, so they have. Yeah. I don't know. They're off the top of my head. There's no difference makers that I'm thinking of that are free agents.
Oh, geez, Liam. Oh, geez, it's Trevor Lawrence. Does he still have a concussion? Oh, jeez. I watched too much Rick and Morty.
wait, Christian Kirk. We traded Christian Kirk in the division?
I thought Christian Kirk. I thought he was somebody else. Yeah, I like that the Jaguars actually have, and look, he might be a good GM for all we know, but I like that they have someone who looks like a pea pants. If you ever watched the movie Draft Day, the Jaguars GM looks like a pea pants in that movie. I don't know who that character actor is. It's unfortunate. Just look that he's got on his face, but he just looks like a pea pants. Micah Parsons. Shout out to Micah Parsons, who's definitely in the running for the Paul George Award for Podcasting Excellence, which we'll dive back into in the near future. He says that $40 million annually would make him the happiest man alive. I don't think it would make him the happiest man alive.
No, if only there was a saying about what money and happiness, how those go together.
They do not go together, from what I understand. But since I've never had money, the belief that it will just answer all of my issues, I'm there.
Yeah, that's where Micah Parsons and I see eye to eye.
Mm-hmm.
And it can't hurt to make $40 million annually. It definitely can't hurt. I'll be happier at the very least.
How much would it take to make you the happiest man alive? How much?
Isn't that more of a question of how happy other people are? Because there might be some really happy people out there that I just can't top. There's always going to be something where I'm just not going to be as happy as like, some guy who loves like delivering the mail in a small town, and he's just the happiest guy. There's nothing I can do.
Some mailman who's just whistling as he goes up and down the.
Yeah. He's a local character in his like suburb or
Just
something.
an absolute rascal. No, I love that. Here's what it would take for me. I just need more than Amir Khan. I just need more.
Amir Khan plus $1.
Amir Khan, literally plus 1 cent. Sean, I'm that petty. I just want to make more than the student manager for McNeese State who somehow swindled a school into giving him $600,000. How do they get a return on that? What is the return?
That's what I was saying. I don't know how Buffalo Wild Wings is making money giving this kid thousands of dollars.
They must be giving him like thousands of dollars in credit for the rest of his life to eat at Buffalo Wild Wings.
He'll never have to pay for a 10 piece again.
Let's go sports bar. Right. He'll never have to pay for his 10 wings.
By the way, the pig, as far as the commercials go for March Madness, see the pig, I think the Let's Go Sports Bar guy, like the Buffalo.
Yeah.
So annoying.
It is annoying, but Maxwell the pig was
like
played out. No. It was what? Just because I went on a rant about how I want to kill Maxwell the pig from Geico?
No, but I mean, it doesn't hurt.
Number one, oak trees. Number two, Maxwell the pig.
Wee. The mom,
no.
Maxwell.
Give me a spear. I will hunt Maxwell with my bare hands. Take him out. Eat him. Roast him alive on a barbecue. You'll be weeing all right.
Put an apple in his mouth.
Yeah. I'll gag you. Yeah. That was a little messed up. Dark thoughts. It's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. That is the 10-minute drill. Is there anything more disappointing in American sports than the U.S. men's soccer team? Truly. Give me something that's more disappointing than them, because they lost again. We'll talk about that and more. Stick around. Most interactive sports talk show in Houston, the Paul Gallant Show.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I don't want to get into the ins and outs of the United States men's national soccer team. I will save that for Glenn Davis and Soccer Matters. All I know is that every time I see these bums lose, my blood boils. And sure, did I actually watch the game? No, but it's not about that. There are certain teams that represent us on a national stage where anything less than success is a failure. It's definitely the case for the men's basketball team. That's the case for the women's soccer team. They've been underachieving a little bit of late. But those are our two as far as team sports that play internationally are number 1A and 1B. Not even close. The U.S. men's national soccer team has such a low bar to clear to impress any of us. And in the last week, they have lost to two countries that we literally have threatened to annex. Canada, most recently. Did we do that jokingly? Did we do that seriously? It doesn't matter. We should at the very least be able to cash checks against Canada and Panama. Instead, we lost both. And it has me wondering, where do these guys rank as far as sports teams that disappoint us? Are the Texans even in the same category? How about Texas A&M? I mean, with the Texans, there was a lot of hype going into this year, but for the most part, most people are always like, well, let's wait and see what the Texans. Texas A&M has suckered people before. They have. Hey, the 2012 season with Johnny Manziel was awesome. And since then, football, basketball, a lot of the same. Are they more disappointing than the U.S. men's national team?
I mean, it happened like this year with A&M football. Like it happens every year where their schedule always just breaks in a way where they get to start the season like 6-1.
Yeah.
Everyone gets, and then like this year, they lost 3 of their last 4. Like they're in the group. I think the Texans have, funny enough, a little too much success to be called the U.S. men's national team.
Like at least they win their first round playoff game.
Yeah, they win their division and win a playoff game. Now, I guess a lot of times the men's national team, the soccer team, they lose in the first knockout round a lot. That feels like they're kind of that's their divisional round is make it out of the group in the World Cup and then lose when you play the Netherlands or whoever in the first, like a real soccer team in the first round. So maybe they are closer to the Texans than I'm giving them credit. But also they do, like, sometimes they don't make the turn. Like they didn't make a World Cup once. Like and to do so, you have to lose to like Trinidad and Tobago.
We got a new coach, okay?
Yeah, Pochettino.
Yeah, he's got a cool name.
Yeah, an Argentinian with an Italian name.
Right.
Don't ask any
It's like
questions.
Pablo Prigioni 2.0.
Yeah.
Remember him?
Yeah.
Played for the Rockets?
Yeah.
Was he Italian? Was he Argentinian? I don't know.
Don't ask where his
questions.
grandparents were.
Yeah. But the U.S. lost twice in the CONCACAF Nations League. I don't even know what that is. All I know is that we've always won it.
I was
This
going
is
to
the
say
first time we haven't won it.
I only know it as being a basically made up tournament that the U.S. wins.
Yes.
And now it's a made up tournament that the U.S. loses.
Yes. I don't even think they medaled. Or, I think they're fourth.
Yeah, I think the loss to Canada made them fourth.
Yeah. So they came in fourth, which is just absolutely pathetic. This is Clint Dempsey, U.S. men's national team. Great. Talking about the loss to Canada.
Clint, just a final word from you on this for a second, because I know that we asked you on Thursday after the loss to Panama, how much does it hurt? Does this one actually hurt more?
I mean, no matter how you looked at it, it was going to be a failure. But yeah, I mean, you would hope that they would get up for this game. There'd be more pride to try to get things back on track and try to get this fan base behind them. Because as we were sitting here, you had some of the Outlaws shouting to me, "Hey, get them right, say something." And I was like, "Hey, y'all let them know what's going on. Like, they need to fight for y'all. We got to do this together." And things are not good right now. Everybody's starting to turn on each other a little bit.
You got a little bit mad when they
I'm the wrong one. I'm the wrong one. I ain't on the field no more. When I was on the field, I gave you everything I had.
Yes, you did.
Boom, mic dropped.
That guy at the end, easy Robert Griffin III wannabe. It's one of those things where you look at them and the fact that you can actually call out their effort, how much they care. I mean, who the hell are you? You're a bad version of a men's national team that is bad enough that even as insufferable as the U.S. women's team can be, with the demand for equal pay, you know what? At least they don't usually lose. At least the U.S. women's team generally is the best women's team. Generally. I know recently that hasn't been the case and that they might need a oil change when it comes to the blood themselves. But, I mean, the men's team, have they ever been more than like a Jeff Fisher operation? Like, that's what it feels like we are. And I get it. Soccer's not a priority. And the fact that I'm talking about soccer this long, honestly, makes my blood boil. But it's just embarrassing that this is what we are. And it's hard to think of a national entity in American sports that is regularly as disappointing as these guys. Like, at least with Texas A&M, there are moments where you think that they're better than what they are. With this team, when is the last time you've thought, yeah, they've got a shot? At least you could talk yourself into the Aggies a few times. You can't with these losers. You can't. And, we got the greatest generation, right? Like all these dorks online. This is the golden generation. And Christian Pulisic, woohoo, he's awesome. And then, so we have our Pele, who is like the small version of me. And this is what we're getting with it.
I think that's the thing is that like other countries have golden generations. And it's like guys that will definitely like play in Europe or like some of the best players in the world and will go far in the World Cup, where like the US golden generation, it's like you're better than like Landon Donovan and the plumbers that he played with. like you're just better. You're better than these losers that we had 15 years ago.
But they were good though. Like, I mean,
they're the same losers.
But they were better. This generation is supposed to be the better one. And this is the generation that hasn't made a World Cup. That, I mean, we're thinking back wistfully to, hey, we played Belgium and Tim Howard had 43 saves in a game, like a good hockey game. And they had no chance the whole game and they ended up losing. But it was fun because Tim Howard made 1 million saves. That's like our best soccer memory, unless you can remember all the way back to 1996, which I can't. And Sean, I know you can't.
Yeah.
So, unbelievable.
Yeah.
But it is believable. It's just unbelievable that it's so believable. Like this, what's the point? What is even the point with these bumps?
And even the it's like soccer's not a priority thing. Like, doesn't matter with the women's team. Doesn't matter that gymnastics isn't a priority. It doesn't matter that swimming's not really a priority. Like we don't sit here talking about swimming either. But for whatever reason, like men's soccer, it's the one thing where it's like you just can't do it. Whatever we're doing just does not work. With every other sport, like when the Olympics come around, basically every sport, there's an American that is like one of the favorites.
Yep. Except for this one. We've never even close to a favorite. What are we, like 13th best odds at best?
They're always like in the like tier like 2 or 3 of like
3.
Hey, yeah. I guess there's like the favorites, then there's the contenders, and then it's like, hey, they can get out of the group.
It's like, hey, some Uruguay or the United States. You pick Uruguay every time. You don't even think about it.
Yeah.
And think about that. I mean, Uruguay's actually pretty good at soccer, but I mean, they have the same colors as Argentina. They're kind of confusing. And
they're smaller, worse Argentina.
Yes. And that's still better than us. Anyway, Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. I apologize for talking this much soccer. It does matter, though. Make sure you're listening to Glenn Davis's show. Up next on the Paul Gallant Show, the Cougs survived in advance. Any concerns about the way that they did it? Also, what are the Astros going to do with Framber Valdez after this year? And Amin Thompson, star mode? Stick around, Paul Gallant Show. The most interactive sports talk show in Houston, as you just heard from Mr. Voice Guy himself behind the glass. It took a while, and it was certainly stressful down the stretch after what was a fantastic first 35 to 30 minutes. But our beloved Cougs survived and advanced on Saturday against Gonzaga to advance to the Sweet 16 for the 6th straight year. And that's why, if you're watching along on YouTube at ESPN Houston or on Twitch at ESPN 975, you see me currently wearing a Cougar beanie. Paul, it's kind of warm outside. You look like an absolute psychopath with this hat on. Don't care. It's not about how I look. It's about sending a message. And our Cougs sent a message that even though things got a little bit dicey for them in that showdown against the similarly well-coached Gonzaga Bulldogs, coached by Mark Few, Kelvin Sampson, Mark Few, apparently like the two best coaches based off of win-loss percentage on a graphic that they showed in the middle of the game. In the actual game, that surprised me. But then you think about it, hey, you got like two programs that have largely been mid-major for much of their existence, with the Zags and the West Coast Conference.
Yeah, WCC.
And then, of course, the Cougs until this past 2 years in the Big 12. Now, all of a sudden, the Cougs, though, are a major program.
I was like, it does feel like this graphic's cutting them short because it was like the last 3 years. And it was obviously just the cutoff to get these two coaches 1-2.
1 and 2.
But it's like Mark Few, like they've been a 1 seed at Gonzaga for like 10 straight years. Like they've made 10 straight Sweet 16s. Like I was like, this is a crazy graphic to throw up, but to be like, both these coaches have been great since 2022. And you're like, no, they've been great before that too.
Right, exactly. But they've been especially great since 2022. And so the Cougs snapped the Zags streak. This is one of those games where, hey, you take a look at the Zags, they're well coached. As good as the game started, with how good LJ Cryer was, 8 of 15 from the field, 6 of 11 from outside, always felt like he had the counterpunch for whenever the Zags got going. And then Juwan Roberts, who was 9 of 18 from the field, but it felt like he was shooting 100,000%, not just 100%. Every single shot that he took in the lane seemed automatic. And then, consider that the Cougs, surprisingly, the rebound battle a lot closer than in the stat sheet than it looked like after the game. But the Cougs dominated with defense. They dominated with their size. They hit all the right shots. And just at the very end of that game, I'm just a little bit nervous, just a little bit concerned about how dicey things got for them down the stretch. Because all of a sudden, when the Zags started throwing pressure at him, and again, with Mark Few coaching things, I'm assuming that of all the traps to run up against, that's going to be one of the more well-organized traps you will see in college basketball, just given the way that he's run that program for such a long time. And it's not exactly like the Zags have the most turnover. They do get some really good players who ultimately move on to the NBA, Chet Holmgren amongst others, but Jalen Suggs. But generally, guys stay there for a while. It's a well-coached team. And they made the Cougars sweat out the end of that game, which the Cougs ultimately won 81-76. So thrilling to see them win and to keep on doing what they're doing. I also liked how much respect Kelvin Sampson showed both to Gonzaga before the game. If you might have missed it, but before the game, somebody asked Kelvin Sampson a question about Gonzaga, and they mispronounced Gonzaga. They said Gonzaga. Don't do that. Someone who lived in Washington for a little bit, I learned that the first time I pronounced it. I remember I said Gonzaga, and everyone on the text line pounced on me right away. It's actually Gonzaga. It's Gonzaga. And I was like, okay, I'm sorry about that. But Kelvin Sampson shows the Bulldogs a lot of respect. And the Cougs may have showed a little bit too much respect to the Zags down the stretch, where they thought to themselves, yeah, we just got to get past half court. No, they should have kept dribbling. They didn't keep dribbling, and it got a little bit too close for my comfort. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. On YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text it. Some people on the Twitch are saying, yeah, I didn't always pronounce Gonzaga the right way. Gonzaga. It does seem like it would be Gonzaga. It does. I'm trying to think, like, what kind of a name is that? Because I'm assuming it's named after some rando, since it's a Catholic school, some rando priest at some point. Franciscan, Jesuit, off the top of my head, couldn't tell you. But what kind of last name is that?
It originates from a place in Italy.
Oh, gabagool. Okay. Interesting.
Associated with the Jesuit saint Alonius Gonzaga.
Gonzaga. Okay.
Gonzaga.
Gonzaga, right.
Yeah.
What?
Kelvin Sampson's going to get banned.
Why aren't they called Alonius?
Alonius?
Alonius University makes a lot more sense. Like Saint Alonius.
Aloysius, actually.
Aloysius, my bad.
Aloysius? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, it's some Italian dude's last name.
Interesting. Well, guys, the skies, they ain't friendly these days. We have another story involving a Houston flight where things may have literally hit the fan and or the floor. An Orthodox Jewish passenger says a United Airlines pilot forcibly removed him from an airplane bathroom while he was experiencing constipation, exposing his genitalia to other flyers during a flight from Tulum to Houston. Yisrael Lieb of New Jersey described his trip through unfriendly skies in a federal lawsuit this week against the airline and the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, whose officers said he boarded the plane upon landing and took him away in handcuffs. They say the pilot made disparaging remarks about their faith and that they were forced to miss a connecting flight in New York City while U.S. Customs and Border Protection officers paraded them through an airport terminal, placed them in holding cells, and searched their luggage. United Airlines declined comment. In the lawsuit, this man said he was in the bathroom in the back of the plane for about 20 minutes on January 20th. That is a long time. 20 minutes? 20 minutes in an airport, John. I would be concerned. I actually might try to open the door because I would be concerned for your safety. And my safety, too, because if you're in there for 20 minutes, God only knows how it smells, right? 20 minutes, ooh, that's a lot of time. That's a lot of, perhaps, noises if you're constipated. Like, what if this person's just loudly groaning in there? Like, I can kind of understand why someone might just tear the door down. So he was in the bathroom for about 20 minutes. A flight attendant woke this man's friend, not his co-friend, the man who flew on the airline with him, another buddy, and said that he heard that this guy was dealing with constipation, assured the flight attendant he'd be out soon. But 10 minutes later, the pilot approached him and said, "Hey, you got to check on your dude." And then went up to the toilet and yelled at him to leave immediately. Lieb said he was finishing up. He would be out momentarily. The pilot responded by breaking the lock, forcing the bathroom door open and pulling him out with his pants still around his ankles, exposing his genitalia to his buddy. Well, at least it was just his buddy who saw it. The pilot then pushed them back to their seats and threatened to have them arrested and made remarks about their faith. Okay, well, we'll see if they actually have evidence to corroborate that. But after the 2-hour flight landed in Houston, they got escorted off the plane. I think if you're in the bathroom that long, I kind of get it. I would be a little concerned, too, if somebody was in the bathroom for 30 minutes, right? 30 minutes is a really long time. That's on a flight from Tulum to Houston. I'm assuming that's a quarter of the flight.
Yeah, that's got to be a good portion of the flight. I think unless I have to use the restroom, I don't think I notice. Unless, again,
if you're waiting to get into the bathroom,
yeah,
that makes sense.
Yeah, like I don't think I would even notice if someone was in the bathroom for 30 minutes if I didn't have to go. Or, like you said, if there wasn't noises or smells.
But I bet there would have been a little bit of both. I think I would have noticed that long. And I would have wondered, hey, what's this guy up to? What's going on? Is that strange? Perhaps. But I think I would definitely notice that. And again, perhaps there will be video evidence that tells a different story. But this passenger who was literally caught with his pants down, I don't know. I don't know that he should necessarily win this lawsuit. I have a hard time believing that the pilot also like went further and started making accusations against this person's faith. You know, I almost feel like that's a ace in the hole to potentially play here, but maybe there's going to be video evidence to say otherwise. And I guess we'll see. That would suck though. Being in an airline, you're constipated. It's rough being constipated on a plane. You're trying to join the other Mile High Club, and then you get pulled out after 30 minutes.
By your collar.
By your collar, yeah.
Get out of here.
Get out of here, you bum. You stink.
Yeah. That's why all you insert faith here.
Mhm.
That's all you guys do is stink up the joint.
Yeah. From the 215, 20 minutes is a short time for dropping a deuce. Sir, you need some fiber. 20 minutes is a long time.
I think like for a home deposit, if you're like on your phone, you know, like you're not in a rush, but
If
like
you're hiding from your wife and kids?
yeah, in like
yes.
in like a public place, like 20 minutes is so long.
20 minutes is a really long
Again,
time.
unless you're hiding from, I don't know, doing work.
Yeah. Yeah.
Unless you're hiding. Basically, 20 minutes in the bathroom is a long time if you're not hiding from something.
409 Josh says 20 minutes in a plane would have me concerned something was being assembled or if someone's vaping. I would definitely think about that too. You're messing with the smoke detectors. This guy's just
Put
ripping
the shower cap over the like.
Yeah. I'm like surprised by the psychos who vape on a plane. I mean, you really need it that bad. And
yes,
it's not like
that's the answer, Paul. Yes, they do need it that bad.
Really need it
They're
that
literally
bad?
addicted. Yes.
Gosh, I'm glad I've never really gotten the nicotine addiction. I see people with the Zins all the time, and I've done a Zin or two in my day. You know, I'm cool, I'm hip. Makes me dizzy after 5 seconds. It is a lot. I don't know how y'all stand. Like people that are like have a Zin in their mouth. How do you drive? And then perhaps you have a higher tolerance of it.
That's what it is.
But geez, Louise, that's a lot. Who was flying the plane asks from the 832. That was a United Airlines flight. Again, the skies are not so friendly. No matter where you're flying, you're probably going to be running into stuff like this. Paul Gallant Show, Sean Mapes behind the glass, 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Should the Astros bend over backwards to keep Framber Valdez around? Seems like they haven't had any conversations about an extension with him. That means this could be the last year here. What do you say to that? Stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. You can join on the text line, HRNP listener line, or calling in at 713-780-3776. You can also join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. Look, Cougars, for the most part, in their win over Gonzaga on Saturday, were very impressive. But down the stretch, some concerning things that perhaps could bite them in the tuchus and send them home a little bit earlier than we'd like. But I do think, for the most part, when this team is purring, forgive the pun, with the three-point shooting, with LJ Crier's scoring ability, with Juwan Roberts' ability to score in the lane and underneath the basket, and with the defense that they throw together, if it's ever going to happen, this is the year. I do not believe that the Houston Astros are bringing back Framber Valdez. And I hate to say that because I feel like it won't be completely impossible for them, given the way some of their contracts are expiring in the next couple of years. But this was, I thought, the most significant tidbit from over the weekend with the Houston Astros as they get closer and closer to opening day. This, per Framber Valdez, who was asked about a potential extension with the Astros going into his last year. Per Brian McTaggart, Framber Valdez said he has not been approached about an extension and likely hits free agency at season's end. It's a bummer. It's hard to find a lefty who's that consistent. It's hard to find somebody who can give you the volume of innings that Framber has over the last few years with the Astros, the statistic compilations. We're talking about quality starts, the consecutive ones that he had a couple of years ago, the strikeouts, the ERA, the just wins. He's been one of the best pitchers in baseball. And the fact that he's a lefty with some filthy stuff, fantastic. And you really want to let that walk. But that's what the Astros do. So it's not surprising that we saw this over the weekend, that there haven't been any initiation when it comes to an extension for him, Framber Valdez. But still, it is a bit depressing, especially just considering how the Astros have handled literally everyone not named Jose Altuve. They let you walk. George Springer, Carlos Correa, Alex Bregman, traded Kyle Tucker before they let him walk. Garrett Cole. Hell, they even traded Justin Verlander. You know? Actually, check that. They did let Justin Verlander walk. Then they traded for him to bring him back, and that wasn't exactly the smartest trade when you think about it, given the prospects that they gave up and what the returns were from Justin Verlander. But hey, Jim Crane's got friends. And so does a little guy by the name of Framber Valdez. And we'll see if the Astros change their stripes, but it does stand to reason that they're probably not going to do it. I did love seeing this from Hunter Brown. No, not the 15 balls and 12 strikes that he began his last start with. I loved seeing that he had allegedly thrown 103 miles per hour. I don't know that I believe it, but it does make me feel like the legend of Diesel could lead to, by the end of the year, Hunter Brown being your ace. So at the very least, you feel like, hey, well, at least we have an ace. Framber Valdez is our opening day starter, but Hunter Brown under team control for a while. It's going to be really, really good. Really, really good. We have not seen any update as far as what the hell is going to happen with Cam Smith, but it does stand to reason that he's got a very, 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 very good shot to make the team, at least based off of the odds of the process of elimination. So the Astros, after a couple of moves that they made yesterday, they cut John Singleton. They cut Ben Gamel. Luis Guillorme is not going to make the opening day roster. You're at a moment in time right now where there are 2 roster spots on the Astros for opening day for 3 guys. Cam Smith, Zach DeZenzo, and Cooper Hummel. Cooper Hummel's had a good spring, in case you haven't heard of him. DeZenzo we've seen before. He's also had a great spring. Cam Smith had an awesome start to spring. He's definitely cooled off a little bit, but his numbers for spring still really favorable. I really have a hard time seeing the Astros leaving Cam Smith off the opening day roster, given all the hype that they have breathed into his story. Like, they have allowed the idea of Cam Smith playing right field, replacing Kyle Tucker, to take root in the mind of Astros fans. Are you really going to take that away? And look, they might, but I think Dana Brown's a little more aggressive, and I really think that there's a strong chance, especially if we're talking about 3 guys for 2 roster spots, that he's going to be it. I mean, he's still here. And I suppose that things could be decided between today, Monday, and Thursday, opening day. I'm trying to think of what, though. What could potentially change their decision-making process? Is it literally just, hey, we've seen Zach DeZenzo at the major league level before. We shouldn't put Cam Smith in the majors after only having played at single A ball. We got to put him in double A for a little bit. Yes, people get annoyed with the service time manipulation thing, but we could probably get through the first couple of months of the year with not Cam Smith playing right field.
It's also like, is it service time manipulation if you don't think this guy's ready to actually play Major League Baseball?
That's a good point. I don't think so.
So they should prove a point that they're not manipulating service time by having guy come up and stink for 2 months.
Right. Potentially hurting his confidence, which I don't think will be an issue. It does seem like the guy's got a really good head on his shoulders. But again, he's, in his early 20s. How much can you really believe that there's no chance that there's a backfiring if he's brought up too early?
And what really took the wind out of my sails was the Chandler Rome, the part of the Chandler Rome piece where he had the quality of all the pitchers that Cam Smith had played, and there's like a rating scale from Baseball Reference where MLB pitchers are 10s and it goes all the way down the minors, and like a 6 is double A, and what Cam Smith had faced was like lower than a 6. It was like in the 5s.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, so he's not even playing double A pitcher, or he's playing like double A minus, basically, is what he's playing. Like, it really took a lot of the excitement away from what a magical spring he's had.
Thanks, Chandler.
Yeah. Trying to poo-poo this with the facts about what these no-namers that he's hitting home runs off of. But then he did hit a home run off of Major League.
Right, a couple of Major League pitchers. That's what was exciting at the end of this past week.
Yeah.
It was, looky what he did. Cam Smith. And then, he had a couple of rough.
But I also like the spring training stuff. It's how I think about preseason and the other sports, where I'm just like, get out of my face with it. Like, I do not care about it. Hey, back in October, who couldn't miss from 3-point range in Rocket
Brooks?
spring? Yeah, Jalen Brooks just didn't miss 3-pointers, and then he came out, and I think he had like 2 good games, and then just cold streak back to about where Jalen Green normally is. Like the preseason hype,
Jalen Green, right?
The spring training hype. Like, again, I remember Justin Dearden, and how did Justin Dearden not make the opening day roster, and then he never is heard from again.
Yeah, I don't even know if he's playing baseball anymore.
Yeah, like I just the Cam Smith, like, he needs to start because of his spring training numbers. I'm just like, it's encouraging, but I don't think you can like jump 3 levels of baseball just by a good spring training.
I think you're right, but at the same time, it would be fun. And my line of thinking is fun.
The thing is, I don't think it'd be fun because I think we're setting this guy up to fail. I think we're setting him up to be terrible when he comes up.
And then he becomes the fall guy.
Then everyone rips him.
Astros fans hate him, like he's early stage Alex Bregman.
That seems like that's the most likely possibility.
I mean, Bregman was so bad when he first came up.
He was 1 for 30.
That I actually feel like that softens things for him. But it has been a while since we've seen somebody come up and struggle quite like that.
Especially if we're calling him up to be like some savior of right field, and then he comes up and it's like, oh wait, actually he hasn't played double A pitching. He's never played double A players before.
3 final position player spots available for the Astros per Chandler Rome. It's between Cooper Hummel, Zach Short, Zach DeZenzo, Brendan Rodgers, and Cam Smith. I think Brendan Rodgers has made it. I think after that, though,
yeah,
Hummel, Short, or Zach DeZenzo and Cam Smith. Feels like it's.
It feels like at the very least one of DeZenzo and Smith.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, guys, it's the Paul Gallant Show. That's Sean Mapes behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call, to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. The most interactive sports talk show in town. Stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Rodeo wrapped up yesterday, but if you were paying attention to the local news today, you would have seen on I-45 northbound a truck of about 30 cows saw several of those cows get loose on the highway. Imagine you're driving down the highway and there's a cow either running parallel to you, the same direction as you, or running towards you in the breakdown lane. Poor little doggies. Get along, get along, get along, little doggy. I've gained a newfound appreciation for cows. I hate how cute they are. I miss remembering, because I had a steak last night. I miss thinking that, oh yeah, this is just steak. I don't care about how it comes to be.
It's just born steak.
It's just born steak. It just shows up in a lab like this, and I just find it at the grocery store like this, and then
cook it medium rare and then eat it.
It's truly bummed me out how cute cows are over the last couple of weeks. They're very cute animals. They're very cute. They're I mean, the bulls are terrifying, but the cows are just
cute, delicious animals.
Oafish, giant dogs who are seemingly rather friendly and mellow and chill.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah,
and taste so good.
We eat them. So I hope some of those
grind them up and put them in burgers.
No. I feel bad for some of these cows. And seeing them riding free one last time on I-45 before they end up getting butchered and turned into one of those steaky steaks or
You're
burgers.
gonna pick one of them up at HEB.
Yeah. I hope those are studs. I hope they get to hang out the rest of their day. Just just clapping cow cheeks.
That's the dream.
Moo. That's what I want. I want those cows who got free on I-45 today to do that. Some comments in the last segment. We were talking about Cam Smith. Apparently, he is one of about 5 Astros competing for 3 roster spots. OTR Sean comments on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Cam Smith should absolutely start in AA. Maybe Sugarland. No, he's starting in AA. Higher degree of difficulty in AA, weirdly. Give him a month and then let's see. Dana Brown can be uber aggressive. It makes me nervous sometimes, but look at the Braves roster. He's essentially responsible for almost half of those players. Dana Brown's aggressive. I do think there's a very good chance Cam Smith makes it on the opening day roster, but I just want us to officially announce the news. The speculation that I do not have much to go off of, because this is really like the biggest prospect of the Dana Brown era.
Yeah.
Not close. This is going to be very interesting to see how he handles this. I'm sure that there is an element of Dana Brown, the politician, who makes a lot of promises and doesn't always deliver on those promises. I'm sure there is a part of him that thinks to himself, you know what? Screw it. Let's make people happy. We're already putting Jose Altuve in left field. What's the worst that's going to happen if we put Cam Smith in right?
Yeah. And the fact, if this was anyone other than Dana Brown, I would kind of think that there's no chance that this happens. But because Dana Brown likes to move guys up quickly through the system, I do think that there is a chance. And like you said, like the moving Altuve to left field does feel like it is it's not a 2025 move. It's like a 2026 and on move of like, hey, this is where we think this guy is going to have to play for the rest of his career.
Yeah.
As opposed to like, we could just sign a stopgap left fielder and then figure it out. Like that's what it feels like. So it feels like if you're already making that decision, you could also make the like, well, why don't we just have the right fielder learn on the job too? And just have both corner outfielders kind of figuring things out. And then 2026 will come around and like you feel much better about, or maybe even the end of 2025, you feel better about these guys' defense. But it does feel like a very developmental kind of move. Like it feels like the Rockets starting Jalen Green every game of his rookie year and just like give him the ball and just say, hey, you're our number one option. Go out there. And it's like, yeah, but this team's trying to win a division. So that's not really how you should be operating.
The good news is at least that there's no loser habits that may have been enabled by Steven Silas's lackadaisical parenting.
I just mean like more like in the NBA where you draft a guy 3rd overall and you're just like, here's the ball, figure things out. We'll come back in 2 years to see if you're any good.
Yep.
Like Cade Cunningham. Like it just Cade Cunningham just got to be on the worst team in basketball for 2 years. And they develop, put some real guys around him. Oh, now it works.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Now it's fine. Yeah, that would certainly be a little easier if you had that ability to do it. I do think that the fact that it is 162 games, I mean, they're going to have plenty of time to get better. It's a long season.
But you had to win those games to make the playoffs.
I really wonder because they will probably be the worst fielding outfield in baseball. But I'd rather be the worst fielding outfield than the worst hitting outfield.
I agree with that.
Even though it would be more embarrassing at times to be the worst fielding outfield.
Much more bloopers.
There's going to be some bloopers. You're going to be like, oh, my God. But, yeah. Chas McCormick, Jake Myers, outfield.
Yeah, with Dubon, maybe.
Dubon.
Or Dezenzo.
Yeah, I'm a little skeptical. Just a little bit. But, hey, the decision, it's getting closer and closer.
I do want to know, what's the deadline on this? Can we...
Good question.
I would just like to know. I mean,
what can be done the next 2 days?
By Thursday.
Right,
They're
exactly.
going to have guys on the field. But
because I think today they had off because they went back. Today they went back to Houston.
Yes. And then they're playing the Space Cowboys next 2 days.
Right.
And then Thursday, the season starts.
What's going to happen? It would be funny if they did some cool stuff at Minute Maid Park, like some sort of New World Order thing, Altuve goes heel. Cam Smith thinks that he's going to get demoted to the minors.
Thinks he's signing a contract to be a major leaguer.
Right.
Didn't read the fine print.
Yeah.
Now,
Chas McCormick.
Josh Reddick's back in right field.
Oh, yeah. That would be really funny. Josh Reddick would love that, I'm sure. Anyway, guys, it's the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call to text. You want to weigh in on the Cougs and their Achilles heel, perhaps, after a very, very, very frenetic ending to their win over Gonzaga on Saturday. You can. What to do about Cam Smith, what to do about Framber Valdez, also on the table, and Amon Thompson showing off his star stuff. On the other side, we're going to remember Houston legend George Foreman, who passed away on Saturday. I found some fun clips of George Foreman. We've also got some garbage time to get out of here with Paul Gallant Show. Stick around.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Angie Dundee, Ali's trainer, right next to me is saying it. You may hear him. Down goes Frazier! Down goes Frazier! Down goes Frazier! The heavyweight champion is taking the mandatory 8 count, and Foreman is as poised as can be in a neutral corner.
January 22nd, 1973, the Sunshine Showdown between George Foreman and Joe Frazier. Joe Frazier, at the time, considered by many to be one of the best boxers. Both of them were undefeated. George Foreman, 6'4", 217 pounds. Jesus. Going up against smoking Joe Frazier. And that's Howard Cosell on the call there. And one of the best calls, I think, the most iconic calls when it comes to boxing that you'll hear in radio history. For those who don't know, Houston's own George Foreman passed away Saturday at the age of 76. Incredible story. Obviously, an incredible boxer. Someone who I know I need to read a great deal more about to appreciate what he was. I know a lot of the old heads out here, not to hate on anyone who has seen a little bit more sporting than I have in my life, but I am envious of how much cooler boxing used to be back in the day when you had guys like Muhammad Ali or George Foreman or Joe Frazier, amongst many, many others. So I was reading up on George Foreman and his history, and I found a really interesting piece. It's in the Los Angeles Times. This was written in 1995. And it talks about George Foreman's biography by George, which he wrote. And what I found most interesting, just reading about this book, which definitely is now on my docket of books to read, is that before the Rumble in the Jungle between he and Muhammad Ali in October of 1974, the old rope-a-dope, fantastic documentary called When We Were Kings that you should watch about that. I did watch it. George Foreman is someone who completely changed who he was from that moment on. And in this article, a guy who, to that point in his career, he had met a couple of famous athletes growing up, Jim Brown, Walt Frazier. They brushed him off, and he had been arrogant like those guys when he had first met them. But after he lost the Rumble in the Jungle, he changed his image. And then he became the spokesman guy. He became the very fun personality that you would see on a variety of late night talk shows. Here he is at age 40 talking about potentially fighting Mike Tyson while on with David Letterman.
Are you really going to fight Tyson?
No doubt. I'm going to whip his head till it rope like okra.
But you know, a lot of guys have said things like that. And it hasn't happened yet. And I think in your prime, in your first prime, because you're right, this could be your second prime. It would have been I think you can beat him, is what I'm trying to say.
If you watch the video online, Foreman's just staring David Letterman deep in the eyes as he's like, wait, you really think you could beat Mike Tyson at age 40? And he just keeps staring and staring. And then eventually Letterman changes his answer there. He also was on with Steve Harvey on I think one of Steve Harvey's many talk shows. Honestly, I don't know which one this was. And here he is talking about why he became so good at knocking people out quickly.
What made you have the ability to hit so hard, man?
Scared.
Scared.
If you corner a cat, there's no telling what it'll do to you.
Yeah.
And I was always cornered. I remember trying to play baseball, and I always thought they were going to hit me with that ball.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't make a good baseball player. So I got in the ring and like, they're going to knock me out. And I knocked them out quick. I'm talking about quick. Scared. I was scared I was going to be hit. Yeah.
Seeing what young George Foreman looks like, can you imagine being scared if you're him? And it really is interesting to see where he was. If you watch the When We Were Kings documentary, and then you see this guy who's, selling the George Foreman grill, who's got just so much energy and so much personality, to go from where he was there to that, to go from a guy who literally was beating people up for fun when he was growing up, who was robbing people for fun when he was growing up, to that. It is very cool to see where obviously boxing took his life, but where some of the failures that he went through also took his life. And I mean, I know he has a huge family. Didn't he name all of his kids George, which is awesome. I love it. I know he's really going to be missed. I hope I did a decent enough job of paying tribute to a guy who now I know over the next couple of days I'm going to be watching a whole lot of documentaries about and trying to read up on as well. George Foreman, rest in peace. Passed away Saturday at the age of 76. It's the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. Let's do a little garbage time before we get out of here. B. Hannon asks, who all had a George Foreman grill? The amount of times I cooked things on a George Foreman grill is alarming, because I kept on having to buy new ones. I used to use the George Foreman grill every single day. Cook turkey burger after turkey burger after turkey burger after turkey burger after turkey burger on those things. And eventually I moved away from them altogether because they're a pain in the ass to clean. But George Foreman grills, I've probably had like 7 of them over the course of my life. I used to eat like twice from a George Foreman grill a day. Got it.
I think I definitely knew the George Foreman grill before I knew the man.
Of course. For us, that's the natural progression.
Like I definitely was like, oh yeah, the grill guy. The guy who's selling grills.
It's a lean, mean, fat-eating machine.
Yeah.
20 years ago, this sports broadcasting moment became iconic. Anyone remember this one? There's nothing worse than being in the midst of one of your first collegiate broadcasts and all of a sudden the teleprompter stops working. This happens to a lot of people. But imagine you're a Ball State student. You're typically a news guy. And on short notice, you have to fill in for the sports guy. And then this happens.
The Indiana Pacers are looking for a measure of revenge tonight against the New Jersey Nets and to strengthen their playoff hopes. The Nets won the last Sunday's matchup 94-85, which left the Pacers 1 game behind the Chicago in the 7th series spot. Let's check out the highlights. Steven Jackson's David.
I feel so bad for him.
Reggie Miller's looking good.
Yeah.
He shoots a 3, and it's good.
There we go. Confidence.
Yeah, he knows Reggie Miller. He's all over Reggie Miller.
Later, he gets the rebound, passes it to the man, shoots it, and boom goes the dynamite. The final scores ended up with the Pacers 63 to the Nets 61.
I love it. Listen, he finished out strong, and this became, for a moment in time, one of the top videos on the internet. And it's all because this guy just got put in the absolute worst place at the wrong time. There was a Tosh.0 special that like went behind the scenes of Boom Goes the Dynamite. That is 20 years ago today. 20 years ago.
It's one of the probably the first viral like videos.
Yeah.
It's like up there with the first ones. And it is crazy. Like you said, it's a terrible spot to be in.
I feel so bad for him. I'm just cringing because we've all been there. We've been in this industry. You've been there at one moment or another, generally when you're very inexperienced, and that is just a terrible place to be if you have no interest in sports, which that guy clearly had none.
It wasn't even, it took until this time that I've seen it, like time 55 or however many times I've seen this, to realize that the final score of that game was like 65-61.
Yeah.
Like it was such a hilariously low scoring game.
It's a classic old school NBA.
Yeah, 20 years ago. I
Mhm.
mean, yeah, it's 2005 NBA right there.
Guess what, guys? There's another Georgia speeding incident. But this one has a twist.
Oh, no.
Sorority girl seen in smiling mugshot arrested again weeks after first run-in with police. Lily Stewart, an Alpha Chi Omega at the University of Georgia, was pulled over, get this, twice in a matter of minutes for excessive speeding. So we got girls doing it at Georgia too.
I mean, what's going on? Now I look at what's going on with Athens, just the town of Athens.
It's a good question.
This is more than just a Kirby Smart problem.
Lily Stewart was arrested for the second time this month after her first arrest at the beginning of the month for excessive speeding. So basically, she was going 79 and a 55. She was issued a citation in her 2021 Volvo XC40, then was pulled over 2 minutes later, again, going even faster, 84 in a 55 mile per hour zone. She was going to a party in Milledgeville, Georgia. But get this, she was arrested again, and this girl's very cute, strong, powerful, independent woman. She was arrested Sunday for obstruction of a law enforcement officer and loitering/prowling. What does that even mean? Prowling?
Prowling.
Is she a cougar? She going to Cougar Kroger? What's going on? She's too young for that place. And on that note, guys, that's going to wrap up today's edition of the Paul Gallant Show. Big thanks to everyone who texted, who called in, who joined on YouTube, who joined on Twitch, and for everybody else who listened. For Sean Mapes behind the glass, I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell, have yourselves a wonderful rest of your Monday. The Killer Bees are next. Peace!
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I am Bradham. It's Brian behind the glass, and it's a Monday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. I just looked at Brian. There's a TV playing just below Brian's on ESPN. Women's basketball tournament going. How's your women's basketball bracket looking?
I did not do one.
I can't legally do them, so I didn't do one, but I would have if I could.
Oh, lucky you.
I thought you were only on step 3 of 10 to watch women's basketball.
That was WNBA.
Ooh. Oh.
Oh, okay. So it's different for.
I call women's babasketball games.
I know.
Yeah, so I mean it's specifically WNBA. I like women's college basketball.
I didn't realize you still did them this year.
There are a few, yeah.
Okay.
About half of them.
Okay.
About half of them. No, I like collegiate women's basketball, Brian. It's strictly WNBA.
I think you look at the kind of like the haves and the have-nots. It's as much as it is in college basketball right now in the men's, it's not nearly as great as the women's game. Like, you know that there's probably 6 teams max, but normally 4 teams that have a legit shot to win it all.
Yeah.
But like, as we've seen with the men's tournament, except for this year, but I mean, there's plenty of teams that could win it all.
Look at this matchup. Lucy Olson and Reagan Beers going toe-to-toe. Iowa, Oklahoma.
Are those real names?
Yeah, I'm watching it. I'm watching the game. I might be
Reagan
distracted.
Beers and the girl from, I believe it's Iowa State. They are extremely talented centers.
Well,
Be careful.
I was trying to say they are
strong, powerful.
I've seen
independent women.
I'm blanking on her name. I've seen her play up close and personal.
Unbelievable that she is a bigger girl, and she has
Audie Crooks.
Yes, she has endurance. She has post moves. They are really good down low.
Yeah, she's a really good player. Really good player.
Post players with some size.
Yeah, I did a double take when I saw the photo get tweeted out the other day.
Oh, they tweeted out her photo?
Yeah, like I just, it stands out amongst the average player.
It's sexist, really. I mean, they're not doing that for the men's side. That's not true.
That's not true.
Yeah,
a dude from North Carolina State.
No. There was also they were calling him the Pillsbury Doughboy, but he was playing a couple of years ago. It wasn't the Indiana State kid that they were calling
Kareem
Abdul-Jabbar, but there was someone else that was like at Indiana State or at school like that, and that they were having a good year, and he was a little bit overweight, and they were all over him.
Pillsbury Doughboy? Doug Eater? I don't know.
I remember the Pillsbury Throwboy. That was Jared Lorenzen.
That was Jared, yeah, the hefty lefty. R.I.P., by the way, to Jared Lorenzen.
I think it was Doug Eater. No, it couldn't be this guy. This guy's skinny.
His name can't be Eater, right?
Eater.
No. This guy was. This
guy's skinny. This is not the guy.
This guy was literally doughy.
Killer Bee showing off their range. How about us starting WNBA or not even WNBA? Women's
you're only on step
college
3 for
basketball.
The WNBA.
Huh?
You're only on step 3 for the WNBA.
I won't watch WNBA.
Yeah.
Unless it comes to Houston, in which case, might see if they need help. For the radio, not on the floor. But yeah, let me look at. I bet you there's not many shows in Houston that started off with women's college basketball.
You don't think Baytown Baddies talking women's hoops right now?
No. I think he's an advocate for girls in sports, though. Sincerely, I'm not saying that. I'm not taking a shot at him because he's got a daughter and all that. But no, I don't think that they're leading off with that. No. I think this is the only place in Houston that you're getting women's college basketball talk to lead the show. And it's really because
you're probably right.
I'm distracted and I have ADHD. It's the only reason that it happened.
If you had to pick a team, would you?
U of H, yeah.
They're not in it.
I root for the Big 12.
Okay.
I don't know who's remaining.
Is
Iowa State still in it?
I would say the favorite 4 are UConn, South Carolina.
Sounds like the usual suspects.
Some of them, but Notre Dame.
Is Texas still in there or 1 seed?
They're not. They're in the SEC now, though, Brian.
And I think Texas, yeah.
They have a good player, though.
He was just talking about the favorites.
I remember, I can't remember her name, but they came to Houston last year when they were still in the Big 12. She can play. She was a freshman. She was kind of handled the ball. She's big.
Yeah.
She's a good player. Like she has WNBA written
USC.
over her.
There's 5.
USC. Yeah, somebody actually texted about was it Juju Watkins, right?
Yeah.
That's her last name?
Juju Watkins.
Did you guys see the L Juju took this weekend with Jaden's mom? Spencer 409.
So I had it for my car wreck, one of my car wrecks. But yeah, because people were making such a big deal out of it. But yeah, it was pretty entertaining. That I have a friend of mine that she represents a lot of players. I don't know if she represents Jaden or not, but she was like trying to defend and get into everybody's mentions that showed this video.
Yeah.
Going, they're not even close. It was just that there were seats next together. They don't even know each other. It's not like that. And the media's blowing this all up. I'm like, they were having a pretty good laugh and fun early on to where regardless of what it was, it looked like mom got right in the middle of their business.
I didn't see the mom part of it.
So it starts out after the SC game, and Jaden and his mom are in the stands.
I saw that.
Okay, and then Juju comes down and sits down next to Jaden Daniels.
No, that's what I saw, Juju and Jaden.
Yeah, and then they were interacting and laughing, and I think they put them on the scoreboard, and they were laughing even more. And then you progress to like a little later in the game, and the next thing you know, mom's in between them, and she has got no positive emotion on her facial expressions, and she's talking to like no one in particular.
Very vocal about Jaden staying away from women.
It was Jaden's mom.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
And mom basically looked like perception was she shut that down real quick.
Oh wow, this is good. I like the chances for the Commanders to win it all next year. I think I'm going to buy a ticket for the Commanders to win the Super Bowl next year. I didn't know this about Jaden's mom.
Jaden's mom is
Jaden's mom's
emphatic.
Blocking.
Yes.
Yeah, but she might be blocking from that sense, but I think she's enhancing Washington's chances of winning it all. I think this is good for the Commanders.
So you're saying
no
women
distractions
bring you down in sports?
The wrong women absolutely can.
We started off on the ally section of the side of the aisle.
You have to find
moving.
You have to find the right woman, but the wrong women could absolutely derail your professional career.
Oh, I've seen that.
Absolutely,
Totally
absolutely.
seen that.
Now, if you find the right woman, it can enhance it. That's the importance of picking wisely. But it sounds like Jaden Daniels' mom wants him to just wait until after career is over.
I think she wants him to wait till he's done playing. Period.
I mean, Derek Jeter went that route-ish.
He was still hooking up.
Yeah, but he didn't have the
passing
commitment.
out gift baskets.
Sure,
yeah,
he didn't have the
limos and gift baskets were the story, right?
But I think it's the commitment that leads to the drama. That's not always true.
Yeah, you can have lots of drama without commitment. Hello, Deshaun.
Yeah. How was y'all's weekend, by the way? As we go 8 minutes of
I mean, yours is the most
radio.
important. Yours would be the most important week.
No. My weekend's not important to anybody else's. Do you have a good weekend? Softball or what?
Softball all weekend. I fought the sun, and the sun beat me.
You do look like a lobster.
And we wanted a good barometer of where the team was versus the best teams in the area, and you
got smoked, huh?
Yeah,
you got smacked around a little bit.
Yep, sure did.
Brian, good weekend?
Yeah, it was not bad. Went to the zoo.
I
time with family.
Went to the zoo. Okay, I did not see that coming. What was your favorite? I didn't. You don't strike me as the zoo type.
Oh, I've been more than I want to, but it's for the kid.
What's your favorite animal? You liked? Did you see Shasta there at the zoo, the Houston Zoo?
No. This one. I mean, we go to the Houston Zoo a lot, but this one was actually a smaller zoo up in the Woodlands. It's more like it's called the Learning Zoo. It's actually in Conroe. It's near the Woodlands, but it's a smaller thing meant for smaller kids, and it was a fun time. Where they can get more up and close and personal with goats and cows and pigs and whatnot.
Is this like an Exotic Joe situation?
No, you could definitely. If they didn't spend money on it, it could be that, but there's no tigers or anything. Like there's the best thing was they had like a birdhouse, like with domestic birds that you would have in your own home.
Yeah.
But you can actually walk in and they're flying all around. It was pretty cool. But this is no tigers in this thing.
I was scrolling through Twitter. What day do y'all do the bullpen? Saturday?
Yeah.
Saturday morning, I guess it was. I'm scrolling through there and I see, ESPN 97.5. Oh, they're live. And I see Brian and I see Killa Camp. So I listened in for a couple of minutes. I didn't realize that our boy Brian over here, he does a show naked. Not like he wears clothes, but he has nothing in front of him. No computer, no phone, no microphone cover. He's just there in all his glory.
Really?
Doing
I have
radio.
my phone, but I'm not staring at it usually.
He didn't have a computer doing a show. I would be so lost.
I completely agree with you on that.
Yeah.
You guys are more affluent and efficient with using your phone than I am in terms of grabbing even our rundown and stuff. I need my laptop for that. I just feel more comfortable working on a laptop.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's kind of was surprising to me.
Yeah, he's just doing a show without a computer.
I did this show Thursday with Joel without a laptop. Joel seen that up.
Yeah, but I was on. That's right. You were next to me. That's right. Yeah.
When we were at Texas Tailgate.
I don't know if I should be impressed or if I should be.
I think it's impressive.
Insulted.
No, everything I would need my laptop for, I could do on my phone. So I go with that.
I got you. Yeah, my weekend was good. Thank you for asking. Houston advancing to the Sweet 16, 6th year in a row, by the way.
Just a great run.
Longest Sweet 16 streak now in the country after they beat Gonzaga, which Gonzaga, they shouldn't have been an 8 seed. And
No.
I didn't want to gripe a whole lot last week about it, even though I probably did gripe a whole lot about it last week. Because, I mean, the path is the path, and you got to beat what's in front of you and all of that. I think Gonzaga, I will say with 100% confidence that that's a top 15 team in the country. And I think they're even potentially top 10.
I agree with you, but I would take it a step further and say of the teams remaining in the tournament, I think the Zags could beat maybe almost half of the Sweet 16.
Okay.
You look at the fact that inside, outside, solid quality point guard, big man that can post and play all over the place, some wings that can really go and knock down a three. I thought that they were grossly underseeded compared. Everybody said Louisville. You watch that Gonzaga team, and they got hot at the right time of the year. That's a tough. I was really worried about that game for U of H.
Oh yeah, they're certainly capable of beating Houston. And like you said you could beat 12 teams that are left.
There's 16 teams left. I think they could beat at least 8.
Okay, so half of the field that's remaining.
Yeah,
I would say that's fine. B. Hannon saying they're 9 in Ken Palm. Like they were 8. I think that I know. In fact, they were 8 going into that game. They dropped to 9 after they lost it. And I get the resume thing, like their best win, Baylor, who was a 9 seed. They beat them by 40, though. St. Mary's, who was in the NCAA tournament. They didn't have any other tournament team wins on their resume. But then you look, okay, well, they lost to Kentucky in overtime. They lost to West Virginia, who should have been in the tournament in overtime. Lost a very close game to UConn. They hadn't lost a game all year and still haven't by double digits. They lost to St. Mary's twice during the WCC, during their conference regular season. But all their losses were very close. And then if you go eye test on top of it, Ryan Nembhard leads the country in assist. Really good point guard. They have a good shooter in Hickman, although Cougars kind of took him out of the game because he wasn't making his shots, and then they were attacking him defensively. Khalif Battle is really good player.
I didn't remember him at Temple. I won't forget him at Gonzaga.
He had a huge game against us one time at Temple. He went off for like 28 points in a loss. He's a good player, and he can really defend. That was the thing I was most impressed about.
That corner three he hit late was super impressive.
I was impressed with their 4-guy Huff.
The shaggy haired white kid that's about 6'10".
He can score on you
in a multitude of ways.
He can score on you. He was probably better than I personally thought with my very noob eyes. And then Graham Ike, that guy is a beast.
Goodness.
He is a beast, that guy.
Yeah, I didn't know he was as physical as he was. And then he goes and knocks down 2 threes from straight on. And you're like, well, if he ever develops that part of his game to be a face-up 5, but overall, I mean, he basically could put anybody on his hip pocket and get in a position to score.
But Cougars able to prevail. 6 straight Sweet 16. LJ Cryer, 30-point game.
Kind of fantastic.
Had a March moment. He had a 30-point game at Baylor, or 28-point game at Baylor. The year that his last year there, they lost in the first round. I want to say to Creighton. And he had a 30-point game in the tournament. He was massive, especially in the first half. Jawan Roberts got it going in the second half. The left hand was there. Manuel Sharp had a couple of key buckets. They had some trouble with the pressure towards the end, which I think will help them in the long run, but made it very stressful there for the final couple of minutes.
Can I say, because obviously you know better than me, but my feeling watching this team as much as I've tried to watch them all year, and then watching again the other night, Wilson's the unsung hero of that team in so many in crunch time. In crunch time, I can't tell you how many times I'm watching a game that gets single digits that's tight. Offensive rebounds, key buckets, key steals, key defensive plays. That guy, and he obviously stands out because he wears the long sleeve dry fit underneath. But this kid, every time you turn around in a key moment, he's going and elevating over the entire group of guys in the lane to get a big offensive rebound. And he just does so many little things to help that team win. He is impressive to watch.
He does a little bit of everything. He does. Yeah. He's a stat sheet filler. Great story. You know, he was started his career at Louisiana. I believe they played in the Sun Belt. Was the Sun Belt player or the freshman of the year in his freshman year. Wanted to play at the higher level, so he went to Texas Tech. Didn't play him. Like couldn't find minutes. He was kind of mop up duty. Transferred to Houston, and you kind of felt like Houston was always trying to kind of over recruit him, and probably more talented players. Like Mercy Miller's probably more talented than him, but Malik Wilson, winning player, always does something that helped you win. This one, he had that big offensive rebound in the putback.
Yes.
You know, he gets tons of deflections, really good rebounding guard. Like he's a Houston Cougar type of player.
Wasn't he in on the final along with Francis, the final block shot in the corner.
Yeah, he was defending Battle. He was defending Battle, and then Battle kind of lost control, dribbled into the corner, ran into Francis.
I thought he almost traveled.
It was pretty close.
Yeah.
Like, he was bobbling, though, so, like, the bobble always kind of confuses, like, a travel. Because you can't travel if you're bobbling the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you could bobble the ball from the three-point line all the way to the basket, and it's not a travel. In order for it to be a travel, you have to have possession of the ball, and Battle clearly lost possession. Now, did he gain possession and shuffle his feet a couple of times and maybe a time too much?
I thought he did.
I thought it was definitely questionable, but you blocked the shot. Using gets the loose ball, survive in advance.
And I think the other thing that we talked about the fact that you got 4 guys that could score 20 points for you on any given night. The beauty of this team is normally when one of those guys steps up, it's because the other guys don't get it going early on. And that's what I noticed again the other night. Uzan, who's been really, really good for them, wasn't getting it going early. And then all of a sudden LJ got hot and you're like, okay, here we go. And then to start the second half, when you kind of assume they're going to focus on Cryer, I mean, here comes Roberts, and Roberts runs off 6 points in a row where he just, he kind of just started establishing his will in the paint. That was beautiful.
Yeah, fun game. I think it should have been at minimum a Sweet 16 game, maybe an Elite 8 game. I hate that you had to play Gonzaga in the second round, but I feel a lot better about it today than I did on Friday. So
now you got a road game.
Yeah, now you got a road game. You might have two. You might have two because Lexington's only 3 hours away.
Oh, if you get
and Big Blue Nation.
Oh, you get Kentucky.
Yeah, if they beat Tennessee. Kentucky, Tennessee's the other game in that 4-team tournament. In Kentucky, Big Blue Nation, 3 hours away from Lexington, they might have more fans than Purdue.
They traveled well to Milwaukee.
There was some weird scheduling like that. I mean, obviously Louisville lost to Creighton, so it didn't matter. But Louisville was playing in Lexington. I mean, the number 1 seed Auburn might have had to play Louisville in Kentucky in round 2.
Yeah, Houston as a 1 seed, was it 3 years ago now? Something like that. They played 8-9. I can't remember Auburn's seed, either 8 or 9 in Birmingham. Houston played Auburn in Birmingham as a 1 seed playing the 8-9 game in the second round of the tournament.
2 years ago,
Auburn
or
was
was
up
it last
double
year?
digits. Up double digits. I think it was 2 years ago.
Okay.
Because last year, who'd they play in the second? I can't remember. They all run together. But it wasn't last year, I don't think.
Okay.
Because it was the year with, I think it was Jarris Walker's year. So it was 2 years ago. Yeah, it wasn't last year. All right, 713-780-ESPN. You want to talk some college hoops? You want to talk a little Cougar basketball? Now's your time to do it. 713-780-ESPN. We got lots to get to. We'll get to the Rockets a little bit later. Astros opening day is this week. What are they going to do with Cam Smith? Mailbag Monday as well. We'll get to the rest of the NCAA tournament stuff on the other side as well. 713-780-3776. We're on the YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on Twitter as well at ESPN 975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. I'm at Jeremy Branham. We are the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Being a homeowner comes with a lot of responsibility. Great responsibility and a lot of costs, too. Well, OwnWell is here to help you with both of those things. Let them take a little off your plate, but also save you money. Everybody wants to save money. Head to ownwell.com, sign up in less than 3 minutes, and get their experts fighting for you. 86% of OwnWell's customers receive a reduction with the average customer saving over $1,100. The deadline to protest May 15, so don't run out of time. Save money on your property tax with OwnWell. Less than 3 minutes to sign up. Start your protest today at ownwell.com. That's OWNWELL.com.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Are you tired of this song yet? This has turned into like the college basketball theme, I've noticed.
Yeah, I think that they do it every year where they try to find like a pop music song to like coincide with all their telecasts.
I don't remember.
It's not always pop,
Oh,
though.
yeah, they've done it before.
Well, they do it every year, but like I remember there's on two specific occasions, it was the Black Keys as the song for the tournament, and obviously which is, rock. So it's not always pop, but they certainly do it every single year.
A Coldplay song one year?
Maybe.
But yeah, I believe that aside from the One Shining Moment, they try to get one themed pop music that's a really up and coming song to go correlate with their telecasts.
Do you think they have the artist pay for it?
I can't
The
imagine
record label might be involved with CBS. Because
bet you there's something
Is there
involved.
still CBS records or?
No, but I think you're onto something. There's probably a
some
record company that's aligned with
correlation.
Viacom, the parent company for CBS, that they just use whatever music they tell them to.
There's got to be some scratch my back, I scratch yours on here.
I'm
this is
sick-
the part right here. Turn it up, Brian. This is the part that they bump in and out all the time.
Yeah.
Is this a jam?
Well, to
Do they bump it in the stadiums for you guys when you're getting ready for the game?
No.
To the kids,
I
it
haven't
is.
noticed anyways. I don't mind. I like Lady Gaga. I think Lady Gaga is good. Now, I've heard that spot of the song, I think, way too much because I'm a little over the song.
Yeah.
I'm a little over the song.
100%.
Well, I was over it 2 weeks ago because as it started to hit the charts, my oldest daughter, every time it comes on the radio, Dad, turn that up. And then she starts singing with it. And I'm just like, okay, I've had about enough of the whole Gaga, or whatever the heck she says.
Do you like Lady Gaga?
She's all right.
I love Lady Gaga. I think she's really, really good.
She's
really,
very
really,
talented.
Very talented. And I love how she jumped off of the NRG Stadium roof that one time.
Yeah.
That was really impressive.
Avoided the drones. And
that was a good job.
Yeah.
It's a good job by
That's
Lady
tough
Gaga.
work.
You know how she got her name, Lady Gaga?
No.
The Queen.
Oh,
Radio Gaga.
Yeah, Radio Gaga.
Oh,
Yeah.
really? The song by
That's what inspired her stage name, Lady Gaga. She's very, very, very talented, but I'm over this song. 713-780 ESPN. The Twitch, the Houston played Texas A&M last year in the second round.
Okay,
I remember
that's
them
right.
playing that crazy overtime thriller. Shed fouled out. That was another March classic. That
was
might have
a
been the
tough
game
one.
of the tournament last year.
Yeah, that was a nail biter to say the least.
A&M came back from like 11 down to send it to OT. They had the 3 at the buzzer or right at the buzzer. Send it to OT.
Didn't work out that way.
So they did the opposite of what they did
Yeah, I was going to say.
on,
So I
on
just said,
this
yeah,
weekend.
didn't work out that way this year.
For the Aggies, no.
Had
They
a
lose
10-point lead.
all that team too.
They
They're
do.
gonna have to bring in a lot of players, and they will. Buzz will get
Buzz
a
is
good
good
talented
about that.
team in there.
Yeah.
I saw them taking a little heat because of they retired Wade Taylor's number.
Already?
They did during the year. They had Wade Taylor jersey
He
retirement.
retired in the first half of that game.
Oh,
man.
Well,
So
I'll tell
talking
you
like
what,
a
late he
T-sip.
hurt them. He
Sheesh.
pulled a couple of 30-foot threes that
He
were
did.
unnecessary in that game.
He
does
has
that a lot.
several of those.
He'll
in
shoot
that
you into
game.
a game, but he'll shoot you out of
Correct.
it. Wade
Yeah.
Taylor will.
Those were some very, very ill-timed triggers pulled on deep three.
I am curious to see what that roster looks like next year. Todd the Show says, I've never heard this song. We listen to sports radio. Well, I guess you haven't watched a single college basketball game this year. Because
Or-
they bump back from break every time with that song.
And
Every
even
time.
if the bar you're at turns down the commercials, as soon as they see anybody in a basketball uniform, the audio goes back up in the bar, and that's what you're hearing for like 15 seconds.
Yeah. Song is I've heard a lot of it.
Yeah, it's literally every single break.
Every single break. Texter, was that Cryer's best shooting game as a Cougar? He's had a lot of good shooting games. It's up there. That's up there.
When
with
he
him.
gets on a heater, though, he can really. I mean, obviously Curry's the best that's ever done it when he gets really, really hot, and Kobe's right there. But I like the fact that they started to obviously get him the ball when he made the first 2 threes, and he just the pull-ups, the 1 foot, the 1 foot off balance shots, everything that was in his bag was going in the basket. That was fun to watch.
He's gotten much better off the dribble this year than last year. He's always had that. He's had some better shooting games. I'm looking through his game log here.
You think that because I think that to a certain degree, when he knew that he wasn't going to be an NBA type prospect last year, he came back. Do you think that now his stock is up to where he's a legit NBA prospect?
He's pretty small.
Yeah, because he's going to play the 2 for the wherever he goes.
I don't think he's a point guard professionally. 6'1".
Yeah, because
Could be
they're
tough for
going to
him.
rely on him to score in the league when most 2s are 6'4".
At least.
Yeah, that's a tough
6'4"
ass.
be even a little small. For
Jalen's
Jalen's
6'4", but Jalen can jump through the roof. So like,
Right.
if you're 6'4", you better be pretty elite athlete. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he'll make tons of money.
I think
overseas.
Uzan might end up coming back now because unless he gets hot here at the finish of the tournament.
Uzan and Tugler will have a decision. They'll have decisions to make because I've seen them kind of late first, early second.
Tugler is getting a lot of love.
I like Tugler, man.
Tugler's really good.
Yeah, it feels like that guy's arms go down to the floor.
Oh, my
He has
goodness, yes.
unbelievable wingspan.
7'5" wingspan.
Unbelievable.
7'5" wingspan. What'd you think of that flagrant foul?
I was just going to ask you about that. But to me, the only thing that I could think of is where they could call it a flagrant was the unnecessary part because of the fact that he didn't wait to get lower before he established like he was setting the pick. It was on the dead run and just turned, stopped, and kind of ran into him. But I didn't think it was a flagrant.
I didn't think it was a flagrant either. Like, I understand that I have cougar colored goggles on, so like I'm not the most subjective there. But those dudes were fighting for positioning every single trip down the floor.
And it was physical.
Every trip down the floor, they're fighting for positioning. And Tugler, like, is that a foul? Probably a foul. Like, a little forearm shiver, but it was below the shoulders. Yeah. I was stunned. I shouldn't say stunned because nothing surprises me when the flagrant 1, flagrant 2 college rule. I think it's such a stupid rule how they officiate it. Like, dudes are like the BYU kid that got ejected. Like,
for the kick
groin thing?
below the belt.
Yeah, so dumb.
Yeah, that was pretty questionable to toss.
They talked about during the broadcast multiple times going to what you said, Jeremy, about the rule being dumb. It's like they had no choice because if they rule it to be not an accident. I mean, or like if they can't say it's definitely not intentional, they have to kick him out.
Same thing with JT Toppin.
Which how can you? Well,
that was that game at U of H. Yeah.
Like how can you for sure 100% tell intent?
I know.
Yeah, which you can't. Which leads to a lot bad ejections.
That's the biggest thing to me was they were letting him play. There was a ton of jockeying for position and physicality throughout that game, and now all of a sudden you're going to call that and turn that into a flagrant. I thought that was questionable at best.
I did too. But the way, like Brian said, the way that the rule is written, they kind of screwed the officials there.
All right.
They put the officials in a bad spot.
But if we're going to say that, the way the traveling rule is written, there were a couple of games this weekend where if you go by the letter of the law on the gather in terms of what's a travel and what's not a travel, there were a couple of key plays where you easily
talking about Maryland?
could have and should have called travel. Maryland is one of them.
You talking about this play right here, the one that happened yesterday? Grade the call.
5.
Oh, that's terrible. It was a 10 out of 10. That was a great call. Lisa Byington did a great job. I love women play-by-play broadcasters. I know.
I'm saying for the listeners who
she
don't
was
know,
great. She
is the Bucks TV announcer.
She knocked it out of the park. I can't believe that you gave it a 5.
That's fine.
That's ridiculous.
I would have gone 10.
10 out of 10. It's a
7.5.
10.
Too much screaming right off the jump.
I mean, Gus Johnson.
Exciting
a
moment.
lot of male broadcasters screamed. Gus Johnson's made a career of it.
I gave it a 10. I want to remember Lisa Byington's call. I gave it a 10.
I gave it a 5.
Blankers gave it a 5.
Yep.
Jeremy's the White Knight.
And it wasn't just her call; it was the total call between her and who she was working with.
Did they step on her toes a little bit?
They were both screaming at the same time.
I saw a tweet that said it's too bad that the only buzzer beater got called by an art teacher. Now, you can't tweet that. We're not going to read those kind of tweets on the Killer Bees. Come on, man. You can't tweet that kind of stuff. But that's the play you're talking about.
There was
multiples.
Was it the Florida UConn game? There might have been. There was one other game where I knew that I saw 3 steps, and it might, or maybe the Michigan game where I was like,
and A&M?
Michigan and I thought there was one other one where I was like, ooh, boy, by the letter of the law, that's a travel. I understand at that point in the game, they're probably going to let that slide, but that's tough.
You had the Gene Steratore with the explanation. Here was it. I don't think it should have been a travel for what it's worth. I'm going to put myself on the record right now. I did not want that to be a traveling violation.
I didn't want it to be.
I don't think it should have been. I don't think it should have been.
I mean, again, if you go by the letter of the law, where the gather was, where his plant foot was when he started gathering, you could see that could be called a travel.
So letter of the law, you're on the travel side?
I wouldn't have called it, and I'm glad they didn't, but I could see where if that is the exact letter of the law, they would have every right to call it.
Did you watch it live?
I did.
Did you even think of travel live?
Not even.
I didn't either.
I did not.
I didn't. It didn't even register in my mind, and I saw people talking about it afterwards. Here is Gene Steratore on with the Inside the College Basketball guys afterwards. He didn't think it should have been a travel.
Look, by rule, the dribble doesn't end until there's firm possession with one hand locked or more times than not with 2 hands. So we've got to look to see when the dribble ends. Dairy Queen makes the turn around the loop. At that point, when he brings it back up, we don't know if that's fully possessed. If he bobbles that at that point, he could continue to bobble that basketball all the way to the hoop without a travel. So you've got to wait until you can define firm possession. Now the dribble has ended. As I said, most times and not, it's when both hands come together. You can see when Dairy Queen has both hands together, 1 foot hits, next foot, great shot, great ending. To me, it just really doesn't jump off the screen as anything big.
There you go. Steratore on the side of no travel.
B-ball breakdown, who does a lot of analyzing.
You go in Steratore or B-ball breakdown?
But I'm just saying, by rule, they said he gathers the ball with his right foot down, which is the pivot foot, lifts it up and puts it back down. So by rule, that's a travel. But it happens so often on drives to the basket, and with that speed, no one calls it or bats an eye.
Okay, so you got an argument between B-ball breakdown and Gene Steratore. The fact that they're arguing about it, err on the side of no call. Like, to me, if you ever have two, like, very different opinions, or you have a close opinion, or it's very, very bang, bang, guilty till proven innocent is always actually, I got that backwards. Innocent until proven guilty. The same thing with the travel. Innocent until proven guilty. It's got to be egregious for it to be a travel, in my opinion. I think the NBA undercalls their travels. I think college basketball overcalls their travels. And the fact that this one didn't get called in a college basketball game, I'm totally here for it.
Especially with the whole adage that people believe in of let the players decide the game in the final 10 seconds or whatever it is at the end of a game. You let the players decide that game right there, and he made a heck of a shot.
Yeah, he did. Derek Queen. You see where he was sitting after the game?
Yes.
Like, how much you love your coach or whatever? He's like, we love him. He pays us our money. Queen was down to Maryland and Houston, by the way.
Was that right?
Yeah, his final two schools were Maryland and
they're
Houston.
saying he's one and done?
Yeah, he's one and done. He's a lotto pick. But he's from Baltimore, so he stayed home.
Well, he made sure of that. Did you hear?
Yeah.
Because the coach first said when they asked him about, what was said in the huddle, and he said, just give me the MF and ball. So we did.
Love it. I love those kind of guys. And then they asked him, what gives you that much confidence? I'm from Baltimore.
Yep.
I bet you he's watched The Wire.
Well, you think he's too young to watch The Wire? Though? He's like 19.
No. I think they show it to middle schoolers in
Okay,
Baltimore.
that's fair.
Yeah.
They probably do.
They do. They feed them
It's a
crab cakes for
documentary.
lunch and then show them The Wire for recess, whenever it's cold outside. No, yeah, he was down to Maryland and Houston. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Chris, you're in the Hive. What's up, Chris?
Yeah, good afternoon, gentlemen. First of all, love watching the Cougs play this weekend. I think from what I have observed, they are head and shoulders better than any team left in the tournament. I don't think Purdue's going to stand a chance against them. I think Purdue is kind of overrated anyway. They got their point guard, and that's about it. And Joel, Wisconsin, man, they couldn't hit the threes. And I've been following that team all year. I'm the guy that talks to you about Wisconsin all the time. I like Greg Gard, but you're right. They weren't going to make it to the second weekend. And one last thing, we've heard comments about this tournament this year kind of being boring. I think Arkansas is the only double-digit seed left in the Sweet 16. I think it's probably because of the portal and the UIL. It's so easy to move, and you can, get good players on 10 teams or less around the country, where it's so easy to just get up and move. I think maybe this is going to be what we're going to see going forward. I don't know if you guys have any thoughts on why the tournament hasn't had any buzzer beaters or hasn't had a whole lot of close games. Talk to you later.
Appreciate the call, Chris. I think sometimes chalk can be fun too. I think that from the standpoint of, to answer the question, in my opinion, why you don't have more of the Cinderella stories from back to St. Joe's to some of the ones we've seen recently, I think it's because of NIL. I think it's because of NIL and the transfer portal. And I think that when you see coaches moving, but you see all these players free to move, any university that's playing, at a decent level of Division I basketball, when they see, some of the smaller schools or the lesser than schools that have a player or two that can play, they're going to pounce. They're going to go get them. And I think that kind of lends itself in part. I'm not saying it's the only reason, But I would think that has something to do with it, because I think that has so much to do with everything in the landscape of college basketball.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree, but I don't think you can take a 1-year sample and make any sort of conclusions. Like it's a
like the kid from Drake is really good, and he stayed with his coach.
Yeah.
And played at a higher level and played really well. Is it stints or Sturts?
Yeah. He's actually entering the portal now that his coach on the way to Iowa.
There you go.
But I think that the notion is a good one, because these mid-major guys that are really good will be taking the next step. They will capitalize on their value production, make money, because there is more money at a Power 4 than there is, in these mid-majors. So it probably will, over the course of time be like this, I think. But I would just be very hesitant to draw conclusions after one NCAA tournament.
Sure.
Like it's a 1-game elimination tournament, and next year could be the complete opposite. Next year, maybe you have, 5 teams from these mid majors that are able to make the Sweet 16. Like New Mexico had a chance. They almost upset Michigan State yesterday. So like that changes the conversation a bit. Memphis, Colorado State played in the first round. Colorado State was a shot away from making it into the Sweet 16.
Yeah.
So I would pump the brakes on those type of conclusions after one tournament. But would I be shocked if over this 5-year period, if it's very similar to this, because only 4 conferences have teams in the Sweet 16s? It wouldn't shock me, but let's give it 5 years instead of 1.
I also think that was it the second year that the Houston hosted the Final Four. Fans you can complain about it if you want, but from a fan's perspective, you really want the bigger teams to advance for the best matchups as it gets later in the tournament. You remember the year that we had Drake and VCU, and
it was Butler and VCU,
or Butler and VCU,
and then the other one was North Carolina, UConn.
Yeah,
That
and
was
everybody
was
like, well, the semifinal game is going to suck, and hopefully the finals. And hopefully the finals are going to. The final was great, and it was. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, you know what? You bitch about it on either side of the equation, but at the end of the day, if you get the top seeds all lining up for the final 8 games of the year, or in this case, for 16 games a year, that's money for everyone.
Yeah, the matchups that you have in the Sweet 16 are stupid. Like in the South region, you have Auburn, Michigan. That's a
Good
sexy matchup. Michigan State, Ole Miss, sexy. East region, Duke, Arizona. Sexy.
Pretty good, because Arizona's getting hot.
Alabama, BYU, sexy.
Yep.
Midwest region, Houston, Purdue, Tennessee,
Yep.
Kentucky, sexy. And then the West region, you have Florida, Maryland, Crab 5, Texas Tech, Arkansas. Like, even though Arkansas is a double-digit seed, they're Arkansas. They're coached by John Calipari.
And they've got a lot of talent on that team.
Like I guess I get people want to see the 15 seeds. They want to see the Magic run. They want to see Dunk City from Florida Gulf Coast.
They want to see the highlights of it. They don't want to watch them in the whole game.
And that's my point. Like we say we want this, but then when it gets to that second weekend and they get blown out by 30 by the powerhouse that gets to face them eventually, we're saying that game's terrible. So I actually think we got the best case scenario. We got a few, double-digit seeds with Drake and Colorado State. We got a few of those moments, but then when we get to the best games of the year, they're supposed to be the best weekend of the year for college basketball. We're getting the best teams versus the best teams.
That's what I mean. Yeah, this
is to me the best case scenario.
And if you get like an Iowa State, if Iowa State's full strength and healthy, you would hope that they would win in advance. But you knew that they were going to probably fall well short of where they could have gone, because they were missing one of their best players. And so, you kind of move on from that. You say, hey, from an Arkansas perspective, that was a hell of a run. But we had some close games. First day, no. But over the first weekend, you could say there were still some really good, entertaining games to watch, no matter who the seeds were.
Oh, I thought there were some good games. Yeah, didn't have the buzzer beaters except for Queens, but
Right.
yes, it was. I thought it was fine first 2 rounds. SEC has 7 of the Sweet 16 teams. Only 4 conferences are represented in kind of only 3 conferences. SEC has 7, Big 10 has 5, Big 12 has 3, and ACC has 1 with Duke. Duke's stupid good. Like they have
really
3
are.
lottery picks. They have Cooper Flagg, who might be the best college freshman in a while. Like he's really stinking good.
Since the brow?
I don't know if I would go that far, because you can even make a case that Dylan Harper and Ace Bailey might be better than him, but they didn't even make the tournament.
I was going to say, not right now,
I don't know, man. I like Dylan Harper's game a lot. I would agree with Bailey, but Flagg is like
Bailey's
super
really
polished.
raw. Yeah, and
Bailey is raw.
Yeah, and Harper's extremely skilled.
I
and
love Harper.
And he plays with the ball in his hands a lot, where he does a lot of things that are impactful.
I'm hoping he's a Rocket.
Maybe.
Somehow, some way.
But
Get
I
him on the
think Cooper
Rockets.
Flagg, when you have him going up against the USA team, and all the USA guys are already talking about it, you know that this kid is really polished coming out, even after 1 year.
Yeah, he's a lot closer to his ceiling than the other 2 guys. I don't know if I'd go as far to the brow, though, as best freshman. I'd have to see a list.
Best freshman ever would be Purvis Ellison,
Yeah,
Carmelo Anthony.
Yeah, we're going back.
No, I'm going because you talk about the one and dones that were the most impactful.
Anthony Davis is near the top
Anthony
of that
Davis.
list. Like, we knew
they all
going
won
into that
national
tournament,
championships.
Kentucky was going to win the title. I mean, it was a foregone. I mean, at least in my opinion, it was a foregone conclusion. And not to
You're
say
so smart, Brian.
But they were still loaded, that team.
Yeah, no, and it wasn't just him. They had a lot of other young players that were dynamite as well. But it feels like Cooper Flagg is kind of in that group where not that Duke is a foregone conclusion to win it, but you feel like Cooper Flagg could be an Anthony Davis type player to carry a young team to a national title.
They're loaded, though. Like, he's not the only player on that team.
That's right. And they could have had the kid that they played against, Roach. If Roach finishes his career at Duke, they could have been even more talented this season. He transferred to Baylor.
Yeah, that might have been mutual, though.
Oh, I think he knew what was coming with Knipple and some of the guys coming in.
He probably would have seen a whole lot of minutes.
But
on
I'm saying
team.
that would be even a more talented team they could have had.
I like their roster build, though, because they have those 3 talented freshmen that are all probably lotto picks, and Flagg will probably be pick number 1.
You don't think Knipple's coming out?
I do.
After 1 year?
I've seen him projected to go in the lotto.
Really?
Yeah.
I think he's a lotto pick. He's got to come out.
Yeah. If you are, then I didn't think that he would be considered a lottery pick. I think he's just a really, really solid guy that a lot of NBA guys are looking for more than that right off the jump. He's talented. He's from Wisconsin. And a lot of my buddies back home were talking about, hey, forget all the kids in Milwaukee. You need to see this kid last year. I was like, come on, man, from where he's playing from. And then you watch him.
Blake, man.
He's
really
the Athletics mock draft has him going 6th.
Wow.
Yeah. Like he's getting first round, like top 10 buzz.
I didn't realize he was that highly rated.
And then you had their big man. I don't know how to pronounce it. The 7'2" guy, the freshman.
Oh,
the
yeah.
giant.
That's a shot blocker and everything.
He's projected to go 14. So they have 3 freshman lotto guys. And then what I thought Shire did really well was that they surrounded them with a lot of really good college basketball veterans. So like they are young, but they have some role players that are 5th-year seniors. Like the Sion James that transferred from Tulane. That guy's like he's probably 28 years old. Like around a couple of freshmen.
But the 2 guard that led them in scoring,
Proctor.
Proctor. He was hurt a lot, but he was a guy that a lot of people consider to be an NBA prospect when he came to Duke. So I would assume he's going to be a pick.
And he might be fringy.
Okay.
He might be fringy, but he's, again, a veteran college basketball player around a bunch of freshmen. Like, he built that roster well. Texture with so many ifs surrounding March Madness, I thought he was talking about Justin Herbert. Why is Justin Herbert catching strays? Do you think that the NIL has something to do with the lack of a true Cinderella this year and going forward? I don't want to look at a one-year sample. But if this is the same way for the next 5 years, I absolutely think it has
that was
a factor.
my answer even for this year, that I think it could have affected why we didn't have more Cinderella teams with talent.
Power teams can reload way quicker than they used to be able to.
I mean, you look at some of the stories this year. St. John's was who they were because Pitino just went into the portal and said, I'm not looking for high school kids. I'm looking to turn this thing around as quick as possible. And he did. And there's many more like that in this tournament where get a new coach, they go right to the portal, boom, it's half the time.
Yeah, I think it does help for sure. Clemson, North Carolina, Louisville, and St. John's, huge disappointments. Best college player of all time is Big Dog Robinson at Purdue. Was National Player of the Year. His son's on the Purdue team. He has a different last name though. He took his mom's last name. But Glenn Robinson's son is one of the backup guards at Purdue, but he doesn't have the Robinson name.
Yeah, Big Dog had a hell of a career.
He was the Player of the Year 94.
I think he was very disappointing as a buck.
Yeah, first overall pick.
Yeah.
713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line. Another disappointment yesterday. Rockets losing to a jokerless Denver team. Let's discuss. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, right now I want to tell you about my good friend Doc Linville. Look, a lot of things going on in your life right now. Taxes are due, but if you're looking to do something that's a game changer, especially if you're getting a refund, I would consider talking to Doc Linville and his staff about something if you're losing your hair in particular that he can help with. He can do so many different things to help you right here in the Houston Medical Center. He can do plastic surgeries. He can do Botox. Yeah, he can do all different kinds of things to really spot treatments, things that can help your life on a daily basis. But for me, I sat down and had a consultation with Doc and his staff. They explained the NeoGraft procedure and PRP treatments, and it was a game changer for me because I was losing my hair in front. My forehead had become an 8-head, and I didn't think there was anything I could do about it except for I'd eventually shave it all off. Doc and his staff sat down, showed me pictures, told me exactly what was going to be done, explained the procedures, and I was in. I was sold. I did it, and I'm glad I did because right off the top, I'll tell you the pro tip. You're never going to lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head, no matter how much hair you lose in other places, whether it be your hairline or the bald spot up on top and back or other areas. The big thing that he told me from doing that is I'm going to take some of those follicles. It's like replanting and resodding your lawn. I'm going to take them from where they're never going to go away and put them where they've already gone, and I'm going to make a difference for you. And then the PRP treatments are basically like fertilizing your lawn. When you get to the point of PRP, you still have lawn grass on your lawn, but it's not the thick, lush lawn that you used to have. The PRP treatments kind of help you get to that point as well. And you listening to me want to talk to Doc about what I'm telling you about, you get that consultation like I had for free. People off the street pay $150. You listen to ESPN 97.5 and you want to talk to Doc, all you got to do is go to 975hair.com. You'll get a free consultation. You get the same treatment I got. Ask questions, get answers, and see if it's something you might consider. No money out of pocket, signing on the dotted line, or commitment to be made. Just you getting information about what could be a game-changing experience for you in your life. Check them out today. Go to 975hair.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Disappointing one for the Rockets yesterday. NCAA tournament going on, but the NBA doesn't stop. NBA doesn't sleep. Long winning streak comes to an end. I'm willing to give the Rockets a benefit of the doubt because they had a long winning streak before losing. But you think home game, no joker for the Nuggets, you'd be able to win that one. They lose by 5, kind of slept walk to the first half. Third quarter, too, was a disaster. Made it a game in the fourth, but a little too late, Lakers.
Yeah, no, a lot of what you said, I echo, and the fact that without the joker, in a stretch where you know it's going to get considerably harder for you in your last 10, 11 games, at home, this is one that you were supposed to win. You were supposed to go get this one and take care of business to help to solidify being, as high as a 2 seed. You continue to do the same things over and over again. I want to believe that this team, as much as we said, hey, this is great experience for them, no matter what happens, as long as they get a true series in the first round and they don't get wiped off the floor, this is going to be so good for all the players involved. This is one where it solidifies to me that they're more of even if they're the 2 seed, to me, they're a pretender more than a contender because the same things keep happening. The missed free throws is it's excruciating to watch for me because it's like, these are still NBA players, and I know guys struggle from time to time, but as a team, they continue to just shoot themselves in the foot by not taking the free ones that they're given. And I think that as much as I wanted more of a pecking order established for like who your go-to guys are, I think your go-to guys, as much as I see your side of the Jalen Green argument that he finally did something that I wanted him to do. He wasn't shooting it well from the field, but he went to the basket. He drew fouls. He got to the free throw line, found a way to get 30 points.
5 assists, no turnovers,
yeah,
too.
So I'm not going to bash Jalen in this one, in that regard. But down the stretch, Dylan Brooks was hitting everything. I mean, Dylan Brooks continues to be, I think, your best three-point shooter, and he's very efficient in the way he does it. And between Fred and Jalen, they were so focused on getting their shots off, trying to be that guy, that I kind of think they froze out guys that were making shots that could have helped them more. But the free throw shooting, to me, is a huge problem, and execution down the stretch, a big problem. And for a team that's supposed to have 3 really, really good on-ball defenders, you let Murray absolutely go nuts in the third quarter.
Yeah, you wouldn't think that would happen with the size and length that you have on the perimeter.
Brooks, Amen. I mean, you
Even
got 3
Jalen.
guys. Yeah, you could throw 4. You're right. 4 different guys in a rotation if you wanted to say, especially without Joker. Yeah, I know they got some other pieces. They're not going to go off the way Murray's capable of going off. So you might as well just say, hey, I'm going to take him away. Yeah. Beat me with the rest of you.
Yeah, I think that the Murray thing was the most frustrating for me. Like, I understand that bad shooting nights are going to happen. Like, that's the nature of the business, so I can live with that every now and then. Now, you can talk about it in the totality. Like, the Rockets aren't a good shooting team. That's a limitation of theirs. Yeah, that's fair. Looking at it isolated in one game, like, I don't put a whole lot of, I guess, value in shooting every singular game. Now, a long period of time, I will. The defense, though, when you allow a guy like that to go off for 30, and I know he's very good. Like, I'm not trying to demean Jamal Murray.
In the first half?
He's really, really good. Yeah. Yeah, he didn't have a huge
and
first
he had
half.
17 in the third quarter.
With your defense and the talent that you have defensively, I don't think you should have the best scoring guards in the league going off for 40 against you. So that was disappointing. Free throw shooting, you missed 12 free throws. Like, hey, bad shooting night, but they are free throws. Amen Thompson, 0 for 4, the biggest. He was the worst at shooting the free throws yesterday. I'm willing to give them 1 because they won a bunch in a row, but you just hope that this isn't the trend. Like, you hope that you can still rebound here. Is it Atlanta that you have tomorrow? Like, bounce back, get back on the winning ways. You'd won 9 in a row against mostly bad competition, though. But I'll give you 1. I'll give you 1. You play 82 games. I'm not going to judge you based on 1 game, but that was not pretty inside the Toyota
No,
Center
not
last
at
night.
all. And I think that you have very limited time. I think Ime keeps talking about the fact we're going to learn from this. Hey, the positive is that, with everything of all the mistakes that we made to shoot ourselves in the foot, we had a chance to win it. Yeah, but the Joker didn't play.
Yeah.
Okay. So you do have to kind of handle your business now in the final 10 games. I think it's 4 at home, 6 on the road.
Yeah, you got some tough competition.
So, yeah, against much
Go
better
West, too.
teams. Yes. So you got a Laker team that now is going to have LeBron back with Luka.
LeBron.
They did lose last night, but with LeBron's first game back, but they're looking for the same thing you are. You got so many teams bunched up right there trying to get 2 through 5. that you got to start playing your best basketball, getting ready for the playoffs.
The Hive, they have some questions about the Rockets, so we'll talk about it a little bit more. Your questions as well about the Rockets and what you thought of them over the weekend. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. You know what month it is, right? It's March. Just a few days left in March, though. Spring. And it's already here. We know that spring is already here. And it's time for spring savings at Monument Chevrolet. Get over to the dealership 225 in Beltway 8. Check out their massive inventory. Inventory so big that when you go out to Monument Chevrolet, you feel like you're in a suburban town, quite frankly. Monument Chevrolet is the dealer that you can trust. Transparent, no hassle pricing, and get your car shopping done fast. That's what I like to hear. Employee pricing going on right now as well at their Silverado 1500s. Monument Chevrolet, they've been in the business for over 50 years. They've helped generations of families get into new vehicles, and these families keep coming back because they trust the fine people at Monument Chevrolet. Great culture at Monument, family feel, friendly atmosphere. They hire good people. They hire great people so they can continue on with that continuity of great culture. Get a fair deal, a fast, easy transaction without wasting your time in these aggravating, stressful negotiations. That's the worst part of car buying, is having to weigh one deal against another deal and negotiating with the salesman and wondering if they're screwing you and all that. You don't have to worry about that at Monument Chevrolet. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. If you've been waiting to upgrade your ride, now is the time to do it as well. Visit them online, monumentchevrolet.com, monumentchevrolet.com, or better yet, just go out to the dealership, visit them in person. You're going to love that you did it. 225 Beltway 8, Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. About another hour away from the next women's basketball game. It's on our Oklahoma's up 38-27 over Iowa. I do like how the women's tournament does it. I don't like how the first round starts on the weekend, but they should do their first and second round Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, while the NCAA tournament is not playing.
I agree, to capitalize on as
Counter-programming.
much exposure as you could possibly get.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Because I think that the NBA tries to do that as best as they can. Obviously, their schedule is so thorough with the amount of games but they try to kind of avoid any of their national telecasts going up against any of the college games.
It's smart that they have games on right now.
I would agree with that part. I don't, and maybe this is
what's bad about it?
It's in the middle of the day on a Monday.
That's their best chance to get eyes.
With no college games tonight?
But the men play at 11 a.m.
They'll play tonight. They'll have games throughout the day. They'll have games tonight.
The men play at 11 a.m. on Thursday every year.
Yeah, full
and on
slate.
Friday.
This is the second round. Like there are differences. But no, I think this is their best time to get eyes. Like they're on the bars and stuff like that. Not that anybody's going to the bar to watch it.
Yeah.
But they're on TV.
You might have a problem if you're going to the bar Monday at 11 a.m. for tip-off.
Yeah.
They're on TV.
I don't like that they, and I know the answer has got to be financial, but I don't like that they have home court until the Sweet 16, though.
I actually don't hate it.
I think you earned it. I think it's a little extra incentive for having a good regular season.
Yeah, I don't hate it. It's like college baseball. Baseball does it. They host
now
regionals.
college football does it for the very first round, but
I don't hate it.
I prefer neutral court. I mean, it's not big enough to where I'm gonna not watch or watch because of it, but I don't know. I prefer neutral court for everything.
Okay.
Once you get to the playoffs, obviously.
You wouldn't.
I mean, Jeremy's on the road this weekend.
I wouldn't mind a little Fertitta Center for second round action.
Of course you wouldn't.
Wouldn't mind that at all.
Instead of going into Indianapolis and facing the Boilermaker crew.
Yeah. Well, it wouldn't be quite that because you would go to the neutral at that point.
Yeah, they still go to the neutral side for Sweet 16
Oh,
and
that's
beyond.
not that neutral.
But I'm just saying that's very unfortunate for a one seed to have to play basically.
How
they wanted to go west.
Backyard.
How does the committee continually do that though? Like I joked about it earlier that Louisville potentially, if they'd beaten Creighton, would have had a home game against the number one seed as an eighth seed in the second round, and they put Purdue in Indiana. As a four seed, like once you're in a round where you could face a seed higher than you, the whole home court should be thrown out the window.
I think they do kind of thrive on it, but you're right. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what they'll probably never change the first four, and I'm not saying it impacted the game at all. But Xavier had a home game against Texas in the first four.
Yeah, so they could talk to the coach.
Yeah, well.
Yeah. Then they hired Xavier's coach.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like
well,
that.
I
At least
wasn't.
he's got a clean reputation.
He'll fit
Yeah,
right in.
for until he messes up at Texas, they'll have to go back to Xavier again.
Xavier is like his Xavier is where he goes to kind of like wait for
It's
his
a safe
next
zone.
job.
It's a safe zone. Yeah, it's where he falls back to.
Hey, Xavier, I'm gonna build my way up through you, and then hey Xavier, I'm going to Arizona. And then, oh Xavier, Arizona fired me. Can I come back to you, Xavier? Oh Xavier, I'm going to Texas now. Whenever I get fired in 4 years, can I come back to you, Xavier?
You don't burn
It's like
bridges,
it's
Jeremy.
like his pipeline.
Yeah, you don't burn bridges.
It's his
you can always come
AAA.
back home.
The Musketeers.
His brother Archie is at Dayton?
That's right, he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Millers can coach, though. They
Yeah,
are
they
good
can.
coaches. Did
They
you like
really-
the hire?
I do.
Brian?
I do. Yeah, Joel and I talked about some of the names that were popping up on Thursday, but he was at the top of my list. I mean, he's obviously things at Arizona didn't go great. They got knocked out by, I'm trying to what low seed they got knocked. It was Buffalo that knocked him out years ago when they had DeAndre Ayton, which DeAndre Ayton was also part of the reason why he no longer has the Arizona job. But yeah, I mean, he has a history of taking Xavier, past the first round into the Sweet 16. He's had more success getting to the Elite Eight, I think, than Texas has had for the last 20 years. So I thought it was a great hire.
I feel I'm gonna have to go MLA Paul.
What'd I do?
I was going to do it too. I was going to do it too.
Hit me
But
up.
I was just actually going to explain
I
it.
hate to go full MLA Paul.
So much like
I'll let Joel go MLA Paul.
Kelvin Sampson was very adamant about how to pronounce Gonzaga to the media.
Xavier. Did I say Xavier?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I know
In
it's
the Midwest,
Xavier.
it is a hot button that it's Xavier.
Yeah, I know
not
it's Xavier, but it must have slipped when I was
It is
getting into
tricky
it.
though, because a lot of guys who are named that they go by Xavier.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm watching the show right now.
Xavier McDaniel.
Yeah.
He's an NBA player that went by.
Yeah, so it is a little tricky. But yeah, Gonzaga. They're the Zags. All right, 713-780 ESPN. I would have hired Royal Ivy though, Brian.
I would have been fine with that. Those were
We
kind of
talked
my
about that,
two.
yeah.
I would have went Royale.
You thought he was ready, huh? Oh, you and I had talked
think
about it
he's
off air too. I was just a little concerned with lack of head coaching experience.
No college coaching experience.
And the fact that we know that this is such a all about finances thing from NIL and recruiting boosters, and you would hope that amongst his staff that you had the right support system for him, because especially getting into it for the first time, that's a huge undertaking.
Yeah, it feels like those college coaches are going younger and younger too.
Oh yeah,
Going young, and they're pulling from the NBA, like BYU. Kevin Young's he's a guy who came from the NBA, associate head coach at Phoenix, spent a lot of years in Philly. I forget the guy who Utah hired, but Utah hired a guy who's been in the NBA. Jay Lucas is not an NBA guy, but he's a very young guy.
And his bloodlines are NBA.
Yeah,
with John. The guy in Utah, I want to say was Memphis and Milwaukee, I think, but he's done a heck of a good job for the Jazz.
Yeah, they're going that NBA route. They like it. Alex Jensen.
Yep.
Alex Jensen. He was in Dallas recently.
Okay.
Dallas just can't stop losing people. Traded Luka, then made a worse trade and traded Quentin Grimes to Philly. He's popping off.
You see him getting in that back and forth.
That was
with
funny.
George Yang. It was pretty funny, but I think he could have gotten away with Yang's comments would have hit harder if the run he has been on hadn't happened. But the run he's been on says he can play with just about anybody.
I thought it was pretty good trash talk. Like that's kind of like elite, sophisticated, next level trash talk. You get those other two guys back, you're gonna be over there in the corner.
If you missed it, Brian, Grimes is at the free throw line. He's already got like 20 points. And he's like, man, come on. If Joel's here, you're in that corner of that bench, not sniffing the floor. If Joel and Tyrese Maxey are here, you ain't even getting close to the court, bro. And they're going back and forth.
Yeah, that's some good stuff. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Texter, I'm a lifetime Cavs fan, but do you see the Rockets becoming the Cavaliers of the 80s with the way the Thunder are built for the future?
See, we've had this conversation before. I think the OKC is the best model for how to rebuild, reload, and go on a long run for an NBA team. But along the way, with all Sam Presti did to load up on draft picks and have tons of first and second round picks, he found a way to make a trade to get his signature franchise go-to player in SGA. And once he got Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, everything changed. The Rockets are doing a great job getting the young talent that is going to be with them for a long time. The problem is no one has emerged and no trade was made to get you your SGA.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of similarities, but I do think that the biggest hang up for them to be OKC is an SGA type of player. And it's either I think it could come two different ways. Trade's the easiest, but I do think that you can develop a superstar.
Yeah, you can. You absolutely can. And there are guys that can. Now, from an Oklahoma City perspective, you already have two all-star players. One you drafted, one you traded for, and now Chet Holmgren getting back to healthy has the potential to be that third for you for a long time, if not more than that. When you look at the Cleveland example that was brought up, the biggest thing was at the right time they went and got Donovan Mitchell. And Donovan Mitchell was the perfect fit because they had made some trades to add some really quality pieces. But until they got the Donovan Mitchell, they couldn't take that next step.
It's Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant's that guy for the Rockets. I want Kevin Durant to be a Rocket so bad.
Yeah, I would love it at the right price, but I'm not giving up a bunch of the young players and draft picks and giving their draft picks back.
We go about it two different ways with Durant, but I think we're on the same page when it comes to Durant.
If it's 2 years and all you got to do is pay him money and give up minimal, great. If you got to give up multiple pieces currently on your roster and one or two of their first round picks, which are going to look like they're going to be pretty good, I'm out.
Yeah, I think we're about on the same page. Maybe you're more realistic on like what the price tag would be though, and that's why we come about it two different ways. I think this is the second time this year the Rockets lost to the Nuggets without Joker playing. I call him Joker. Not a good sign. I mean, unless you get Denver in the playoffs and they don't play Jokic. Like you're not seeing that. You're not seeing Denver without Jokic. You might not see Denver at all. So I don't know if it's not a good sign. I don't know if it matters a whole lot.
And the other thing that I've been harping on too is just finding, whether it's your franchise guy or not, finding the pecking order of the guys in crunch time you could go to. Because to your point, with the Joker and with Murray, you got the two guys that could take you home in any situation, in any game down the stretch. And most teams that are going to be in the playoffs, even the Clippers, when you look at Kawhi and Harden, you got two guys that can take you home down the stretch. With the Rockets, you're like, well, I hope it's Jalen and I hope it's Alpy and maybe it's Fred, but it's all it's all said with almost a question mark as opposed to emphatically with an exclamation mark. LeBron and Luka and the guys that I mentioned and the teams that Ant Edwards, and you have the opportunity to have a couple other guys on that roster that can do it, but you have that one guy in the driver's seat and two guys in most cases that can take it home for you, and the Rockets don't have that.
How did OKC identify SGA as a future superstar with only a 1-year sample size and not out-of-the-park numbers?
Sam Presti has he's not just really a wizard with trades. He's pretty damn good when you think about the two Jalen Williams and some of the guys that he's drafted that people are like, wait, who? And he seems he hits on way more than he misses on talent evaluation. And he was watching SGA from the time that he was in college and knew the kid could play.
Yeah, I think that's what you would chalk it up to, is a good eye.
Yep.
Like, that's a scouting eye. And look, is there an element of luck that comes with scouting?
Absolutely.
Yeah, there always is. But if you're identifying players consistently and you're better than most, then you're going to hit on more than other guys. So
It's like the year when we talk about Chet, but when it was Chet and it was Jabari and it was in Orlando, the kid from Duke, Banchero. Most people thought the Rockets were going to get Banchero. In retrospect, if you got Banchero instead of instead of Jabari Smith, you are ecstatic. In that draft, I thought the most talented player coming out with the highest upside was Jabari Smith.
Mm-hmm.
Now, how it's played out, I was wrong.
Yeah.
But that's why the eye you're talking about that I mentioned, that I said about Sam Presti, is so important, because there's guys that can see the future as well as the now and say, I do think that there's an upside. I do think when he does this or works on this, he could take it to another level, as opposed to, I thought Banchero had reached his ceiling coming out of Duke of what he could be, much like Julius Randle, but Banchero has taken it to another level.
Texture, there wasn't a chance they knew SGA would be this good. Maybe not this good, but they had to have liked him.
Really good,
or
yeah.
they just liked him.
Yeah.
Or they just liked him like, hey, we think this guy's got a chance to be really good. We're going to bring him in, develop him, and then hopefully he turns out to be a good player. I don't think anytime you acquire a player like, well, he's going to give us 30, like he's going to be the MVP. No, you like a guy, you bring him in, and you see how it goes. I think the Rockets did it with Harden. I don't think the Rockets ever envisioned that James Harden was going to be an MVP.
A 1A, right.
Yeah, like they brought him in to be their best player, but were they like, he's going to win an MVP and like have us as a consistent contender in the Western Conference? Probably not.
No, but they knew, unlike his 6-man role with OKC and how loaded that roster was, they would be in the mix as a destination he'd want to go to, because he's going to start. And with the roster they had, with Jeremy Lin was the guy they were marketing with, that he instantaneously was going to get the love as being the best player on the team.
The poison pills, Jeremy Lin, and then Omar Ashik. Remember, they were the same offseason.
Ashik had a couple of good years.
He was
but
fine.
He was
fine. But like your best players that year were Jeremy Lin, Omar Ashik, Chandler Parsons,
Harden.
And then you brought in Harden.
When you got Harden, I think talking about pre-Harden.
And remember they traded for Harden like 3 days before the regular season.
Yeah, it was. So as it went down, Daryl had been talking to Sam Presti about something totally different, and the night before the regular season started,
that's right. I knew it was close.
They were talking to James and they were talking to Serge Ibaka, and they needed at least one of them to take less. And Serge said, "I'll take less to stay." James wanted a maximum deal, and they said, "Hey, Serge took our offer, so we're going to try and trade you." Daryl was the first guy that was on the call list from Sam Presti from the day before. Daryl was like, "I'm in," and they made the deal happen overnight. And remember, he went for like 40 in his first 2 games with Detroit and Atlanta.
That's right. Yeah, I knew it was really close to the start of the year. Textures, the Rocket, they're letting us know the Rockets have split with Denver this year. They're 1-1. So they haven't lost to the jokerless Denver Nuggets twice this year.
I thought that was a tiebreaker game that they lost last night.
And the Textures are saying 1-1. I guess we could figure this out real quick. Alpi Şengün airballing the 3 was embarrassing, or the free throw was embarrassing. I don't know how that happens. Like he's a good enough shooter where he should never be airballing a free throw ever.
No, absolutely right. You're too.
They're 1-1.
Okay, are they?
They play a tiebreaker final day of the regular season.
Okay, I knew they only played 3 times, but I thought at the press conference, I thought someone asked Ime about that being.
He did say something about a tiebreaker.
Yeah,
but no, it's not true.
If they would have won, they would have won the season series. That's what it was. Yeah. I lost my train of thought. What was the question?
Just Alpi airballing.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, that's what happens with Shaq. That's what happens with guys that have no touch. Alpi's got enough touch now that from a 3-point line, it's one thing. From a free throw, that shouldn't happen.
No, it should never happen. I don't think Brian would ever airball a free throw.
Didn't Nembhard airball his first 3 the other night?
He did.
Yeah, and then he.
Nembhard was talking to us after one of the timeouts. He was talking to Elvin and I. He's like, "You guys guard. You guys guard."
Oh, really?
Like, oh, that's kind of cool. I kind of like you now.
Let's just get out of this way, because I did mean to mention this to you. Houston has really active hands on the sidelines. Jeremy Branham is part of that mix, because Jeremy Branham late in the game made a really good save and caught another one.
Yeah, I made a one-handed grab.
Have you added it to the reel yet?
No, there's a few I need to add. I need a new highlight reel altogether. There's been so many. Yeah, one-handed grab.
Did the camera get enough of it? Because it's kind of corner of the screen.
Remember they showed replays of it.
Yeah.
So like it was very.
When they slowed it down, I was like, boom, he needs that one right
I got
there.
a lot of text about it, and I'm sitting here like it's a tight game, the lead is shrinking. I'm like, I don't want any of these texts right now. But yeah, it was late in the game.
And I respect that because I was the same way.
I was like,
I wasn't going to do it. Taylor was watching the game with me, and she goes, "Daddy, text Jeremy.
Yeah.
He's right there on the screen."
Yeah.
I go, "I'm not texting him."
Like, if it would have happened first half, like up 12, like, okay, whatever, I'll entertain the text. But so many people started texting me. I'm like, I don't want any of y'all right now. Like, they're like laughing, haha. I'm like, I am stressed.
It's a 1-point game down the stretch. You can't do that.
My hair is graying. Stop texting me. But yeah, I made a one-handed grab, Brian. You didn't notice that?
No, I didn't get to see every second of the game, so it must have been. Anyway, daddy duty,
moment.
but
Yeah,
well,
daddy duty, you should have been watching me
here too. I mean, your Lord and Savior made a one-handed grab.
Should have been
Lord
watching me. Yeah, it's a little strong. That's a little strong.
Okay, your daddy.
That's a bit of a
That's
reach.
way stretch.
That's a bit much there, Blinkers. It's a bit much. All right, 713-780 ESPN HRP listener line. I think the Astros are going to look either really, really smart or really, really dumb. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. You can look really, really smart if you get Ownwell in your life. Ownwell is here to help you save some money and eliminate some stress. A lot of homeowners are overpaying on property taxes, and it should not be you. Don't let it be you. Head to ownwell.com right now. Sign up for their services in less than 3 minutes. You're going to get their experts fighting for you. Cutting-edge technology that's the best in the business, that's going to start saving you money with no upfront cost. Put your property tax savings back in your pocket, reinvestment, have a nice dinner, maybe a little vacation. However you want to spend that savings, you do you. Ownwell handles it all from start to finish and delivers top results. No upfront cost. You're only going to pay if you save money. So there's zero risk and all reward. Only pay if you save. You can't beat that. Ownwell levels the playing field, eliminates the concern of paying too much on property tax for the everyday home and property owner like you and me. 86% of Ownwell's customers receive a reduction, with the average customer saving over $1,100. Again, no risk, all reward. Why wouldn't you do this? The deadline to protest May 15th. Don't run out of time. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes. Start your protest today at ownwell.com. That's OWNWELL.com.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
So I think the Astros are going to look either really smart this year or really dumb. And I don't think that there's any in between. I don't think that there's any wiggle room to land somewhere in the middle, because the Astros have been very courageous. This is more than just a Cam Smith conversation, but they've been very courageous with a bunch of different moves. Look, if Cam Smith makes the opening day roster, which, by the way, they have an exhibition game today or whatever, they're batting him sixth, I think it was. I have to pull it back up again. But he's in right field, not DeZinzo. Like, this looks like an opening day lineup whenever I look at this. Matt Kaharwa, who covers the Astros for HoustonChronicle.com, he tweeted this out a little bit ago. So the Astros lineup today, Altuve is in left. Isak Paredes is batting second and third. Yordan Alvarez is your DH batting third. Did I say Paredes is third? Paredes is batting second. Altuve, Paredes. Right. Okay, Altuve, Paredes, Alvarez. No Christian Walker right now because he's still recovering from this oblique, which, by the way, make sure he's 100% back. Yainer Diaz is catching, batting fourth. Okay, like if Walker was playing, he's probably ahead of Yainer, but he's not playing. So, okay, Yainer bats fourth. That makes sense. Jeremy Pena is playing shortstop, batting fifth. Cam Smith is in right field, batting sixth. Now, Zach DeZinzo is playing for the injured Walker at first base, batting seventh. Brendan Rodgers at second. And then Jake Myers is in center field, batting ninth. That feels to me like your opening day lineup. Now, insert Christian Walker for DeZinzo, move Christian Walker up to the cleanup spot, bump everybody else down.
What about Dubon at second instead of Rodgers?
Maybe. But, like, that's not, like, maybe. I don't know who won that job.
Maybe depending on the pitching, too.
Yeah, like
who they're facing.
Or even who's on the mound for them. Like, you play your best defender with your ground ball. Well,
for the Astros.
For the Astros, yeah.
Yep.
And it's probably both a factor. They're probably both a factor. The Rodgers-Dubon thing will be interesting to see who gets the most starts at second base. And they've made, like, roster moves. Like, they told Singleton he's not making the team. Ben Gamble was granted his release. Logan Van Way, all that stuff. But it reads to me, and we saw this tweet too, was it Jim Bowden who tweeted this, that
I think it's
the Astros haven't made it official yet, but it's trending in the direction that Cam Smith's going to be the Astros opening day right fielder. So we have another clue that indicates that. We have a tweet from Bowden. We have the Astros moving Cam Smith to right field. They haven't sent him down to minor league camp yet. And then you look at what is probably a dress rehearsal for opening day, and Cam Smith's the guy in right field. DeZinzo's the guy that's filling in for the guy that's hurt. And Cam Smith's batting ahead of DeZinzo. So that, to me, is an indicator that Cam Smith's going to make the opening day roster. Like, I'm not 100% sure on that, but it kind of trends and is leading that way. So, again, the Astros are going to look either really smart or really dumb when it comes to Cam Smith if he starts on the opening day roster, because if he's really, really good, well, the Astros look like geniuses. Yes. They look like savants that they were willing to have the courage of, identifying a player who had 5 games above high A ball and starting him on the opening day roster. Not only that, but he's in right field and he's batting in the 7th spot, assuming that Christian Walker is back.
Keep going. And they look like geniuses in the trade for Kyle Tucker in getting a guy that not only could be a franchise guy down the road, but makes your opening day roster from the minute you get it.
So if Cam Smith makes the opening day roster, that is incredibly bold. Trading Kyle Tucker is incredibly bold. Moving the greatest Astro that you've ever had and one of the best offensive second basemen in the history of the game to a new position at the age of 35 is incredibly bold. So the Astros have potentially 3 moves that are very, very bold. It takes huge cojones. Altuve, trade Tucker, potentially Cam Smith. So if the Astros win by doing this, and like, let's say they win the division, everything holds, Altuve's in left, Cam Smith looks good, the Tucker trade looks fine, all of that. If the Astros win the division after doing all of those things, they're going to look really good. Mm-hmm. Dana Brown and his front office is going to look very good. Joe Espada managing in his second year is going to look very good. But the wiggle room isn't great, because I think if the Astros go like 85 and 79 or that's, you can't do that, 85 and 77. If they go 85 and 77 and they lose the division by 4 games, like that's very little wiggle room. That's not that big of a difference. But if they lose the division after all of those bold moves, they're going to look really, really stupid. And where's the in-between? Where is the middle? I don't see it. So either this works, they get celebrated and applauded, or you finish second in the division and everybody's going to talk about how dumb Dana Brown and Joe Espada are.
Yeah, the only thing that I would throw into there that's a caveat is the fact that you do have ways where you can wiggle your way out of it so it isn't so drastic, hit or miss. where if Altuve fails early, there's still a landing spot for him at second base. If that means that a DeCenzo then goes to left, and if he, and if they hit that right too, that they can save some grace there as well. But yeah, it's going to be tricky. They do have some other options, but it does look like it is going to be a boom or bust situation, and they're leaning on the young guys that we were wondering about if both would make the roster. Because DeCenzo right now, you would think if they want to stick with what their plan had been, which was that if he's not going to start, that he's going to play in the minor leagues to get more at-bats. But it seems like he's going to be on this roster regardless.
I don't know. Like, I don't see Cam Smith and Zach DeCenzo making the team.
I still think that they already broke camp, but I think that both are going to make the team to start the year.
Okay. Let's play out the scenario, because I do think that there's a shot. And like my roster projection had both of them on there, kind of because I want to talk it into existence.
Okay.
We know that Espada wants to give young players everyday at bats.
Yes.
Cam Smith is not going to be on the big league team and sit the bench half the time. Like he would have to play. Otherwise, you're really talking about stunting his development. So he's your right fielder. If he's on this team, he is your starting right fielder. So how is Zach DeCenzo getting regular at bats?
Well, that's the thing. The only thing that I can think of is he's going to be a guy platooning and
where?
Well, I was going to say infield and outfield.
Where? Like left field, he's going to play instead of Altuve? Like third base, he's going to play instead of Isak? DeCenzo can't play second. Isak didn't play any games at second. Like, I don't see a path for DeCenzo getting regular at bats. Now maybe
he could play third, depending on what you want to do with Paredes. If Paredes wants to play some second, because he hasn't.
He hasn't played there, though.
But he hasn't played there for the Astros, right?
And I'm talking about in spring. He hasn't even played there at spring.
Right.
Like the most that he was doing at second base was like turning double play balls.
But I'm basing a lot of this off of Dana looking seemingly in the interviews that he's done recently, being more concerned and focused on just having the best offensive lineup out there than he has been about defense.
I don't think that that's true, because if they were trying to get the best offensive lineup out there, Jose Altuve is your second baseman.
Well, but within reason. I think that because of the fact that we were talking about 7, 8, 9, and we know that from the standpoint of with 2 ground ball pitchers at the top of your rotation, you still have to have a really quality infield. But we knew that the biggest question mark was 7, 8, 9 and how the outfield played out. And 7, 8, 9 was going to be filled by Chaz, Jake, and somebody else. And I think that that's why he said that, from an offensive perspective, they have the ability or the potential to put up a really, really good offensive lineup. I think that jeopardizes defense in the outfield more so than on the infield.
But even if you do that, you're not doing that until a couple of months into the season.
You mean by having both guys out
there?
By
moving Altuve to second. You're not making that change in a week or 2 weeks.
Having both young guys out there. Yeah, you're probably right. Look, I think that Altuve is going to have every opportunity to
If you have
fail.
both young guys out there, where's Altuve playing?
I believe that they could, because he's played first, he's played third, he's going to play. They want him to play some outfield, that he could be more of a kind of a limited Dubon in the fact that when you're giving guys days off, if Altuve goes to DH, it gives him a little rest and has some DH, so he's not overstressed playing left too much. That there are opportunities, but it's going to be at multiple different defensive positions.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I really believe that aside from what Espada said, I just have a feeling DeCenzo's going to make this opening day roster.
If he makes the opening day roster, Joe Espada has to backpedal off of his.
Yes,
I'm going to play I want my young players playing every day. Now, look, that was said a month ago. Maybe it's we just like his bat so much that we want him to start, at one position 1 time a week. So if left field, you get 1 start. First base, you get 1 start. Cam Smith gets a day off once a week. Third base, you play there. So that means it's 4 games a week. Maybe he's pinch hitting for Jake Myers late in the game. Like, that is regular-ish at bats. That's not playing every day.
No, but that's what I'm thinking.
But it's regular-ish at bats. Yeah.
That it's not like you're just you're a utility guy sitting the bench most of the time. If you get 4 starts in each calendar week, I think that's more than enough to keep him on the roster.
That, to me, is the only way he's on the roster, though. Like, because and that still is a bit of a hedge to what Espada said. That's not every day at bats. So it's a little different than what Espada said, which they change their mind all the time.
I was going to say, Joe went to the Dana Brown School of Press Conference versus Reality, so he can do the same thing.
I've learned that Espada is a little bit more truthful with his words.
Oh, he is.
But maybe Dana Brown plays rank here and says, well, you're carrying DeCenzo. And DeCenzo could also be your pinch hitter off the bench against right-handed pitching. Well, what do you mean? He's right-handed. DeCenzo has reverse splits, and Singleton has been cut. Gamble's been cut.
That's
so, like, you've gotten rid of 2 of your lefties. So, like, that does open up a spot for Zach DeZinzo to be your pinch hitter and playing every day. Todd the Show says people are forgetting about Caratini. No, not forgetting about Caratini.
He's their big lefty guy.
And Caratini has been a fixture on this roster all season long. Like Caratini's spot on this team has never been in question. That's why he doesn't come up as much, because he is a fixture. He's your backup catcher. He's going to get a few at-bats late in games for the Jake Myers of the world when there's a righty coming up. But now, because Gamble is gone and Singleton is gone, what do you do with that final bench spot? Is it DeZinzo and you kind of hedge and backpedal off of we want our young players to play every single day, or are you keeping a Cooper Hummel or the Zach Short guy?
Right.
No, I'd rather it be DeZinzo too.
And I think Caratini has kind of expanded his position to where you just knew when they got him, he was going to be the backup catcher, to the fact that now, because he was a valuable commodity as a left-handed, like you mentioned, a left-handed late inning bat, to a backup first baseman that can play first base when Walker wants to sit and depending on what they want to do. And because you let go of Singleton, that I think that Caratini becomes a left-handed bat off the bench, your backup catcher, and your backup first baseman.
Yep. 713-780-ESPN. I want to talk about this wiggle room, though. The Astros are going to look really, really smart or really, really dumb. I don't think that there's any room in the middle. Dissect it a little bit more. 713-780-ESPN. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN at 92.5. You and your business always look real smart if you have HR&P in your life. Human Resources and Payroll. It's Cougar, owned by my colleague, Go Cougs, Chris Fisher over there. A bunch of fine people at HR&P. Business owners, let HR&P help you. They can help you with HR compliance, benefits administration, payroll, onboarding. HR&P can help in one of those areas or all of these areas. There's no boxes with HR&P. It doesn't matter how small, it doesn't matter how big the job. HR&P completely customizes a plan for what you and your business needs. You have a problem, you have an issue, you want to take a little off your plate, HR&P is going to find a way to help you. And they do it in a way that is unique. Technology meets service. They have the best technology. You're going to love that, but you're going to fall in love with their service. Guaranteed fulfillment. You'll never talk to a stranger. You'll be talking to someone who knows you and they know your business needs. Give them a call at 281-880-6525. Let HR&P customize a plan for you. 281-880-6525. Or check them out on the web, hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Another Astro baseball podcast. Joe George and I doing Inside the Icebox. That'll be out at 6:15 today, by the way, on our YouTube.
Just you, Joe.
What was that?
Just you, Joe.
Who said that?
What is that?
I forgot.
That was Glenn Davis saying, just you, Joe.
Oh, yeah, whenever he thought he was Paul. Just you, Joe.
Just you, Joe.
How did you have that ready?
It's on my quick start page.
That was excellent. That was good stuff. I don't know anything about these quick start pages. But look, like going back to the bravado moves, Altuve left, Tucker trade, potentially Cam Smith on the opening day roster. If the Astros win and win the division, I think it's going to be applauded, and people are going to look at Dana Brown and Joe Espada in a favorable light.
I think be up for GM of the year.
And I think if they lose the division by 2 games, look, the wiggle room's not much. Like if they win the division by 1 game, oh, they're the smartest guys in the rooms. They lose the division by 1 game. They miss the playoffs. These morons don't know what they're doing. I don't see the middle ground. And I know what you said, they allow themselves for wiggle room if they move Altuve to second, but it doesn't change the fact that you already did it. You're never like putting the toothpaste back in the tube that you did it. You're never putting the toothpaste back in the tube that you traded Tucker. If Cam, like worst case scenario with Cam Smith, and I don't think this is going to happen, is that Cam Smith starts on the opening day roster, goes 1 for 60, and it's like, oh, did they screw it up and ruin this guy? That to me is worst case scenario. That's why there's no wiggle room. That's why there's no like, oh, it was a pretty good year, or they look okay, or we're fine with them. At the end of this season, you're either going to be in with Dana Brown and Joe Espada, think that they're intelligent, you're in good hands with them for the foreseeable future, or at the end of the year, you're going to be like, I don't trust these guys 1 iota.
Now, a couple things on that. Do you think that Joe gets roped in with Dana if indeed that's how it plays out?
No doubt. No question.
But
no question.
Why? But Dana, it seems like this
he's the
has been
manager.
Dana driven in terms of, making the changes and then, making the decision to get Cam up there right away and doing some of the things that they've already done. Not to mention the fact that Dana, for all that he did do, is the guy that didn't get more outfield help and get another bat in the lineup. So from all those things, I think it all points at Dana before it would point at Joe. And if Joe just manages who he's got and does the best with what he has, and especially if they miss it by a narrow margin, I just feel like that would be more reflective of Dana alone.
You're hedging a little bit because whenever we talked about who's responsible for Altuve moving to left field, you gave a good amount of value to Joe Espada weighing in on that decision.
I did?
Yeah.
I don't remember that, but
last
I would
week
say
when we had this conversation, we were talking about like who do you think was involved with Altuve moving to left?
I think Joe was involved.
Right. Yeah, exactly. I think it was 100%.
But I think
general manager. But the fact that we don't know, and the fact that there is some sort of conversation that Espada had his hand or could have had his hand in it, that's why he gets lumped into this big Astro group.
I think that people could still look favorably at Joe Espada overall, as opposed to this is clearly going to be one that Dana's going to wear either way, to where if they only miss it by a game or two and
if they miss it by a game or two, Espada is going to be looked at in a favorable light at all in some way.
I think that they're not. I don't think they're going to be done with him. I don't think that they're going to put him on the hot seat unless it was managerial decisions that got him there.
Not Crane, the fan base. The fan base.
Oh, the fan base may not. I don't think that they're going to be completely done with him, because I think that they understand that if you look at it the way I look at it from my perspective, it seems like even if Joe was in the discussions, that this was all Dana driven, and the moves that were or were not made are all Dana driven. So I would think that Dana would be clearly on the hot seat. I would think that Joe Espada, if they were in it and only lost the division by a game or so, that I don't think that people would have the same kind of negativity and like hot seat approach to Joe Espada.
Yeah. I mean, there's no way of really knowing this unless it happens. Mm-hmm. It's just totally like kind of guessing and predicting what would. I think that they would be lumped in together. And I also feel like there is a healthy amount of disdain for Dana Brown and Joe Espada that already exists. I don't think that Dana
would say more Dana than Joe. And I think that the fact that Joe was able to be the manager that dug them out of the hole that they had to dig out of last year. And granted, you did have, veteran players on this roster, and you had, things that went your way. I think that we both said that this is the year that Joe gets to be judged all by himself. But I also think that if they're in it till the bitter end, that Joe can survive this a lot easier than Dana can.
We're going to have to approval rating this.
Okay.
We'll put out an approval rating and then discuss it tomorrow on the show. Cause I really don't know. Like, I mean, If I had to guess an approval rating on Dana Brown right now, and we'll get some information and some data, collect some data to support this conversation more tomorrow, I think it would be 50-50 on Dana.
See, I was 50-50, but then I started thinking about the fact that he constructed a plan B for Bregman before Bregman even made a decision. So he had the backup plan ready to go.
Yeah, but I don't think that's looked at in a favorable light. I don't think that letting Bregman leave, I think it's smart, but I don't think that if you just polled the majority of Astro fans, that letting Bregman leave, and yes, you end up with a good prize in Isaac Paredes, although you did have to trade Kyle Tucker to do that. I don't think that that's looked at universally amongst the fan base as a positive.
Universally is tough, right? I think.
But that's the poll we're talking about.
No, but I think that not that would be the majority, but I think that the winning split would be people believe in Dana Brown because you didn't get caught with your pants down when Bregman made the decision that he made. You saw what Bregman signed for, and it was way more than what anybody, especially you and I, were willing to give. And then on top of that, he was willing to do what this organization hasn't done previously, trade a guy that you know is going to walk eventually to get players that end up helping you to be able to kind of keep this team relevant and flip the switch, as opposed to, again, sitting there waiting to see what happens and then going, well, what's next? What are we going to do now? To where I think that Dana at the start of the season it's better than 50%. If it fails, and some of these other things that they've done subsequently since then with Cam Smith and decisions and didn't get an extra bat and things like that, that by the end of the season, it could be very much significantly below 50%.
Yeah. But if we're taking the
I
don't see a path where they missed the playoffs and Joe Espada and Dana Brown are both looked at favorably.
I think there'll be some negativity towards Espada, but I think the majority of the fire and the finger pointing is going to be at Dana.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, context matters. Like if Joe Espada is just managing the games poorly, it's going to flip that a little bit.
Right.
So I'm 50-50 on Dana approval rating, predicting it. I think it's going to be lower on Espada. I think Espada is more 40-60 amongst the Astros fan base than Dana. I think Dana, whenever we get this information to talk about tomorrow, I think Dana will be looked at slightly more positively than Joe. I think Dana is going to be about 50-50. I think Joe's going to be about 40-60.
How they lose matters and how they
No,
don't
we're talking
make
about right
matters.
now, though. We're talking about
right now.
We're taking the poll today. They're going to vote on it. We're going to.
I'll be curious because I don't think that's the case. I don't think that Joe's going to be looked at unfavorably right now. I think that people believe with this team, with this iteration of that they're breaking camp with, that I think that people believe Joe Espada can lead this team.
So you think that Joe will be higher than Dana in the approval rating?
Well, Dana
when we conduct this between now and tomorrow.
But I think Dana probably overall approval rating, Dana's probably going to be higher because until they fail, he made moves, had backup plans, and did the things that I said to where he did more things that people can tangibly hang on to than what we know of Joe Espada.
You think Joe will be where?
I think they'll both be positive. I think Joe will be maybe like 60-40 in his favor.
And Dana?
And I think Dana's going to be more like 70-30 right now because he made enough moves, had a backup plan for Bregman, and traded Tucker.
I'm eager to see that. I'll wait till after the show, though, so it doesn't distract us. We'll go out to the HRP listener line on the other side. Some of the Hive are already weighing in on this with their opinion on Dana Brown and Joe Espada. What is the approval rating for the GM? What is the approval rating for the manager? Fill up in the text line as well. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. The approval rating at Two Creeks Crossing Resort is through the roof. In fact, it's not even through the roof because they don't have roofs there. It's the great outdoors. If you're looking to escape the rat race for the weekend, the hustle and bustle of the job, traffic, your co-host, your producer, whatever is calling you stress, I have the best weekend idea for you. Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Escape the city. Enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Book your stay at twocreekscrossingresort.com right now. Whether it's the open green spaces that catch your eye, the wildlife, the majestic mature trees, and some of the best fishing in Texas, you got to get out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. One of the amazing perks, too, is it's only 90 minutes away from Houston. You can escape the city without traveling too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. This is the problem with some of your vacations. You book these vacations, takes you 8 hours to drive there, 8 hours to drive back, and you've wasted the weekend. Or you have to hop on a plane, check the luggage, added expense there, added time there. Don't have to worry about that at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. It's an hour and a half away. Hike their 92-acre property. Kayak on their rivers, their creeks, pickleball courts. How about just hanging out by the pool with a drink? I'd love to do that too. Two Creek Crossing Resort also loves to take care of their visitors. Barbecue cook-off one weekend, crawfish boil the next. You're always going to have a great time at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Whether it's glamping, cabins, tree houses, pull up the RV, they have the perfect stay for anyone. Book your weekend escape now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Texter saying Mailbag Monday, question mark. It's coming. We'll get to it when we get to it. Other things that are ahead of the schedule. We don't go at Mailbag Monday every day, 4:30. We're not cookie cutter, the Killer Bees. We'll do Mailbag Monday when we get to it. We're not cookie cutter.
Feels like you're getting a little attitude right now.
Benchmark radio ain't for us. Used to be. It ain't anymore. 713-780-ESPN. Plus, Philip's on the line. We got to get to Philip. You want Mailbag Monday or do you want Philip?
Bat flip.
You want Philip?
You asking us or you asking the listeners?
It was a rhetorical question.
Yeah, it definitely might be two different
I put a
answers.
lot of pressure on Philip. Philip,
Yeah,
I
you
hope
really
you're
did.
up to it. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Philip, you're in the hive. Make it good.
All right. It's a beautiful day. I'd like to paint an equally beautiful picture of the Astros' upcoming season.
Perfect.
So I want to get rid of all the negativity. DeCenzo becomes a legitimate everyday right fielder, competent, quality bat, maybe not all-star, but good enough to start. Isaac Paredes has an all-star season. At the all-star break, he's a rep for the Astros due to maybe just park factors and hitting a lot of home runs, but he's an all-star third baseman. Cam Smith is crushing AA and AAA so well that they feel forced to move Paredes at the deadline for a future second base or center field prospect and play Cam Smith at third. And we accept the fact that we have two guys in Jordan and Altuve that both should be DHs. But you know what? Altuve is going for 3,000, and we all know what ultimately is going to have to happen, which is he's going to be the primary DH. And so I think by the end of the year, Altuve is the primary DH, and Jordan is left field at home every game and maybe a little bit on the road, depending on the parks. And he plays, Altuve plays second 1 or 2 times a week. and everything works out fine in the long run.
Okay, Phil.
Thanks, guys.
A lot of ifs and buts, candy nuts. Esak's a starter in the All-Star game, and then you're trading him at the deadline there, Philip.
I think it's a little bit. I think it's grandiose. Let's put it that way instead of far-fetched.
Well, Philip is our most grandiose scholar.
Yes.
I will give Philip credit there.
Pratis, who would have 2.5 years of team control left at that point after he was just an All-Star. Yeah, that's what I'm getting to. Like after he just made the All-Star game, feels a little bit. I don't know.
Sell him at his highest.
Yeah,
I see where Philip's coming from.
I love the positivity.
It feels erratic
from
though.
bat flip, but I'm not. I can't see it happening.
It's okay. You're calling Philip bat flip. I get you.
Bat Phillip is bat flip.
Bat flip. I like it. I like it. Especially now that Singleton's gone. Where we're going to get our bat flips from. I hope Estock bat flips.
This was the first call from bat flip in the last 3 or 4 where he didn't have the lineup answer, but he kind of did.
Yeah. Tyler and Connor said Philip is not a nowhere ball. Come on, that's not true, Tyler. Philip knows ball.
But in this scenario, Cam's going to Double-A.
Yeah, he had DeCenzo and Wright to start the
which
season.
I think that's in play.
It's in play. I feel like it's less than 50-50, but it's in play.
So you think Cam's running him right?
I don't think there's any turning back right now. I think Cam's starting the year in right field.
I do too.
You are both going Cam and Wright.
Completely.
The Bowden tweet kind of makes me think that's going to happen too. Like I don't see him tweeting that and then it being false because reporters are never wrong. They're never wrong. Especially everything you read on the internet is true.
Chandler.
So I think
I don't know. Aaron Wilson was wrong twice.
Oh, it's a good point.
I mean, you can't catch my sarcasm there. My
I
tongue was
playing into
firmly.
But
in
Chandler
my
Rome
cheek.
was right about Verlander.
He was eventually.
Yeah.
But this isn't Chandler Rome.
No.
This is Bowden. And there's always a
He's no
10%
Aaron
chance
Wilson.
at least that somebody's bluffing. Texture, the problem is nobody trusts anything either one of them says, Brown or Espada, but trust the back of the baseball card.
The back of his
Seems to
baseball
linger
card.
in my mind. Texture says that Dana is that guy. I like Dana. If you could only pick one, Dana or Joe, which would you like? You could get rid of one at the end of the year, but the other one you're keeping for the next 7 years. Is it Dana or is it Joe?
It's Dana because I think there's other managers that would love and could manage this team.
It's Dana for me. I would take
Yeah,
Dana.
I think it's definitely.
And
Dana.
I like Joe. I think Joe's the most interesting manager in all of baseball, but I think he's kind of mid. I think
And if
he's
he
a little
keeps his hand
mid.
off of his face and lets a couple of cuss bombs and gets ejected a few times.
I think Carl Everett had the best bat flip. Carl Everett was a character, man. He had the close stance left-handed. He had the open stance right-handed and didn't believe in dinosaurs. Carl Everett.
He also didn't believe in shirts under golf vests at golf tournaments.
Did he really?
He
Show
showed
up
up at the
again?
Sunshine Kids golf tournament with just the vest on with the guns out.
Well, just like the oil and gas vests with
Oil and gas vest,
OG.
no shirt at all underneath.
Texture.
got to flaunt it.
What does Michael Schwab have to say about all of this? He says hashtag pay the man, I bet. He's trying to get Cam Smith a multi-billion-dollar deal right now.
He wants to be right on Cam Smith, right?
Oh, he's already dropping receipts as if he already made the team, which is dangerous because he hasn't already made the
till
team.
it happens first.
And look, maybe he
bad
does.
beats are bad beats.
Maybe he does, but he's flaunting. Like every time somebody reports that he might make the team, Schwab will like quote to him and be like, "See, I was right." Not yet. Not yet.
close.
Like the chances are higher now than they were then, and maybe you were ahead of schedule, but you have not been proven right yet.
Yeah, it feels like a
Maybe.
dangerous move.
It's a little dangerous.
Because you're giving yourself even more ammunition for old takes exposed if
Yeah.
they decide to get involved.
It's a little premature. You might ultimately be right, but it's a little premature. Texter, there's no way that fans will be cool with anything if we don't make the playoffs, and then even be blaming the stadium name change. I hope not. That doesn't go on. The name doesn't have anything to do
That would
with
be
it.
lame.
Espada is a backup manager at best, and he's a robot. That's why he's hired. Oh, he's calling Joe Espada a puppet. That's a hot take.
That is. That's
Might-
dicey.
I mean, a lot
I
of
think there might be some truth
I
to
think
that.
we've heard that before because people have made that claim with Dana being kind of a puppet for Crane, and then it kind of passes down the line with Joe being a puppet for Dana.
Oh, a lot of GMs hire puppet managers.
Without
Yeah.
question, because then it's not as difficult to make them all the moves they want to make, as we saw with Dusty when Dusty had pushback.
Especially now. Especially
Yeah,
like
yeah.
in the day and age of
Right.
analytics,
Yep.
and they want to call like there's even some GMs that hand their manager the lineup, and like it's pretty common now that people talk about that. Texture, this outfield is crap, and it's on Dana. So there's an anti-Dana text. How bad was Altuve defensively last year? Actually, he was minus 13,
15 I think you
defensive
said.
run saves,
13 or 15.
somewhere around there.
And
So
it's gone down every year.
So the answer is bad, Texter. He was really bad. And look, I don't think he's going to be good in left, but I think he'll be less bad in left than he was at second. We'll see. Caleb, if this is a dress rehearsal for opening day, I don't like not seeing Chaz out there somewhere. It's kind of interesting. Caleb's like the last Chaz chomper because a lot of people are off the Chaz train.
I think
a lot
they
of
are.
people want him
I
gone,
think
cut,
I
traded.
think the ideal people that were in Chaz's corner were thinking he's gonna have a really good spring. He's gonna show people before we even start playing meaningful baseball and start the season that was just it wasn't the real Chaz last year. And unfortunately, the opposite has occurred to the point where I think all people are pretty much done with Chaz.
Yeah. And like some people are saying, cut him. You don't cut him. Like maybe you send him down to Sugar Land. You don't cut him. I think he'll be on the opening day roster, though, because he can play all over, solid defender. And I still think they're hoping he can revert back. But if Cam's your right fielder or it can't be or DeZinzo's your right fielder, Chaz is a fourth outfielder.
Mm-hmm.
Chaz is a fourth outfielder, backup center fielder. Maybe he plays some games in center.
And then depending on how Jake plays or doesn't, if he doesn't play well, then Chaz could become your starter in center field.
Right on cue. I think Myers will have his best offensive season to date this year. Just throwing out there my opinion. I hope so. Hope you're right. This has to be Keith. Mitch Haniger should start every day in left field. Over Altuve? Haniger should start over Altuve, who got cut by one of the worst offensive teams in all of baseball. Come on. You just made the list.
You just made the list.
780 ESPN. Let's get to Mailbag Monday. The people just want it. The people are craving it, or at least a person is craving it. 713-780-3776. Mailbag Monday with the Bees. Ask us anything on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 925. What is your question for the Bees? Mailbag Monday, 713-780-3776. First one, what's the most overrated breakfast food?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Thank you.
Overrated? I really don't like kolaches.
Oh, that one hurt.
I would say like oatmeal. People that eat oatmeal for breakfast.
Well, I don't think oatmeal's rated. You
yeah,
got to be rated.
It just sucks.
I like oatmeal. Almost.
I would say
I don't like
pancakes are
kolaches,
overrated.
So.
Pancakes are overrated?
Yeah, give me waffles instead.
Pancakes are fantastic.
Yeah.
They're both fine, but I'd rather have a waffle 10 out of 10.
That wasn't the question.
It wasn't at all.
I know, but that's why it's
Totally.
overrated to me because I'd
You're
rather
jumping
have
the line and changing the question, B-Mac. Let the talent do the work.
Now, are you talking about
moving the goalposts?
Going back to the kolaches thing, because you triggered me, Joel. Are you talking about like all kolaches, or specifically what are technically kolaches with the fruit in it? Because the things with meat aren't technically kolaches. So I'm just curious if your hatred of kolaches.
I don't care for the morning dough with a weenie in the middle of it.
It's better in the afternoon.
I mean, I'm not a fan of kolaches.
Phrasing.
Where do you prefer the weenie to be put?
Where have you eaten kolaches?
Kolache Factory.
Oh, okay. So you've had good kolaches.
They used to have them delivered to the office.
Okay, that's fine. All right. I'm going to go with bagel. I think bagel
I love bagels.
is the most overrated.
Well.
I'm not a huge – I don't love carbs that much. I don't love bread that much, which is very weird of me, I know.
I mean –
but it's by itself. Like usually it's not
you put
great.
Cream cheese, you can put
now if you have to doctor it up that much, the thing itself isn't that great.
I mean, I grew up. My mom
I'll
used to
give
make
you that.
breakfast sandwiches on bagels, and then bagels with cream cheese.
There you go.
Bacon.
Doctoring it up.
Bacon or ham.
Doctoring it up.
Fantastic.
It sounds like a lot of
onion
doctoring.
bagel. Onion bagels are great. Blueberry bagels are great.
By itself, nothing on it.
Yeah.
It's good to you, but you don't like kolaches.
No, because it's got the weenie in there.
I'm gonna. What's your deal with weenies?
Weenie.
Because
you can put other things in there too. You can put bacon in there.
Yeah.
You can put real
I've
real
always
sausage.
liked kolaches with the weenie in there.
I think you've had bad kolaches.
You've had bad kolaches. Yeah, like there's not free advertisement for them, but Kolache Shop at 59 in Wesleyan. I mean, you could get all sorts of great stuff.
I think
there.
you've had bad kolaches. Yeah, bagel to me. You have to doctor it up that much. I think it's very overrated. Brian's with pancakes.
They're overrated.
That's almost bad take Boulevard.
Although you are doctoring those up a bit. I mean, you're putting syrup on them or whatever you're putting on them. Well, you put a little blueberry in a pancake. I'll take that over a blueberry bagel.
That put one that from Louisiana, they put peanut butter and syrup on their pancakes.
Yeah, people do that.
And my wife puts peanut butter on her
people
pancakes.
think that's weird. I don't think that there's anything wrong with it. I wouldn't do it, but I don't think there's anything wrong.
It's probably a little bit more the minority, but not bad. So what is the most underrated breakfast food?
Seems like kolaches.
Conversely.
At least according to 1/3 of us.
To you.
For me, it's barbacoa tacos.
Oh, man.
Barbacoa tacos
that's
most
not underrated.
I think it is. Because I think there's a lot of gringos that don't know what it is. I think it's I think it's properly rated to get within a specific community, but I think it's underrated for a majority of the community.
Yeah, I mean, as you would say though, I'm about as gringo as they come, and
Yeah.
I love barbacoa tacos.
Well, you got good. You know ball.
Okay, all right, that's fair.
You know ball. I go barbacoa.
That's a good one.
I'm stuck on this one between now with chicken and biscuit.
Like what from Chick-fil-A?
Yeah, I think that's underrated. I think a good chicken and biscuit is great.
All right, where are you at on this one, Brian?
I'm trying to think of one that I would actually find underrated. That's I can't. I'm struggling here to think of one. I'll say. I'll second Joel's chicken biscuit. There's some times where especially from Chick-fil-A, the chicken biscuit hits really, really well.
Yeah, chicken biscuit is good. Yeah. By Branham's logic, cereal sucks because you have to doctor up with milk. I think cereal is overrated too.
Yeah,
I'll throw that in there as well.
Actually, that should have been my answer. You'll never catch me eating cereal.
Pop-Tarts are overrated cardboard.
There are times I'll eat cereal, but it's mostly like at night. I would never eat cereal for breakfast.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not a big cereal guy. I very rarely eat. I can't remember the last time I ate cereal.
Same. I never buy it.
Somebody said omelet. Omelet's not overrated.
No, it's always really good.
If it's done well.
Love an omelet.
When you get, and obviously you pick all what you want on it, that's fantastic.
What kind of omelet do you go with?
Oh, man. Turkey bacon,
Stronger
potato,
bacon.
onion, mushroom.
Oof.
Fantastic.
I'll go meat lover, a little spinach in there. If you want to put some tomato.
Spinach, no.
Love spinach in an
Yeah, no
omelet.
spinach.
You guys are soft.
No spinach.
Love spinach in an omelet. I like spinach in general. Chicken and waffle, obviously.
Brian,
I think
what do you put in your omelet? Wiener?
You're the one that's anti-weenie, apparently.
I mean,
I think you really enjoy saying that.
Yeah,
it's fun.
seems like
you guys got a
kick
kick out of it every time I said it, so why not?
I think you might have went one too many.
It's okay, too bad.
What's the best type of enchilada? Ask a texter.
Brisket.
That's probably right there. Yeah.
Beef fajita.
I was going to say either fajita, chicken or beef fajita, enchiladas are great.
No, you can't put chicken in the same class. Beef fajita.
I'd rather have cheese than chicken, to be honest. I mean, give me beef or brisket number one.
You'd rather have a cheese enchilada
I'd rather
than a
have
chicken
just
enchilada?
cheese than a
Not
chicken
me.
enchilada.
That is a take of a 7-year-old.
Yeah, that is not me. That is exactly what my 5-year-old
my number
would say.
one's beef or brisket.
I take back the ball. Cheese enchilada. What's wrong with you? Texture Brandon, I thought you were cool. Cereal's the king of breakfast. That's on you for thinking I'm cool. That's a you problem.
Yeah, but what cereal is
Cereal's
the king
not
of breakfast?
cool. Why
And
is
you can
cereal
have
cool?
waffle, pancakes, omelets.
Mm-hmm.
Cereal is not the king of breakfast.
Cracked egg over a leftover burger. Yeah, I've never had that for
It's not
breakfast.
When we were at the remote on Friday, someone had a salad with a fried egg on the top of it.
I've done that.
You get the protein, I guess, from the egg white. But
Well, it's usually like I don't have a boiled egg, so instead of boiling up an egg, I just cook up an egg real quick and throw it on top of the salad.
yeah, they had the sunny side up egg right there on the top of the salad. I was like, oh, that's a bit much.
I've never done
like
it.
that.
I've never done it.
I wouldn't want
sunny
it
side up.
runny. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I wouldn't want the yolk on the salad.
Yeah, I usually do it like over well whenever I do it like that. I usually do over well pretty much just anytime I cook an egg. I think it's the best way to cook an egg. A lot of people like the yolk runny though, and then they dip it with the toast.
I don't.
I like it. My favorite runny egg is whenever it's on a cheeseburger. That's when I enjoy it the most. Love it.
I
Like
don't
that.
really care
enjoy it
for
the
egg.
least.
I don't care for the runny egg on a cheeseburger.
Breakfast pizza's underrated. Yogurt sucks. Yogurt's
I
not
like
great.
Yogurt with some good
I
granola.
like the parfait exactly with the granola. Really good.
I'll eat yogurt, but I don't love yogurt. It's fine. I'm
I
indifferent
don't
on
seek
yogurt.
it out, but I like Chick-fil-A's granola parfait.
Sometimes I'll do the protein yogurt. Try to get some more
I do
protein
the
in this
Greek,
bod.
do the
So you can
Greek
bulk up.
vanilla yogurt with
Bulk
granola and
season.
some strawberries or fruit. It's good for like a
Gains.
parfait.
Hashtag gain. 71. Everybody's sending us their breakfast and not their questions. 713-780-ESPN Mailbag Monday. 713-780-3776. What are your questions for the Killer Bees? Who eats the healthiest and who eats the worst at ESPN 97.5?
Paul probably eats the healthiest.
You eat pretty healthy.
I do, but Paul goes
I was-
a step beyond.
Yeah, I would say Paul's definitely the healthiest.
I think that I eat the healthiest before a show, and I think I eat the worst after a show. I
See,
eat pretty clean before a show. But I eat
I-
terrible after a show.
I don't think you eat the healthiest, but I think I'm with you in the fact that I eat super healthy before a show, and then when I get home for dinner, especially if the kids don't whatever they're eating, and depending on what we have, I eat. I don't eat as well as I'd like to at night.
Yeah, I eat pretty poorly at the
If there's
the evening
the
time.
kids left over mac and cheese or whatever they haven't eaten, and you're like, okay, well,
You like the garbage disposal?
kind of.
Well, I
Yeah,
don't want to let
same.
this go to waste.
Exactly. That's exactly part of it. And the dogs are going to get fat if they keep eating all the leftovers.
So instead, you have to get fat.
That's right.
You're not fat though.
Just taking a bullet for the team.
Exactly. Steak and eggs underrated. I agree. Steak and
Oh,
eggs.
yeah,
are very
no
good.
question.
Yeah.
A lot of times I'll make an extra steak so I can have it in the morning.
Yes. And you just have to heat it up or put it in the pan.
Sometimes I just get cold.
I don't do the cold.
I'd
I
rather
would
heat
reheat
it up
it in the
pan.
frying
Or
pan.
in the
not the
oven.
don't do the microwave because it
No,
toughens
not
it
the
up.
microwave.
The
Oven or
well,
pan.
The reason that I don't like to heat it up again is because it cooks a little bit more. And I like so well how much I cooked it the night before. I don't want to mess with the cook time. I don't want to mess with the cook of the steak. I don't want to take it from a medium
I
rare to a
From your
medium well.
standpoint, I understand that. You guys understand from my standpoint, putting it back in the frying pan ain't a big deal.
If you had to live in a zombie dystopian landscape, would you rather be in the Last of Us world or the Walking Dead world? This is not my world. I don't know
this is
either one.
Brian's only
Definitely Walking Dead because you could see those guys coming. I don't know how nerdy you want me to get here, but basically
Not
in the
very.
world of The Last of Us, there's these creatures referred to as clickers that can't see, but they're basically one-hit kill.
That's about enough, I think.
I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah, they sneak up on you.
Okay. So, yeah, what he said. What is your favorite game at a casino?
I'm blackjack.
Poker.
If I'm trying to win money, it's poker. If I'm trying to have a good time, it's blackjack. I don't really love playing poker.
I've told you guys this before.
You don't love playing poker?
No, I get bored with it. I've played too much poker in my life. I kind of if you're with somebody too, it's really hard to go to a poker room if that person's not playing poker with you.
True.
So like it's
That's
kind of
true.
annoying to me.
Blackjack's much easier for people to just pick up and sit down.
Craps is fine.
And can screw up your entire chance of winning too.
They can.
I really don't like anything outside of poker or blackjack, to be honest.
I like craps. I'm not very good at craps. I don't know my way around a craps table as much as I do a blackjack or poker table, but I do enjoy being around the game.
I think it's just the further and further you get away from things that are outside of your control, the less and less I like it. Down to the point of slot machines, I have no interest because it's literally
I don't like
it's just
slots.
a pull a lever.
I've got a buddy of mine and his wife that live for slots.
I don't get it.
I
don't
understand it either, and I think that has the most chance of being somewhat rigged.
Yeah, they're usually pretty safe depending where you're at.
I don't even think of it from the rigged. It's just like I'm pulling the lever and that's it. There's no skill required. I want some skill there.
There's some TikTok people that like used to work in casinos that tell you like the right time to go to a slot. Like they have like it gives you a slight advantage, probably like a 1% advantage. But yeah, if you had to sell one major team, Astros, Texans, Rockets, but it's guaranteed you 5 championships over the next 10 years for your other 2 teams, would you sell? If so, which team and how would you choose to allocate the championships? Huh.
That's a long question.
I don't think I could sell.
I would sell. I'll sell the Rockets.
I was going to sell the Rockets as well.
That way Tillman can give all his money to U of H.
We got to divvy up 5 titles.
And then I'll give.
Well, I'll tell you what, it would get more exposure and probably a lot more passion towards basketball for the Cougs.
Yeah, good call. That helps. I'll go 4 titles for the Astros and 1 for the Texans.
It's always fun to win.
I'm going to go.
Give them at least 1.
I'm going to go 3 for the Texans and 2 for the Astros.
Never
So you're
quit.
selling the Rockets too?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, yeah, you didn't even
Who are you
hesitate.
selling, Brian?
I'm not selling.
You're going to
yeah,
stand pat.
no, I'm not selling.
You like to lose. You don't like to win. I see
You
how
have a
it
chance
is.
to maximize your.
But it's 5 titles, and then,
Think
and
about
then
the
what? You
Celtics.
just don't have a football team or a basketball
See
team
the margin
forever?
there?
What?
They bought the Wick Grosbeck and the family. They
Like
bought the
$6 billion?
Celtics for $323 million, and they sold it for $6.1 billion. That's a pretty good profit.
It's a nice profit if you get it. Yeah.
Have you ever been craving a burger but also been craving quesadillas? So you decide to make a burger with 2 quesadillas instead of buns? That's got to be Ryan. I bet you that's Ryan.
That would be good, though.
I've never thought of
I think I would try it. I would definitely
Sounds
try
great.
it.
No doubt.
That has to be Ryan. Mailbag, Spirit or Frontier? Didn't Spirit go out of business? Didn't they go bankrupt or something?
Didn't they improve before they went out of business?
I don't know.
I don't fly enough to know.
I would go Frontier over Spirit, but I don't fly either one very often.
Yeah, but you travel more than both of us, so we'll take your word
Frontier
for
or
it. Kind of like
Spirit.
Brian with zombies.
Yeah, that's true. Which major Houston sports has the best season ticket holder perks? Houston Cougars, 713 Go Cougs. All sports.
I can't even give you the ticket number for the Rockets anymore because it's changed.
They have the best perks?
No, I don't know what the perks are for each of the teams.
Yeah, I don't either.
If you had to be stuck in your office with one of your 2 I butchered that. If you had to be stuck in your office with one of your 2 coworkers, who are you picking for 5 days?
So just the 3 of us, or anyone here at 97.5?
I'm picking Joe George.
I would.
No, I think he meant between all of us.
That's easy for me. I'll take Brandon.
Wow,
I'm
thank you.
taking blank. I think he would leave me alone more.
Think I'd bug you?
I think y'all both bug me.
I go.
This is Altuve at left or Altuve at second
We've
for me.
kind of experienced it during commercial breaks enough to
I
know
don't think
what
you and
the
I would ever
thresholds
talk,
are.
Jeremy, except for the hallway. But yeah. Cena, yeah, Cena. That'd be it. I think you'd both leave me alone, so it's really not.
So you're
really
going to
not a
abstain again.
preference.
He's going to abstain.
That's two abstains on BMAC.
I'll pick Sean Mapes.
What would you name the Houston NHL team? I'm naming it the Dyken Parks.
Arrows?
Arrows probably the
Can we keep the arrows?
Arrows probably the leader in the clubhouse.
Yeah.
The humidity on ice.
Bit wordy.
Houston humidity.
Bit wordy.
Oh, that'd be kind of funny. The humidity on ice. In honor of the cows on 45 today, what's your favorite cut of beef to make and eat?
For me, it's either a filet.
They say that that's a steak for women.
Or a.
They really do say that.
Ribeye.
Ribeye for me.
I'm just glad you didn't say weenie.
New York strip's not bad.
I'll go that's where I was going. I'll go New York strip.
Over a ribeye?
Yeah.
Ribeye's got the most flavor.
I mean, I think they're both great. Ribeye's number 2.
I knocked the filet, but it is a good cut of meat.
It is.
It is, but
I
they
go
do
ribeye and New York strip before it, but it's fine.
They do say it's the cut for a woman though. It's the steak.
Why
for a
do
woman.
they say that, Jeremy?
I'm not sure why. I think because it's softer, maybe.
It
is.
There's no fat around it.
It's a little cutter. It's a little leaner.
It's lean. It's lean.
Yeah, it's usually delicious though. My wife will get the filet. I'll take a few bites. Would you ever work radio in a market where there was a team that you hated?
I could make it work. Yeah.
Don't you already do that?
No, not anymore. Not anymore.
If it paid well enough, absolutely,
yeah, exactly.
I could.
So, I mean, who would you hate most, Joel? The Bears?
So
you'd work in Chicago?
It could be the Lakers.
Yeah, it'd be Dallas or LA for me.
It could be the Yankees. It could be New York. I really have always hated the Yankees. I think the Yankees would be Yankees.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Would be number 1.
Yankees would be really
New York,
tough.
Dallas, but you're talking about the whole market. Dallas, New York, or LA for me. But if they're paying me a lot to be in LA, I could live on Malibu just fine.
Mine's New York, LA.
New York's a good one. I'll go Dallas, New York.
Yeah, I think New York would be the hardest one for me.
LA would be hard though. Like talk about the Dodgers. But maybe I would just be an Angel guy.
Lakers and Dodgers.
But maybe I'd just be an Angel guy.
Well, then you just wouldn't be on the air anymore.
No, I still
If you
talk
only
about
want
them.
to talk
Pretty much
Angels?
true.
No, I wouldn't just talk about them, but I'd be more cynical about the Dodgers.
Okay.
But sometimes cynicism works. Probably not in LA because it's so mellow and laid back.
No. Yeah, the whole blue crew.
Yeah,
with the
cynicism works
Dodgers
better in New York than
you
what
can't
LA.
be against the Dodgers.
Yeah, I think so. All right, 713-780-ESPN. That does it for Mailbag Monday. We got to talk about George Foreman. George Foreman. Don't love doing the death thing. I try to ignore that as much as I can. But George Foreman, one of the all-time greats in his sport, one of the all-time greats in this city. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
George Foreman enjoying his best round of the fight here in round 10. There's a right hand. Down goes Moore. He's flat on his back. He may not get up. Not maybe. He's not moving. Moore could be about to lose the heavyweight title. I don't believe this. So Cortez pulls up the count. It is over. And George Foreman has pulled off the miracle that no one thought possible. Now let's take a look at the replay. Watch for the beautiful left hook, right hand combination. He walked right into the left hook, followed by the right.
George Foreman becoming the heavyweight champion of the world whenever he defeated Michael Moore at, what was he, 40 at the time? 40. He was 45 when he won it. He came back, and Brian playing the comeback song. George Foreman retired at the age of 28.
Yeah, his first world championship, I think, was at 21.
Knocked out Frazier.
Yeah, down goes Frazier.
The Howard Cosell call,
Yeah,
that was Foreman when he beat Frazier?
Yeah.
Not doing that down goes
Frazier.
I didn't realize that was Foreman.
That was Foreman, yeah.
Okay. I knew he beat Frazier twice.
A lot of people thought it was
Frazier
Ali.
had a rematch. I thought it was Ali. I didn't realize it was Foreman knocking out Frazier when he said, down goes Frazier. I know the call. I didn't realize it was Foreman. But Foreman passing away, it was right after we went off the air on Friday.
Yeah, it was pretty quickly.
And I usually like to ignore death on the radio because it's sad. It's not great. But maybe we take the celebrate the life instead of mourn the life. I actually went to daycare, pre-kindergarten, with George Foreman, one of the George Foreman's sons. He lived in a neighborhood in Humble, North Hollow in Humble, eventually moved to Huffman. And yeah, I went to daycare with one of George Foreman's. I can't remember which one, but it was one of them. So like, yeah, he grew up
Just say George. You're good.
It was a lot of them. I think he had a daughter named Georgia. Yeah. He did. I can't remember which number it was, but he might have had the greatest comeback story in all of sports. Retired at the age of 28, goes away for 10 years. He gets into, he started a church. He got into preaching, that's big in my life. So I respect that. Then comes out of retirement at the age of 38. He fought 35 more times after coming out of retirement at the age of 38, wins a heavyweight championship of the world. He had a couple of other heavyweight title fights. He had one against Evander Holyfield, lost. He had one against I think it was Tommy Frazier, wasn't it? Who was the guy in Rocky? Tommy Morrison.
Tommy Morrison. Okay. Who got AIDS.
Yeah. Yes. I didn't want to bring that part up, but yes, he lost to Tommy Morrison. It is. It is. And then beat Michael Moore. Probably shouldn't have had a title fight against Michael Moore. He was not ranked. Like, it wasn't one of the affiliations or one of the organizations that forced the fight. I think it was Michael Moore that wanted a little cachet. He wanted to gain popularity, so he took a fight with Foreman for the belt. Foreman knocked him out late in that, whenever he was behind in the cards late in that fight. If he would not have stepped away for those 10 years, because, he was 28 years old. Right. He was a former heavyweight champion. He lost a fight, and then, like he said, he almost died from that fight. I think it was in Venezuela or one of the foreign countries, and he traveled the day before the fight. Got dehydrated, lost the fight, said he almost died, and that's whenever he had like that coming to Jesus meeting with himself and felt like he had to reinvent who he was as a person. Completely, retired, stepped away from the boxing game for 10 years. If he did not step away from the boxing game, I think we're talking about one of the all-time greats. One of the all-time great boxers of all time in the heavyweight division.
It's kind of like, from a different perspective, like when we said with Tyson, with everything out of the ring, he gets a whole lot of love for a guy that just from a resume pure win standpoint and championships won standpoint was extremely underwhelming and underachieving, to where George Foreman, for strictly other reasons and stepping away from the sport in his prime, he could have literally been one of the greatest of all time.
Yeah. Mofo says he's an all-time great.
What? Two world titles, hard to put you.
He's a great name in the history of boxing. Where does he stack up amongst that list? It's probably outside of the top 10.
Yeah.
You want to talk about if he's an all-time great, it's like he's one of the all-time great, like, personalities and people in sports, because he had success in the ring or in his field. But unlike a lot of other guys, he was like world renowned as being such a great dude. And then the dude had an appliance named after him that it will go down in history. The George Foreman grill, that was his deal. And he was renowned for that as well. But I just think that if you want to say he was one of the, from that standpoint, just from overall, like, greatest, people, and businessman, every aspect of his life, cool. But yeah, 2 titles doesn't get him one of the greatest boxers of all time.
I think if he doesn't retire and he has because those are his formidable years. Like that's his prime of his boxing career from 28 to 38. He had 35 fights from 38 until his retirement. I think at 48 years old, he won a good chunk of those. I think he only lost like 3 or 4 times in those 35 fights after the age of 38. Before he retired, he was a heavyweight champion. There's also some controversy about the Rumble in the Jungle. Apparently, he had a cut in his eye in sparring. It delayed the fight, and then he wouldn't spar again because he was scared to reopen it. So he didn't spar before the fight with Ali, and he said that that's a reason that he wasn't at his best. There is also a controversy that Muhammad Ali's trainer, what was it, Dungey or whatever?
Angelo Dundee,
that they loosened the ropes. So it would help the ability for him to rope-a-dope, to like lean back far on the ropes. So like there's a theory about that. And then Foreman wanted so bad to fight Ali again. Ali would never give him a rematch.
Because he knew.
Would never give him a rematch. So, like, and he was working his way up to it. It was eventually going to happen before Foreman had that, like, coming to Jesus meeting where he's like, I got to get out of the game. I have to retire. I believe if he didn't retire, he'd be one of the all-time greats because I think he would have had multiple more heavyweight championship reigns, would have had the heavyweight title for a long period of time. I just pulled up the combined reign all-time of all heavyweight boxers ever, and Foreman's not even close to the top 15. Vladimir Klitschko actually has the longest combined reign of any heavyweight ever. And then you go Joe Louis, Muhammad Ali, Lennox Lewis, Vitaly Klitschko, Larry Holmes, Jack Dempsey, John Sullivan, Jack Johnson, Evander Holyfield, James Jeffries, Tyson Fury, Deontay Wilder, Anthony Joshua, and Joe Frazier. Smoking Joe.
Yeah, Vladimir Klitschko, I mean, he was a great fighter, but he also was the king of a heavyweight division that was pretty much just him. I mean, he had some good fights with a few guys, but I mean, he was really without a challenger. I mean, Foreman comes from an era where there were so many other great heavyweights. I mean, you really had to be an elite guy to win the world title. Not to knock
2 eras too, though.
Yeah,
like
2 different eras.
Like
yeah,
Ali,
into the 80s. Yeah.
Frazier, and then whenever he came back, I mean, you're looking at Holyfield, Lewis.
Right.
He wanted to fight Tyson really bad, and they never worked out. In fact, I was reading today that Foreman advised Tyson not to sign with King or otherwise that like this fight's never going to happen. And then, of course, Don King took advantage of Tyson. Tyson sued him for lots of money. I don't know how that ended up working out, but
he was like the consummate guy that was just, he wasn't that, the ripped, chiseled boxer protege from that perspective. He could absorb so many punches. If he caught you once,
pretty impressive.
Foreman.
He was
before his first
right. In his first go round, yes. But the comeback tour was like he could just sit there and absorb punches, and if he caught you just once, he'd put you to sleep.
Yeah, they said he had the best 1-2 in the game.
Yeah. I mean, in that knockout, we heard of more. It wasn't even like, he loaded up under feet, weight underneath his legs and all that sort of thing. He was kind of flat-footed and just threw it out there, and it still knocked more down.
Texter says Foreman beats most of those guys. I have no doubt that Foreman beats most of those guys, like the Klitschkos of the world, maybe some of the old-timers.
I would agree with that.
But it'd be hard for me to put Foreman in the top 10 all-time heavyweights because of his 10 years away from the sport.
Mm-hmm.
If he would have stayed in the sport, I think we're talking about a top 5 great heavyweight. Ever.
And I think if he had gotten injured and that was the reason why he couldn't do that, but the fact that he elected to walk away is different because you look at guys that made the Hall of Fame in other sports. Like if Gale Sayers got hurt, he got hurt and his career was cut way short, but they put him in the Hall of Fame and put him as one of the best. George Foreman stepping away for 10 years on his own choice. I just, maybe that hurts him a little bit.
I mean, the step away period was obviously I mean, the step away period was obviously much shorter, but Muhammad Ali also stepped away by his own choice.
That's true, yeah.
Yeah, it definitely hurt Foreman whenever you're talking about his status amongst the greats. I mean, those are his prime years. I mean, he would have racked up at least 30 more wins in those 10 years, and I think multiple world title reigns.
Yeah, it just shows you his priorities. He had his priorities already.
And if it wasn't multiple title reigns, it's because he won it pretty early in that stretch and held on to it. Because who was beating him in that time? Like maybe nobody during that time. I think he would have had a reign of dominance during that time while he was gone.
It'd been really interesting if he'd stayed in the game until Tyson came up. Mm-hmm. If we could have got Tyson before the legal trouble started, before he everything fell off for him. We got that version of Tyson against Foreman still in the game.
Because Foreman would have bridged the era from Ali, Frazier to eventually Tyson.
Yeah, he would have.
Lewis, Holyfield. Like, he would have been the dominant figure during that period of time. So he would have had a lot of time as a heavyweight champion.
He won a gold medal too.
He did.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. He won a gold medal. I think it was the 68 Olympics.
That sounds right.
A long time ago.
Right.
I mean, gold medalist, heavyweight champion, 2-time heavyweight champion. One of the greats. Grew up in the 5th Ward in Houston, by the way, which begs the question, who are the greatest Houston-raised athletes of all time? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. But first, a minute on Pro Dunk Hoops. They make the highest quality basketball goals you'll find. It's March. It's the season. Tempered glass backboard, breakaway rims, stainless steel hardware, and it's height adjustable. Anywhere from 5 feet to 10 feet. Don't you want the kids outside? Don't you want them playing in the yard instead of being inside on their devices and their screens? Yeah, you do. Get them a goal from Pro Dunk so they can do that. Their new goal, Thor. You can raise and lower the goals with a drill. Lightning adjust feature anywhere from 5 to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. Their accessories, next level. LED light kits for night play, backstop nets, and lots more. And you can order everything, including professional installation online. That's right. The pros of Pro Dunk will professionally install your goal at the perfect height, perfectly straight. You don't mess with a ladder. You don't mess with a level. You don't install. Let the pros at Pro Dunk do the work for you. Give them a call at 281-351-9822, 281-351-9822, and visit produnk.com. That's produnk.com.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Who are the greatest Houston-raised athletes? Because George Foreman, potentially number one. Kind of depends on how you define things. Honeyglazed Branham, no one better say Simone Biles. She wasn't born here. That's why I very selectively said raised in Houston, because technically George Foreman wasn't born.
Where was Simone Biles born?
She was actually born like in Ohio, I think.
It's like a military family, or
I don't know.
Or they just moved here.
I don't know. She also I
had her on my list.
No, she was born, I think, in Ohio. But like George Foreman was born in Marshall, Texas, which is close to the border. I think wasn't he born in Alvin?
I was gonna say, but Alvin.
Well, we know that he grew up there. I don't know if he was born there. He was born in Refugio.
In Texas.
Yeah, but not anywhere near Houston.
Oh, okay.
So, like, Houston raised versus Houston born are two very different things. And if you're going Houston born, you couldn't include George Foreman in this conversation because he was born in Marshall, Texas. He was not born anywhere near the Houston area. So, like, where did they grow up? So now that would bring Simone Biles back into the conversation because she was raised in the Houston area, even though she was not born in the Houston area. She was born in Columbus, Ohio. So who are the greatest Houston-raised athletes of all time? Like, Simone Biles probably number one. Simone Biles probably number one. George Foreman would be in the conversation. Roger Clemens is up there. Also was not born in the Houston area, by the way. Grew up in Houston, was not born in the Houston area. Andy Pettit was not born in Houston, but grew up, of course, in Deer Park.
Oh, it was Deer Park?
Yeah, Deerwood's the golf course.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Dre says Vince Young. Vince Young would certainly be in the conversation. He's one of the greatest Houston. He was actually born in Houston. He might be the greatest Houston-born athlete ever because the others weren't born in Houston. A couple more that I have here. Andrew Luck, raised in Houston, was not born in Houston, though.
Right.
Was raised in
Went
Houston.
to high school here.
Yeah. Michael Bourne was born and raised in Houston. Shout out to Emmett High School.
Carl Lewis?
No.
No.
He's like from the Pennsylvania area.
Well, let's talk about the other Coug. Does Drexler not apply?
Oh,
yeah, for sure.
He would be.
I thought he was raised here. I didn't know where he was born, but I thought he was raised here.
He went to Milby, didn't he?
No.
He was born in New Orleans, though. He went to Sterling.
Sterling. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, Drexler was on my list.
Do you know who? Now, this is a classmate that I actually have on this list. Clyde Drexler was a classmate with Zena Garrison, who grew up in Houston, gold medalist, and was also a Wimbledon finalist. Why do you have a smirk whenever I bring up the name Zena Garrison?
I'll tell you later. But at the same time, yes, Zena for a while was very highly ranked tennis player.
The list of Houston area women probably greater than the Houston area men.
Where's Mary Lou fit on all that?
She came here kind of late.
Okay.
She was not born. I don't think she came here until like pretty late in her life. And when I say late, I mean like 12.
Yeah, I was gonna say because she went to did she go to college in Texas at Texas?
So she moved to Houston at age 14 to train with Bella and Marta Carolla.
Right.
So like, does that count?
I don't think that counts.
I don't think that
if you
counts.
move here to train,
yeah.
So like that one probably does not qualify. But the women, Brittany Griner.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh.
Say what you will. Brittany Griner, incredible athlete.
I used to film high school sports for a period of time, and the level, the disparity between Brittany Griner, everyone else.
Yeah, she went to Nimitz.
Yeah, it was unbelievable.
I remember between the Channel 2 High School Athlete of the Week and the Todd Freed show.
That's the one I worked for was Todd Freed, yeah.
So Brittany Griner, Zena Garrison, Tara Lipinski grew up in Houston.
Okay.
Who won a gold medal.
Yeah.
Dominic Musciano, which I don't know if she, I'm sure I butchered her name. I'm not sure if she grew up here or if she moved here the same way that Mary Lou did. So we'd have to look a little bit more into that. How about Kat Osterman, the greatest softball pitcher of all time, Kat Osterman.
Yeah.
And then the man, we mentioned Foreman, Clemens, Pettit, Vince Young, Andrew Luck, Michael Bourne.
What about Mike Singletary? My buddy Bob throws out Mike Singletary.
When was he in Houston? I didn't realize he was.
He went to Baylor.
I
know that.
Yeah, I believe he
not
was
Houston.
No, I believe he was raised here.
I'm saying he went to college in the state of Texas, but I believe
so did Michael Strahan. That was the one I was going to throw on the list.
Texas Southern, but did he grow up here?
I think he did. I think he did.
Yeah, Singletary went to Worthing High School. Okay. I think that would qualify. He was born in Houston, Singletary was.
There you go.
That's my bad for poo-pooing on that.
We haven't mentioned Andy Dalton.
Oh, yeah.
Played at Katy.
The Red Rockets.
That's right.
Katy Tiger.
Now, I know this next person will claim not Houston, but it's near Houston. Jimmy Butler.
Oh, Tom Ball.
Yep.
B. Hannon says Rashard Lewis. Beaumont close enough?
Rashard Lewis went to high school here.
I thought he went to high school here.
I'm thinking of Kendrick Perkins.
Yeah, Kendrick Perkins is Beaumont. Rashard went to
he went to Elsick.
That's
right. I was thinking of Perkins.
TJ Ford.
TJ Ford was on my list. If we want to go back to boxing, the Charlo brothers.
Oh,
have both won world championships.
That's a little bit outside of left field. I like that. TJ Ford says Oso, Aaron Glenn.
Yeah.
Shout out Nimitz again.
I forgot about Aaron.
He played Pee Wee football at Lindsay Lions, Humble Football League. I went to daycare with George Foreman's kid at the Learning Tree in Humble, by the way. Learning Tree in Humble. I think it was on Will Clayton. Thurman Thomas went to Willowridge. That's a good call.
Oh, yeah, good call.
Jalen Hurts.
Jalen Hurts, of course.
Super Bowl winning quarterback.
Scott
Nolan Ryan.
Kazmir.
If we give Nolan Ryan Alvin.
I think we give him Alvin.
Scott Kazmir making the list, huh?
Yeah, he was an all-star level
Strahan went
pitcher.
to Westbury.
Did he?
Yeah.
Yeah, Strahan definitely qualifies.
Someone said DeAndre Jordan.
Adam Dunn went to New Caney High School.
The big donkey.
Yeah.
Played beer league softball with his brother.
I think he played quarterback in high school.
Brian, you're
too.
missing one that's
And
right
McCaney.
up your alley.
Oh, Andre Ware, Dickinson.
Oh yeah,
for
sure. Has to
Heisman.
get that one.
Yeah.
Heisman.
What am I missing, Joel?
From your fake sport.
From my
Oh,
fake
the
sport?
Undertaker.
Oh,
The
Undertaker. Well, yeah, I was
Certainly not Booker T.
I was going to wait to list both Booker T and the Undertaker. Yeah.
Soccer legend Stuart Holden. I didn't realize Stuart Holden was from the Houston area.
I didn't either.
Glenwood.
Bunch of Andre Wares.
Simone Manuel.
Okay, yeah, that's
from
right.
Sugarland.
I forgot about her. Wasn't there like a really great diver?
Yeah, Laura Wilkinson from the Woodlands.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of.
We want to branch off into auto sports. AJ Foyt.
For
AJ
sure.
Foyt's from
Yep.
here.
It's a good call. Are we giving Alvin the Greater Houston area?
I would say so.
Yeah, why not? Let's get the Rocket on our. Let's
It's a
get
suburb,
the Ryan
in my
Express on our
opinion.
team. Rodney Hampton. I'm not familiar with that name.
I don't know Rodney.
Rodney Hampton, running back for the Giants.
Okay.
Yeah. What about what were the Taekwondo family? Were they the Lopez family?
I don't know.
I don't remember them.
There was like 3 of them that were Olympic gold medalists, all from Houston.
If we're talking strictly athlete, Gerald Green. Huh.
Juan Diaz, the baby bull, going back to boxing
He
for
follows
the
me on
world
Instagram
championship.
for some reason. No particular order. Foreman, Biles, Ryan, Osterman, Foyt. I have no problem with that list. No problem with that. Vince Young, another one. Tara Lipinski mentioned that one. There's a lot of greats.
Someone said Bruce Matthews' kid.
Jake.
Yeah, is that Jake? Yeah.
I don't know. There's a lot of Matthews. I always get them confused.
Yeah,
I
Jake
think
Matthews.
it's Jake, though,
Yeah,
right?
Jake Matthews was raised here.
The clubhouse drinker himself, Josh Beckett. Spring High
That's
School.
right,
Yes.
Spring High
Yes,
School.
he was.
The Green Ranger. The Green Ranger was in the Power Ranger. He's from the Houston area.
Scott Casimir.
You mentioned him.
Oh, you did?
Anthony Rendon. I gave him a little grief for mentioning him.
He's
Is
also a
Rendon
level
from
pitcher.
here? He played it right.
Who, Rendon?
Anthony Rendon.
Yeah, he went to, I think, Lamar High School.
Okay.
I think he went to, I'm pretty sure that's right. I have no idea who that is. Jared Cosart.
Pitcher?
We said Simone Biles, Josh Beckett. Yeah, a bunch of
said-
Beckett's coming in. Shout out Spring. Ed Oliver, good call. Westfield High School.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. Babe Harris from the Golden Triangle. Is that too far, though?
Golden
Beaumont?
Triangle, I think it's too far.
I think
Yeah,
Beaumont's a
because then
little
you
too
put
far.
in,
we
Mike
didn't allow
Evans.
Kendrick Perkins earlier,
You
so
put in Mike Evans.
oh,
Galveston?
Galveston.
Borderline. It's on the
That's
brink.
what I'm saying.
Yeah,
if you had
it's a little. I think
if
that's
you're
a
going to
little
put the game
far.
triangle, then you
Yeah.
have to put in Mike Evans.
You would. If you included Beaumont, you'd have to include Galveston. We
Didn't
didn't.
Andre Ware go to ball?
Where went to Dickinson?
Oh, he did?
Yeah, he went to,
Okay.
which is, I mean,
The
not
Gators.
that far away. Like,
It's a suburb. I think it qualifies.
but it's not far from Galveston.
Yeah. Somewhere you got to draw the line, though.
Yeah, I think it's somewhere between Dickinson and
Yeah,
Galveston.
Lamarck. It's Lamarck.
Pastor from Kingwood. Don't mention Josh Pastor with the greatest athletes of ever.
Gerard Johnson.
Gerard Johnson.
He's on the Texas
He set
staff,
records.
man.
He set records at Texas A&M.
Yeah.
And somebody said we're missing Gary Kubiak. Okay, fair.
That's
You
not
can see
bad.
That's
Kubiak.
not bad.
Casimir had a
Won a
decent
Super Bowl.
career. Brandon Backey. I think Backey was
From
Galveston
Galveston.
ball too.
Galveston ball, yeah.
Galveston, yeah.
So he'd be on the questionable with Mike Evans list.
Mhm.
Be in the suburbs list.
Stephen Jackson, Port Arthur.
That's true. Yes.
Port Arthur is a
That's
little
kinda
far.
far.
That's a little far.
How dare we forget the Undertaker? We didn't. We mentioned him. Earl Thomas, Orange, Texas.
Oh, safety.
Also
that
a
had
little
all
far.
kinds- Yeah.
A lot of Hurts. A lot of Booker T's. You guys don't know ball that are texting in Booker T. I think we hit all of them. Thurman Thomas. Our football coach at Humboldt High School, Neil Quillen, came from Willow Ridge, where he coached Thurman Thomas, won a state championship there.
Mhm.
That's my connection with Thurman Thomas. Yeah.
You didn't meet him on an elevator like you did Joe Burrow?
No.
No, you don't have the. I mean, that's a special connection, you and Joe
Lamar
Burrow.
Lathan.
It's a go Cougs.
Mhm.
Yeah. I don't know where he went to high school, though. I think it was in the Houston area.
There was.
Daniel Gibson, is he good enough to make this list?
Booby?
Booby making the list?
Oh, yeah.
I don't think so.
I mean, well, he was on Cavs teams that made the finals, but it wasn't because of him.
Roger Clemens, we mentioned. How are you going to call wrestling a fake sport but bring up a diver? Egregious. What? What?
That's pretty good.
What are you talking
That's pretty
about?
good.
Daryl Green. Kenyon Green, get out of here. Kenyon Green.
Gerald Green's from Houston.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I knew he was from
Gerald Green's
Texas.
a Hall
I
of
think
Famer
he
with-
went
yeah.
to college here. I didn't know he was like born and raised here.
Jamal Charles to somebody. That's Port Arthur. That's on. Port Arthur, I don't think we didn't qualify Port Arthur. did we?
Yeah,
That's
it's
a little too far.
I think it's too far.
That's a little too far. I'm not reading that one. Where did the big Puma grow up? I don't think he grew up in the Houston area.
I don't think
He went
so.
to
Obviously went to
at Rice,
college
but
here,
yeah, did he
but
go to high school here?
I don't think he did. I don't think he did. Somebody said Woody Williams. Where did Woody go to high school?
I
He's
don't
from here.
know. I mean,
Yeah.
he's obviously went to UH, but I don't know where he went to high school.
Woody went to Cy Fair. Okay, yeah.
That qualifies.
Yeah,
That
absolutely.
qualifies.
Bobcat fight, never die.
Keenan McCardell.
Lance Berkman grew up in Austin, New Braunfels area. That
doesn't count.
And he was born in Waco.
Keenan's from here?
Keenan McCardell went to Waltrip.
Yeah.
Okay, that qualifies.
He
was a Pro Bowler.
Quentin Grimes. There you go. Looks like he went to College Park in the Woodlands. The Woodlands.
Yeah. One
Cody
of my favorite
Stutes, amateur wrestling. Oh, David Boston, Bertrand Berry, Humble High. Boston had a really
big
good
wide receiver for the Cardinals.
Yeah, Boston was huge
he was
for Arizona.
He got bigger.
Yeah, he did.
He got
One of the favorite running backs I ever covered in high school, but Jaquiz Rogers, who went on to Oregon State and spent a little bit of time in the pros with the Falcons.
Didn't he have a twin brother?
Yeah, his twin brother was a wide receiver at Oregon State.
That's borderline, right? I think you're right.
Was he Sealy or Lamarck? I think it was Sealy.
It was Richmond Rosenberg.
Dickerson.
Eric Dickerson.
Oh, I'm
Dickerson
sorry. I
was
thought we were
Sealy.
still talking
Yeah,
about
I think
Rogers.
Sealy sounded right. Yeah.
I think Galveston is considered Greater Houston area. Okay, let's count them then. We'll count Mike Evans and then Brandon Backey. You joined us too. TJ Ford mentioned Ford. Who was the Wes Welker lookalike that went to Woodlands High School? That was Danny Amendola.
Yeah.
His dad was the AD there. Did Earl Campbell?
And he was the football coach there too.
For a while.
Yeah.
Did Earl Campbell grow up in the Houston area?
Tyler Rose.
Tyler
Rose.
That's too far.
I think it's too far. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll claim him though because he's one of ours. But what a great list this is, and Foreman's right there with him. You know,
no doubt.
Yeah.
A lot of good ones on that list.
Yeah, that was fun. All right, let's get to our car wreck of the day. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Give away some things before we leave. Wild West Brewfest happening this weekend. There'll be over 80 breweries represented, more than 500 beers, live music, and VIP experiences. Giving away a pair of general admission tickets for Saturday right now to caller number 3 at 713-780-3776. Caller 3 going to the Wild West Brewfest this weekend. Should be a lot of fun. All right, let's get to your car wreck of the day, Blankers.
Okay. We used a couple of them, and you guys go first because my list just went down.
All right, first one that I'm going to car wreck of the day. These two cows running down I-45. Why does this happen so often? There was 8?
8. And
I saw 2.
And they were rescuing one, and then another one added up in traffic, hit a car. The car overturned.
Texas, baby. Texas.
I think that's what Lisa said on the air. She
said Texas,
God
y'all.
bless her. She first day back at work, and she's still sick, and she had to do ad-libbing with like them trying to feed things into her ear and onto her computer as she was trying to figure out and describe 8 getaway cows on 45.
I think that at 8, does that become a herd?
Maybe.
I think it might. I don't know what the technical number for a herd is.
2 cows running down I-45. Or 8 cows, my bad.
Colin
Like
Cowherd.
to butcher these up. Tiger tweeting to millions of followers to respect his
one of mine.
privacy with this hard launch of his he's going out with was it Donald's son's ex-wife?
Yes.
It's fascinating.
He announces it, shows pictures of the two of them, and then asks for their privacy.
Yeah.
Well, if you wanted the privacy, then don't say it.
Exactly.
That was one of mine.
Here you go, guys. Give me privacy as I show off my new girlfriend. Rodeo people falling for the fake C.J. Stroud in his uniform.
That was
That's
and I saw you call it out. You're right.
Yeah,
No player is
dumb.
wearing a jersey of his in public.
When he doesn't have to wear his jersey, he's not wearing
Although
his jersey.
LeBron did.
No way.
Yeah, the other night on the Lakers bench, they sent him a hockey jersey with his name and number on it. And he was wearing.
That's a little different. That's a little different. And then 23andMe declaring bankruptcy.
Brian, please.
All those genetics.
We had both the
dead.
same, but Dan Hurley.
Dropping expletives. I hope they don't do Baylor like they did us, or whatever the line was. That was typical Dan Hurley. And if you haven't seen it, just Google Chesapeake Bay Sox logo. They're now becoming the was it oyster shuckers?
You don't like oysters?
I like oysters. But anyway, Google the logo. It's a little not safe for work.
Correct? Is that what you're saying?
Just a baseball logo, Brian. What wins?
You got approved by somebody.
Cows on the Highway wins, right?
Yeah, I think so.
That's fine.
Yeah. There's little ribeyes, some ribeye caps running down I-45.
Evidently, if one hit a car and it overturned, it's probably going to be.
Congratulations. Big day for cows. That does it for us. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. He's Blank on Brandon. We'll talk to you tomorrow, Houston. ESPN National coming up right now on ESPN 97.5.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
A big bounce on Wall Street today as it appears that the tariffs that the president plans to impose on April 2nd, the so-called reciprocal tariffs, may be less broad than originally anticipated and could exempt some industries like autos and semiconductors. And as a result, we had a big pop in the market today with the Dow up just under 600 points and at 42,583. S&P up 100 points or 1.75% to 5767. The Nasdaq up 2.25%, 404 points as technology led the way. The Nasdaq finishing at 18,188. Reversing some of the concerns about tariffs depressing economic activity, we saw long-term bond yields rise to 4.34% on the 10-year note. The dollar firmed. Oil up 91 cents to 69.19. Gold slipped nearly $4 as higher interest rates and a stronger dollar dampened gold futures, ending at $3,017 the ounce. A lot more economic data and maybe some more tariffs still to come. That is unclear, but the market certainly taking the optimistic view today.